Well, hello, and welcome to Whamen's 2v2 Cup here on Age of RTS. And welcome to you, Myriad. How are you doing?
Fantastic, Valdemar. Very excited to cast this. How about yourself?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's going to be a lot of fun. I've really been looking forward to it because I haven't actually cast 2v2 games that much before, so it's going to be a very new experience for me as well. But also just looking into this bracket, I know many of these teams have been looking very much to practice for this actual event, so I know the competition will also be quite high, which is definitely something I'm looking forward to. It's going to be really interesting. What are your thoughts on the teams?
So it looks like our first game will be Cat-Asthropy against Golden Geese here today. Cat-Asthropy made up of Meowasis and Ghostymeow, whereas the Golden Geese, it will of course be Artemis and Lucy.
So two similar skilled teams here. Meowasis and Ghostymeow have been practicing together for a while now, and the same for Golden Geese. They are also a classic matchup. They have all been preparing for this whole tournament. They're ready with their strats. They've got their civs ready to jump into the drafting and ultimately the games.
Absolutely right. So we just see some stats on display there for all our players, but it looks like we are all ready to see our first matchup here, and it will be the map Himeyama with Rus and HRE on the Golden Geese's side against Abbasid and English for Cat-Asthropy.
Often when I look at these team combinations, I want to sort of figure out where are we going in terms of strategy here. And I see Abbasid and English together. I often expect something that's a little bit more passive, maybe laid back. Whereas we see something like Ruse and HRE, which can actually adopt this knight archer dynamic that we talk about so much when we talk 2v2s, where Ruse would go knights, where HRE would go for fast archers. And there's really just really good dynamics that you can look for here. But the game could also go different directions. So all of these civs are great for the late game, so even if the game goes that direction, it's absolutely fine. What about Himeyama, though? The resource spawns, they do differ a lot when it comes to the standard Dryarabia generation, no?
Absolutely. Himeyama, though on paper, it looks a lot like your Dry Arabia, right? Open map, quite vast, with many openings for aggression. It's a bit different, like you said, Valdemar. Most notably, a lot of the wood lines. You don't have one large starting wood line as you would on pretty much every other standard map. You have several smaller scattered ones all around your base. And on top of that, the food especially, which so many civs are reliant on, of course, pocket food economy out further on the map. On Himeyama, that typically spawns projected outwards and to the sides in the direction of your opponent, and you'd be quite lucky to even have one source of food behind your base on most of these generations, which will no doubt come into effect in this game.
Absolutely. It's about time that we take a look at this game, and we're looking at Abbasid English from Cat-Asthropy versus Golden Geese, Ruse, and HRE. Let's get into it.
Here we are. We'll be starting in just any moment. So, as we head into the game here, we have Ghostymeow piloting the Abbasid in the color pink, along with Meowasis as the English in the color purple, towards the left side of the map here, up against Lucy and Artemis on the Rus and the HRE in the color teal and blue.
So what is most notable from the beginning here is the way that the players have spawned. So typically we have teamed sort of directions in terms of spawns. Here it's very much this, oh, I have this quarter of the map, you have this quarter of the map. And so it can actually be really interesting to see how that's going to play out during this game. Will the players be focusing more on one player, or will there be a lot of raiding going on? So we have been talking about before with the woodlines, they allow for this more cavalry style. And that is something that we're going to be looking out for here. We see the middle has 5 pawns, and the pawns in the middle. Do you think that that's going to really matter when it comes to a 2v2 setting?
It could make a small impact here, I believe. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a decent amount of food in there that you have access to, right? So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see maybe the HRE opt for the pond at some stage. It does seem like in Dark Age, no team will opt for it here, but we've still yet to see whether that will change in early feudal age. Of course, even having the vision over there, which is a great amount that the dock provides, can be very useful in spotting raids and seeing enemy map movements.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good point with the dark vision as well. It's a good point to have in the middle of the map, sort of to have ships supporting whatever military army you might have. But again, it is a decision you have to make, because that pond in the middle is quite far away, and that pond in the middle doesn't give you as much food as you might want from a standard 2v2 map going on water. So it is actually fine, I think, to not go for the dock and just focus more on general gameplay here.
Yes, absolutely. Already the bounty fights are beginning here, as you can see. Artemis with the Roost Scouts walking around the map. Some of it being denied by Meowasis just over there. Moving in pairs now, making sure to secure the day with only one shot from each scout, of course, which can be quite important to not get yourself denied by another enemy scout.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole bounty gameplay matters so much in the team game setting simply because there is so much of it. If you don't go and hunt and deny those boars from the Roost player, you're simply allowing that Roost player to get so much extra resources. Whereas in solos, we often see, if there's no bounty denial, 300 to 400 extra resources. Here, it's going to be twice that.
Absolutely. And I'm quite curious to see how we'll have the feudal age going underway here, because currently Artemis is aging up with the Kremlin as we speak. And the dynamic you talked about in the pregame about the potential Knight Archer play coming out from the Rus and the HRE could be quite significant here, because as we know, that's a very, very powerful comp in feudal to deal with. And these two civs are two that do it arguably the best, right? HRE with a superior economy due to Archon can pump out so many archers, and Rus quite similarly with access to the feudal knight and also a strong economy on the back of it. This could be quite difficult for Meowasis and Ghostymeow to hold if they're not careful, diligent in their defense.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a case of who is going to be able to do the most aggression here, because if you can deny that expansion out from one player, the other player has to carry through, and you really don't want that dynamic in your team. You want the control of your game, and if you don't get that control through the aggression, you better pray that your opponent's not going to do their own aggression, because you have these two situations. Either somebody dictates and the other team reacts, or you have two teams that are doing their own thing. And I don't think that we will see that type of gameplay here. I think we're going to see some of these players try to assume the control of this game, with the Council Hall coming out from Meowasis English and Ghosty following with Culturing. Could potentially look to see some sort of timing play, I would assume, with the Culturing leading to a faster castle and the Council Hall leading to some coverage aggression. On the other side, they're going to have to respond to something like that, and they can do that either with aggression or their own fast castles.
Yes, absolutely. And Council Hawk here, up from Meowasis on the English, is quite notable, right? Not opting for the king to provide that early game leverage in terms of map control. Instead, she goes for the Council Hall, potentially for some longbow aggression, or just on the defense. We'll just have to see what she opts to go for here. And as you said, culturing on the other side is quite an interesting choice here. Fast Castle could be an option to try to contest the relics that HRE is likely going to go for. And with so many villages on gold from Lucy, it does seem like there will be no aggression at this stage in the game just yet.
It does definitely infer a little bit more of a passive play style here early on. Gathering this much gold could potentially be for upgrades, it could be for a faster castle, or both at this point, because we are above that 600 gold mark that allows you to go to Castle Age. So if we take a look at the macro in general and the units that are out, we can see that Meowasis has started making the longbows. That could really be an annoyance for Lucy should she receive those longbows on that top side here. So that's going to be a considerable threat here. Just a few longbows can cause so much havoc, but if you really want to go all in, I think that's where the HOE player can get some sort of advantage with the timing in the Castle Age. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the difficult part here for Meowasis is, of course, she is mirrored opposite the Rus player, Artemis here, which the longbows might struggle to find some damage against Artemis here initially, especially with the stable coming up. She would love to hit the HRE player, Lucy, at this point, but with such a distance across the map, it might be difficult to get there safely with the first horseman now in queue.
It's a really good play here to go for the horseman. I really like that, because a knight is always such a big investment, and sure, they're good against multiple units, but that horseman is actually going to do enough counter damage to the longbows if there's no spears to actually stop that whole aggression, keep Meowasis in her base, and that's what you're really looking for.
Yes, absolutely. Big pull by villagers here just to get rid of the scouts by Lucy on the HRE here. She does go back to mining gold now. She has plenty in the bank, so you can even get some upgrades if she so chooses before opting for the castle age, but just some farms coming in instead here. So first horseman out already, second one in queue. Archer's now in queue as well for Artemis as she looks to make her move towards the longbow mass that Meowasis has started to build up here.
Yeah, it looks like our Meowasis didn't actually expect there to be stable units. Maybe she was expecting a different play. So a little bit of luck in scouting here causes her to have to go back with her old longbow mass here, which is a pretty big issue because you want that aggression to come through right now. Right now you've invested into military and that investment is not going to pay off. In fact, one horseman is actually going to shut that entire aggression down because you didn't include spearmen. So that's a really tough position to put yourself into. When we get back to the base here, it's a little bit of a different issue now that you have networks of citadels ready to buff up those archers with extra attack speed, going to be able to defend against the horsemen. But again, more horsemen will come out, more archers will come out, and I think this aggression will favor Artemis in the end, don't you think?
Yes, I have to agree. I mean, the buffer that the horsemen created for Artemis here on the Rus in order to give it the space needed to breathe a little bit more, and as you mentioned yourself, with no spears yet for Meowasis at that point in time, you know, the longbowmen, although very strong units, are countered, in fact, by any sort of cavalry. So pushed away back to a base, safety for now, and she will need to add some space if she intends to make a serious aggressive move here.
Absolutely, it's all about that mobility. If you're pulling out your units and you have to get away from a fight that you cannot take, you will be in a rough spot if you're running a unit like longbows because most units can catch up to that. Now, however, we are seeing that play that we discussed in the beginning of this match. Ghosty coming out with a military wing, fast castle build here. It's really interesting. I'm actually really curious to see what she's going to transition into. It could be knights, it could be potentially ghulams as well, and that will be really, really strong to pair up here with Meowasis longbows, because now you have that dynamic of the ghulams or the knights together with the longbows, and that's a really good dynamic because they can counter the counter units.
Yes, and it's a very solid timing here by Ghosty on the Abbasid. Quite ahead of the HRE player at this point, just because her macro is a little bit cleaner here on the Abbasid. So she's already halfway through Castle Age now, and of course the military wing will give her those 2 free camel riders to start pressuring across the map instantaneously almost, and contest the relics that Lucy would love to go for on the HRE. And if enough of those relics are snatched up for Ghosty on the Abbasid, then she could be very well in a strong position to keep contesting the game from then on forth.
Absolutely. That military wing is just so consequential here because most of the relics are centered and they're in the middle or in the top sides. And so if you want to go and get those relics, you have to move out into the middle side, and that's going to be a big issue here. Now we see the horsemen coming in on the longbows, and the longbows are actually going to take the blunt force here. That's going to be a lot of damage, shutting down Meowasis' aggression here. I think we need to see some sort of unit production to support Meowasis from Ghosty's side, because if not, well, then the whole aggression falls apart.
Absolutely. So many longbows have went down in that forward move out by Meowasis. The horsemen picking up the stragglers as they run away from the fight, and finally spears out for Meowasis here to support. But as you said yourself, with so many units already lost on her side, and we see the right thing being done by Ghosty as the camel riders head straight towards the south where the engagement had occurred, and these 2 camel riders would be enough to clean everything up here if they notice in time.
Camera is definitely a good unit to deal with cavalry here. We see them doing so much extra damage to them, plus applying a nice 20% debuff. That's a great unit here in this situation up against the horseman archer composition. Pair that together with the longbows, sniping out the archers, we could see something really smart here. Longbows start raining fire, and they start doing a little bit of damage. The horsemen and archers are forced to go back. But as we see on the top right side, we can see that Lucy has started her man-at-arm production instead of going Castle Age, which I'm not quite sure about that play here. I'm actually scared that it's going to delay them too much, and Ghosty will have too much leverage to contest relics and just in general capitalize off of that tech advantage.
I do agree for sure. It's an issue. I think Lucy found herself struggling for food, not being able to hit that Castle Age in the time that she would have liked, and although the men-at-arms is a good way to spend all of the excess resources you have available, yeah, the truth is Ghosty is already in castle, so with her stronger ghulams at this point in time, when they start joining the fight with already 2 on the field, 4 more in production, she might even opt to add knights soon enough. Those will make quick work of the HRE men-at-arms, as they are only feudal age still.
Yeah, absolutely. Feudal Age Man-at-Arms not going to be able to do much against any type of heavily armored unit in Castle Age, so I'm very, very afraid that that's going to be a big issue. If we look at the military size difference here, it's 23 up against 18. That's not just 24 Feudal Age units, those are also Ghulams, those are Men-at-Arms, and those are English Men-at-Arms, and so those will scale really well going into the Castle Age should Meowasis try to opt for something like that.
Without a doubt, and on top of that, right, nearly 20 longbows now as well, with the extra damage and range compared to regular archers. They do even better against men-at-arms than your regular feudal archers do, of course, if utilized and kited properly. Aggressive push here by Meowasis towards Artemis's base on the roof. So Kremlin is towards the north side, quite close to a TC, so this southern section of her base will not be protected as villagers are forced back deeper in towards the base, trying to seek some kind of safety as the military numbers for Artemis just aren't there to defend this push.
It's a massive idle time created here by those longbows and spearmen, and that's just what you want. You don't necessarily need the villager kills, although that is nice to get. If you don't get it, but you idle out instead, that's also a massive damage cost because it's an idle economy. On the other side here, we see the Ghulams are coming in on the Aachen Chapel and the wood line as well, forcing more idle time on the wood villagers. This is causing tremendous amount of damage because you got to remember, these Ghulams are probably upgraded as well. They've got the ranged armor, I'm sure, and that's going to be enough to actually just stand under that TC and do damage.
Well recognized by Ghosty to hit Lucy directly at this vulnerable point in her time when she's, kind of split between making more men-at-arms and aging up to Castle Age herself. So hitting her right now with these higher tier Ghulams compared to her own men-at-arms is really causing the hurt. Whereas in the south side, tower attempt by Meowasis with the English. The village is going to get sniped down by the few archers that Artemis has available on the defense, and she's going to try to keep at least some of these forces away, but losing so many units in the process.
Yeah, this is amazing understanding and awareness of how the units move, because what we often talk about in these team games is if one player has to support the other, they're leaving their base open. And right now, Lucy's base is really, really open, so Ghulams can just walk in there and start causing a lot of damage. The same here on the opposite side, though. Myriad is doing a lot of aggression onto Artemis, and so Lucy recognizes that fact and moves into Meowasis' base. Although she doesn't find as much idle time, she does find a little bit, and that is also significant.
Yes, the big force of men-at-arms now camping on top of the production of Meowasis. But at the same time, these Ghulams are wreaking havoc, getting economic kills at this point in time, as plenty of villagers do go down for Lucy. Artemis already lagging quite a bit behind in villagers from the damage she has received from Meowasis, and they're looking a bit worse and worse for Artemis and Lucy on the HRE and Rus here, as they're getting out-teched at this point in time. They're behind in military and economy. It will be a tough road to recovery from here.
Especially a tough road, but you also see that confusion that these attacks have caused. Being able to poke at different fronts have caused Lucy's economy to pretty much just end up in a very bad state, I guess you would say. 2,000 wood and 1,200 gold is not exactly what you want to be looking at this stage of the game. You want to be full producing units or going Castle Age, and she's doing none of those things right now. She's making men-at-arms. Those men-at-arms, I'm not sure it's going to be worth it up against this massive longbow mass that's coming out.
No, unfortunately for Lucy, she would have loved to find that coveted castle timing that she needed, not only for the Regnitz relics, but also to get those higher tier units. It would be so helpful for her to be able to upgrade those men-at-arms at this point in time, but food, as we mentioned, is just not there, right? These attacks, and we can see just how effective it is. Putting players under pressure like this can cause not only so much idle time, but really mess up the way they start to manage their economy and the units around the map, and cause even more exponential damage as a result of this. But now, two rams moving in from Meowasis' English towards the Kremlin of Artemis on the Rus. Another third one on the way, but she backs off just to some more villages.
Gotta watch out here. It is a Kremlin and a TC, and these are not armored units, these longbows. Top side here, we see men-at-arms. They're engaging the Ghulams. Look at how tough those Ghulams are. Able to take so much melee damage from a unit in Feudal that actually does so much damage. But still, these Ghulams raids are coming in on the chapel, and while you do have that farm transition going, it's too late. You don't have enough units to defend against this. And when you start to see these upgrades come through for the Ghulams, you essentially cannot really do much range damage to them anyway. So idling out in your TC, trying to do enough range damage to these Ghulams is not going to be an option here. Ghulams and melee units fight here. So there's going to be the HRE men-at-arms up against the Ghulams. That's a massive power advantage for Ghostymeow. He is potentially going to take this fight. Yeah, definitely.
The worst disaster possible for Lucy coming true here, as just before the fight has occurred, not only does she have fewer men-at-arms than Ghosty Ghulams on the other side, but of course they're weaker on top of it. So the rest of her men-at-arms get decimated in the fight, and now directly the Ghulams head towards her base. Meanwhile, on the south side, the longbow mass is only building as more and more units from Artemis fall down. Kremlin has fallen, although a formidable defensive landmark with so many units and rams on the other side pushing in and no way to deal with them. the Kremlin goes down, and the main TC looks to be next.
We look not only at the TC going down, we look at the numbers in the top, and they don't lie. It's 60 economy units versus 95 here, and then 62 military. With that tech advantage, at 16 minutes into the game, I'm not sure this game has much to go for it for Artemis and Lucy anymore. Even with their superior civilization combination, they were simply outplayed here, and that is such a scary feat for them to experience here, because going into the next game, they know that they're going to be up against players that have this awareness to capitalize off of these mistakes that you make as a team, and that's going to be what you need in a tournament like this.
Yes, absolutely. And it's difficult, right, with this kind of a strategy. It looked good on paper, the Rus in HRE, right? If you can get enough aggression going, then you'll be in a great spot. But, you know, both civilizations are very food hungry to be able to make that aggression happen. And with so little food on this map, that's safe. GG is cold. Ghosty on the Abbasid, as well as Meowasis on the English, will be taking game 1 here to lead 1-0 up.
Really just a beautiful play coming out from Ghosty and Meowasis. That early aggression coming out from the longbows, although it was a little bit of a sticky situation going up against the horsemen and archers and the mobility difficulties she faced, she was able to not lose too much and just buy enough time for Ghostymeow's Abbasid to go Castle Age and get those Ghulams out to cause havoc.
Yes, it was quite a well thought out strategy, actually, I must say. You know, giving so much space over to Ghosty to just get up to Castle Age unbothered, unharassed by any kind of aggression without being disturbed at all, and you know, starting to get those expensive armored luxury units out, really turned the tide in the south side battle where Meowasis was struggling a little bit against the Rus cavalry aggression, of course. But yeah, very well played from the both of them. Unlucky for our other side. And hopefully we'll see if they can adapt to this next game and come up with something to take a win themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is that adaptation that you want to see now, because you've been faced the enemy now for the first time, maybe. And that means that, okay, we don't know how these players are going to play. If it's going to be aggressive all the time, if it's going to be these timing attacks, we have to prepare for it. And if we don't, we will be stuck in the same situation again. We cannot just go for these strategies where they're just not effective enough. They just don't quite have the timing, because up against somebody who knows what they're doing, they have a strat that they've been practicing, you will really struggle.
Absolutely, and you know, part of it depends a lot on the map as well. We'll just have to wait and see what that is in order to assess what kind of civilizations might be good and whether what they picked, you know, has some kind of effective strategy that can be employed there against the enemy civ. But yeah, it was a tough game, and there really is a lot of value in being very aggressive early on in team games and 2v2s, especially. I think, as you mentioned yourself, not only causing the idle time that you normally would with any kind of well-placed aggression, but the chaos and havoc that you can completely scramble an opponent usually in terms of how they think and how they manage their economy and their army. It can be sort of snowball of mistakes piling one on top of the other, and we've seen that unfold in game 1.
Absolutely. I think there's so much to be had there in that early aggression, whether it's cavalry or infantry. If it's infantry, it's always more scary because it's hard to run away. But are you able to get that cavalry mass up and running and then potentially do some damage? That's perfect. We do, however, now see the next set of civilizations coming up, and it's going to be the map Arabia. And we are seeing from Cat-Asthropy, Atri and Ayubits versus English and Delhi. English and Delhi being quite an aggressive composition, wouldn't you say?
Very, very aggressive in comparison to HRE and Ayubits for Catastrophe side, especially. Quite interesting picks, I must say. English and Delhi makes quite a lot of sense to me. So I do like these picks from Golden Geese. If they are able to employ some very well utilized aggression, which they should with their civilizations, with these greedy picks coming in from Catastrophe, HRE, and Ayubits, they could put on a lot of hurt if Catastrophe isn't adept at dealing with it.
Yeah, and I think that is what we have to watch out for here, because although most people would probably conceptualize H3 and Ibis as being fast castle civs, if you play it out that way, where you're trying to go for relics, you're also sort of playing against each other. Who's going to get the relics? Because H3 might benefit more from them just because of the Regnus Cathedral, getting more gold out of your relics and just in general more resources as you go down, plus the bonuses. Something like Ayubits wouldn't benefit as much, but you could also just completely turn that around, potentially seeing aggression coming out from the HRE, and then that classic timing play again that we just saw.
Absolutely. It actually makes me wonder, because of the previous strategy we have seen from Cat-Asthropy in last
Mm.
game, I wonder if this will be something similar attempted here with potentially the HRE due to their feudal prowess, giving space for the Ayubid to opt for that castle age, maybe getting the relics safely back home into their base and then transferring them over to the HRE player once they get Regnus potentially. This could be a very interesting take on how to play this, and
Mm.
I could see it potentially working out, but the combination of longbows and Ghazis that could come out from Golden Geese would be really difficult to deal with only one unit making units, even if they are HRE. So this should be a very exciting game on our hands here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Those English and delis. I think the combination in general is a little bit scary because as the team is going to try to play civs that both benefit a lot from doing ranged units, one of them will have to give that up, and that's obviously going to be the deadly player, right? It's going to be the Gaza Raiders coming out, and if you can have that dynamic that we see with the classic French and English composition, where you're doing one player knights and one player's doing archers, then you are going to be set in a situation where you have this dynamic of, okay, we can split up sometimes, we can have one player go out and raid the enemies, but we can also link up and then do a full-on push together. Kind of similar to what we probably expected to see from the Rus and the HRE in the previous game. Something more tilted towards that style seems to be some of the best ways to play team games, and I'm curious to see if that's the approach that these two players will go. There is also a whole other factor, which is deadly sacred sites. What do you think about that?
That could come into effect quite painfully for one side or the other potentially, right? I mean,
Yeah.
with the for Delhi capturing them 125 gold per minute is certainly a respectable
Mm.
amount of resources to receive. That's just over 3 villages in terms of income,
Hmm.
passively, endlessly, really, without any idle time for each sacred site, that is. So I'll be curious to see just how prudent the Geese will be at taking those sacred sites in time here. Um, but obviously, if the sacred timer does tend to go down to those lower amounts,
Mm.
could be quite dangerous for Cat-Asthropy here. But as you can hear, the sounds of the game are going on in the background as we jump into game number 2 between Cat-Asthropy here and um,
And Geese.
and Golden Geese, of course. Yes, excuse me. We have Lucy and Artemis playing with the Delhi and the English once again in teal and blue towards the north side of the map, up against Ghostymeow and Meowasis in the south side playing the Ayubids and the HRE in the color pink and purple.
Absolutely. I'm just taking a little bit of a look at these spawns here. I'm looking at the Delhi spawn as well. There's a lot of safe resources in the back here. We see both double gold, double stone, the deer, the berries. Everything is sort of located at blue space towards the back here. And that could be either a really good raiding potential or just a really easy position to lock down. The problem might be the wood is all forward. And I'm just kind of paying attention to that. All the wood is actually towards the middle of the map, if you haven't noticed.
Quite a unique spawn on Dry Arabia, without a doubt. So much wood just projected forward towards the center, just like you said, whereas the edges of the map is where you'll find a lot of the food in terms of deer and the other resources. But yeah, quite separated spawn resource-wise here. But I'd love to see how much that plays out. Of course, so far, just getting into the game, there's nothing too out of the ordinary just yet, as players are making their way quickly towards the feudal age here. What do you expect to see this game? Do you think we will see what we predicted based on the civilizations and their strength in the pregame, or do you think we'll see something a little bit wilder?
Well, it's a good question, right? I'm looking at these sacred site spawns and seeing that they are actually quite close to Artemis. So double sacred site is very much viable for the Delhi player here. And then if you can also secure that one in the middle top side here, then you're going to be absolutely fine when it comes to that middle feudal age aggression. You can do that all in if you'd like to go for it. The problem is you're now playing on a map where you're not very close to your opponents compared to before. Going for something like a longbow rush might not be feasible here simply because you are going to be so slow. And so you're going to be depending on maybe a different type of unit. Maybe even King and 2TC or King Horseman can be a play here for the English player just to get that momentum going. So I'm not quite sure what the best play here is for Artemis and Lucy. I am quite sure, however, that we will see something similar as to the game before in terms of Iobits hitting the castle timing and HRE covering up for that for Meowasis and Ghosty. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with your assessment for sure. I mean, it could be several options available to Lucy's English here. Like you said, King, of course, is an option as well as 2TC. It does seem to be the Council Hall coming out here, which not too surprising. That does seem to be the preferred approach for English in these matches so far with the Council Hall, and it's a very strong landmark. A lot of players would think that, more recently, the Abbey of Kings has seen a lot of popularity. Of course, small nerf having come to that in the latest batch. It's very expected to see a resurgence of Council Hall, I think, so it does not surprise me here at all, seeing it on the way. Tower of Victory on Delhi's side on the other part of the map, and Ark and Chapel going up for Meowasis now, nearly complete already.
Absolutely. And this Tower Victory and Council Hall play does actually promote a lot of archers as well. And that could become a pretty big issue if you want to play camels or infantry yourself as the HRE player. And so it is actually quite interesting to see how that will unfold ultimately. I want to just pay attention to that Aachen Chapel placement, looking at berries and wood in the back, if we look at the purple player space here. That Aachen Chapel will actually convey quite a lot of information if Artemis picks up on that here with her scout, because that is not a very greedy chapel in of itself. It's very, very feudal focused, being on wood and food.
And wood and food is exactly what you would need as HRE if you're looking to be aggressive, right? And several villages already on wood, as we can see. Potentially more on the way, as we're looking quite eagerly to see if production will be dropped here quite soon by Meowasis. Could be on the cards. Only 2 on gold is usually also a telltale sign of aggression on the way from an HRE here, but we do see an outpost on the way as well. So perhaps not.
That outpost play might also just be caused because you are scared that the enemy will go really aggressive against you, and maybe you want to move out on the map and not have to worry too much about your base defense. So there are some utility in that, especially if you are not the most proficient aggression player, or you're just used to in team games that people double down on you. I mean, you are playing as the H3, and people certainly have thoughts about that civilization recently. I've certainly seen people talk about being targeted just because of the civ that they play, and there's absolutely good reason for it. H3 is a strong civilization, able to play multiple styles at the moment, so I understand with that front goal why you would do so.
Speaking of golds, we see a tower up on Ghosty's gold as well on the Iobid. So far, not too many more on gold for either player, so it could be to cover that potential aggression that you just spoke about, Valdemar, instead of potentially a double greed castle timing here. We'll have to wait and see to be sure, but longbows on the way for Lucy's English here from the Council Hall, as well as Ghazi Raiders on the way for Artemis's Delhi, so it will look to be that feudal aggression, most likely that we spoke of before, trying to lock down the sacred sites with this cavalry ranged composition that has proven very strong in team games, especially in these 2v2s. And once the sacred sites start ticking, if there's no real answer from the other side, Ghostymeow on the HRE and Iobits, then they could find themselves with a counter counting down towards their loss that they may be unable to stop if they're not careful.
Absolutely, it's a lot of resources that comes through those Delhi sacred sites. Now let's take a look here at the comps coming out, because we see both cavalry, both our players from Ghosty and Meow are doing cavalry, which is actually a perfect play here up against something like longbows and Ghazi Raiders, because that is probably the best way in general to deal with such a composition. Looking at the deer in the back here, we see a little bit of raiding going on here in the back of purple space. A couple of villagers wanted to move out initially here, and the Ghost Raiders are prowling. They are looking for damage. It's always a scary point, right? You want to get a lot of food, you want to get a lot of resources to potentially do greater production earlier on, but if you switch to farms too early, you are sacrificing that production. So it is a smart play to go out on the deer. Really, even smarter play for Artemis to go aggressive here with her Ghost Raiders.
This exchange between the Horsemen and the Ghazi Raiders coming here to the south of Meowasis base with the HRE. Does look like the Horsemen will trade out a little bit. Nice micro coming in from Artemis just to keep that Ghazi alive. Of course, the important note is that these Ghazis can be healed later on by the Delhi Scholar if Artemis so chooses. But keeping them all alive in exchange for one Horseman, quite a good exchange there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good exchange. You want to, in general, just try to keep your units alive whenever you have the ability to heal them. And you're going to remember, both players can actually do that here. With the HRE player can pull out the Prelate, but also the Scholars coming out from the Deli are able to also heal those units. So definitely keeping them alive is a big part of building up that Feudal Age army so that eventually you would be able to link up with the longbows and then eventually do some damage.
Barracks now on the way as well for Artemis's Deli here. A little bit surprising, considering the Ghazis can of course match up quite well to the Horsemen at this point in time, but with spears of course they'll trade even better out against them. Big walls for protection coming up from Meowasis' HRE, just to protect the wood line over there and potentially the back of the Archon Chapel. Stone being gathered by Ghosty as double towers are getting enforced here, and that looks like a Castle Age timing to me.
Looks like it's a little bit of anxiety for those longbows, and I would definitely agree with that. That can be very scary, but those longbows, are they even out on the map currently? I don't think so. They're standing in their base, and that does prove to be a little bit of an issue here when it comes to doing some damage early before that Castle Age comes through, because we see Ghosty, she is going for that same timing that we were experiencing in that last game. And with a big reaction for Deli to go full spears, if she decides to go into Ghulams, that's going to be a big counter to that.
Yes, Gurams would definitely be the choice here, I think. I'm not sure if Ghosty did scout the barracks coming up for the Deli here, but, you know, we have seen stable on the way for Ghosty's Iobit, so Camel Lancers could be the option here. There's very standard game for Castle Age, and we see the Utterbegs, Tradewing Advisors, coming up for Castle Age. Quite an interesting choice here. But yeah, without Gulams, those spears that Artemis is now building up, the Camel Lancers might struggle to find damage if the spears are well placed, so Gulams would definitely be the preferred choice, despite being slower. Villagers on the day getting found by the Ghazi, but spears are in position from Meowasis just to fend them off for now.
Yeah, it's a good point about those camel lances and spears. You would have to place those spears really, really well placed. But the thing is, if you are running cavalry and you're looking to raid, which is such an essential part of playing team games, you are the one with the mobility. You can move away again if you so desire. As we see right here, these Gauss Raiders don't want to take this fight, away they move. And it's the same thing with the Camel Lances. At some point you add archers and then you'll be able to counter the spears and go for your attack. Until then, you're running around the map and you're using that mobility to your advantage here. Nice little catch up here with the Horsemen and the Longbows here. That's a really big hit to take early.
Yeah, it's a painful one, without a doubt there. Losing quite a few longbows that she has built up over there, but thankfully they are moving a lot aggressively across the map now. Sacred Star is being walled in, but at the same time longbows are picking off spears. Quite a nice bit of damage found there. The less spears, the more damage those Ghazi can find, which is notable without a doubt. Central Sacred Site, now walled in. South one on the way as well. Captured now by the Scholar. Love to see if she moves up for that northern one soon enough. Second stable now on the way for Ghosty's Iobit, so it does look to be a Camel Lancer spam without a doubt coming in. Spears getting into close range on the longbows, and this is the kind of spot the longbows don't want to be in, right? When the spears are on top of them, even longbows don't do too well against them due to their slow movement speed. Raid on the back of this. Few horsemen and the Desert Raider coming in from the north, harassing out and idling the wood line of Lucy on the English here, finding it a bit of damage, but they do all die in the end.
Even if you lose those horsemen and desert raiders, you gotta remember you also took out the army of both players at the same time, and you caused that damage and idle time in the back as well. You're doing a tremendous job here, even though you lose a few horsemen for it. So that advantage that you build up, that tempo you build up militaristically, will transfer into a timing potentially. And we do see that timing coming out from Ghosty. She will be producing a lot of units soon, and those units, well, they're gonna be quite tanky because of the Adabex, adding extra HP on top of the Camel Lances and the Gulams as well. If she just can get that build up of units and then in some timely fashion get to do some damage with those units before the opponents reach Castle Age, that's when you really see players looking to seal the game.
And this extra HP from the Atabegs will prove to be crucial without a doubt here, right? Because Ghazis themselves don't fare too badly against armored units in lower mounts like the Camel Lancers, like the Gulams, due to their +2 damage against armored units, whereas the Longbows as well, with Steeled Arrow, if they have it, they would also do pretty well against low numbers of armored units. But of course, with this extra HP coming in on these units, the extra armor that they have will be even more valuable. So once the mass starts building up, it could be very difficult for Lucy on the English and Artemis's Deli to hold here. But Skirmish on the sacred side, spears against spears, mainly horsemen have to pull back and watch this fight happen as they can't do too much damage of their own here. War attempt coming up, but it does look like the trade will be favorable for the Delhi player here, most likely as the horseman can't find too much damage, opting to go for the Ghazis instead, but is pushed back for now due to the sheer mass.
Yeah, we always talk about how upgrades matter, and usually when we talk spearmen against horsemen in the feudal age, if you have Dark Age spearmen, that's usually not the biggest deal because you do so much extra bonus damage. But ultimately, when you're fighting spears versus spears, you definitely want that veterancy on. And if you don't have that, you will lose fights like this where you might have won them otherwise. I like the quick ball though. That's a good little bit of a delay here on that sacred side. Might give you enough time to look to do something different, to get the longbows coming. We do see the longbows are marching on the way towards the sacred side. These Artemis and Lucy will potentially be able to defend it as well, and that's going to be crucial because the gold income matters so much for Artemis if she wants to keep making scholars or go Castle Age potentially, or simply just use a market. Take that gold, put it in the market, and you can funnel even more resources into military production that you would just have sitting in gold.
Yes, and these options available to the Delhi when having access to that sacred side gold is part of what makes them so powerful in the feudal age. But the armies are now combined. The first pair of camel lancers had arrived, the second one now here as well. Big fight about to happen over the sacred side. Spears engaging directly against spears and Ghazi raiders, whereas the horsemen tried to find a flank going onto the longbows. They do find an opening there and they go straight for them. Longbows are forced to kite and stutter back as they retreat. Quite a messy fight here. Spears have broken through, going directly towards the camel lancers, whereas the horsemen tried to find an angle around and not engage the spears from Lucy. More and more horsemen from Meowasis getting on top of the longbows. Good focus fire on them. And fight is looking quite stalemate at this point in time, but I do think those camel lancers might prove to be pivotal in breaking through here as the spear numbers for Artemis's Delhi are starting to dwindle now here, but the longbows still stay alive mostly, and it does seem like the force will be pushed back.
Force gets pushed back. It is a massive tech advantage coming up from Ghostymeow here, but the amount of spears and Ghazi raiders and longbows were able to sort of deal with this messy fight. However, the longer it goes, where Artemis and Lucy stay in feudal, this will be a really struggle point for them as they will experience more camel lances, more ghulams in these fights, and Dark Age spearmen just won't do anything against that, especially with the longbows as well, not being able to push out enough damage once those range defense upgrades come through. It gets worse and worse for them. So right now, after having taken such a good fight, you definitely want to go castle, and we do see that castle age coming through now. Compound on the defender being dropped by Artemis, and that is exactly what you need. You need a counter to these units here, whether that's crossbows, whether it's knights, you name it. You just want something of a higher caliber.
Without a doubt, and you know, that ticking time bomb that is having a tech advantage over the other side of the opponent is so crucial, like you said, right? So this castle age coming in from Artemis's Delhi is without a doubt necessary to stay in this game at this point in time, as the more and more Ghulams and Camel Lancers come into play, the harder it will be, just like you said. I'm curious to see what she is going to opt for as her next unit of choice after this compound does go up. Plenty of options available, of course. You have the standard Lancers, which could look to be an option to do quite well against the Ghulams, but with so many Camel Lancers out on the field, might not be the best choice. Some upgrade on the spears and crossbows perhaps might be the best option here to start dealing with this armored mass that Ghostymeow is pushing out on the Iron.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see how long Luce decides to stay in this feudal age here. A little bit of a fight coming through again. Ghazi raiders being compromised here by horsemen and archers, finding a little bit of damage on these archers as well. Ultimately, it's about defending those sacred sites. It's that free gold that we spoke about, the 3 villages equivalent of gold gatherers. And that's what you need when you need to make those units in the castle age. We see just that unit funneling coming out from Artemis and Lucy, keeping up with Ghostymeow and Meowasis. That is exactly what you want. But the Castle Age also coming out from the HRE player here means that it's going to be 2 Castle Age players up against 1 Feudal and Castle Age player. And then the tech advantage just matters even more because now the upgrades will come through. And yeah, that's when things starts to get real dicey.
Very well said indeed, and especially with the Burgrave Palaces, we have seen time and time again. With access to enough food and gold, which with so much map control, Meowasis should be able to secure for herself, the amount of men-at-arms that can come churning out of the Burgrave Palace can be very tough to deal with, especially from an age behind here for Lucy. And Artemis is up to the castle age, but getting up enough units to contest these so many luxury armored units in time might prove difficult, especially as she does seem to be struggling for food just a little bit at this point in time.
It's a struggle, definitely. You don't want to be too far behind in terms of age for too long, because the more upgrades come through, the heavier the units get. And we just saw that Gulam before just being sniped by 37 longbows. And I think snipe might even be the wrong word to use here, because even though you took maybe 100 arrow hits, you only took 1 damage per hit, because you simply have that upgrade advantage. Oh, it's actually not 1 damage per hit, so it's just that pure HP coming out from the Adapex. That's my bad. So that's without the blacksmith upgrades. Imagine once the +2 comes through, those longbows are not going to do anything.
Absolutely right. See, exactly, even without the additional armor upgrade on the Gulams, just the extra HP is so crucial, right? I mean, and you know, this will extend over to the Camel Lancers as well due to the Atabegs, unlike the Abbasid equivalent, which is the bootcamp upgrade, of course, which is purely for infantry units. But the skirmish is happening here. Ghazis and Spears looking to fend off some of these horsemen from Meowasis, but of course the horsemen can always just run away. Mangonel out now for Ghosty's Ayubis as they look to make a grand push towards this sacred site here controlled by Artemis. Now there's a massive military force by Lucy here in the form of longbows and spears, but this could go very badly for them if they're not careful, especially with that Mangonel in play. But so many Gulams out now as well for Ghosty, and I'm just not sure whether the force is enough here from Artemis and Lucy to hold.
Nah, me neither. You might have a military number advantage, but you have a tech advantage. Certainly not. You're running man-at-arms up against Castle Age opponents. That does never feel good, because you are not able to do any bonus damage, and you're just going to take damage from the Lancers, the potential crossbows. And even if you have 42 longbows, 1 Mangonel might as well ruin your dreams when it comes to that.
Yeah, and that Mangonel ruining dreams is exactly what it will seek to do here. White Tower now being placed towards that secondary wood line by Lucy. And White Tower might potentially be what's needed here. Of course, you would love to have the scalability of the King's Palace, but you never know when, you know, suddenly, like, these 3 Camel Lancers are going to pop into your base out of nowhere, and the White Tower might be what you need to survive and kill them.
The White Tower definitely, it's sort of misplaced, right? You want it on top of your economy, and if you're not running 2TC, it always feels bad to go 1TC White Tower.
Yeah.
Unless you're hitting some special timing with Man-at-Arms or Knights or some siege timing, then you rarely ever directly want to go for that, because you want that scalability from the King's Palace. You don't have that scalability, the game will stay the same for you. It's like Cowboom, you will have the same income.
Very true. You definitely would always want that scalability. I guess just a little bit of fear coming out here from Lucy, right, in the face of so many armored units, and understandably so, as finally Artemis has managed to muster together some armored units of her own in the form of these Tower of Victory boosted men-at-arms and crossbows, as we talked about, but this combined mass of men-at-arms with heavy maces now in as well, so as Camel Lancers, Gulams, all boosted by the Adabeg's extra HP. This is looking like a very scary force to deal with as they press further and further towards Lucy's and Artemis' side of the map, as they try to find an angle to take a decisive engagement here to close out the game potentially.
They need to take a fight soon. Once that White Tower's through, those longbows can be upgraded, and those spearmen as well. And that's that's a pretty big deal, actually. That's a lot of trouble once those longbows get the +2 range attack and the veterancy as well. A little bit of misplacement here of the longbows, and spearmen not being aware that there's a fight happening right here. And the Mangonel now coming in with a shot here, gonna land directly on top of all of the longbows here. That's a big hit to take, and it's not something you want to take when you're up against double man-at-arm type compositions here, plus Camel Lancers.
A very painful hit to take right before the upgrade is then coming in here as well. Just very unfortunate here by Lucy, just slightly distracted at that point in time, so most of her army goes into melee range of this heavily armored aggressive mass, as well as taking that Mangonel shot. But even before that, even if she had her whole mass without the upgrade, I'm just not sure it would have actually made a difference here, as this blob of armored luxury units just goes deeper and deeper in towards the base, as now the back line of crossbows and longbows looks to hold here, but the front line is gone, so they're getting overwhelmed now as the units keep streaming forward. The Mangonel moves further into position as well, almost taking another shot, but not quite. But the issue is, if these units are running, they are not shooting, right? And now the mass is dwindling further and further. 75 military to the 13 and dropping further of Artemis and Lucy. This is looking dire, Valdemar.
It's certainly a lot of trouble coming in for Artemis and Lucy here, with both Camel Lancers in the farms of the English player and now a full-on man-at-arm fiesta in the base of Artemis. That's not a lot of fun. You might have a couple of crossbows, but they can't counter this many units. looking at 17 and 12 Lancers, 17 Ghulams, 12 Lancers for Ghostymeow. Pair that with 30 men-at-arms for Meowasis. You're just simply not going to be able to carry that through alone with crossbows, and you just look at the numbers. I mean, it's 170 villagers up against 63, and a 79 military, fully upgraded, probably up against 12. So you're just not going to get back from this position. It is probably a little bit of an over game already.
It's simply way too many units to deal with, and not just too many units, but too many high-quality units as well, right? On top of this, I mean, Artemis has a healthy-looking food bank, but no more gold to work with, as the sacred sites have been decapped at this point in time. So if she wants to get any more gold to get some of these expensive units, like crossbows, which is what she would desperately need, then she needs to go out onto the gold. But being so heavily under siege, that does seem to be an option. Now on the back of this, Dervish is moving out for Ghosty as she looks to pick up relics, as well as Meowasis' own prelates taking the relics as well, more and more on the way back. And Manjanique now firing a rain of fire upon the buildings in Artemis's base. And I'm just trying to think of some way that perhaps they can salvage the situation, but it does not seem even mathematically feasible at this point in time in terms of resource numbers and units.
I don't even think if you were Beastie and Marino in this situation, you would be able to get out of such a big amount of trouble.
Yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
you're looking at a situation where your whole base has more enemy colors than your own, and that's with the buildings. That's not what you want to be seeing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, the army value of Ghosty and Meowasis triples the combined worker value of Artemis and Lucy, which is a very painful sight to see, without a doubt, and even more painful to, be on the side of, without a doubt. But villagers running, scrambling to try and save their lives and live to see another day, but most of them don't, of course, as they get chased down by the men-at-arms with these huge steel maces, looking poised to deal some incredible damage to them.
It's absolutely a lot of hurt coming out of such upgraded units here. Again, it is the last game for the mismatch point for Artemis and Lucy up against Cat-Asthropy, Ghostymeow, and Meowasis. They will probably advance to the next bracket here, as this is a best of 3 and 2-0 equals a set win for Ghosty and Meow.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of persistence coming out here from Artemis and Lucy to stay in this game, which to an extent is understandable, right? If you're on match point, you want to, squeeze as much as you can to try to maybe secure a victory somehow, but the numbers just don't lie, right? The sheer amount of units torching down every single building in Artemis' base. Some villages managed to get away, but you can barely even call it an economy at this point in time, as how will they ever manage to build up a proxy base and then some kind of force to sort of stop this kind of mass? And after Artemis's base is leveled, then Lucy comes next, and I'm not sure that White Tower will be enough to store this kind of a force.
It would have to be some sort of internalized voice that keeps them from not going for the White Tower. There's the surrender coming out from Artemis, having lost all her landmarks. Now we're just waiting for Lucy here. That White Tower's got to do a lot of work if it's going to hold up against that many units. And a couple crossbows here, I mean, too bad. You have 0 military units left on the field, and there's the GG. 2-0 for Cat-Asthropy, Meowasis, and Ghostymeow. They both take the W here, heading on to the next set in the bracket, which will be up against the 1-hour game enjoyers, which would be Deepshine and Nams.
Difficult game here for Artemis and Lucy of Golden Geese, right? I really liked the strategy that they had in mind, I think, with these picks, wanting to be aggressive early on in Feudal Age, securing the sacred site, sort of trying to create a chokehold on the greedy Ayubid and HRE pick on the other side, but it just didn't quite materialize in the end, right? If they were a little bit more persistent and effective in the way they placed their aggression, I could easily see this going their way, but fortunately, when those armored units started coming out for Ghostymeow's Ayubids, it proved too much to resist.
It was too much, and even if you invested that much into military, that tech advantage matters just so much. We can see it here on the graph as well, that massive drop for the teal player. Those are longbows. Those are 40 longbows losing to man-at-arms and mangonel. So you can go in on units, but if you don't find that damage, you don't find that tempo advantage, you will be stuck there forever, and you will never be able to do something against somebody who has a tech advantage. So it's a noble effort, but it comes out too late. That advantage that you're looking for, once they're in Castle Age and you're up against men-at-arms, what else are you going to do? you are essentially going to be fighting feudal age units that perform very badly, very poorly up against something like Man-at-Arms, Camel Lancers with Adabegs or the necessary special upgrades coming out for the H3 players as well.
Yes, especially with no access to any kind of feudal knights, right? Feudal knights are known to deal quite well with some of these early Castle Age units in small numbers, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. You know, Ghazi Raiders do quite well themselves, but at the end of the day, they are not knights, they are not armored units, even with the bonus damage. So yeah, very unfortunate take. Very good effort, however, by Golden Geese. It didn't look that one-sided in the games at all. So well done to both teams here, and especially Cat-Asthropy, of course, for securing the win 2-0 here. See them advance in the next round.
Yeah, I'm really proud of them. I think coming into the tournament in general with a well thought out strat in mind, and then actually winning with it is always credible, right? You wanna head into it, and you wanna have an idea in mind. You wanna move into a tournament. Preparation is crucial. Whether it's maps you're preparing, or civs you're trying to get good with, or finding special strats for. Again, it's really just all about that mindset, the tournament mindset, heading into games with, okay, we know these players, we know that they play this way. How do we counter it? Well, so it turns out Castle Age timing is a perfect way to counter somebody who goes full feudal.
And we have all struggled against this at some point in time when we
Oh yeah,
played, right? We have all experienced being an age behind, suddenly finding yourself an age behind an
yeah.
opponent, and you try to be aggressive, move across the map, but all of a sudden there's a swarm of men at arms or
Mm.
knights looking to overwhelm your inferior, although it might be bigger, inferior tech-wise army, and it's just such a painful spot to be in because you end up in this spot where you have to keep producing units in order to be able to contest this superior mass from the opponent. But the more
Mm-hmm.
units you produce, the later your castle age will be, which is when you can actually start playing the game properly again and respond to it. So it's a tough spot to be stuck in, a very relatable position, and once you're there, it's very hard to get out.
Absolutely, and it's really all about the investment. Can you keep making units, and will you keep getting value from it, or are you getting the same value from investing even more resources into it? And that's always the question: are you doing damage with your first units or not? And if you're not, maybe doubling your army will help, but maybe it won't. Right? It's like you can find so many answers to somebody who's just making full longbows, and it's always troublesome when you don't find the damage you need. All right, so.
Yes, absolutely.
How was your experience here going into a 2v2 and looking at these teams here?
Certainly, the first time for me myself casting a 2v2 event of any kind here. Is it for you as well, Valdemar? I'm not sure.
It's my first time officially casting one for sure.
Yeah.
I have played a bunch of 2v2s lately with Donardi as well. How are your record with 2v2s? We played a 4v4 lately.
We did, yeah. I played quite a bit of twos actually, mainly a while ago. Not so much recently, but
Hmm.
myself and Corvin, as a lot of you will know,
Oh yeah.
we have a very strong record on the ladder. I think we have about 50 games or so, and only 1 or 2 losses. So
Mm.
that's a pretty good record there. The Hungarian Dream Team, of course. But we just see our next matchup coming up here. It looks like we have Nostrella team fielded by Bella and Nostromia, of course. And on the other side, we have Blinky Bill with WinterSnow and Peppino Piggg on the other side. So
Mm.
Brazil and Russia against 2 players from Australia here. What do you think of this one, Valdemar?
I think the pings are going to be extremely fair, and we will see games where nobody will complain about delays, and everything is going to be like a LAN event. Just kidding. The two teams here are obviously very different. I'm paying attention to Bella and Nostromia as being probably more aggressive in their style. They are usually players that look to play very aggressive. Bella, of course, known for her French, and Nostromia, just an overall solid performance in the recent Whamen League as well. So these two players are incredibly strong. One of the top teams of the tournament for sure. On the other side, with WinterSnow and Peppino Piggg, they are also high quality players. We do see the Conqueror coming out from Peppino Piggg, but the problem might be that Peppino Piggg from the Blinky Bill are simply just players that prefer a different type of game. So that aggression coming out from Bella and Nostromia might be the play. What do you think?
Yeah, potentially. And we saw there on the side of Peppino Piggg, Jushi and China as the notable civs for her. So it looked to be that she is going to be the booming player in this series here, which can be a very effective strategy to run in 2v2s if executed well. Potentially, we have seen Cat-Asthropy running in the last games, of course, to great effect. So that might be what we're coming out here. We'll be coming out here today, but it does seem we have our first matchup ready on the first map. It will be Himeyama once again in game one. We have Japanese and Ottomans for Blinky Bill, whereas on the other side, we have Byzantines by Bella, and then Japanese by Nostromia, pink and purple. And just to reiterate, Ottomans, green from WinterSnow, and the yellow Japanese from Peppino Piggg towards the north side of the map on Himeyama.
Ooh, it's really interesting. Coming up with a villager here, already going for that dog age dock. I really, really like this because that early water eco feels so good with the Japanese. I'm actually not sure if both players are doing it. I don't think so. So it's only going to be Nostromia going for the dock. Incredibly strong play if you want to go for that fast castle Japanese play. Getting a little bit of extra food in that timing with the castle age can give you a few more mounted samurai, which might just be what you need when you're trying to contest the opposite players. And that with that combination with Bella and Nostromia playing Byzantines and Japanese, those civs hold their own and they can potentially protect that dock in time for the timing for Nostromia to come out.
Yes, and quite often you find yourself struggling for food, especially when going for that castle age timing with the Japanese. And on this map, that can especially be the case. So going for that dock at the beginning of the game can be very useful to offset that. Even more value in a 2v2 as opposed to 1v1, as there are slightly more shoreline fish here than in a 1v1 size spawn. So if she can secure that to keep the dock alive, it will be a very nice injection of food for her mounted samurai potentially spam to begin in castle age. And Bella plays slightly extended feudal here on the Byzantines, using her mercenaries as, of course, on top of some of the standard units she has available. Could give her the space needed to get for Nostromia to get those samurai out onto the field and start really taking map control here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at those resource spawns as well, we can see that the resources definitely are more in between the players and on the opposite side of the teams here. And that does mean that if you are running out of food at some point, you will project your economy towards that direction. Only having a few berries in the back and maybe a single deer camp or something doesn't really feel good if you are going to play greedy here. So I do expect to see some sort of aggressive play here in the feudal age just to try to secure some of those resources because it's crucial, right? If you don't have resources, you can't make units, you can't take up, you can't do anything. So yeah, that will be a very, very important factor in this game with all those resources spread out like they are.
Absolutely right, and I'm especially curious to see the approach coming out from WinterSnow's Ottomans here, as Ottomans can be quite a versatile civ, as a lot of people will be aware. They have a lot of options available to them that they can do with quite good effectiveness, I would say. Of course, they can offer a glass castle, or with the military schools, they have a pretty scary feudal prowess as well. So, I wonder if it will mainly be a, feudal against feudal from Bella on the Byzantines against WinterSnow's Ottomans, whereas the Japanese players go castle behind it. That could be something we see, but of course we'll have to wait to determine how that unfolds here. But yes, pretty much all the food. Some between the players here, which is quite notable, and then so many deer, most notably towards the center of the map there, with an extreme concentration of resources, most notably between Peppino Piggg and Bella in the western side of the map here. We just see the military school spearmen coming out from the Ottomans, putting a little bit of hurt onto the ships and then spotting the village and heading straight for it, but back to the dock afterwards.
It's always a good play here coming out with this Spearman to try to do some damage, but I'm sure that Spearman isn't going to have enough time to burn down this duck because usually that food that you get from it comes in quickly enough that you can get a nice timing going. We see already Are we back again? All right, cool. We'll keep it going here. If you can just resume the game. All right, cool. We crack on again, and we are just looking at this dock here. We're seeing the spearmen coming out, trying to burn down this dock here. Suddenly, Certainly going to be proving to cause some damage, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough here if you're looking to go for Castle Age as Nostromia. So I always wonder, these spearmen, sure they're vulnerable once the opponents reach Feudal Age, but can you find enough damage with them? We do see that fishing boat here. Nice little bit of micro here coming into the dock and just garrisoning those fishing boats. Certainly a good way to keep them alive. Also a lot of healing coming out, of course. I love this scout play here, using the bow. This is costing idle time, don't you think?
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, getting rid of the, at least some of the food that Nostromia is getting from these fishing by causing the idle time is certainly a good start. His scout does go down, so it's a little bit painful for the Ottomans here, but not too bad. It's always difficult going directly for the fishing ships due to that passive healing, of course, coming in from the dock. So I would have preferred seeing her start to torch down the dock immediately, or perhaps even moving towards Nostromia's goal to harass there before a tower comes up. But idle time is idle time, right? So any damage caused for these essentially free units is certainly valuable.
Yeah, it's definitely true that those are free units. Good point. That doesn't matter. I mean, you've made an investment, and sure that it's an investment, but these units didn't cost you anything in total. They were just a part of that investment. Will keep paying off. A couple spearmen here up against a spearman investment from Bella. I mean, as long as you're taking okay fights here and you keep causing more production of spearmen, you are finding more and more value from this military school play here. And while the dock is compromised, it's still producing a lot of food. So the question is ultimately if it's the correct or wrong play here. Again, we are seeing reactions, and that's what you're looking for with these early spearmen as usual.
Without a doubt. I am a fan of the Limitane play here from Bella, just to help defend that dock for Nostromia's Japanese, because, if you can alleviate your Japanese player from having to make an archer ship to defend against the spears, then that's, extra resources that they can invest to get a castle earlier, as well as more mounted samurai potentially earlier. So this is a nice play from Bella for sure. But of course, value will be gained, just like you said, Valdemar, from those military schools pumping constantly and trading units back and forth, even slightly unfavorably. Ottomans doesn't mind too much, right? Because the last thing Ottoman wants is to have idle units that they don't do much with the military schools not producing later in the game, right? So preemptively stopping that by trading here back and forth is certainly good. But no further units coming out from either side, as now Floating Gate is being dropped by Nostromia's Japanese.
Yeah, and it's gonna be no time before Peppino Piggg also comes through with that, presumably floating gate. I mean, if we see a Buddhist monk play here, I would be very, very excited, because for team games that does have a different effect. I believe that Buddhist monk is also able to buff up your teammate, actually. So it's not something we see too much, and there's good reason for it. Floating gate obviously being one of the best landmarks in the game right now, able to fuel up a production building and really just pump out a lot of units very quickly. It gives you such an insane power spike as the Japanese player, and that's what you're looking for. Just in general, it's been a really good play here coming out from the Ottoman player, providing a little bit of extra pressure onto the dock, and now forcing out attack ships and the spearman play. This is great coverage for Peppino Piggg to also go for that Castle Age play. So really comfortable situation for WinterSnow and Peppino Piggg here.
Yes, without a doubt. The power of the Ottomans coming through here with these essentially many free units, causing this idle time that we have just spoken of on Nostromia's side, and it will be needed, I believe, because due to that extra fishing that Nostromia had access to, the Castle Age is in quite a bit earlier for her. But the stable wasn't prepped in time for Nostromia, so that's a crucial detail, meaning that her timing in terms of the mounted samurai count will be relatively similar to Peppino Pigg's now, who is almost up already, but her stable is in fact prepped. So offsetting that advantage of fishing just a little bit there. So that's good for WinterSnow and Peppino Piggg.
Looking at the military difference right now, Ottoman player has got some units out, but it's not really anything notable when you take a look at the opposite side. Bella obviously having a lot of units just from that oil, just from the spears that she produced from before. Those will scale very well going into the next age, or if she decides to play full feudal here. Not really looking to macro up to a Castle Age so far, just allowing Nostromia to do that job for now, gathering the relics. A little bit of a skirmish coming out here. Nostromia looking to do some damage with her mounted samurai, but that Ottoman mass able to fend that off. In a pretty aggressive position, wouldn't you say, for WinterSnow here?
Yes, with so few units available, moving out this aggressively to try to, potentially cut off some of these mounted samurai or idle out perhaps the gold or the other resources that Nostromia has access to. It's certainly something you would want, but it can be a very scary posturing to take against these mounted samurai that are coming towards your base, because if you look at the spear count for WinterSnow now, being directly opposite Nostromia, who will have so many mounted samurai boosted from the food, might be difficult to hold if her units are out of position. But at the same time, on the other side of the map, Bella pushing in aggressively towards the gold of Peppino Piggg, idling them out, forcing them in the tower, and it looks like that tower will be falling quite soon unless quick repairs come out here. Of course, the Limitane taking reduced range damage due to their shield wall ability. The tower does go down, one villager goes down, another one looks to be dead as well, and a third one died as well. So this is very good damage caused here by Bella.
Massive amount of damage coming out here, and you gotta remember these longbows, they are free essentially. Those are oil units, and oil units, as we know, that's a resource especially useful for the Byzantines here. Coming out passively, villagers on the scholar here taking the relic unsuccessfully.
Yes, good spot by Bella. Quick reactions in seeing that Shinto priest moving across, trying to yoink away that relic from her side of the map. And now mounted samurai go directly towards Peppino Pigg's base as well. And this idle time is huge, right? Because they know that the only real threat to them at this point in time is that mounted samurai mass from Peppino Piggg. So dealing as much damage to her as possible to try to reduce the amount that she can get out is certainly useful. So I like the approach here. On the other side of this, WinterSnow on the Ottomans is looking to muster more and more units together, but I'm not quite sure if she will be there in time to protect, being worried about getting in her own raids on her side of the map. It's a tough spot to be in.
It's certainly a tough spot, and it leaves you wondering, should you have focused on a different unit than Mounted Samurai at this stage of the game when you're being pushed by a fuel H army from the Byzantines? As the Japanese player, you might want to go Samurai, so normal man-at-arms, up against something like a fuel H push. Castle H now coming out from the Ottoman player here. Getting to Castle H is going to be a way to really to come back into this game, because it's not looking super good for Peppino Piggg and WinterSnow right now, being both down in military numbers by half and also down by 11 eco units as well. That dock is going to pay off and is paying off at this moment, plus the villager losses from Peppino Piggg. That is a little bit of a tough situation to be in, and the Castle H from the Ottomans might be what is going to save them.
Very notably, Peppino Piggg did run out some of those villages onto the berries facing towards WinterSnow's base, but that did immediately get scouted out by Bella. So those units did move into position to harass them off, and Bella is heading directly towards the Mechmade Imperial Armory, which gets cancelled very painfully so for WinterSnow's Ottomans. And now Mounted Samurai going in as well, supported by the archers, longbows, and potentially Limitane from Bella's side. Huge idle time being caused here. There's a decent military from WinterSnow's Ottomans, but I'm not sure if that will be enough to deal with the combined forces of Bella and Nostromia here.
It's a massive amount of damage here, just coming out with a few amount of samurai here, provoking such a big reaction, cancelling the landmark, and simply not having enough units here to defend with in the first place due to the longbow, Limitane, and amount of samurai mass here. This is massive delay, a really solid timing coming out from Nostromia and Bella. This is especially what you're looking for in these team games, is to realize that your opponent they have their own strategies, and what's the best way to counter them? Well, certainly a timing like this will prove to be the answer.
And this is so painful for WinterSnow and Peppino Piggg. Not only did Peppino Pigg's economy get idled out first, but again, MIA gets cancelled. Very tough spot. There's just too many units here for her to deal with. TC is in full garrison, trying to take out and do some damage to these mounted samurai, but only the spears can really kill them, of course. But, you know, still not being up to Castle Age is so painful for WinterSnow. And it's a tough spot to recover from. As I was saying, you know, first dealing the damage in idle time to Peppino Piggg, killing some villages there, then moving combined directly to WinterSnow's base. Very good scouting coming out from Bella and Nostromia on their side to make sure they know when to hit at exactly what time. And once again, the gold is idled out from Peppino Piggg. This is looking worse and worse, Valdemar.
It's a troublesome situation to be in. Having to make spears now up against Nostromia's Mounted Samurai is certainly not what you want to do. You really just see that score difference. It matters so much now that you're taking these fights, and if you can get that Mounted Samurai build up, that's good. But if you're forced into a different type of unit because your friend, your partner, is not able to sustain themselves because they might want to do something themselves, like going for that Mehmed Imperial Armory, if you have to make up for it all of a sudden, then you struggle. It's again the problem of having two players going fast castle and one player goes from the other team aggression together with a fast castle. You will see that power difference and potential timings, and we are seeing that right now. Really nice catch here by Peppino Piggg, though, to take out these archers and longbows. That's a good catch for sure. But is it enough? I'm not quite sure. At this stage of the game, we're looking at 35 eco difference from Bella Nostromia's team up against WinterSnow and Peppino Piggg. So there's a lot of comeback to be made here. There's a long road.
A long road indeed, as finally WinterSnow does manage to get up to the cast stage, which is very useful. If any civilization can make, you know, a dire comeback in this kind of a situation, it would be the Ottomans, but Peppino Piggg so heavily under pressure here once again. As the Mounted Samurai numbers aren't looking too bad, being able to trade out relatively well against Nostromia, as the Limitane of Bella pull back at this point in time. But still, 15 villages not working. You know, the amount of Mounted Samurai that she can continue pumping out. Peppino Piggg is severely limited at this point in time, having been forced to go into Spearman as well earlier, just to be able to secure her gold, to make more units in the first place. But it looks like the force will get overwhelmed now. Whalalia comes out from the Shinto Priest. This could be quite big if Nostromia doesn't notice in time, but just in the nick of time, she pulls away the Mounted Samurai. That could have been huge, but instead she gets at least some Limitane for her defensive efforts there.
A calm and collected play for Nostromia. She knew exactly when that Whalalia was coming through, and with that Mounted Samurai timing, doing a little bit of extra damage, I'm sure, was the intent here. Didn't lose any Mounted Samurai. Really good play. You want to just keep those alive for sure, so you can keep doing that harass damage whilst you have a teammate going for the Castellage in the back. We talk about this all the time. You want that tempo advantage before you can all start to go Castellage, and if you don't find it, well, your opponents might, and if you go for it too early, preemptively, some might say, well, then you will face an aggressive play, perhaps, or something like we've been seeing here with Bella and Nostromia pushing on the MIA from the Ottoman player WinterSnow.
Yes, absolutely. Looking at the map now, all of the relics from the map have already been vacuumed up. At this point in time, I would assume most of them have went over to Nostromia's Japanese, but I'm sure Peppino Piggg managed to pick some up as well, as we saw due to her Whalalia earlier as well. But yeah, I mean, the Ottomans are starting to churn out now. The MIA producing mangonels as we speak. Janissaries on the way as well. These are the kind of units that will be necessary to stage a kind of comeback in this position. Bella is now up to the castle age as well, so with her considerable army here in the form of archers, longbows, Limitane, now Varangians and crossbows on the way as well, when all of these get upgraded, even against the Ottoman mass, it will be pretty tough to stop them without a doubt.
It's certainly going to be tough to stop them, especially when you have not the numbers for sure. Looking at Nostromia as well, and her composition might be a little bit of a problem here going into the longer game, with Mounted Samurai being countered by both Spearmen and Janissaries, and taking some equal fights up against the Knights as well. You might want to do a switch here and get into Bugatia. Nice delete here, saving up some extra pop space by deleting those fishing boats that aren't able to find any more shoreline fish. Really great play here, just good awareness, especially about how that pocket economy works, and that's just such a good play here if you want to maximize the amount of units that you can push her. Now pay attention to this Tanegashima Gunsmith coming out from Nostromia. It explains a little bit why she didn't make that switch into Bugatias in Castle Age here, going for the Imperial Age play. What do you think she is planning?
This is actually a very, very intelligent play, I think, by Nostromia here. You know, I think Nostromia is fully aware of what she's doing. She realized just the sheer amount of damage that they have done to the Ottomans and Japanese for Peppino Piggg and WinterSnow. So, you know, although you would want a comp switch at this point in time for the Japanese to deal with a different kind of army that answers Mounted Samurai on the other side, the truth is, if you have the space to just go up to Imperial Age like this and get some of your either elites Mounted Samurai upgrade, which is I would not be surprised to see coming in with so many Mounted Samurai on the field. You know, even though you may be countered someone, that would be offset by the upgrade, and of course, if you can get elite upgrades for something like regular Samurai or on a Bugatia potentially as well, if the opponent is not in time to stop this or get an imp of their own, which they probably will not be, it's a very, very tough spot to hold once those elite units start coming in. And overextension here by WinterSnow's army on the Ottomans as her entire mass gets caught here with their pants down. Mangonel wasn't in position either, as these Mounted Samurai, they aren't even elite yet, but they completely clean up this scattered mass.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a feels bad moment when you want to push your opponent and then they actually win in the defense and go Imperial at the same time. That's about the worst feeling you can have, and it reminds you how behind you are in the game currently. If those Mount of Samurai gets upgraded to H4, which I believe they are actually already, they pack one heck of a punch here, and that is exactly what she needs to finish this game. Even if there's Janissaries, crossbow, spearmen, these Mount of Samurai H4, they're just that good, so you just don't want to mess with this.
Yeah, I mean it's an absolutely horrific position here for WinterSnow to be in, right? Even with if she had all of her combined mass that she didn't lose just moments prior to this dive from Nostromia, even then it would have been difficult to hold, but she might have stood a chance with enough space, crossbows and janissaries. But now, after having been cleaned up like that, these mounted samurai are marauding unchecked throughout her base, now starting to torch the tower garrison with 5 villages on the back of this. Of course, we see the Ozutsu coming out from the Tanegashima gunsmith as well. Very effective, oppressive siege units against buildings, most notably as they start to hit the capital town center directly. Whilst on the back of this, nice raid coming in from Peppino Piggg towards the economy of Nostromia here, finding some decent damage, and this kind of damage is absolutely direly necessary in this kind of a spot, as it looks like WinterSnow is almost out from the game completely.
It's such an intelligent play here. I really, really enjoy watching this Japanese play because going Imperial, getting the Shogunate Castle for the defense as well, just allows you so much freedom. And having that tech advantage as well is nice. I mean, sure, it's not needed, but you have it, and that's what matters, right? You're that far ahead that you can do pretty much whatever you want in this situation. Even adding a second town center in the middle of the map is also a play you can go for instead of a keep. I mean, at this stage, you probably feel pretty comfortable, and let's just say that it looks so. Both players can split up and attack each of the opponent players and not have to worry about linking up or grouping up, as some would say. You would be considering yourself in a very comfortable position for sure.
Comfortable is exactly what Nostromia is feeling right now, without a doubt. Valdemar, as at this point she can literally just afford to sit with these incredibly armored mounted elite samurai under the capital town center of WinterSnow's Ottomans, and it's just looking horrific, right? Straight away, even just these villagers scattered here trying to move towards the berries to secure some food, even they get instantaneously scouted by Nostromia. On the back of this, Bella is just relaxing, building up her own army just outside of Peppino Pigg's base, not allowing her to venture out anywhere near all that food towards the center of the map. And now the 15 villages, as the town center goes down, are all surrounded by the samurai, and they will look all too poor here as the economy count is dropping drastically. Now, so severely behind WinterSnow and Peppino Piggg are compared to Bella and Nostromia. Now, big engagement on the left side of the map as Peppino Pigg's Japanese go up against Bella's force with the Byzantines, but the amount of ranged mass here from Bella, so many longbows, so many archers, and some crossbows mixed in as well. This is just too much, I think, Peppino Piggg to deal with. Although the Japanese melee infantry mass is quite formidable, these kind of numbers is just not quite enough here, as she will get pushed back for Ketosiphons as well, starting to torch down the towers and then look to enter directly towards the base.
It's a classic Byzantine play. You're running up against with a large range mass here, and that's what you need up against these infantry players or cavalry players. It can perform quite well. Quite a dynamic composition as well. I just got to give it to them. That was beautiful coming out from Nostromia and Bella here. Really just formidable players, as we saw with that Japanese play. So much, comfortability in just going Imperial, and that's just recognizing the fact that here's a possibility to go for a tech advantage, and that might not be what you need, but you can do it and also win that way. Great play, honestly.
Absolutely, I was very, very impressed by Bella and Nostromia this game, without a doubt. The amount of screening that Bella has done in the early game for Nostromia, giving her that space required to get up to the castle age initially with those Fiulimitane, harassing away the space from WinterSnow's Ottomans on the dock. And then, they found that all the damage they needed in Castle Age, and after being so high and being so ahead after doing so much damage, they recognized the advantageous position they were in, and Nostromia, with little to no hesitation, head straight for the Tanegashima gunsmith to get those elite upgrades as well as the Ozutsu, just to seal out the game comfortably and decisively. So very, very well played.
Absolutely, and we are going to be heading into the next game. It's going to be H3 French from Nostrella up against French English from Blinky Bill. These are compositions that favor aggression. These are French H3, and it's French Knights, it's H3 Archers up against French Knights. and longbows. So a little bit more mobility on the HRE French side, which is probably what you want when you're going up against French on longbows as well. Cause if you can go out and find something like a longbow mass out of position, you will be able to catch up to it without much difficulty.
Well said indeed, and yeah, very similar picks here, without a doubt. Of course, the only exchange we have is English instead of HRE on the other side, but ultimately, I would assume that the strategies in mind for either team here will be quite similar, which will be, of course, that coveted composition that we spoke about before, in the form of knights supported by a ranged mass, in this case, archers, and of course, longbows from the English instead. Longbows trading off a bit of their speed and maneuverability in exchange for extra range and damage compared to the HRE, which are just standard archers, but of course, belonging to the Holy Roman Empire, they have an extra additional movement speed from marching drills, the innate ability that they now have, which certainly could prove to be quite decisive in some fights if utilized well to pick off out of position longbows and overwhelm the mass potential.
Yeah, I want to actually pose to you a question here because when we face French English versus French HRE, I feel like a lot of the times we are seeing English as a really good aggression civ in feudal, but do they scale super well to Castle Age? They do with their farms, sure, but HRE does as well. And I do sometimes think that HRE has that better timing, that more sort of executive timing that you want in a situation where you cannot win in feudal, don't you think?
I do agree, yes. HRE is just so much more explosive than English in these kind of situations due to their Aachen Chapel inspired economy, right? English, it's very much slower in the time it takes them to set up the farms as well as get online in Castle Age once they reach there, right? Now, their army in a direct confrontation is probably a little bit scarier than HREs, right? Especially under the network of castles. But issue is getting to that point where you have that scary army, the classic, men at arms, as well as crossbows potentially, or a huge longbow mass. Now, these are very scary units on mass to face from the English, but yeah, with so much tempo at play here, this kind of a matchup on the line for either side, getting to that spot, it will be the tough part. So if Nostromia leverages her economy to good effect here as the HRE, could look to really punish the slow, slightly greedier English pick on the other side. Pick.
We do see the Aachen Chapel being dropped here by Nostromia. Beautiful placement here in between the gold berries and the wood, not needing a lumber camp early, and now already starting to gather that wood, indicating that either you want to go for a tower or you want to go full aggression. And I believe that the best way to play here would be the aggression. We do see landmarks being dropped from all four players. It's the classic council hall play from the English, the School of Cavalry from both of the French players. And so I'm sure this is going to be one of those matches with a lot of aggression, a lot of raiding, and that's going to be crucial. Can you raid and not lose your knights? Perfect. Then you're set for playing the mid game. If you lose too many knights, however, you're going to be stuck in a slower mid game. And if you have English on your side in that mid game, you probably want to drag it on to late game, right? Because the economy is just playing better. But will you be allowed to? Probably not.
Being allowed to is the tough question to know the
Yeah.
answer to, isn't it? Absolutely. But yeah, the Archijabal, as you mentioned, fantastic spot there for Nostromia, without a doubt. You really, except for the Archijabal being projected forward, you really can't actually ask for a better resource coverage, can you? Gold, wood, as well as most of the berries. I believe all of them actually in range of the influence as well. So Nostromia must be very happy with herself in this position. And just like you said, aggression is what I think she will opt for most likely here, as wood is already being gathered. And I think would be the right choice as well, because in theory, the HRE French mass should be stronger initially, at least, than the English French mass, right? Assuming everything else goes smoothly due to that economy boost. So if they can find a window to really take some favorable engagements and fights and secure map control, then I think they will be in a driving position.
Might be right. I mean, the HRE and French are certainly better for the early aggression, being able to pump out more units and just having a faster composition. But then again, you could also make the same argument for the French and English being better at the defensive, simply because of the English
Yep.
having a slower comp in nature, therefore better in defense because they have they pack a greater punch. So it's hard to say. I mean, it depends on how they decide to play it out ultimately. We do see the splits here coming out for Bella are very knight heavy, and I would like to take a look at the pink player as well, just to take a look at how those splits are currently. Yeah, so a lot on wood as well here, I'm assuming. Yep, archer range coming out. So it's going to be that classic knight archer type play that we see so often in 2v2s. That's a great dynamic offered here with such a composition play. You're just very much dependent on each other. If you move apart from each other, you can almost always look for raids. With the HRE, you're a lot faster. So if you're up against something like longbows, you can run away. You just don't want to be caught off guard by the enemy knights.
Yes, absolutely. And this composition is exactly what we talked about, right? It will be quite similar as Space and Longbows on the way for Peppino Pigg's English as well. So it will be similar compositions that these players are running here as we expected. Nice, just starting the grand dance that we've seen time and time again, right? Of charging, cycle charging repeatedly against each other, seeing who can eke out that extra hit of damage over time. And these sorts of types of small leads, just like this charge going off here onto Bella's Knight, these things add up over the course of the game, don't they, Valdemar? And they can really turn the tide later on when the big fights do happen.
Yeah, absolutely. These first early engagement often decide how the later engagements are going to go. If you're going to lose most of your health on one night and half the health on the other one, as we see here for the green player, up against somebody who hasn't lost as much, you know that you have less impactful nights going into the next engagement and the next engagement. And keeping those alive as the French is super important, as you do want to get that extra HP back from Chivalry. Double tower coming out here for the French player is certainly a little bit of a delay as well. So we do see sacrifices being made from simply not being able to take the initiative here. What do you think the way out for WinterSnow is? If she's just going to play towers, will she ever be able to compete, do you think?
It's difficult, I think, because as you said yourself, such a heavy investment in Tau, so it does in theory keep her safe, but as a result, her night mass and economy will initially suffer because of it. And as we can see, the towers, presence of them isn't even a guarantee of complete safety, as the reality is against these kind of knights that a single charge and a hit is all it takes without textiles for the villager to die. Even with the towers, if you're not on point with your reactions, then you can still lose villagers like that. So that's why it's kind of a double-edged sword going for these towers. Whereas on the other side, Bella, I think I do prefer her approach more with these very well-placed walls here, defending one of the angles of charging. If the knights do decide to go for her exposed forward gold here, the other side as well. But push forward, coming in from Peppino Pigg's English, decent massive longbows and spears here, pushing her off with the gold. And this idle time is quite crucial to give WinterSnow the space to get back to the respectable night mass you have.
Yeah, surely it is going to matter quite a lot that you now took too much damage on your knight as the purple player here. With that aggression coming into your base, you're going to be heavily reliant on your partner playing as the HRE and the archers provided there. I would like to take a look at the purple player's base and just take a look at what size mass that pink player offers currently in defense. So 5 archers, not that much actually. I'm wondering what type of production we're seeing from Nostromia, if it is going to be full on feudal. And it does look like that with the addition of the barracks, second archer range, and blacksmith. Certainly confirms my suspicion that this would be a full feudal type gameplay. That is certainly also what is needed if the English is allowed to sort of lock down a position in front of the French player and not having access to gold. That's certainly painful, but as we can see, Bella has also found a way out to the side here with a secondary gold on the left.
Yes, nice little sneaky maneuver here by Bella. We'll have to see if Peppino Big recognizes that and might seek to punish. But yes, this double archery range is certainly necessary from Nostromia's HRE here because it's easy to forget that, of course, the English is Council Hall, although an archery range in and of itself is in fact 2 of them with the production speed, right? So on top of facing, superior range units in the form of longbows, on paper at least, you will need your second archery range just to be able to keep up in numbers, never mind think to even start exceeding them, right? It's definitely what you want to do as the HRE when facing longbows.
Yeah, you want to get use of that mobility factor that you have. You have that extra mobility on your archers. You're able to catch up to a lot of these slower moving longbows here. They are moving on to the HRE base now, and let's see if Bella and Nostromia can really link up here and do some damage to this slower moving composition. Utilizing that archer movement speed for Nostromia is going to be crucial. You can almost link up with the knights, essentially. Again, that's just where things start to get a little bit more dicey for somebody playing longbows. You don't want to be playing too aggressive. So Peppino Piggg is obviously doing the right thing here, moving her units back just to make sure she's not caught out of position.
Yes, the right move indeed, as on paper, the composition of longbows and knights should be, in theory, stronger than regular archers, even though they are HRE archers and knights. The issue is the aggression, right? Like, because of the longbow's movement speed and the large crossing distance of the map, it can be very difficult to actually build up enough of a mass to where you can be aggressive inside the HRE player or the enemy French player's base due to the numbers disadvantage that you will likely face because of that natural defense advantage that is common in a lot of these games, right? So
Yeah.
that's the issue. Like, although the comp maybe have slightly more punching power in theory, the issue is that numbers-wise and mobility-wise is just not quite there. So being aggressive, like we spoke, is difficult. But war's coming up for WinterSnow towards Hadir. But of course, Nostromia had her scout in position for minutes before this one end, ready to move into position, and so she does, as the combined night mass of Bella and Nostromia's infantry mass with the HRE moving in position to deny this day completely, and a villager goes down as well.
It's going to be a very scary situation because even though you have these towers here, those are added idle time on top of your economy right now. And idle time means fewer knights, and we see that reflected in the score as well. We can see WinterSnow considerably behind in that score. Although they have a similar amount of military, I'm sure most of that military is actually for the English player currently. A couple of knights coming out here, going to be able to do some damage up against the HRE and French knight mass here. I'm not sure how much though.
Yes, tower is up in position already for Nostromia, so that will hold against this initial damage potential from the longbows. Now, Ram is out for Peppino Piggg, and this could be quite significant. Now, it's quite difficult to ram an HRE base like this due to, of course, the emergency repairs that they have access to, which for free, essentially, they can, as you see it coming in now, will repair the building with tremendous speed for quite a duration. So once that is off, it will be easier to find damage, but the problem is there's a decent amount of archers on the defense, as well as the village's Gaelyn inside the tower, combined with arrow slits, that will do quite a bit of damage on the defense. And one single knight finding quite a bit of villager damage here in favor of Bella, as Nostromia is losing, as WinterSnow, excuse me, is losing quite a bit of villagers. Now, this push gets repelled as the night mass comes to cut off some of the reinforcements, and it looks like Peppino Piggg is forced back once again.
Tough position to find yourself in. Losing villagers, being this far behind in a game state like this is not what you want, because it's a snowball effect, right? You wanna move into the mid game with a similar amount of villagers or more, not less, because the more villagers you've lost, that accumulates over time, and you will have fewer and fewer resources. So certainly a tough position. Now we see that movement speed is coming in. It's such a big factor it plays, because you can't kite with longbows if you don't have the movement speed. Up against knights, up against archers, you're too slow. You're just not going to be able to do anything here.
This is why it's so scary to move out with longbows using as the English, right? Although you have this really strong army on paper, the issue is if you get outmaneuvered in terms of army movements and get caught out of position, especially against the boosted movement speed of the HRE archers, you can see they can just overwhelm you so quickly and so effectively to start absolutely mothering down your mass like this. So it's only gets tougher from this position on now, losing so many military units for Piggg and WinterSnow, behind in army, behind in economy. Although they are stronger defensively, sure, at least on paper, I'm not sure if enough damage is dealt here. Although Nostromia and Bella might not be able to even close out the game just yet, they'll look to be in a position to capitalize off of it, as we have seen them do in the last game before this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It is that snowball effect of taking small, good engagements and then ultimately doubling down on the aggression. It's certainly a good way to play this. Look at that one knight just carrying away all the enemy knights. It's just a beautiful gameplay. You want to see this so badly when you see these kinds of aggressive play. 1,000 food coming in from Nostromia onto Bella's economy here. That's certainly what you need if you want to quickly go to Castle Age or quickly just get more units out. Whaken's Cathedral is coming out for Nostromia at this very point. It's just wild to see how big of a difference there is in eco here. Being able to both push out food to your friend and go castle whilst having a military advantage. That's what I call a tempo lead for sure.
It's not only due to the leads that they have garnered with these early military trades, right? The HRE economy is so powerful, cannot be stated enough. On top of sending 1,000 food, like you said, Valdemar, towards her ally Bella, she goes back up the castle age behind it as well, right? So quite insane, without a doubt. Of course, part of it is the lead that she had garnered. Night engagement looks to be happening quite soon here. More knights in this side of the map for WinterSnow than Bella, but not by too much. They will look to push away, but once again, so much idle time caused with these repairs, and now Royal Instant on the way for Bella as well. And well, when these relics start coming in, the upgrades coming in for Nostromia, and after Castle Age, we may see Royal Bloodlines as well as Veterancy on the Royal French Knights for Bella. This could be a castle timing that might prove very difficult for WinterSnow and Peppino Piggg to hold.
And it's not only one castle age timing, as you mentioned, it's double castle age timing. It's not only for the H3 player, it's also for the French player. And if you can keep your knights alive here, those knights become deadly in the castle age. Pair that with the H3 archers. If you're up against somebody who's in feudal age, if you just get +2 ranged attack and veterancy on your archer, you will mow down every single unit that your feudal age opponent will make. There's just no denying that. So archers are just that strong. If you can get that timing going, you'll be able to quickly finish a game like this. And pair that with the movement speed as well. I mean, it's just about really attacking at this point. You just want to be in your opponent's economy at this stage. Knights are looking to find some raids here on the left side, and that does seem to be a pretty good direction to take this here. You can wait for Royal Institute and get your bloodlines if you want to, but ultimately you have the power level to just take these fights. Even if you're up against 5-10 spears, if you have 15 knights, you might lose 1 or 2 knights, but you win that fight. And that might also be all of the spears of your opponent. Archers now coming here on the bottom side. They are upgraded, so look at these knights here. They're going to take a heck of a amount of damage here, and that's a trouble to face as well. Pair that with the man-at-arms as well. It's trouble. It's definitely trouble at this stage.
Yes, without a doubt. It's not the kind of engagement you want to take with those knights at this point in time, just trickling into veteran archers here. Now, this is a bit more like it, right? Now, the mass from the HRE is quite scary, and the damage coming out is a lot due to the veterancy on the archers. But these knights should still be able to pack a punch up against it. And very nice micro coming in from WinterSnow, putting back the injured knights. But the issue is that with such a tech disadvantage and this nice choke found here by Nostromia, very well positioned here, this will actually be quite tough for WinterSnow to break, even with knights up against archers, due to the tech disadvantage, which, as witnessed here, can be so significant.
Beautiful positioning coming out from the H3 player. This is exactly what I like to see when you play infantry. You know you don't have the mobility, but you have the lay of the land, and you can use that body blocking to your advantage, especially when you run these range units. You have range units, you can stand behind each other and fire. But if you're up against melee units, you know that they can't. So the surface area is so much smaller.
Well said indeed, and now the Spears posturing a bit aggressively towards Bella's base. I'm not sure they'll find too much damage, but the issue is now they will be probably needed desperately on the defense. Now there's a massive military mass here from Peppino Pigg's English, of course, and this will be crucial in the defense. But they need to find some way to get to castle safely behind this as well, because the issue is we're running into the same problem as this last game, right? You find yourself at this tech disadvantage, and it could prove to be your demise if you don't find some kind of window either to deal damage and force these units back, or stage a powerful defense and get your timing behind it.
Yeah, it's certainly a tough position to find yourself in. Piggg is now going for the King's Palace, going up to H3. If she manages to get her tech advantage going before this next fight, which I highly doubt, but if she's able to squeeze that through, then she might be able to defend WinterSnow's base here. If not, we are in for a load of trouble if you are Peppino Piggg and WinterSnow.
Absolutely. King's Palace is on the way now, and I do like the choice, because realistically, you're not going to find too much to protect in this kind of a position with the White Tower, and that scalability is something you need. Now, I like the fact that they are just abandoning this gold here, this position with the 2 towers for WinterSnow. The reality is they can't really fight in this position, right? They will need that those upgrades coming in quite quickly, and hopefully Peppino Piggg does prioritize them, and then only after can they look to take the fight. But it does seem like their hand will be forced here as veteran knights charge against feudal knights, so that's not a fight they want to take. Nice choke point here set up with the spears, but the problem is they're all fighting the men-at-arms and the archers, so all these veteran knights will go unchecked. Only 3 spears left here, but now the knights are left to roam free, heading directly straight for the longbow mass of Peppino Piggg. Now, upgrade is probably on the way, but I'm not sure it's going to come in here in time, as surrounded by veteran knights, the longbow mass is, and it's just going to look for very painfully here as they go try to kite backwards in order to fall into a more defensive position. But the problem is the knights can't screen for them effectively, because they will just end up dying there. This is looking bad.
It's almost like Bella can't decide where she wants to attack with these knights. There's so many targets, and she just wants to go ham at it, and she should, definitely, because they have this advantage going for them currently. But whether you want to attack the knights, or the longbows, or the villagers, it doesn't really matter at this stage of the game. You're just that far ahead. A little bit of aggression coming on the opposite side of the map as well, but it's nothing too major. At this stage of the game, it's about sealing the deal, and you just want to close it out here. You want to look for a little bit more units, and then just get into the English economy. Then you will find that opening to close out the game. For now, the spears go down, and the knights keep wreaking havoc here in the French player's base. And the next target's probably going to be the English one.
Without a doubt, and I do like the idea of trying to get some kind of damage on the back of this, right, as I think Peppino, Piggg and WinterSnow tried to do. I mean, raiding under pressure is a very useful skill to employ and utilize in these kind of situations, but obviously you fall into the problem of if you use units to raid, sure, you might alleviate some of the pressure, but you have less units to defend, which turns out you're in dire need of right now. Now, most of the longbow mass did actually survive for Peppino, Piggg, and they are now upgraded to veterancy, so this will be crucial in the defense, but there's so many armored units still, and although crossbows are now on the way until that mass builds up, it will take a while. Knights charge directly in towards the longbow mass, and there's just so many knights here, as well as men-at-arms with heavy maces researched as well. Piggg is going to look to try to find some kind of a choke point here to leverage her position. Villagers idled out on the gold as well, heading straight to the safety of the town center as more and more kiting coming forth, but the mass is pushing forward and ever forward into the base and farmlands of Peppino, Piggg as the longbow mass is dwindling behind this. Of course, idled out behind this WinterSnow is with just a few knights from Bella, and the mass is just falling. The numbers are looking anemic at this point as the men-at-arms and veteran Royal Knights are just on top of it. No escape route left for the longbows, and this is looking worse and worse for Peppino, Piggg and WinterSnow. More villagers trying to find shelter here, but unable as the PC is fully garrisoned. How do you come back from this position, Valdemar?
You don't want to ask me that questions because I don't know. You're looking at 68 villagers for the entire team up against 140 and a full knight and men-at-arm mass in your base. Fully upgraded, fully vetted out, got the special Imperial upgrades as well. Getting Castle Age here with the guild hall for WinterSnow. I mean, you're not going to get that value from it in time because your friend is in dire need right now. The best thing you could probably have done was to keep your knights alive, keep making knights, because you need something to stop this. If you're not stopping it, you're not stopping it, and the game will look to be pretty much over at this stage of the game. Surrender comes through for Peppino, Piggg and WinterSnow. Beautifully played by Nostromia and Bella. Obviously, they take the win here 2-0 in a clean sweep.
I must say I'm very, very impressed by Nostromia's and Bella's play throughout the series here, securing, of course, the series 2-0 in their favor, employing some really clear-cut and decisive strategies in both of these games. You could really tell that they had a clear idea of what they wanted to do in mind. And this is a very important concept for a lot of people looking to learn the game, right? If you have a plan, which you should do going into a game, it's best to stick to it until you no longer can, right? Because that even a bad plan, if well executed, although their plan was good, on top of it, will be better than doing a mix of everything at once, right? And we see that in play here without a doubt as it secures the series.
Absolutely. High caliber of players, I would say. Just bring in so much skill, so much awareness, and just be able to send each other resources and just be aware of where they are in terms of pace in the game is really something you want. You're looking for a teammate that you can support each other with that is not floating 5,000 resources and not doing anything with it. You want a teammate that sends that to you. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Myriad. Going into a set like this, where you know it's going to be faster paced matchups like French English versus HRE French, that mobility and that just awareness of upgrades and tech advantages, tempo advantages as well. These are all buzzwords that we use, but it's just so apparent that these players are fully aware of these things.
Yes, without a doubt. And, great effort coming in from Blinky Bill here in these two games. It didn't look one-sided at all. They put up a good fight, but at the end of the day, it does come down, especially in the second game here, due to the similarity in the matchup. It does come down to those small leads that we saw accrue in the early game, which we highlighted the importance of there at the time that they occur, such as the knight trading back and forth. Obviously, Bella eking out the advantage there over WinterSnow. The towers on the gold set are behind a little bit further. And on top of that, the longbow mass for Peppino, Piggg getting caught out of position due to the movement speed of the Royal Knights as well as the HRE infantry. Of course, it's tough tough to play. You have to be so careful with the way you position your units, as the English especially, and the way you trade with the knights early on for WinterSnow to make sure that you don't end up losing these small advantages. Because as we saw and you mentioned yourself numerous times, Valdemar, it's a snowball effect, isn't it? And ultimately, the snowball grows the longer the game goes. Small leads turn into bigger leads, and the result of which is the game can end before you know it.
Exactly. We're moving into the next set here, and we're looking at a spicy matchup. We got two teams, Trips, Duckate, and Whamenqt, playing some pretty aggressive civs here. These are players that really know how to do aggression, and we are also looking at players on the other side that are also no strangers to that concept of playstyles. Lyralia and Whamen versus Duckate and Whamenqt. What do you expect from this matchup?
This is going to be an exciting one indeed, for sure. And I'm more familiar with of course, Whalalia on this side of having known Whamen and Lyralia as well for some time now, as opposed to Trip. So I can mainly only speak for them on this side, but both very solid players, of course. As we have seen, Lyralia has been doing very well in Wham's 1v1 Cup numerous times that we have seen. And Whamen, of course, quite a respectable player in her own right, without a doubt. Having Beastie by her side helping out as well throughout her growth as a player has been, without a doubt, essential. So I'm looking quite excited to see what comes out from them on this side. But I'm sure on the other side, Duckate and Whamenqt are no slouches either. We'll have to see how they respond.
Yeah, certainly. Looking into going into this matchup, I'm sure we'll see more of this concept of the more modern team game dynamic with Night Archer play, with a more aggressive style, with pocket economies. And we'll also see players like Whamen utilize Byzantines to great effect with using oil units to do the aggression, while building up these castle age timings, like we've seen in the first set we cast today, where Meowasis and Ghostymeow are doing these cool timings. It's really just the essence of playing team games, building up tempo, and then forcing the hand, getting the timing through. I'm curious to see what we're going to be heading into here, into the next game in terms of matchup and map. It's going to be Cliffside, English and Delhi for Whalalia, and Trips fielding the Ayubis and Malians. What do you think of this matchup on this map in particular?
So Cliffside, a unique map in its formation, right? A very short crossing distance between the two sides of players in 1v1 and team games alike. And most notably, of course, the several cliffs separating the center of the map and the players from each other, resulting in not only difficult pathing in some cases, but also walls can be quite prominent on this kind of a map. But in this matchup in particular, English is a prime pick on Cliffside without a doubt. Not only using the short crossing distance with advantages for them to extend their aura, as well as reach on the side of the map. Delhi can also be very effective here. The map can be very aggressive in the early parts of the game if either side opts to play this way. So Delhi, obviously, fantastic feudal aggression civ, and sacred sites. One is usually always on lockdown due to the way it spawns towards your side of the map. So that can be an easy 3 villager lead for Delhi if they so decide. Whereas, of course, Ayubid and Mario on the other side, definitely greedier picks on Dutrips' side here. I'm curious to see how they make them utilize. But, of course, if the Malian does decide to play some feudal, it could work out quite well here as we head into the game now. We have Whamen on the English and Lyralia on the Delhi in the south side of the map in teal and blue. And on the north side, we have Duckate and Witching End in the Malians and Ayubids on the pink and purple on the side.
Cliffside, certainly an interesting map to be playing out these types of civilization combinations. Ayubits being a classic fast castle civs for Ducat, and Trips heading in with the Malians. These are civs that benefit from playing more towards that mid game. Certainly no stranger to playing early game, but they definitely don't feel as comfortable doing it as we see often with Delhi and English. English being a very flexible civ, but Delhi very linear in their playstyle, often opting to do aggression in the feudal age and hitting those sacred sites, trying to get that wall in. And that walling, I think, will be absolutely essential in this match because of all the cliffs. And so the walling is cheaper, you can do more of it, and ultimately end up dividing the map, and you can use those longbow masses behind those walls to really great effect here.
Well said indeed, and it's an interesting spawn, I must say, on Cliffside here, because quite often we see this where Cliffside can spawn in a kind of diagonal mirrored position where you have some of the cliffs towards one side prominently towards your base. That's easy to secure. But on here we have an almost directly mirrored type of spawn with players to the north and players to the south, with the cliffside, the map's name, of course, the cliff sides themselves directly in the center of the map, separating the two players, and all of the sacred sites being somewhat neutral in this kind of a formation.
Say, like, in general, this spawn has been surprisingly neutral and not really favoring anyone. You could maybe make the argument that Lyra has a better position compared to if she had spawned in the position of Whamen, simply due to the fact that you are closer to more sacred sites this way. But again, it's a minor difference. What will really matter is the way that the map is divided, the way that the aggression takes control of the game. If Duckate and Trips can manage to get some sort of castle age timing or contested in feudal, we'll have to wait and see. The problem, however, when you have a combination of civs that require a setup like Ayubids and Malians, you often see the Malians having to go on to resources like gold, and on a map like Cliffside, that gold is projected towards the mid. There are no 8k golds, so the large gold veins are not even apparent on this map. You see smaller gold veins, and they're in the front, so if you're up against aggression, you might struggle on that front.
That's very well said indeed, and especially with this rather unfortunate spawn here for the Malians, of course, with that double forward gold that they have, making it very difficult to defend. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we see Malians opt instead to go for the gold behind Ducate's base on the Aerobids instead, as that is, of course, much safer there and cozy behind and protectable compared to secondary golds towards the front of the base. So we might look to see that soon enough, but age ups are now on the way. Council Hall once again for Whamen on the English, so that has been standard today, Valdemar, hasn't it? It seems like a lot of these players do look to prioritize the longbow mass from the Council Hall as opposed to the early tempo lead that the King gives you, and I think that's quite understandable and to be expected playing to the English's strengths. Wouldn't you agree?
I think it's about how you conceptualize the strategy in the first place. Do you need somebody who can field a lot of units, or do you need somebody who fields units later on in the game? Certainly, playing King 2DC is not some strategy where you are going to have a million units early on. That usually happens later on with that economic investment paying off. So the Council Hall makes sense. You get 2 Archer ranges immediately, and you're able to contest sites, and that's a nice synergy together with the Delhi, being able to get that extra resource income for the daily player, allowing them to do a castle age timing or just funnel more resources into the market, eventually into more production and more units. I'm not quite sure when you will look at the way that the players are approaching right now, seeing Tower of Victory and Council Holds very like apparent what they want to do. They want to do aggression, but on the other side we see Manticore and Tower on the Gold signaling a more passive sort of timing related approach. Well, how do you think this is going to play out?
What I would love to see here from Marlians and Ayubids is a kind of extended feudal heavy unit focus from the Marlians with a timing from the Ayubids, because quite frankly I think it will be necessary, because if Lyralia and Whamen are quite proficient with their aggression, which does certainly seem to be the plan with longbows already in queue and on the way, if they both do opt to try to go for castle timings here, which is typically favored for Marlians and Ayubids, standing toe to toe with this kind of feudal aggression that will be coming out from the Delhi and English will be very, very difficult. So I would hope to see some kind of units, either from both Ayubids and Malians, at least just a few initially, or just from the Malians, because I think they need some to at least delay this aggression partly to give themselves the window to get the castle timing and potentially for Ayubids get those armored units out.
You have to remember, though, that we're not playing on a map like Prairie, where raiding with cavalry can buy you that time you need to take out those longbows and delay that aggression. You're playing on Cliffside, and Cliffside is so hard to maneuver on for cavalry compared to infantry, relative to other maps like Dry Arabia and Prairie. And so ultimately, you are going to be in a situation where the infantry has leverage on this map. They're able to find pathways and use those cliffs to great effect, versus the cavalry that will, yeah, sure, they can run around the back, but if they are to look for those small amounts of reinforcements and take those out before they get into the bigger groups and develop an army eventually, that's not very easy here.
Well said indeed. We have seen on Cliffside in the past before, of course, the prominence of infantry masses coming up on this kind of a map due to, just like you said, the cliffs making it so difficult for cavalry to maneuver effectively, especially as the game progresses in length later on and walls start becoming more prominent. Now, Lobos move just into position on the gold here, and this is quite a key note here, right? Although the tower does protect that side of the gold, due to the longbow's range, even with arrow slits, the left side of the gold would be completely exposed, and the tower wouldn't be able to actually reach the longbows due to their superior range if positioned properly by Whamen, which he seems to do here. Now, tower being rushed up by the Malians as well on this side, and cancelled in time, but this is what I was fearing, right? We do see javelins on the way, but I'm not sure if it's a little too late. There's no second pit mine yet either. This type of pressure, especially with Gazis on the way as well, could look to do some serious damage if Duckate and Trips don't adapt properly.
Yeah, definitely. We do see the Castlage being prepared here for Ducati is going for the next age and going for those stables, going into camel lances is certainly a good play here if you want to deal with cavalry and longbows, because it's just that counter to both of those units, and that's what you want. If they do decide to add in a lot of spearmen, Lyralia and Whamen, they will be able to counter those camel lances, but if not, then it's going to be a struggle for them. Good damage coming through here. They're able to take out a few villages here and apply that pressure that they need. The javelins are going to be crucial here, but there's simply not enough javelins to defend against this, which will be an issue because this pressure on your pit mine means that you're just not going to be able to field as many cows as you want to and get that cow boom going. It's really just a consequence of having too much economy investments and not having enough units to defend.
This is what we were fearing, wasn't it? This kind of greedy civilization picks from in the form of the Ayubids and the Malians. I mean, you know, if it pays off, it bears a lot of fruit, but the issue is getting to that point, right? When we have so many units on the field from the English in Delhi, it can be so difficult to hold if without enough units out in time, which there certainly weren't, at least initially. Now, there's more and more horsemen on the way here for Duckate on the Ayubids, more javelins on the way for Trips&Blips, but it's difficult. I'm not sure if it will be enough, or if it's too little too late.
It's a tough situation, right? You're under pressure, you want to get that pit mine going and more cows. You see those pastures are being dropped, but look at the military difference right now. It's 31 to 14, and you get towers up on your lines here. You're going to have a lot of longbows, a lot of raiders, and you're just doing super well with this composition, able to counter the counter units to your teammates, and that's perfect. That's exactly what you want. Bunch of horsemen now coming out for the Ayubid player here, and will allow maybe some breathing room, but I'm afraid it's not going to be enough.
No, absolutely. With the tower now on the way as well. The good flank by the horseman looking to maybe pick off that villager that's about to build the tower. Looks like it will go down, potentially just one more hit needed. Just slightly misfocused firing with the horseman. It does go down, and due to the extra range we see here that they're going latest patch, that villager does in fact go down. But it's just so tough now for the Malian player, isn't it? I mean, if you don't have that second pit mine set up, and it would be so difficult with those two front golds, but she could have potentially opted for that safer gold behind Ducate's base there, but that was not the case. So now finding herself desperately needing gold here in order to produce more javelins on the defense, but there's currently no one on gold. There's no safe gold to have access to. So the military mass is suffering as a result.
Certainly, and the sacred sites are being captured at the moment. We have two sacred sites. I'm sure that Scholar is moving on to the third one as well, and this is going to give a lot of extra resources for Lyra and Whamen to work with at this stage of the game. Certainly crucial if you want to double down on the aggression or head towards Castle Age. And I think Lyra is definitely looking for that at the moment. Not having anyone on gold, but relying on that gold coming in from the sacred side. Looks like Castle Age for me, right?
Potentially so. I can't quite see it actually. Just have to see, to wait for our observer just to make it. Oh, yeah, not quite just yet. So full investment into units here from Duckate, and it's kind of necessary, isn't it? I mean, she had the tower up on the gold in response to the longbows, but that's the issue with longbows. If you want to secure and expose gold, the reality is you need two towers on either side for the arrows to cover fully the angles of that longbows can reach to harass the gold. But tower is on the way again. Another villager has been brought forth by Whamen here. decaps on the sacred sides being attempted by Duckate here. One is going to be decapped most likely, as all three were under the control of Lyralia now, with so much gold coming in for her as a result of it. But now that will no longer be the case fully, at least. But it's such a tough position to be in as Iobids and Malians here. I mean, how do you proceed, right? You don't have the units to defend, you don't have the resources for a tech advantage. It's so difficult.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, you've taken a big villager loss and you've taken a big idol loss as well, so your economy has not been performing to its fullest. And yeah, you can try to do some interruption here on the sacred sides, but ultimately, you're really, really far behind, and something you might need is something like a Malian tech timing. But are you going to get that? Most likely not, because you're up against players that know how to check resources. They know how to keep your production at a low by taking out the buildings. And forcing more towers is also a big delay for you. It's a troublesome position for sure for Ducate and Trips. And I'm not quite sure how they get out of it without that timing.
Absolutely, and the timing is essentially what they need. Now, Unbound on Defender now on the way for Lyralia on the Delhi, and this is the kind of timing that the Kate Trips were hoping to get earlier, potentially with their civilizations, but being unable to due to the relentless aggression coming out from the English and the Delhi. But now with Castle Age almost in for Lyralia, it's only looking rougher and rougher for the Iobids and Malians. I mean, they just don't have the units to defend effectively against so many longbows and Ghazi raiders, but they also don't have the resources for Gastage, as we mentioned. Now, the gate is getting very, very close, but she's just missing the gold that she's been idled out on repeatedly like this. Yeah, and so many villagers getting caught here outside of the towers. They do fall many, many villages going down, and the economic difference makes it very clear, right? 53 for the Marlins and Iobids compared to the 82 for Delhi and English. That just tells you just how many villagers, in fact, died this game so far.
That's a massive villager difference, and it's just with the pairing of the Castle Age timing, and that's not for the Iobid, that's for the Delhi in this situation. Plus that extra aggression. I mean, essentially you have a double timing, right? You're both ahead military, you're both ahead in economic, and you're also ahead in tech, and that is exactly what was necessary here to win this game. Building up so many advantages means that it's just not possible to get back into this game.
Well said indeed, and it's exactly how we fared, right? And now, essentially a big concept in RTS that you want to employ is that whatever kind of greed you can get away with, you should and try to get away with it, right? Because ultimately it will net you great fruits in the future to come. But the issue is that when you pick a double greedy comp like this, although your plan might be to just go Castle Age and use armored units to defend against the feudal pressure, the issue is if you're not proficient in the way you set yourself up to do so, as well as making sure you have the gold and the food access necessary, you end up being starved out, just like we saw here, either being forced to make units too late when they won't actually make a difference, or to go Castle Age after being crippled in terms of economy. And either way, you're stuck in a lose-lose situation, and the result of which we can see unfold in this game.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on with that. It's so important, right? You want to be able to capitalize off the advantages that you build up, and if you don't do that, well, you're giving yourself away. You're giving the game away. But if you can capitalize off of it, in whatever way you decide to do that, whether that's Castle Age or doubling down on units, or maybe an economic expansion for the longer game, those are certainly ways of setting yourself up for a more clean path out of it, or closing out a game or out of a game. Let's, however, take a look at the next game here. We have a minute before we start, and Whalalia coming in with Jean and Achery. Certainly, again, a very aggressive tempo, sort of similar to that Knight Archer play that we saw before. And it's the same coming out for Trips here, Knight Archer as well. I'm sure we're going to be seeing something similar, don't you think?
Absolutely, I agree. It's the same kind of things are being flashed here as before, right? The same potential strategies. The likely composition that we were talking about before is being very, 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 very strong, especially in team games, right? The Knight combined with the Archer mass longbows and Royal Knights in the case of Trips, as well as regular Archers, with the notable movement speed increase on the HRE and the Jeanne d'Arc side, of course, with access to Royal Knights as well. Who do you favor just based on the civs alone, Valdemar?
It's a tough question, right? Because you have two civs that benefit so much from playing aggression in the feudal age. The Aachen Chapel for the HRE, providing so much scalability in the feudal age, and the Jeanne getting that experience in from taking a lot of fights means that it's gonna feel pretty bad for the English and French player going up against a combination like that. Because not only have you got the strong HRE and Jeanne feeding experience, you now also have a slower comp, like we've discussed so much in the last game. And so getting into this set here on Himeyama, if you get the upper hand with the aggression and you can start raiding, those wood lines, as usual, will be the bottleneck for you if you choose to play defense.
Without a doubt, well said, and I do agree, right? We have a little bit of a slower, more scaling composition in the form of English and French, right? Obviously, the French with the additional villager production bonus that they have innately to their civilization, as well as the setup time for something like the English, and the slower longbows compared to HRE's archers. You have slightly weaker early punching power to better scalability, whereas it's the inverse on the other side. Of course, the early punching power and injection of economy with the Ark and Chapel from the HRA makes for some very powerful timings in terms of the amount of units that they can get out early. And of course, the XP gain potential for Jeanne d'Arc once she gets to level 2, that is, will be potentially huge, as you want to be very aggressive with Jeanne d'Arc to make sure you do get that experience, get to that level 3 when she becomes a true force to be reckoned with, as we have seen time and time again. So I'm curious to see how well all of these players will play to their strengths.
Yeah, and you kind of have to, and I think that's also the intention here with these Civ picks. We saw previously how well executed that aggression was early. I'm not sure that they would try to do something different this time, because what works shouldn't be changed, right? It's like, okay, we have a strategy, it's aggressive, and our opponents kind of struggled against it. Why not do it again, right? And so, even though
Yep.
the combination of civs from the opposite side here, Trips and Duckate, they are gonna play civs that are inherently more aggressive, and the combination is more of an aggressive synergy as well. I think the game might look a little bit different this time around because it's not that double greed Mali and Ayubit play. Don't you think?
Absolutely, yeah. And this is, I wonder if this is the kind of adaptation that I was hoping we would see from the trips here, because it was clearly very difficult last game, right? With so much aggression coming out, they weren't prepared for it. They did not know how to respond to it properly. But the civilization picks certainly have the potential to do so in the form of the French and English, very tried and tested combination in 2v2s, especially by this point in time, as we have seen across the years, right? So if they have a chance to adapt, make a difference, and come back in the series, this would definitely be the time to do so. And it's looking good for them in that regard. If they can hold off some of that initial deficit in terms of power that they have in order to find some damage of their own and scale effectively behind it, they could be in a very good position without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at these landmark placements. Of course, the council hall and school cavalry isn't so much of an issue when it comes to placement, but it's Aachen Chapel on the woodline again, just transferring the knowledge that we are going to be seeing more aggressive play. And I love this woodline chapel. Really just fuels your wood in terms of getting more farms out. That is just a way better way of designing your economy than going out for the pocket resources, so you can afford to play more safe. And then, of course, the extra wood for more production as well. Really early woodline here coming out from Duckate, and that is perhaps because she's faced against Lyra. Good play actually going for the early walls. You just minimize the amount of entry points to your base, but you just gotta remember you're playing Himeyama. Those entry points will be widened up, and once you start gathering more wood, you will have to re-wall, and again, it's gonna be tough to play a full wall base here on a map like this.
Yes, the early wall, just like you said, certainly keeps you safe initially, but the woodlines being so small will cause them to be exhausted quite quickly. But hopefully she can use that window that she has to mount a strong defense, maybe set up some farms as well to help her scale behind this while she is safe, right? We certainly would want to use that if you invested to keep yourself safe. But now, age ups are through for all the players. We see knights in queue for Lyralia, but no knights in queue yet, curiously, for Trips. Oh, just now.
Knights and longbows do get queued up here for English and French player Duckate Trips. Looking to do some aggression, I would assume, but looking at the other side, a little bit of a slower start coming out from Whamen. Maybe opting to go for some more farms, just in general get a more of an eco start going, and that could be what you need in a situation where you're up against somebody who's aggressive. getting an eco start certainly is a way of playing because your opponents will still be making units, but they won't have all the units at the front once they attack you. So maybe you do have a little bit of leverage there to set up an economy.
Villager just getting caught now, trying to extend this war forward here for Duckate as the villager does go down to the charge of the Royal Knight. Easy way to lose a villager that way, you know, you leave them exposed, walling around the timing that the knight starts to hit, and you can very quickly find yourself losing one. So that's a little bit of early damage done there by Lyralia, so she will be happy with that without a doubt. Now, Jean ages up in hunter form, most notably, heading straight directly towards the boar, it looked like. Damage attempted by Trips onto the goal, but there's a tower there already for Whamen on the HRE, so no damage will be found just yet over there.
Good defensive play coming out from Whamen here, not taking too much damage on the gold villagers. Sure, you have a barracks and you have a tower, but ultimately it's about keeping those villagers safe. I'm not quite sure about this Jeanne Archer play though. You're up against longbows, and longbows are notoriously good at sniping out level 2 Jeanne. So unless you can keep her alive, then you are gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Yes, it's an interesting dichotomy between ranged and melee form, especially in team games, right? Because often, obviously, you're not facing just one opponent, but two, so you have to think of how ranged or melee form plays into both compositions. But I think I do favor the ranged Jean Hunter form here, realistically, because truth is, even in melee form, it will be so tough for Jean to get into position to get off her AoE ability. Now, sure, she might get it in Nice, but if she's in the middle of Nice, then the chances are she's dead anyway. Whereas, as we have seen this in 1v1 pro games especially, ranged Jean can be very effective at finishing off, most notably injured Royal Knights on the other side for Trips. So that could be something that she was thinking about when making this choice. So I would not be surprised if we see that being employed later on when these more extended skirmishes begin to occur.
It's a really good way of thinking about it. I like this Archer play now that you mention the more late game maybe, or just in general how that melee is not going to function well up against something like Feudal Knights. Again, we might not see spears at all this match because, well, you want to run knights and you want to run longbows, right? So in the end, maybe Archer is the better way to play. And we see often that team games often revolve around some mid-late game as well, and getting her to level 3, level 4 with that extra arrow is so potent once you get her up to that power level. Level 4 Jeanne with Archer, your Divine Arrow will be able to take out Siege in one shot.
And that's huge, isn't it? It's almost like a Culverin hit coming in when she does get to that level 4. It's quite astonishing to watch it unfold, really. But notably here, I was thinking the same as you, Valdemar, that we might see spears being foregone, at least for the initial part of the game. But that does not seem to be the case, as 7 out already for Whamen on the HRE, and now 1 out for 8 on the English as well, with potentially more on the way soon. So it's interesting. I mean, spears you definitely want against Royal Knights, right? It will be necessary in these engagements. We see them being fended off now, as actually Whamen being very aggressive with her Masse going forward with infantry against Royal Knights.
I'm not quite sure I like this aggression. It's definitely potent, and there's a lot of spears to take out the early knights, and the longbows from Duckate are far away, so early aggression here is certainly a really, really good way to approach this. I'm not quite sure. I mean, there's not a lot of knights from Lyra, and Jeanne is not here either. It's a weird one, right? You take out a lot of knights, it's good, but in the end, what did you gain from this attack?
It's difficult, isn't it? Because as you mentioned yourself, it's a very dangerous position to have your infantry mass overextending in a forward aggressive position like this, even as the HRE, due to the potential of them being cleaned up. But this is where the mobility that we talked about comes into effect, right? Only now do we see Duckate's English mass moving across the map, but even if she had left a little bit earlier, I'm not sure that made a difference because they're just so slow, right? The spears combined with the longbows, movement speed is, completely overshadowed by the HRE infantry's movement speed, and by the time they get there, we see Whamen's already out.
it's a troublesome situation to be in because now you're behind in villagers and you're also behind in military. So it turns out this play here in general was beneficial for Whamen and Lyra to go for. I really liked how they were aware of that Knight Mass there and the Longbow Mass being completely out of position, not able to help in this situation. I wonder if that awareness will play in again here now, seeing the Longbows coming to support. You definitely don't want to take this fight at the moment under 2 towers and Longbow fire. Yes, you have faster infantry, but you don't really need speed when it comes to fighting under someone's base. You need potency, and that's what the Longbows pack. And so, at this situation, certainly hard to attack this base.
Yes, without a doubt. We spoke of the longbow's special effectiveness in these kind of defensive positions when they don't actually need to run or they don't have a big distance to run. Then there is when they can uh, forcefully stand, take a fight, and fire off those high damaging arrows right from the longbows. So they will Trips will be kept safe for now by the infantry mass of Duckate being in her base, but damage has been done, as you mentioned yourself. Already we see the economic difference building quite significantly on top of the slight military lead that Lyralia and Whamen have built up as well, because a lot of knights did go down for Trips&Blips with that forward pressure from Whamen, which certainly hurt due to them being very high value, expensive, taking a long time to produce as well. I'm curious to see what the follow-up is going to be here for Lyralia and Whamen. It wouldn't surprise me to see a little bit of a castle age potentially coming in quite soon. Yep, we do see the resource float being there for both, as we might see a double castle age here, potentially quite greedy, I must say. But if this is pulled off, then again, that timing that we have banged on about so constantly might look to close out another game again.
I mean, we're no strangers to these timings as well, but I'm sure these aren't as well. Going both for Castle Age is certainly the correct play here. They were able to do a lot of damage and force defensive play. They were able to force towers out and bad mobility, bad movement here. Having all the longbows go to one side and now having to go to the other side. They really have been dictating the game the entire game, actually. And so when you look for timings like this, you have so much time to go for it, having done this damage. So going Royal Institute and Radiance Cathedral here, I wouldn't even call it greedy.
Yeah, so a significant lead has been built up already. It's further exacerbated by the fact that, of course, we know the French have that innate additional speed on the villager production, which it doesn't even seem to exist in this kind of a position, right, due to the damage that has been caused. And really a nice move by Lyralia going out onto that forward deer especially, being keen in her scouting, knowing when she's on the threat and when she isn't, and providing so much extra food for herself now. Just buying time further for these upgrades to come in and her castle age to finalize as well with the Royal Institute, Royal Bloodlines and Veterancy, no doubt on the way quite soon, as this is where the mobility comes into effect once again, right? These spears, sure, they would beat these knights, but they just can't get there. Meanwhile, the inferior knight mass of Trips chases forward, but the cycle charging from Lyralia can come in just as we see now to do a lot of damage and then back off once again.
I absolutely love this movement here. You know you're dictating the game when you have 2 armies running after you doing no damage. And you know when your food is in the front to not run that direction. So Lyra did the absolute correct play here. Running towards the east side instead of down towards her base to the safety of her base, potentially compromising her food stability. This is just the right play, dragging the enemy units into Whamen's army here and then linking up together. Absolutely beautiful. Now the tech timing will be coming through. They're both in Castle Age up against 2 Feudal Age enemies, and so if they win this fight here, they will definitely also be in a good position to take this game.
Yes, the numbers do look quite favorable here for Duckate and Trips initially. Not all of the upgrades have come in yet for Lyralia and Whamen, but now in the mid-fight, most of them did come in. The Knights are still Feudal Age, but the Men-at-Arms are now Castle Age Men-at-Arms, as the front line has fallen in terms of Knights for Trips and Duckate, and now they are being forced back as Duckate has to retreat with these slow units in the form of longbows and spears being forced towards her base as she's getting chased by these marching drills, infantry units, and the Royal Knights. And level 3 comes in for Jeanne d'Arc here. The units will look to be, the men-at-arms, the companions have been summoned in now, and obviously we know they are very, very efficient at dealing with enemy spearmen, which is kind of the only thing putting Lyralia back right now from diving directly to Ducate's base.
I mean, there should be nothing holding them back right now. They're at equal mass in terms of military, but they have this massive tech advantage. And you got to remember, Jeanne is level 3. Level 3 Jeanne is just one of the most important things you can have at this stage of the game. It's one of those timings that we talk about all the time, but it's external timing. It's native to the Jeanne Dark civilization as well. And so having that going for you at 14 minutes into the game, and it hasn't been denied that the players haven't been playing aggressive and feeding you that experience, you cannot really ask for a better situation at this stage.
You can't, can you? I mean, double castle age against double feudal age, you're feeling definitely very cozy in Whammen's and Lyralia's position, right? And it's not like they get outscaled severely or anything anyway. Sure, there is some little bit of pressure to try to find plenty of damage here whilst this lead is secured. But I mean, realistically speaking, with the relics being collected for Whammen now as well, this timing will only get worse and worse for Duckate and Trips, right? As we see Duckate getting quite close to Castle Age now, floating a lot of food and gold. She has the food, a little bit excess gold, which she can use for upgrades when the time comes. But the tough part now, I mean, she does have some breathing room here, as now Trips is the one under pressure from Lyralia's Night Mass instead. So if she wants to go for a castle timing, now is the time to go for it, as White Tower is on the way directly onto the farmland. So those will be kept safe, but there will be no scalability in terms of villages, at least initially behind this.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, what I really like in this position is Lyra decided to break away from the initial push into the English base, and whilst that was an opportunity to go and do some good damage, you also know that if you're pushing the French player's base, the English player has to support, and if the English player has to support, they also have to play defensive. So that white tower goes up in the base, it's a defensive landmark, and now the base is only defended by that. You're now controlling the English player's movement again. The English player is moving to the French player, and now you can link up together, do some damage. Now look at Lyra's raid up in the left side here by the pink player's base. We are going to see Knights hitting those reinforcements, those feudal age units coming out from the French player.
Yes, and these men-at-arms are starting to prove very, very troublesome. This is the issue when facing this HRE French Jeanne d'Arc, combination, right? Is not only do you have knights to deal with, so you need spears, but then you have men-at-arms to deal with, and few units are worse against men-at-arms than spears, right? So kind of forced into this these units that count as one, but it's terrible against the other one, so it's a tough spot to play. The economy of Duckate is now idled out. White Tower taking some shots, takes one knight down, but the idle time, I would argue, is definitely worth it. Relic on the way now for Whamen, being protected now by Lyralia. There's quite a few units here. It's not looking likely that it will get denied, as once again Duckate is forced back to her base.
Good little Whalalia there coming through, denying the access to the prelate. Now with both armies together and Jeanne's surrender comes through from Duckate here. So that's game over, I would say.
Yeah, pretty much. And honestly, I'm not too surprised, right? I mean, sure, Duckate had already aged up by this point, but Trips&Blips, I don't think is anywhere near realistically, and being so behind in units and tech, I mean, it only gets tougher and tougher from this position on out. Now, Trips is sticking around for a little bit. I wonder if she's going to try to look to find some kind of damage of her own and maybe bring herself back into this game, looking to secure it on her own. But of course, that will be quite the feat to try to pull off.
Yeah, I guess we could say it was a clean game, but maybe it's not over yet. Have we ever historically seen any games being won where you're outnumbered 58-1? It's not going to be this one, that's for sure. Game's over, match complete, and it's going to be a 2-0 clean sweep from Whalalia here, playing very aggressive and just very clean, don't you think?
Yes, very well played. Once again, and this is what we've seen from from the earlier games as well. In the other series, is the teams that seem to have a very clear strategy that they want to stick to do seem to get the leads early on in these types of games, and that obviously, as we mentioned, snowballs then towards an even bigger lead to win later on. And that has been the case in this series as well, right? Their plan was aggression. They stuck to it and they executed it with effectiveness, right? And that secured them both games here. Good effort still from Trips. Obviously, it's quite difficult. There is a slight experience difference between these two teams here, so that played part of it. But despite that, they still put up a good fight without a doubt.
Absolutely, and I just want to point out that it was just that clean tournament mindset that these two players, Whalalia, the team Whalalia had together, Whamen and Lyra, just being able to just find that tempo lead from the aggression and then use that to fuel attack timing. We see so many times people go for a fast castle or a fast second TC. This is the way to play. We cannot deny it. It's the best way. You want to go aggression, you want to find tempo, and then once you have the tempo, boom, you hit the castle timing and you win the game that way.
Especially in 2v2s, right? I mean, there's so much to be gained from being aggressive. Not only the tempo, as we have thought repeatedly, in terms of being able to dictate the pace of the game and the direction that it's heading, but also just the result of the aggression and what it causes indirectly to your opponent. Puts them into panic mode, to defensive mode. The things that they wanted to do, either they no longer can do, or they are forced to do them in a worse way now due to their distractions that they are facing. There really is a ramping up snowball effect, not only because of the leads you force to gain, but also the leads you gain indirectly as well from the damage you have caused as a result of it, on top of dictating the pace of the game. Makes aggression a very, very useful strategy,
Yeah.
especially, and those who employ it bear the fruits we have seen with the teams winning the series so far.
Absolutely, and it's hard to not really notice. It's hard to know. You want to just pay attention to how many of these dynamics that we see in the 1v1 scenario, where you have these aggressive plays or 2TC plays or castle age timings, fast castles, they don't really play the same role here. You see this aggression coming through. Something like fast castle, if you have a teammate that goes fast castle and both your opponents are going aggression, that sucks. You don't want to get into that situation in the first place.
Absolutely. I mean, even when one player goes for units and one player goes for castle against double aggression, even then it's very, very difficult to hold. So when both players try to go for castle, it's so tough to make work. You need to have so much sheep and such a good spawn and really divide the map effectively with walls to make that possible. And if you fail, you just end up getting starved. But it does seem like we have our next game coming up here in the next round of the tournament, as we have how we have seen before, Nostrella with Bella and Nostromia up against the 1 hour game of Enjoyers, which is of course Deepshine and
Absolutely, and this is a very important match because we are in the winners semi-final right now with 1 hour game enjoyers, Deepshine and Nams up against Nostrella. These are two very different teams, but it doesn't mean that they're different in skill. They just employ different tactics, and so we see Deepshine and Nams not as aggressive, I would assume, as Nostrella, and so I would find that this could turn around very quickly if the 1 hour game enjoyers are able to slow the game down and make it that 1 hour game.
Yes, the 1 hour game enjoys. I'm certainly curious if that will be the type of strategy that they look to opt with a kind of blue boomy playstyle, which we can determine now as we see the map and the civilizations in play for our game number 1 in this series. The map will be Dry Arabia, and we have HRE and French on the side of Nostrella, and Ayubids and French on the side of the 1 hour game enjoyers.
It's an interesting comp, right? You have Ayubids and French together. Ayubids, classic fast castle timing where French can cover up for that. But if the aggression coming out from the French and HRE comp is significant, you might be able to shut down that Ayubid player completely, or the French player, and then you have an Ayubid player that has to make up for two players. So it's just as we talked about before. Are we going to face double aggression, or is it going to be where both teams are doing the same thing, whether that's fast castle or aggression? Because realistically, the teams are quite similar in their versatility, right?
That's right, yeah. And it just depends what they're going to prioritize here. It's tough to call, of course, from just in the pregame, but either way, we'll have to see once the game gets seriously underway. As in towards the northwestern side, northeastern, excuse me, side of the map, we have Deepshine and Nams on the Ayubids, and the French in the color teal and blue, facing off against Nostrella on the other side of the map in the southwestern side. French and HRE in the color purple and pink on Dry Arabia. Game number 1.
See a backspawn here from the HRE player does open up for a really good Aachen Chapel play here, potentially going into the third age very quickly through that fast castle strategy. Again, we often see this very aggressive style in the feudal age, and we might see that similarly because we saw it in the previous set where Nostrella shined as a team so much. look at the other side of the map, we see that the Iobit player has been blessed with a similarly good spawn here with gold in the back, and that's exactly what you want.
I'm particularly curious to see how Iobit player Nams looks to play this game here because, you know, there is a chance we see that kind of heavy feudal aggression that we have seen time and time again today in the form of archers supported by cavalry, which is quite likely what we're going to see from the HRE and French side. But Iobits, they can definitely play archers in feudal age, and we have seen that quite often before in recent tournaments, especially. But obviously, the issue is that it just feels a little bit inferior to something like HRE, doesn't it? Not only do they not have access to the movement speed in feudal age that HRE does, but they also have a slightly weaker economy, at least in some ways. They do have the Golden Age bonus, which is nice, but not quite the Aachen Chapel. So I wonder if this will be kind of situation where Deepshine will look to offer coverage with the Knights to give Nams a good castle timing, and then either move it to potentially mass veteran archers or even ghulams potentially.
It's a good question. I think you have to be adaptable here. You have to look at the A3 and the French and what they're looking to do here, because if they assume the role of the more dictating team, you certainly need to work around that. But if they decide to play it more passively and it's just French Knights raiding and a fast castle coming out from A3, you can do whatever you want to as Iobit in French.
Yeah, that's true. And tempo, as we have seen time and time again, will be quite a big determining factor in this game as some of the age ups do get underway. School of Cavalry, no surprises there from Deepshine, as well as, of course, Aachen Chapel from Nostromia's HRE. Second School of Cavalry on the way from Bella, and Iobit should be aging up very soon as, oh, they are now with the military wing reinforcement, I would believe, most likely. Indeed, it is military wing reinforcement, so that Camel Desert Raider will be on the way soon after that to help offset at least some of the knights from Bella initially. But a lot of wood being gathered here from Nams. I think we might be looking at potential feudal play here, Valdemar.
It's a good question, right? You want maybe to gather for a quick tower, as we see the towers being dropped right here. Maybe you want to get the Golden Age going quickly, or maybe you want to open up with some sort of production. There are many ways to approach a fast castle. It's not always just, oh, I want to get there as quick as possible. Sometimes it's also, I want to cause some confusion. Sometimes I want to give the opponents the impression that I'm going to go for something like feudal age play, or just distraction. And then ultimately you might find yourself in an even better situation, even though you got up a little bit later.
That's well said indeed. Faking out your potential desired strategy against the opponent can be a very, very effective way to play the game, right? Causing confusion, as you mentioned. Tricking your opponent to thinking you're going one direction when in fact you're going completely another. These can be very effective tactics to employ. The Aachen Chapel that we talked about, very, very nice spawn here for Nostromia coming in, boosting the gold as well as the wood line, and on top of that, behind the base as well, easy walls available if she so chooses to place them. But Tau going up instead, just keep things nice and safe here. So, School of Cavalry completing now for Bella. First knight in queue for Deepshine's French as well. As these knights will soon look to meet field of battle. And that dance that we had in previous series is going to come and play again.
And I think we will see a different dynamic happening here in this game, where the French players will be raiding and raiding and raiding, and then the Iobit and HRE player actually just going to go castle. Because if I look at these splits coming out from the fast castle civs, it's HRE with 12 on food and 2 on gold, and that's a large gold bank. Whereas on the opposite side, we are seeing the similar split with 17 on food, 3 on gold as well for the Iobit player. Walls are up, the towers are up. This is most certainly going to be fast castle coming out from both of these civilizations. And honestly, I don't dislike it. I mean, fast feudal aggression is good, but if you're gonna be trying to compete with somebody for a Castle Age relic grab, in team games you might be able to get an even distribution. But if you have a good knight player with you, maybe you can full deny knights relics from your opponent.
It's quite logical, isn't it? Like you said, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of strength in playing aggressive for either side here, full committing to it, but there's always that danger of getting caught by castle timing when you're unprepared for it, having not dealt enough damage, and especially, like you said, with these two civilizations both being at their peak in that castle age and wanting to get those relics HRE especially, whereas Iobit also wants to deny them from the HRE in turn. Uh, it it's quite makes a lot of sense that they do opt for the Castle Age timing instead, as both are getting quite close now, and that relic race will prove to be pivotal and potentially decide the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we are looking to play a long game, should one player have something like 7, 8 relics, or just a team in general have that many relics, you are looking at a game where you have so much more economy in the end game with upgrades like Tithe Bonds coming in, allowing you to expand upon that relic income and get some resources like wood, stone, and food as well from something that would initially only give you gold. We see the Regnitz Cathedral now being dropped, and the Regnitz Cathedral gonna add a lot of extra gold on top of those original relic incomes. So instead of 80 gold per minute equaling 2 villages, it's gonna be 4 villages equivalent, coming up at 160 gold per relic, and that's massive if you can get something like 5+ relics.
Absolutely, and on top of that, it's quite a nice timing here that Nostromia is going to hit. Now, Nams didn't even begin to click up yet, and of course it is the Iobid age up, which is not only slower than the Abbasid age up, for example, it can't be sped up due to it coming from the House of Wisdom with no villages to build it, of course, which can be a double-edged sword. In this case, more of a sword, as finally Nams does click up after she gets the resources necessary, but issue is she'll be so far off the castle age that most of the relics might be going underway for Nostromia on the HRE, unless these knights can make a difference. As Deepshine does have more now out currently than Bella, at least point in time.
There are more knights out, but there are more knights in the base of the player that has more knights. That's a rough one, because you don't want to find yourself in a position where you idle out your economy as you're trying to do damage. There are many ways you can deal with this, by walling or getting textiles, towers, adding spears, but ultimately speaking, the more you have to invest into defense, the less you have to invest into offense, and that is what we're seeing here. Not a big investment into defense means more knights, but where are those knights? Well, they're trying to do damage as well, and right now, it's looking pretty similar, with just 60 versus 61 villagers across the teams.
I do wonder what kind of unit choice Nostromia will look to make here with the HRE. It does seem to be spears, which I think is a prudent choice for sure. I was wondering whether she would opt for knights potentially, which would be nice at least initially, but of course with the Iobid to play hot on the tails of Castle Age and potentially Carmelances being an option, you know, wanting to run double knights, although it can be effective, it can also be very easily countered. So I think spears is the right choice. More idle time being caused here by Deepshine, so that's always nice. Of course, you need that food to get those knights out if you're Bella on the French. So not having access to it for even a few seconds can often make you miss out on the knight by several seconds. And these things add up and make a difference over the course of the game.
It's the snowball effect that we've been talking about so many games now, where small amounts of damage add up and you get this lead going where you can then do something with that lead. A little bit of a raid here coming on the back deer again. Seems like a lot of idle time, honestly. And now knights going in on the farms as well. Good tower setup as well allows you to fully garrison all of your villages, but they keep running in. The knights are going for those villages. Maybe a little bit unexpected as well. I would certainly have found it very unexpected to have your knights go in. If you don't lose them, you can certainly heal them up again. Does lose one knight here, a little bit unfortunate, but causes a lot of idle time. Do you think this was worth it?
Not too bad of a dive, honestly. It was very risky going in like that with so many knights. I do think it's worth it in the end after having only lost one knight. There was a lot of idle time caused, right? Taking double Archify from the towers as well as the TC and only losing one knight as a result in Feudal Age, it's not too bad for the amount of idle time caused, so I don't mind it too much. Now, Prelate gets scouted and picked up on the side of Nostromia, and Relic is going to get snatched up. It does seem like it was in fact the Dervish wing coming in for the Iobid player Nams, which I think was definitely a prudent choice here, as triple Dervish out now, which are of course not only pop out instantaneously from the House of Wisdom to start collecting these relics, but are also of course much faster than normal prelates and more survivable at the same time. So decent amount of relics now on the way for Nams' Iobids, but also some hope for Nostromia already.
Good awareness here coming out for Deepshine, being able to take the knights here and just go and defend against these spears. Dervish do go down, but again, that's a lot of spears going down as well, so ultimately a lot of damage inflicted on both sides here. But that relic is close to the base of Nams, and so getting it is not going to be a big issue, especially with army around. What I'm curious is the follow-up for Nostromia. We mentioned it before. Spears is not necessarily going to be the way forward. Maybe knights, maybe crossbows. It's kind of a difficult situation. A lot of the times we see these HRE players going straight for Imperial, and if you can cover that as a French player, you might try to do something like that. But you die if both of your enemies are in castle and go for a full all-in.
Exactly right. Although the HRE player may be able to defend themselves with a timing like that due to that having access to those cheaper bombard towers, of course, boosted by the relics inside potentially. Truth is, the French wouldn't get that. So if the French does in fact secure your place in the imp age, if the enemy team just all-ins the French, it might be very, very difficult for them to hold. But now raid coming in from Bella onto Deepshine's Deer. Covered by a tower, so not too much damage caused in such minor time, but villagers do get caught on the berries. Looks like one will go down, potentially two as well here, but no, she backs off before too much damage is caused.
It's a rough position to always have your villagers idled out. It's really not what you want, especially not in these French mirror situations. If you want to wall your entire base, that's fine, and then that's what you've invested into it. But if you are now still idled out, even after having the wall and build towers and such, that's going to be a rough one. Whalalia comes through here, knights do run away. Probably going to be able to run in straight after, and then the prelate will pick up that relic. Big raid coming in here on the woodline of Deepshine. That's actually a big problem. Oh wait, that was not a big raid. That was actually a defensive raid. Sorry, a defensive move. My bad.
Yeah, that's alright. Nams' crossbows moving into position to defend against that stray knight that found its way into the woodline. But now, one relic on the way for Nostromia, trying to find an angle to get away, but there's just too many knights, right? They run straight past the pace, pick up the prelate, and then go away unscathed with just a few scratches on them that they can later on heal up thanks to the chivalry upgrade. But knights cutting off in the back do deal some damage, but not quite enough to kill anything. So as long as the knights are kept alive for Deepshine, and you know, it's quite a few more knights that she does have compared to Bella, she should be in a relatively fine position here. But the spear number, spear count is rising. However, archers are being added at the same time by Nams, as well as crossbows, and engagement happening here as spears together with the knights going into the front line, but they're severely outnumbered here. They have to go back. Maybe the spears will serve as a buffer for the knights to get away, which does seem to be the case, and I don't know, that could have gone a lot worse for them.
Good engagement coming out here. Now with the military lead, that is certainly significant when you're up against somebody who might have more relics than you, who have bigger economies than you. And so these early skirmishes here in the middle of Castle Age, those are very, very important when you're still contesting the relics. However, if you are in a situation where you have all the relics, these skirmishes, maybe you want to look for something final. But in the end, that's not the case here. We are still fighting over relics at this stage of the game, which is quite peculiar to me.
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, you know, I'll have to have a quick look at the relic counts here just to see the kind of split we have, because of course one thing that's quite easy to forget potentially is if there's extra relic count for the HRE, that's not only one relic but the value of two relics for them in hand to the boosted income from the Regnus Cathedral, of course. But now the Ranger Mass is building quite significantly for Nams, our Ayubid player in this series, as they look to make a press towards Bella's French base here. Some spears are going to go down. Meanwhile, knights from Deepshine getting caught by Bella on the escape, and two knights go down there. No easy losses to take.
I'm just looking at this economy of Nostromia, looking to go for Imperial Age, it seems. Adding in more production, of course, but still looking at that food and gold split, looks like it's going to be a fast Imperial Age coming up after the relic grab. A classic strategy. You're not going to need a lot of gold villagers, and you can spend more resources on wood and food, fueling the farm economy. More aggression coming through here, just keeping the back of the economy safe. It's always a good play here, because it looks like Nams and Deepshine are looking for more aggression as they keep pumping out units with a military advantage. Do you think that Nostromia going Imperial here might be a little bit of a mistake in a situation where you're up against aggression?
I agree completely. I mean, it's can be quite difficult to get that sort of in timing, especially in a 2v2, because you could face the aggressive wrath of two players as opposed to one, right? Even with coverage by your teammate, that may be difficult. The truth is, you either have to find that timing either really quickly and early after you start getting the relics, or really late when you know you're safe an in-between can often get you killed, as we might potentially see here. Now, the issue is that although there's a lot of space for Nostromia and Knights for Bella, the comp isn't quite as robust as what's coming from the Ayubit and the French from Deepshine and Nams on the other side, because the issue is, even if those Knights from Bella get on top of the ranged mass, there's so many crossbows out and plenty of Knights from Deepshine to cover for them. So in a head-on fight, I much favor the ranged cavalry composition as opposed to the full melee.
It's always a tricky one, right? Because you want to have the upper hand when it comes to these melee compositions. You want to be able to completely overthrow your opponent, whereas you can much easier kite with a full range mass, find some angles to fight with that are more beneficial to you here. Did pay attention to Nostromia's economy, did end up sending out a lot of resources to Bella, and that might mean that Bella is able to, of course, make more units, but gotta remember, she's still stuck in feudal. Now, so is Deepshine, but again, in this situation, moving resources around like this is the clever play. You want to have an ally that can still cover for you, but ultimately you have that adaptability through sending the resources when your ally can't cover for you anymore.
That's very well said, and you know, although Nostromia would love to have access to some bombard towers here if she was Imperial Age, the truth is, with an army knocking on your doorstep like this, and now Manjanique on the way for Nam's Ayubids. Now, the infantry mass is building for Nostromia, but I feel like this Mangonel is what will really break the camel's back, so to say, in this case, even though, of course, the camels are the ones who will be doing the breaking potentially in this situation as the Manjanique moves into position. This Manjanique could truly determine this fight here. Now, military mass is not looking bad at all for Bella and Nostromia, as both players start to find a good angle for engagement here, but it's really all about that Manjanique to fire off some shots here. Space move into the forward position towards the Knights, but the Knights do back off and the range mass moves forward to start taking out those Space. TC is fully garrisoned at this point, raining arrows upon the range mass, but there's just so many units, right? Wrap around with the Knights coming in from Bella, going straight for the Manjanique. It might actually be just in time, but no, good body block by Nams with the range mass, just in time to prevent, and there's so many Knights going down now for Bella. Some Knights for Deepshine as well as the massive spear mass moving position, and so many spears in melee range, just quite difficult to deal with even for a range mass of this size, but there's just too many. There's just too many, and with the upgrades in tow as well. Guildhall now on the way for Deepshine behind. This is looking quite difficult for Bella and Nostromia.
It's certainly a big hurdle fighting under the TC, but if you have this ranged mass able to always do damage and your opponent from running full melee, should they be running full melee, they will always try to look to get to you, but if they don't get to you, they won't do damage to you either. And so ultimately speaking, probably the biggest factor here when it comes to this attack was the TC, and there was only 5 villages inside of it. So keeping all the ranged units alive was not a problem. Now the Night Mass has gone down, and we are fighting 67 units up against 35 for Bella and Nostromia. It's a really rough position. A little bit of floating coming through means that you don't have as many units as you could have, and it's probably going to be what affects them too much here. Castellation now going to come through for Deepshine. This might be what seals the deal. Still having Knights is going to be a big effect here because you can now upgrade them, and now heading into the Castle Age is going to be super comfortable when you have 16 Knights.
Absolutely, and with the Knight count doubling Bella's at this point for Deepshine, it's quite a rough spot to be in for sure. And the resource float is very notable, right? I mean, nearly 3,000 gold for Bella in the bank, sure, I mean, that's nice to have, but the trouble occurs when you can't actually spend it. And the difference in military makes that clear, right? If you can't spend these kind of resources effectively, you end up getting pressured when you need units the most. They might end up really biting you behind, so to say, as another Manjanique on the way now. Counter 8 on the other side by Bella. Nice damage done here. Quite a few villages go down, but the issue is there's still this unresolved massive range units. Nearly almost 40 crossbows now on the field. 4 nouns, there's over 10 archers, just some cavalry as well, but the main thing is that Manjanique, right? You have no way of dealing with it. There is one Springald out for Nostromia, so that might look to be something that keeps them in this game for a while longer, but Knights are now veteran on the side of Deepshine. Maybe Canto Saddles potentially coming in quite soon. Now they do run directly to some crossbows and spears. That's not the way you want to use them, but thankfully it's not the entirety of the Night Mass, but the other side, Nams' ranged mass moving into position. So many infantry units moving in under the TC, which is not the optimal place to be, but the Springald does snipe the Manjanique, so the push might stall soon enough.
Seems to be that Nostromia has been able to, with this time that she's been granted by this push, to go and completely convert her economy to a Castle Age military production, and that's exactly what you want. If you are trying to go Imperial Age and you're going to die because of it, it's better to adapt and try to make something out of your situation. And now Nams and Deepshine have really just been taking this a little bit too far. They're not able to keep that army size up, and now they're diving into an economy and losing their units. Certainly a rough position to find yourself in, and you got to figure out a way to get back into this game now that you've lost your main fighting force. You can have your crossbows and your archers, but if you're up against a large economy from Nostromia, what are you essentially going to do?
It's tough, isn't it? Now, the good part for Nams and Deepshine is that Nostromia isn't Imperial Age quite yet. She's getting closer and closer, but I don't think she can quite afford to go for it at this point, not unless they take one decisive clear fight that gives them the map control and the space they need. But no, I'm wrong. In fact, Palace of Swabia now on the way for Nostromia, so bold move here, but after taking such, clearing out the mass infantry from Nam's Ayobids, it could potentially be the move to go for, as Palace of Swabia was definitely secure quite a significant villager lead for them in time. Now, on the other side, counter-raid attempt by Bella towards the economy of Nams, but intercepted by Deepshine's own veteran knights. And now the push has stalled, and the space that Nostromia needed for Imp is here. The question is, how should they capitalize off of this?
It's a good question. I mean, we are going into Imperial Age now with Palace of Swabia. It always feels great. You get the equivalent of 3 town centers just fully working for you at a cheaper rate. Raids are still coming through here, but ultimately, these raids aren't going to do so much damage because, as we see on the map, it's being divided by the walls. We see players are looking to play for the longer game now, and I would not be surprised to see TCs being added and potentially H4 for Deepshine and Nams heading into that 1 hour game, as their name so suggests. It's very possible here.
Stone now being gathered for Nams in the center of the map. Keep drop could potentially be on the cards. Maybe even a sacred victory attempt here, which, to be honest, I don't mind the idea in theory because so many resources were spent by Nostromia for that Imperial Age, right? So chances are they will be somewhat passive, at least initially. Now, Royal Institute, side of Bella, coming up nice and safe behind the base, so that will not get stopped this time, most likely. Now, 3 sacred sites locked in for Nam's Ayobids. I wonder if they're going to look to drop a keep on each of these sites, as we can see 33 villages on stone for Nams.
Different approaches you can take. You are in Castle Age and you can decide to go Imp. You can also decide to play for the map control, which is certainly also a big factor when you're choosing to play this late game style here. You want to secure those big 8Ks, as we call them, the bigger gold veins, and you want to get those gold secured so that the long game benefits you. So you can upgrade, you can go for siege, and you can go for those units that are more expensive. But if you don't secure that, you will have a rough time. So I would expect to see keeps going up on the more important spots of the map, whether those are sacred sites or whether those are golds. In the end, it's going to matter in the end who has most resources available to them and who is forced to trade instead.
Right, absolutely, and those big golds will be a crucial factor in determining a lot of these later games as they reach that late Castle Age as well as Imperial Age. Usually the team with more access to gold wins, right? It just makes sense. More gold for upgrades means more gold for units as well. Upgrading those said units that you get is obviously very crucial. Engagement happening here, good cleanup by Deepshine, losing some knights in the process, but ultimately the engagement is won, of course. Now, Nostromia providing some coverage here for Bella, as Bella did take a lot of damage during that push earlier from Nams and Deepshine. You can see the villager count suffering despite her being pardoning the French, of course, with their boosted production speed on the villages. But the sacred sites are ticking and keeps are being secured on the center of the map, and I must say Deepshine is doing a very good job of keeping the military forces of Nostromia and Bella busy whilst these keeps are being set up, and this is a high-level play for sure. This is definitely something you want to opt to do when you look to secure this map control.
Yeah, raiding in the back here, causing confusion whilst you're also building up the keeps on these important spots on the map and playing to that sacred side victory condition, whilst also securing the economy, leaves you open to take multiple routes when it comes to trying to set up a victory condition here, whether it's denying resources, getting the sacred sites, Maybe it's a military lead that you want to go for in the end, but again, if we are going to play the long game, certainly sacred sites and big resources matter a lot. Red Palace now being dropped as well. Together with the keeps, it's going to be a formidable defense to try to break through for Bella and Nostromia. So Red Palace is going to go up in the middle, I assume. I see a lot of villagers are going through. Raid also coming in through the back here. That's going to prove to be a lot of idle time as well for Bella, who is still in the castle age.
A lot of idle time indeed. Oh. Seems like, okay. Attempt to go onto the gold from Nostromia here on the rightmost sacred side, but Red Palace is quite notable. This is where the guild hall really comes into effect, right? The resources that it has pulled up over this extended castle age now bearing fruit as Red Palace is now firmly on the way. If I could just see where it's spotted, I can't quite see just from the minimap alone, but decap has been secured, so there's no more sacred site timer ticking. That's quite notable here for sure, because with Imp firmly in place for Nostromia and her upgrades on the way, she could look to make a push potentially, but the problem is these keeps, right? You need so much siege to deal with these keeps, and 3 Springolds out or already for Lambs. It might be tough to secure any kind of map control, even after having had a tech lead for so long.
Definitely, if you're looking to do some damage here as the HRE player, you're looking to do raids in the back line, and if you also have to pay attention to some sacred side victory condition, that just got interrupted, of course, but if that was still up, that would certainly be an annoyance because it leaves you much more vulnerable to raids yourself, as you now have to focus on doing damage to these sacred sites areas, and taking on the keeps and so on. So again, it's really good that they got the sacred site timer cancelled so that they have more breathing room here. We also see trade coming up for Deepshine as she's adding in more traders, and we also see a big farm transitioning with the second town center for NAMS as well. So they're really looking to extend their economic lead as they also have map control as well. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, I think this is definitely favorable for the 1 hour game enjoyers. They understand that this late game is definitely going to be more eco-centric instead of the more aggressive style that Nostromia and Bella have been employing.
And you can totally see for sure, as you said, where they get their namesake from, right? 1 hour game enjoyers. They seem to have an understanding of how to actually split the map effectively to prepare to be in an advantageous position once these games go in these later macro-orientated stages, not only with the keeps or the center of the map on the big golds, but also preemptively setting up trade, even though they do have access to that gold when anything does and will go awry if that is the case. So I agree, definitely a favorable position here for our 1 hour game enjoyers as they try to make a move now towards being aggressive. Now, elite status on the Royal Knights should be coming in somewhat soon here, I imagine. Of course, on the other side, Nostromia is also Imperial Age, so I wonder if Nams and or Bella will follow suit quite soon, but the resources don't indicate any of that as of yet. More eco lead needs to be built up first, but the manga now on the way for Nams as they try to prepare to make some kind of a decisive push here towards Ether base.
Kind of curious, right? You're seeing a lot of resources being bulked up with Nostromia's side here. She's certainly looking to make more units, but she's just not able to lose the units that she has currently. Whether it would be better to send the resources to the partner you have, or whether it's just to look to do more aggression, I don't really know, actually. Certainly a big fight coming up in the middle here. A lot of pink colors are in the middle as well. Raids coming in on the bottom side as well. These are French Imperial Asian Knights with their upgrades as well, so still missing the royal bloodlines, but ultimately these are not to be messed with. These are strong.
Very strong indeed, especially with the additional unique upgrade that French have access to for the Knights, canted saddles, as well as the built-in bonus damage after a charge, of course. These are significant bonuses, making these some of the strongest Knights in the game, without a doubt. Imperial Age, only Royal Bloodlines now missing, but massive amounts of economy idled out here for Bella as a group of Knights splinters off towards that TC in the southern side, as Garrison Tower and TC is now vulnerable, and the villages, although they were safe initially, now no longer. Now, reinforcements aren't there just in time from Nostromia to save most of the villages, but the issue is, once again, on the back of this, they're so distracted in their own base dealing with these raids that behind this, I mean, Deepshine and AMS are only getting further and further ahead in terms of economy. There's a keep attempt in the center here. Not quite enough villages, I would say, being built here. The siege advantage is very clear, even though the tech advantage does favor Nostromia. It's been an intense fight. Magnos does come out. It's not too bad. The double shot killing some of the front line and the crossbows. Maraz moving in directly towards those springles to deal with them. They do kill them, but the issue is the mangonels, right? Some knights splintering off here from Deepshine in order to help these efforts and maybe prevent that keep. More villages now moving into the position. Keep almost halfway now. There is one sprinkles firing off onto the mangonels that might look to kill them both, but the units are falling. If Nams just moves in aggressively, she might actually be able to stop this keep in time, but I think it might potentially too late. It will be very, very close. The villages are starting to fall. Focus fire does come in, but I think the keep will go up, and that will deny the rest of this force further back to go towards the safety of their own keep, most likely, but all of the villages nearly do go down.
I mean, you get the keep up, right, but you also lose your 20 villages, and this is never a good feeling. Now, you have Swabia, so it's not that big of a deal, but as any other civilization, it would hurt a lot to lose that big of an amount of economy just to get a keep structure up and running. A little bit of a raid here coming through on the bottom side as well. We have the gold being contested, but again, these static defenses, although we are lacking walls, they're proving to be quite efficient here. Siege Workshop now coming up. I'm sure we're going to be seeing some trebuchets or some bombards eventually just to take out this positioning of the keep on the sacred site. Still got that timer up and running, so it's not like it's been interrupted at this stage, but in the end you want to take these keeps down because they are really good vantage points to go and attack from for Bella and Nostromia's team here. Another keep now coming up for Bella, and now also Archer range is being constructed around it. Whilst there's still a fight happening here, it's quite a bold move, wouldn't you say, Myriad?
Without a doubt, a bold move, as we see siege and heavy army counts on both sides looking to gain a leverage and lead in this kind of situation. Keep does get cancelled as expected. It's a little bit ambitious for now to try to get that up for Deepshine, but she does in fact lose the stone for it. The keep in fact got destroyed, not cancelled. That's quite notable. That's a lot of stone going to waste now for Deepshine essentially. And now with the bombard in play as well as Mangonel on the side of Nostromia, they can finally start to make a push towards fortified positions in the center of the map. Bombard now redirecting towards the tower, still fighting onto the units just yet. There's a lot of things happening, so it's hard to focus on everything at once, isn't it? But the ranged mass for Nams trying to move into position, which it kind of does need to do in order to help cover these horsemen that are moving into position to try to take out that siege, but very good play by Nostromia, having just a few villages on hand there to repair any kind of damage that is dealt with Bombard. That is definitely a very effective play that you want.
Big military difference here. Still a hold in the middle as we see the crossbows are able to hold against the crossbows of Nostromia here, but a lot of siege is able to take these crossbows out, and that's definitely not what you need here as you're trying to defend your sacred side timer. And this position is looking better and better for Nostromia and Bella. Able to raid on the bottom side, Bella looking for the knights coming on the back line, harassing that wall, going into the trade is going to be tremendously difficult to deal with because it's on the other side of the map for Deepshine and Nams currently. So losing the position here, getting raided in the back, this could prove to snowball very quickly and become a very sticky situation for them.
Speaking of trade, now we see Nostromia and Bella's own trade starting to come in on the back of it. Of course, not too much trade for Nostromia yet due to access to the relics, but with them trading now as well, means they're not that much more reliant on taking out the center fortifications that they were before, giving them a little bit of breathing room. But of course, the main thing is the sacred timer, that with that northern sacred site now secured for them, they should look to decap it quite quickly before trying to make a move deeper towards the opponent's bases. It can be something that is easy to forget about and can sometimes decide games quite painfully, as we have seen in the past, of course.
Yeah, sacred sites are certainly something we don't want to forget about, because if we do, we can very suddenly lose a game where we might already have won it, and that's always a feel-bad moment for sure. Alright, pushing onwards here to the keeps, and the bombards are taking down the keep and ultimately securing a very important position here with the 8k gold and the sacred sites together. Sacred site gets decapped as well, and so that's of course a very important thing to remember, as we just highlighted before. If you look at the back of Teal's base and Nams being raided by these Royal Knights, is certainly not a lot of fun. It's a lot of idle time coming through, and even though there's not a lot of Knights, it's still a big threat, and you have to focus on it. I'm curious what the next play is from the 1 hour game to enjoy us here.
They need to stabilize and stop these raids from happening with this consistency. I would love to see some stone wars coming up. They do have a decent stone bank together combined. Of course, not quite as incredible as Nostromia's stone bank. 3.5k gold now, stone, excuse me, under her belt, which is an immense amount if she looks to secure some map control either with stone walls or perhaps keeps potentially. But yes, I mean, this sort of split map scenario we have seen happening quite often, right? It can be so difficult to break out onto the other side of the map into the opponent's base due to trade going on, these big army masses moving back and forth. Everyone has a lot of production, so reinforcement can be quite easy. What I would love to see from either side here really is a concentrated push in one side, but the trouble is it looks to be Nostromia and Bella who are going to make the aggressive move and try to gain more leverage in this game and maybe close it out as they try to go towards the Red Palace, which is a tough position to break without a doubt, without trebuchets.
It's a tough position as well, but again, this push is proving to be so potent. I mean, Nostromia is sitting on as many resources as the rest of the player base here in this game, and that's really, really a rough one. Starting to float a little bit more in Deepshine and Nam, so it's not like they can't do anything. They're definitely in a situation where they have resources to spend, and those resources are going to be what they need right now. They're not necessarily pop-capped. Deepshine's definitely not pop-capped as well. So if she takes into a lot of siege here, those siege units can prove to be the key out of a situation where you're being pushed by this many crossbows. And so, again, it's about the raids, it's about the siege play, but in the end, if you don't make a good play with your siege and you lose it, all these crossbows will roam freely in your base, and that's the last thing you want here. Wall gets deleted now, and the push comes through. Beautiful wall delete, allowing free movement here, but the Mangonels get taken out by the Springles and the Bombards from Nostromia here. Big Spearman push, Knight push onto the Man-at-Arms. I'm not quite sure if this is going to be the play that they need. Knights wrapping around the back here, looking to move back again. Now the Knights from Bella moving on to the back line of Nams, and the crossbows from Bella not quite there in the fight as well. Proves to be a little bit of an issue maybe for both sides actually, because the Mangonels will not find the ARPs, but the ARPs will not find the damage onto the main army of Nams. So Knights now finding connections onto the Obelisk, but I'm not sure that there's going to be enough Knights here in the first place because those ARPs are just so heavily armored.
On top of the armor, I mean, there's just such a large anti-armored mass here from Nostromia and Bella, right? Both running heavy crossbows, Lyralia as well as the crossbows, of course. Now, notably, Deepshine did quite well to make a full Knight switch behind this before the push came in with all the upgrades necessary, right? Switching out from Horseman as she had earlier, which is quite definitely a powerful play to make when you have the resources for it to make one decisive push. But the issue is there were just so many crossbows and Lyralia from Bella's side. That Nostromia's side, that even with so many Knights, it can be difficult to break through, of course. Now, White Tower attempt is going to go up by Bella towards what is left of that central big gold vein. This position does seem to be securable on the back of this massive keep rush on the north side gold by Nostromia and HRE. Many villages will look to go down here, but of course, with Swabia behind, this doesn't matter too much, but ultimately the keep does go up.
Yeah, you got the relics as well, and you got still some villages, but leaving with 82 villages after a keep drop when you were close to 100 before, it always sucks because that's 20% of your economy, right? And that's not really what you want to just get one keep up. Maybe next time secure it with some military as well, so we don't keep losing 20% of our economy to that. Knights and crossbows here are looking to fight as well. Just a very chaotic situation for both sides. I feel like they're both taking heavy losses here, but the economy is looking strong for both sides anyway, so it's a war of attrition in the end. And now the Knights are going to be wrapping around the back again, looking to take out the siege, but all these ARBs, man, I don't see how they're going to ever find damage. You have to find an alternative.
Absolutely, it's just way too many crossbows, way too many Lyralia on the other side for even these, you know, fully geared out Royal French Knights to fight some kind of damage. There needs to be a switch happening here. It's just too many range units to deal with, right? I would love to see either maybe mass Mangonels from the side of Deepshine and arms, or maybe re-switch into Horsemen from both sides potentially, and that could really clear up this anti-armor crossbow mass from Bella and Nostromia. But they need to make a decision quickly as the infantry from HRE is moving in hot right now on top of the siege for Nams. Springles going down, they are forced to back off, but also Mangonels from Deepshine now being targeted and also going down. Now they will be able, looks like a hold will be most likely possible here, but the issue is, as you mentioned yourself, Valdemar, it's a war of attrition, right? So although they hold for now, how long will this go on with failing map control?
It's a complicated situation because in these late games, it's always dependent on how much production do you have, where's that production placed, and how quickly can you then reinforce these fights here where it's just about sending more units into the gutter. Here, it's suddenly a lot of units coming out from Nostromia and Bella, being able to have almost twice as many units fielded, and that's what you need. Now the goal is starting to run out, and both teams have set up the trade necessary as well. And so it's all about how much can you produce. If you can't produce enough, even though you have the resources, that's not going to matter if you have the resources, because where are your units going to come out from? There's a big difference in this stage of the game whether you have 50 production buildings or 15.
Well said indeed. Most notably, there's still no incendiary arrows coming in at University Technology for either Nostromia or Bella. Now, having either of those would make such a decisive... Actually, no, it is in for Bella, I believe. Pardon me, I think it might have just come in, actually. And these are significant upgrades to have, of course, especially when running such a big crossbow mass, and could be what makes the difference in breaking through here. But it seems like it's just so many range units coming in from Bella and Nostromia. I saw what to deal with. Now, big horseman flank coming in, but Nostromia is going just a little bit too deep here. Maybe just throwing these units in just to set on top of the trade might not be the end of the world for her, but they will certainly go down without finding too much value. But Bella's mass, however, is relatively safe behind this, so it's not like they will get cleared up.
I mean, you send 10 crossbows to the back line, but then half of the enemy's army are following you, and then you can push onwards with the rest of your army. I think that's not the worst play you can do when you have this many resources at your disposal.
Yeah, that's well said, without a doubt. Now, the issue in this kind of a position, right, with the map being split like this, full trade for all players on the back of this, it can be so tough to find a breakthrough, and that's when essentially siege becomes essential to break these fortified positions. And speaking of siege, 10 rams now out on the field for Nostromia. Now, rams aren't quite the force of nature that they used to be in previous patches, having received numerous nerfs, but with the necessary upgrades, they can still be quite tough to deal with this kind of position. Now, there are a lot of horsemen for Deepshine, so horsemen will certainly deal well with the rams, but issue is, are you dealing with the rams or with the immense ranged mass that the opponent is fielding? Because issue is, you can't deal with both at the same time in most cases.
The ram certainly is a shadow of its former self, but rams are also changed recently with the way that units target them, so they are prioritized way higher now than we saw before. These rams, now they don't pack as big of a punch, they're certainly a good way to spend resources when you have so much economy going for you. You might not have enough gold going around to get your siege up and running and just get that going, but look at these rams, they're still effective, they're still taking down curious and very important positions of the map.
Without a doubt, and with the Red Palace going down here for Deepshine, this is essentially the strongest landmark that Deepshine and Nams have access to on their side now gone, as it falls to the sheer massive rams from Nostromia. Now, with the Red Palace broken, they might look to make a further play deeper into the base to potentially stop that trade, which really is probably what's necessary in order to finally actually secure the victory in this long drawn out game number 1 here between these two teams. Mangonels and Horsemen on the side of Deepshine looking to posture in order to buy a little bit more time for the economy to reset itself properly on the side of Deepshine and Nams, but keeps galore the north side of the map for the player. Push comes in.
Push comes in here, yeah, definitely. Onto the keeps. You just got to remember with these keeps here, they play such a potent role when you're a popcap, because if you're a popcap, what are you going to do? You're going to make more units? Probably not. You can always make more static defenses. So having a lot of keeps is a good way to delay your opponent and just sort of control where they're going to go or not going to go. And then at the same time, you can push. So even if there's a big push coming through the north side here, now you know where the enemy's army is, and now you can move into their economy. And so it's really just about awareness and what you're essentially trying to accomplish with a keep. Denying resources or denying full army, right?
Absolutely right, and now we can see that sheer massive ram that we're talking about really bearing fruit here, taking out not only the Red Palace, but that keep in the southern side of the map as well that was protecting the large gold vein. And as you said yourself, if you see a large army on one side of the map, you know that that army is not on another side of the map where you can potentially strike, as we see that being done here. Nams' army was in the north taking out Nostromia's keep, so Bella just moves in towards the center to try to get some pressure done, but there's another keep in position there for Deepshine, so that push will hold for now until the bombards or the rams from Nostromia come into position to break it.
Good little raid coming through here on the back line. This is exactly what you want to see in this end game. You want to see more idle time. You want to see more raids, because if you're just going to fight and fight and fight, the economies will grow stronger and stronger, and the economies ultimately will never really be impaired by these fighting, and you can keep on going forever. You see these sort of never-ending imperial ages where both sides have all the resources that they need to push, but nobody's causing any idle time either. So it's good to see these raids finally coming through. They certainly do matter, even though you might not be killing half the economy. You can idle out a little bit, but also maybe move your opponent's military into directions that are not beneficial for them.
Absolutely right, and it's that snowball effect that we spoke of time and time again, isn't it? Even though it's difficult to find significant economic damage at these later stages of the game, if you do it repeatedly enough at least, and keep lowering the enemy's economic count, as we've seen here, Deepshine now only on 64 villages compared to the additional villages on Bella and Nostromia's side. This kind of damage matters, right? And it really adds up, even with the significant banks in play. If you keep this up proficiently enough throughout several minutes, it could really be enough to break an opponent. Now, Bella looks to secure that that southern gold, that was denied by Nostromia from Nams earlier. There's still plenty of gold to be gathered there, so that could be a useful position, even with the trade going on. Knights roaming around.
Reaching this point in the game where we're starting to see this sort of stalemate situation where both teams have full trade. They have similar eco numbers, they have similar army numbers. It's troublesome at this stage, because you don't want to end in a situation where both sides are just stonewalled and playing passive. You want to be constantly attacking, you want to find the entryways all the time. And so we cannot just surrender our position like that's been done in the middle right now. But again, we want to see aggression, so hopefully we will see a little bit of a push coming through here. The raids are coming through the bottom side, but there are stone walls, so it's going to be hard to find damage. Take a look in the middle again. It's going to be quite a fight coming up here.
Massive engagement coming into the center without a doubt. So much siege on either side as well. Double covering and sprinkles on the side of Bella and Nostromia. Massive range masses teeing off against each other here. The Mangonels, although they would prove pivotal in this fight, they simply can't move into the position as there is no anti-siege at all, except in the form of cavalry from Deepshine and Nams. Many, many Royal Knights available at Deepshine's disposal, but they're off doing their own thing at the moment, maybe looking to the south side as we saw, but the stone walls have stopped them. And ultimately, the Mangonels would have severely won that fight in the favor of Deepshine and Nams, but that's the power of siege, right? With anti-siege in play for one side and not the other. Although the siege militarily itself might be superior, it can't get in position to assert that superiority.
So again, raids coming into the back line here, and we pay attention to how that pink mass in the middle is flooding through. And again, you're having a little bit of an issue here because you're just sending your units into their deaths, really. You want to be massing up before you end up in a fight again, because if you do, you're just feeding your opponent so much army value. And ooh, big mangonel shots coming through here as well. Certainly a tough position. Look at the economies of these players. I mean, they're looking at 14,000 food for Bella and 7,000 gold. It's not like we don't have the resources for it.
Yes, without a doubt, these economies are almost getting out of hand at this point for either side. Surprised there has been no wonder drop as of yet. That could certainly be on the cards, especially with two French players in the game. Of course, Guildhall able to provide any resource that you need in abundance if you let it grow for a long enough time. But now we see 12,000 gold in the Guildhall for Deepshine. But really what you need for a kind of wonder drop in this case is, of course, stone, isn't it? And stone is that resource that is so limited in longer games especially. And, obviously for the Guildhall, although it can gather stone, the rate at which it accrues it is much lower than the other resources that changed several patches ago now. Because honestly, at this point, with the way these players are posturing, Wanderers might be what's needed to break the game. Because sure, the raids are happening, but is it really enough? And the coordination required to make a decisive push in order to tilt one side heavily in favor over the other is quite notable.
Situation, right? You want to get that wonder going, but if you still need 2,000 stone, and I believe it's actually even more in the 2v2 setting, can we check what they actually cost to get a wonder going?
I believe for a game of this size, it would be 8,000 of each resource.
8,000?
I
Yeah, that's a
believe
long
so, yeah.
way to get 8,000 resources of each kind.
It's either 8,000 or 6,000. I think it used to be 8. I think it's 6 now, if I'm not wrong, but we can check soon enough anyway to join our observer.
Okay, so it's
5,000.
5. Okay, so 20,000 resources. We certainly have 20,000 resources, but we don't have the 5k stone needed for any of the players. So yeah, that's a rough one. It's gonna be a while since we aren't gonna be able to get that stone any way easily here. Okay, good damage coming in here. Trade being interrupted as well, and that's also notable when we're looking at these late game situations. A raid coming through in the back line as well. We need to see more of this. We need way more raids. One raid here is gonna have the entire enemy army running after it. How about a second one or a third one actually too, to just take up all of that space that's not being covered by an army?
Without a doubt, these kind of raids is 100% what's needed to break this kind of stalematy game. And another worthy note of mentioning is, of course, the markets going down on Nam's side of the map. And this is significant because, sure, although it's not direct economic damage, if the markets do go down, as we see right now, these traders are now idle. And if you don't notice this in time, suddenly you find that you have no more trade to work with if you don't get those markets up fast enough, which isn't that easy, because getting villages into position to build the markets, especially if the positions are camped by enemy units, can be very difficult. So it's looking quite rough now, I think, for Deepshine and Nams, right? Most of their train has been halted. Their large armies are forced to stay back. Now, Deepshine is finding some raids in the southern side towards the neutral trade post on Bella's corner, but keep now attempt from Nostromia. Not sure whether this will go up. It depends whether Nams notices in time. There's a huge army for Nams here that could look to press the keep in time, but it does get cancelled, so it will not go up just yet.
Keep doesn't go up, and it's also a question of whether or not it's really keeps that is the answer here, or if it's walling, because we are not really seeing the onion being constructed on the onion, obviously being a concept of walling where you're making a lot of layers. And these layers are really, really good at controlling these raids that you might be receiving all the time. And both teams are being raided constantly here. So if one of the players, or one of the teams, rather, decide to set up these walls and get that onion going, all of a sudden it's going to be a lot easier to control the raids. It's going to be a lot easier to have infantry deal with cavalry, because mobility will be very limited for the player trying to get through all those walls.
Well said indeed. In terms of stone, as we mentioned before, stone is really what's needed for a wonder if either team does decide to opt for it. Now, with so much trade online for both, especially Nostromia and Bella, getting a trading for the stone definitely be an option, especially if no player has thought of it just yet, because then the rate for buying stone will actually be not too bad and somewhat affordable. As we see, also stone has been bought. But not much at all yet, as the rate almost resets quite soon. Now, armies once again about to clash. Nostromia and Nams on the northern side. A very formidable army here from Nams. But of course, the trade-off to having such a large army is that you don't have as much economy behind it.
It's large armies against large armies, it's big economies against big economies, and ultimately somebody's going to have to do something about it, because if we don't, we're going to be stuck here for a while. This game's going on 54 minutes, and it just keeps counting. I'm not seeing a way out of this anytime soon, until maybe Nostromia makes a good push here. Again, I think you would probably agree with this, but we outlined this maybe like 30 minutes ago, where production buildings in the front might actually be the way to go. You need units quicker, because every time you take an engagement, if you're taking it in your opponent's base, they have production buildings right at the gate, but you have to walk for a minute or something to just get to the fight with your reinforcements.
That's absolutely true, Valdemar, without a doubt. And there's something that's very easy to forget in these kind of very chaotic, messy late game games. Setting up that forward production to make sure that, as you mentioned yourself, the time it takes for your reinforcements to travel to the front of the fight where the battle is happening is severely lessened. And to actually break through in these kind of games, that's completely necessary, I would say. And I would love to see more of that in order to break this excessive stalemate that we've had going on now, right? Because both sides are eking advantages and disadvantages back and forth repeatedly, but no one can just like break the other side. Now it does seem like Bella and Nostromia will look to make another push here, and under this keep is a little bit ambitious with now without siege to back it up and no severe melee mass to actually torch it down. So the push will stall, but on the other side in the north, Nostromia is finding a lot more luck due to her bombard, mangonel, and springboard mass, and this is the kind of siege mass that you actually have to respect and can really end up breaking positions, right? Keep going up on the trade, and this is huge. This might be the game moment we're waiting for as engagement happens. All of Namta's army is moving into position in order to take this fight. Now siege's superiority is undeniable for Nostromia, but there's only 2 mangonels which are really the siege units that would break this kind of a fight. Now, Nabs is pushing forward. Reinforcements for Nostromia are stalling. Big part of it, the reason is, of course, that forward production that is lacking that we have talked about. Now, very nice move here. Town Center coming up on the front as well in order to secure that aura for emergency repairs if need be in between these two keeps. And this is very nice. And the Town Center looks like it will go up. But this keep is absolutely huge, Valdemar. If the trade being now completed tonight, although the banks for Deepshine and AMS are astoundingly large, of course, at least in terms of wood and food, not so much gold now. This might be what's needed to finally win the game for Bella and Nostromia.
Well, you can say that. Maybe it will win the game. I'm not sure it will, though, because if I'm looking at the banks of these players, they're still quite large, and it will take some time before that bank is completely depleted. Now, Deepshine, of course, not having a big wood and gold income. Yeah, it's hard to say, right? I mean, there's still a lot of units out here. If you can retake the trade, then you're fine. If you can't, then you might also be fine. It's hard to say. Whoa! Nam surrenders.
Yeah.
Deepshine too. So maybe it was actually the consequential move, being able to finally close out this game.
Yes, Nostromia and oh, excuse me, Nostromia and Bella taking game number 1 in this very drawn out, difficult game for either side here, right? We have seen these teams are very evenly matched, I must say, Valdemar. That's typically a telltale sign that players are very evenly matched when they go in these later stages and games take so long, right? But I did think the keep would probably be enough to secure the win for either side because, I mean, as we saw, although the banks were large, the gold really wasn't there for Nams and Nams and Deepshine in the end in order to not only get the siege to break those keeps, but also then reinforce any units that are lost as a result of it. So no gold means no units, no siege, no trade means no gold, the result of which is a loss, unfortunately, for the 1 hour game enjoyers in this first game.
Absolutely, and they're really living up to their name here, dragging out this series already now over an hour for the first game just to finish. I highly doubt it's going to be the same going into this next one, though, because we are looking at Prairie. Prairie being a little bit of a similar map as Himayama, with that wood access being limited, but it's actually even worse. You have even fewer wood deposits around your base here, and typically the map resources in general are not very clustered. So civilizations that can depend on economies that aren't reliant on wood or map resources are usually better. And I would say if you're playing Delhi Biz, you might be favored here. Not to mention that the Malian economy does the similar thing to the Byzantines. Able to set up, able to just in general have that passive income coming through, and that's just amazing if you want to look for that mid game where you might have to move out on the map.
Absolutely. Prairie is a very, very open and notably wood-starved map. Quite an extreme version of Dry Arabia, one might say. And Delhi and Byzantines here, very aggressive civilizations, but potentially for Byzantines as well, right? They don't have to be, but they can be without a doubt. Opposite the Malians and HRE for the 1 hour game enjoys here. Now, Malians and Holy Roman Empire are both very, very strong civilizations here in 1v1, most notably. Now, in team games, of course, the dynamics are very different, as we today, and just we know from experience, of course, both greedy picks. Issue is here for Marlins and HRE is if they if I don't know, for example, HRE decides to give Marlin some space by fighting in Feudal, the problem is that wood that we mentioned, right? There just isn't wood for units and farms on this kind of a map, because although you might get a good Ark and Chapel, the wood line is just so small, Valdemar.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Sometimes you get lucky. I've certainly seen in top team gamer tournament where we've had woodlines that have been very, very large and long when it comes to the Yacht Chapel, and that's definitely beneficial. But if you're not able to get that, you might be completely out of luck and have no value to be gained from something like an Aachen Chapel placement. Maybe you'd have to go out in the map. I don't know. Maybe you want to stretch it out and get it all the way out there. I'm not sure.
It's tough to say, isn't it, with these civilizations? I mean, I would expect quite a heavy focus on aggression from Nostrella here. We have seen that is their preferred playstyle, not only the previous game, but of course the series prior as well that we have watched from them. Bella and Nostromia will be the Delhi and Byzantines, and yeah, but I would not be surprised if we see, of course, as we'd expect, mass Ghazi raiders from the
Hmm.
Delhi, and most likely longbows or potentially javelin throwers from the Byzantines, supported by Limitane if facing kind of cavalry. So it's that classic composition we've seen time and time again, of course, which is extremely effective. So going for it is certainly the prudent choice, I would say. Whereas for Marlins and HRE, it's much more difficult to say now. There is potential for quite heavy feudal play from either of those civilizations. It can be very potent, as we've seen. Even something like javelin throwers from Malians potentially, as well as maybe men-at-arms spear from HRE could certainly be the choice. This is quite a unique, but in my opinion, perfectly capable
Mm.
composition to run, I would say. But the dynamics of the map will be quite significant here, without a doubt. I mean, both Delhi and Byzantines are quite desperate for wood, right? Delhi needing the wood not only for archers, but also production buildings early if they do decide to go for archers, but most likely Ghazis, which desire more food, of course. But Byzantines, notably, they don't necessarily need the wood for those early farms, but then you have to go out on the map for food, which can be scary on such an open map, can't it?
And that's why you often want to see aggression coming out for sure. You want to see useful use of the military that you go for, because it's going to grant you what you require when it comes to taking the map. If you can't take the map on a map where the resources are very spread out, not very centralized as we often see, then you are going to find trouble. On this map, we see deer packs, and they are consisting of 3 deers, and we see some boars, some berries, but it's very spread out. It's not going to be in a clump. So you want the map control, you want the mobility, and I would probably favor having a Delhi partner on my team because simply Gauss Raiders, as you mentioned, are so strong. Again, the Byzantines also hold their own very well, although they're not with the cavalry choice typically. You would typically see more focus on mercenary play, whether that's javelins or longbows. Those are usually more expensive and more slow units, but in the end can be what you need to secure the resources, to secure the aggression that you're looking for. So yeah, it's a tough one, but in the end, you would favor something that's more mobility focused for sure. And both teams seem to be offering that, whether it's full infantry from HRE and the extra mobility speed, or just the added the movement speed from the Gazi Raiders.
Good points, without a doubt. It'll be a very volatile matchup, I expect. Getting quite close to getting into our game now. I'm very curious to see how Malians and HRE played,
Hmm.
most notably because there's so many options available. Not all of them the best choice, so I wonder what they will go for. With their namesake, it might be easy to tell or potentially difficult. We'll have to wait and see. But jumping into our game number 2 between Deepshine Nams and Bella Nostromia here on Prairie, we have Deepshine and Nams piloting the HRE and the Malians in blue and teal towards the northwestern side of the map. Whereas towards the southeastern side of the map, we have Bella on the purple Byzantines and Nostromia on the pink Delhi on Prairie.
And already now we see the consequence of playing on prairie. We can see these large clusters of big 8K stone, 8K gold. But the berries and the woodlines, they're so much further out, and there's not a lot of it either. And so when you have these types of spawns, you know you're going to be moving out quickly, which means if you're moving out, you need something to secure yourself, and that's not going to be towers or walls in a map where there's no natural cliffs or big woodlines that you can attach those onto. You need units, and you need a lot of them. Otherwise, you're going to be vulnerable.
Absolutely. And on a map like this, something like walls lose quite a lot of value, right? We have seen time and time again that players really forego walling in the early parts of the game, usually altogether on this kind of a map, simply because you just have to wall so much and so expensively in order to secure any section of the map. And just like we made the point earlier on Himeyama, due to the woodlines being so small, if you use them as part of your wall, soon enough, they will no longer be part of the war, won't they, after enough chopping? So that is why units are king on this kind of a map. And, all of these civs can be very, very good at getting out units in the right circumstances. So it should be quite an exciting game on our hands here. But even just looking at the map, you can see what we were talking about, right? The lack of wood is quite astonishing. Like, if you look at just the mini map, if you don't know better, you might think it's a bugged dry Arabia spawn or something with how little wood there is. But further on, here we see, of course, notably the two large golds, the large gold and the large stone in close proximity to your base is notable, right? Those will be relatively safe, but it's mainly comes down to, of course, Arkan Chapel now on the way in a very nice spot for Deepshine, getting the initial woodline as well as the large gold. On the other side, Grand Winery going up for Bella on those frontal berries, which from berries is not too bad, but I do like her base building. She has some nice tiles left there for farm, so that's always quite important to get the maximal efficiency from the aura.
Absolutely, and it's those gold deposits. They are quite beneficial to both the Atri and the Malians. Able to gather a lot of passive gold or extra gold from the uh, extra gather rate coming out from the Aachen Chapel. It does end up being quite a big benefit being on a map like Prairie. So if you can construct your playstyle around a less wood focused but more food and gold focused, that's certainly something to look out for. With the added sheep on this map, going fast castle is not a bad idea. But the problem might be that, as we've mentioned before, the composition of Achery and Malians together, if they both do that, they might be in trouble if Bella and Nostromia decide to play aggressive. So, look into this game here. Good sheep count here for Nostromia playing as Delhi. It's not, obviously not as important, but in the end, it's about denying the sheep. If you don't deny the sheep and you don't have a lot yourself, that means your opponent got them, and you don't want to be in a situation where your opponent has 3 times as many sheep as you.
You certainly don't. And prairie, one thing that there is an abundance here as opposed to wood is, of course, sheep, as we have seen time and time again. So it's quite common for a lot of players to end up, for most players to end up with significant amounts of sheep, as we have seen so far, right? No double scout openings for either player yet, which we have seen being prioritized on prairie before, but not in this case over here. And ooh, very interesting here, actually. We do see a mill from Nams going up under the TC of Deepshine, looking to feed some cows.
Good economy setup coming here. Got the berries, got the food coming in from the sheep as well. So maybe looking for a little bit of a faster aggression with that extra incoming come from the sheep. Yeah, it's hard to say. We should start to see some production buildings being dropped now. We see Delhi's definitely looking to capitalize off a little bit of extra wood here. Saharan trade network on the go does provide extra defense, potentially leading up to a castle age. But we do see that arch range being dropped here, and that could potentially mean a little bit more of a greedy playstyle.
Certainly a possibility. I'm quite intrigued by this mill detail over from Nams and Deepshine. It seems like that is going to be their strategy. I wonder, it's going to be fast castle, most likely from Deepshine into potentially a Burgrave timing here, using the food from the cows. That would not surprise me at all. But so far, for that, there is units to deal with as Limitane move just to harass a little bit onto Nams' woodline, Malians.
Did
Meanwhile,
you did you see that in the base of the H3 player?
yeah. I told you about it.
Yeah.
The mill. Yeah, I've seen this before. So this is the terror of team games on the ladder. Most notably is the Malians' HRE combo of feeding cows under the Aachen Chapel, helped by to fuel a Burgrave timing to a lot of men at arms. And honestly, it can be very strong, but I think with enough aggression, it can definitely be punished, which doesn't seem to fully be on the cards for Bella and Nostromia just yet. This double blacksmith goes up for Nostromia as the deli.
Yes, that mill providing a little bit of extra food for the H3 player Deepshine here could prove to be the key. If they're suddenly going for that strat, Deepshine now going to be going into H3 with assuming it's going to be Burgrave, a lot of food now. And that's going to be maybe the key to dealing with these two players, Bella and Nostromia. I'm not quite sure though. Maybe it is the key. I certainly would like to see more units coming out from NAMS as well to support that move, because you might have issues if two players are making units versus just one player making Castellate units. I'm not quite sure.
You certainly might. I mean, it's worth noting that essentially it will be all the food and gold in some way from one player fueling that one player. It's a feeding strategy essentially, right? So it won't be quite as bad as just one player making units without any support. There is some kind of help here, but yeah, I do agree. I'm not sure if it's enough. Now, notably, there's very few units on the field for Bella and Nostromia, as Nostromia is actually opting for a fast castle strategy with the Delhi, with no sacred sites or units on the field at all.
I mean, if you decide to go for such a play and you're not going to get sacred sites, even though there's no aggression coming out, I think you're missing out on an opportunity there to get a little bit of extra income. Sure, getting Castle Age is a good play here when you're up against somebody who's going Burgrave, and I'm sure that they were scouting this and adapting now by going for that Castle Age. But I'm not quite sure whether Bella should be doing something similar now that Nams is not really in this game. Sure, Nams is prepping a lot of archer ranges, but okay, Burgrave got cancelled? Was that a mistake?
That was certainly quite a painful count. I think that must have been a dire mistake there by Deepshine, and this is actually tremendous because the huge amount of idle time caused by the villagers initially building the Burgrave, then canceling it, and now rebuilding it with so many more. This really, really hurts the timing for Deepshine here. And honestly, it's kind of an all-in play, right? Like there's very little they have behind this, so delaying this timing even further is honestly quite painful for them. And with Compound of the Defender now on the way for Tromia's Delhi, longbows in queue from the mercenary encampment for Bella's Byzantines, they might have the answers needed to deal with this men-at-arms spam.
It's a tough one, right? You wanted to get that veterancy upgrade going quickly, or maybe you were looking at the blacksmith and you're pressing that hotkey, but accidentally click your Burgrave, and then obviously it's a feels bad moment. I wonder if it's gonna make that big of a difference in this game, because sure you can go for early man at arms and really push through, but if you hit them now, or if you hit them 30 seconds later, yes, that does often have a big impact. Will it have a big impact in this game? Probably, because the Delhi player got to Castle H now, where we could have already seen these 5-minute arms in the base of the Delhi player, potentially taking out the crossbows or knights that Delhi player would make. So this is a big screw up, I would say. It's certainly one that impacts them a lot.
Without a doubt, yes. Of course, that extra time that it has bought Nostromia is going to be very important here, as this combo is actually quite effective. The javelins from Nams making sure that no crossbows can stop these men-at-arms, but of course, with the stables in play for Nostromia, it does look to be potentially knights on the cards instead, but she does have the gold for one knight. It is in queue now, finally, so the knight will help out, but the issue is the men-at-arms, right? There's already 12 of them. Upgrades, heavy maces will come in on the way, as well as 200 weapons. These are notable upgrades that makes them quite effective against knights as well. Normally, knights do quite well against men-at-arms, but not HRE men-at-arms with full upgrades. That's for certain. Um, Not quite one-sided, but they trade quite well. But yeah, Nostromia in big trouble now as her economy is idled, and these men-at-arms are being tickled by the TC fire, and no more gold for Nostromia to work with. She did sneak away some villages, but it comes back to the issue of sacred sites, right? You're not used to having the gold that you normally have with Delhi when you reach the castle, due to having only one sacred site to your name. So, with the support now from Bella, maybe this push can be fended off for now, but it's actually looking quite rough.
It's looking rather rough. I did not expect it to have this big of an impact, and it just keeps on going because of these Malian cows feeding into the HRE economy. A lot of men at arms like this can be a big trouble if there's ranged armor, and there is. And I'm not sure how Bella is supposed to really do anything about this as long as she does not have the mass for it. She's looking at 21 military units going up against these 15 men-at-arms. That's not a lot of fun. Let's see how it's going to unfold here. Limiten are going to be coming in, Longbows as well. Longbows able to find some damage, and Limiten taking out a few of the javelin throwers. The javelin throwers are going to be a problem for these Longbows, though.
Absolutely. Now, of course, the javelin numbers are slightly stunted, not only due to the feeding of cows towards Deepshine by Nans, but also they're running diagonally across the longest way on the map, of course, which will impact the numbers directly in Nostromia's base, but still resilient against arrow fire. Those javelins are longbows as well. So uh, taking out the longbows that are keeping these men-at-arms somewhat in check for now will be quite significant, but it's difficult. I would have loved to. I don't mind the strategy so much from Nostromia and Bella wanting to get castage quickly here, but I just feel like they should have swapped positions essentially in how they do this. I think it should have been the Delhi player going for the extended feudal, whereas the Biz goes castle instead. One comes in, deleted just in time. I think the men-at-arms was, or maybe it died. Does
That
secure a little bit more space, but there's so many villages going down under the town center, more men-at-arms coming to the base, streaming in, villages running left, right, and center, and sure, the longbows can body block for them now, but that's about all they'll do, as we can see the damage is virtually non-existent coming from them. Golden Horn Tower on the back of this coming in for Bella, but now, to be fair, there's not actually too much villager damage done to Nostromia at this point. There is some, but not an excessive amount. As we look at the economy counts, are still relatively similar, but now the mass vacate happened.
it's always a feel bad moment when you have to move your entire economy out of this base here. And these are lots of men-at-arms. It just keeps coming, and that's the thing with this cow play, is that you can keep the mass flowing. You don't have to go out on the map. You don't have to leave yourself vulnerable, and raiding under pressure is not even an option for Nostromia and Bella here, because they are the ones who are under massive amount of pressure. Nice. I'm not quite sure about the night play. It's like, yeah, you can go for nights, but where are you getting food? Are you getting food at all? And if you were, then maybe crossbows is still the better play.
It's so tough, isn't it? I mean, with no access to food that Nostromia would like to have, it's so difficult to get those night numbers up. But then it would be equally difficult to get the crossbow numbers up as well, pretty much, right? Even though they do cost less food. And with Javs on the field, that's so difficult because you have no answer to the Javs at this point. I mean, essentially, you don't have an answer to the men-at-arms either, which are the real problem. But I must say, a very impressive timing here being had by Deepshine and Nams, recognizing the potential that they have on this map with this set up against the opponent, knowing exactly who they want to target with, of course, Nostromia being directly opposite Deepshine, so the time it takes for those men-at-arms to reach the base, especially with the marching drills' innate ability, is not very long at all. As now villagers come out of the town center, are engaging into the fight, but that's not what you want to do with villagers at this point in time. Many do go down. The other side, just a battalion of javelin throwers keeping Bella pinned in her base, so no longbows can come to reinforce. And although Castle is in for her now, the military count is looking anemic, right? I mean, just Deepshine alone, in terms of men-at-arms, more army than Nostromia and Bella combined. Now, where will these villages go but behind Bella's walls to find some semblance of safety? But the damage is done.
The damage is certainly done, and the men-at-arms keep scaling with their special upgrades as well. And they're doing the correct thing. I mean, they're taking out the production buildings of the Castle Age player, and now, of course, Bella is castle as well. Nostromia was never able to build up any units because her economy was idle, but also because production buildings were non-existent. And if you have to gather wood on a map where there's not a lot of wood, you can quite easily find your opponent's wood gather spots. Or, yes, that's always a rough one here. The javelins, I'm not sure they're supposed to be here. These longbows will certainly be able to do damage, and crossbows and Varangians as well. So the second phase of this attack, I'm not sure if that's to get Nams to Castle Age, or if it's just to keep on with the flood of javelins and men-at-arms. What do you think, Myriad?
Looking at the economies, it certainly seems to be a continual, endless flood in the works here for Deepshine and Nams. As look at the resources, yeah, I mean, more and more cows are being produced under Deepshine's town center from Nam. More javelins on the way, more men-at-arms on the way. And honestly, I think this is the right choice. I mean, finding yourself an age behind like this, you've dealt so much damage already. I think the right place to just keep going. realistically, because you don't want to give Byzantines time to really get themselves even more set up in the castle age, and you don't want Delhi to have a window to get back into the game, even though, I mean, as Delhi is difficult, right? So they probably won't. So I think, with these 30 men at arms that you have, just head directly towards Bella's economy, which is exactly what Deepshine is thinking now, as the army is getting surrounded from all sides, men at arms everywhere inside Bella's base now, killing villages, killing units, killing crossbows, longbows as well. Sure, they can kite and hold off somewhat, but Nostromia surrenders. GG comes in as Deepshine, and excuse me, Deepshine takes the game along with um, Nams in order to secure the victory in game number 2 and tie the series 1-1. Very impressive strategy, I must say.
Certainly very impressive strategy, enough to break Nostromia and Bella here. I wasn't actually expecting it to work, especially not with that Burgrave accidental cancel, but still able to fuel enough men at arms, and that's what really matters here. I think if Nostromia had gone for the fuel age play and then Bella had played a little bit more raid tactics and ultimately hitting her own castle age, maybe there would have been something to do, but I'm not sure because that actually looked super potent. And where would she have raided in the first place? I'm not sure.
Yes, I do agree with you. I do think there should have been a heavy focus from Nostromia's Delhi in order to get the Ghazi numbers up and rolling, at least contain some of the men at arms initially, do some raids on the back of it. And then Bella can look for her own raids with the 3 units she has, whilst going castle behind it to save Nostromia from that kind of all in with crossbows and such. But then crossbows take such a long time to reach Nostromia's base. So I think it would actually be a difficult hold either way with the civs in play, without a doubt. But a good effort either way in attempting the hold, but all credit to Deepshine and Nams. I mean, they once again such a clear plan in mind that they executed with intent and commitment, and the result of which is a nice secured victory here in game 2 to get them back on an even playing field in this series.
We're now looking at getting into game 3. It's going to be a 1v1 between Roos and English here. They're going to change the format up a little bit here. Oh, it changed. We got Abbasid versus English on Cliffside. Let's see what the second civ will be as they are drafting right now.
Yeah, so Abbasid in English now on the board. Abbasid for 1 hour game enjoyers and English for Nostrella. Oh, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see how this works out. But I'm curious what they look to opt for in game 3 here. It's always an interesting position to be in, 1-1 in the best of 3, whether in 1v1s or team games, because when it comes down to that final game where it's all on the line, what do you go for, right? Like, do you try to play it safe with something you're comfortable with, or do you try to maybe even cheese your opponent for a nice, quick, decisive win? It's tough, isn't it, Valdemar?
Well, you definitely want to be careful about what you consider being the smart play here, because you could potentially think that, oh, we're going to cheese it now and we're going to catch them off guard, but it's the same thing for your opponent. If they're looking to go for that super meta play, super aggressive play, they might just take that super easily and the game can be 15 minutes long, and then one player is dead and the other one is doing something weird, and they're playing that game we've been talking about before where you're playing essentially 2v1 because one is trying to do something like second TC or fast up. That's always a rough position to be in, but it's the correct play to do that aggressive, I think. So whatever it is for a type of game that we get into now, I would assume that it's going to be tied more into the aggression. Of course, we don't see the civs yet, but on a map like Cliffside, the rush distance is so much shorter. Now we're looking at the civs here, English and Rus versus Ottomans and the Juji's Legacy. What do you think about this?
Interesting picks coming in for sure. English and Rus makes a lot of sense to me on this map, especially they're very individual on this map together.
Mm.
Probably even stronger, right? I mean, once again, it's that classic composition that we have seen time and time again. The cavalry along with the ranged mass. I must say these picks are something I would have expected instead from Nostrella with their preferred
Mm-hmm.
aggressive playstyle. Maybe 1 hour game enjoys flipping the script here a little bit. Ottomans and Jushi are certainly a bit more interesting for Nostrella's side. Um, both quite unique civs for this map, I must say. Neither of them really shine here, at least on paper. But there's potential, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
obviously the Jushi economy can be very, very powerful early on in the game, and even later on scaling wise. Whereas Ottomans, 3 units is never a bad thing, is it? And if they're looking to be aggressive, then they can certainly do so. But I mean, even Ottomans and Jushi, of course, Juganu Sipahi combination could be really, really potent. Now against feudal knights, that might be a little bit more difficult to pull off without spears. But we'll just have to wait and see how they look to play this.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, if we look at the meta plays, English and Rus certainly seem to be one of those most predominantly effective on this map, simply because of the natural cliffs and the way you can utilize the English defensive bonus and the low mobility to a great extent on a map that has a lot of natural defenses. Something like Palisade Walls coming up from the Rus is also super strong. I think this favors Rus and English tremendously, I'm not going to lie to you. Because English not only counters Shushi and Ottomans in the early game, Rus is also a strong civ with the Knights in the feudal age, with the added wood bonus on top of it. I'm not quite sure whether you would look to do something like a fast castle play with some of these civs, like Ottomans, like Shushi. But I think if you do, you'll render yourself way too vulnerable in the early game, and that could potentially be one of the quickest ways you could lose. But then again, we're looking at the potential of siege up against a large longbow mass. That has some potential. Do you want to play mass Shoguns into longbows and cliffside with Rus walls? That sounds like absolute hell, so probably not something like that either. I think they're hard counted here, Nostrella.
I do agree. It's tough civilization matchup here for sure. Honestly, if one of our game enjoyers decide to go relentless aggression in this game over here, I think Nostrella will find holding really, really difficult, in my opinion. Now, something like, potentially mass Sepahi along with mass Spears from the Jushi is some way they can maybe hold this at least initially. But it's a tough comp to really, uh, let's say utilize effectively as you go later into the game because it's prone to kiting, of course. Knights do well against Sepahi at the end of the day, whereas longbows can kill off spears easily. I do agree about the tough matchup. I think Australia have a tough game on their hands, and their options, although on paper they have many of them, in terms of which are viable, it's quite limited. I mean, potentially some leverage created by the Ottomans for castle timing into palace guards from Jushi, but then Rus has knights, so palace guards are not going to be the best option. Several options for them, but honestly, none seem great. I think it's definitely going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about the meta plays and theory and so on and how it looks on paper. Sure, it's looking very beneficial for the 1 hour game to enjoy us here. But if we look at the record so far, I'm not quite convinced that it's going to be meta plays, let's be honest. I mean, if we look at the first game, it was Ayubits in French. And Ayubits in French, whilst that's a good comp if you're looking for something like a timing from the Ayubit player, getting into that type of style here isn't necessarily what they might be looking for. They definitely played for a longer game in that one, and if they're doing that here again, that could be a way to get out of it, but then you give the Ottoman player and Shushi player too much time. If they play some cheesy strat like the Mali Nature together, how are they going to do that here? I'm not quite sure. We are probably going to see either a very long game or a very aggressive game coming out from 1 hour game enjoyers. For the Nostrella team, though, maybe early aggression with cavalry early on can be the key, simply because the map is large enough for the walls to not go up in time. Maybe they won't even wall in the first place. We'll see.
Tough call to make without a doubt. And I agree. It does seem to me like one of those games that will either end very quickly or very late. It's tough to call without a doubt. I really do wonder what we're going to see. In terms of meta plays, I agree. Like, these games can get very chaotic, and obviously they're not 1v1s either. So in terms of what's strong on paper can often not be as significant. Sometimes expect naturally. So honestly, there's very many on the cards here that could happen. I mean, there's even a potential that 1 hour game enjoyers stick true to their namesake and don't bother being aggressive at all, which would be a bit interesting to see and quite the choice for sure against Ottomans and Jushi. But yeah, tough call. We'll just have to wait and see. Curiously, I don't know if there'll be any additional TC plays either by the English or the Rus, because it's quite standard for both of them nowadays as well, right? Same with the Jushi, they quite often go for the Song 2 TC with the discount on wood that Song Dynasty gives. These sort of decisions can certainly make an impact on the direction of the game, so that is something I'm wondering about.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's also about the knowledge. Again, if you haven't played this matchup before, or you're not super comfortable playing against these divs in the first place, it can certainly be a little bit of a tough one to make the correct call here. So it's also about the experience of the players. Have they tried something similar where they have allowed civs that are strong in the middle late games to just go for that? Well, they know that they shouldn't be going for that in the first place. But if they haven't tried this matchup before, because it is maybe quite unorthodox on a map like this, maybe it's a different situation. Who knows? I think we can both agree that the best place here would be the aggressive approach from the 1 hour game enjoyers, and for Nostrella to just try to deal with that. But if the game develops differently, obviously it develops differently, and it could get very chaotic, as you mentioned. It could be that they bring out a whole different way of thinking about it, and maybe that's going to work here. Who knows?
Who knows? I am particularly interested in the Ottoman and Jushi side and what their approach is going to be. I don't think complete all-out aggression to counter the English and Rus is out of the question fully, as we mentioned. Although it's not the strongest compositions of the like Sipahi Spek, quite effective on their side, and of course the typical Zuganu with Sipahi or Zugaspe maybe.
Mm.
And Sipahi potentially could be somewhat effective here for sure, but then longbows with Gutted effectively just destroy Zuganu so effectively. But as you can hear, game is currently starting to get underway as we prepare for our transition here, and it will be game number 3 between Nostromia and Bella, piloting the Ottomans and the Jushi on the right side of the map against Deepshine and Nams piloting English and the Rus towards the left side of the map. Game number 3 of this best of 3 series.
Getting into this series here, and I'm looking at the spawns, and we do see favorable spawns for both sides here. Of course, Nostromia sitting on a back gold, but has she got any of these good meditation garden spawns? That is always the question here. Could she be putting it in the front? That could provide the delay that she needs if she's going to be under aggression. She could choose to put it more defensively as well. If you're going to be the one playing English or Rus, the defense is usually rather simple, and so the map layout isn't the biggest deal. So going into this game here is certainly a matter of how is the Ottoman and Shushi players layout, and they seem to be all right. I'm not looking at anything that's super unfavorable for them. What do you think, Myriad?
I do agree with you, Valde. It does seem to be fairly reasonable here for either side. In terms of as you mentioned yourself, the meditation garden spot is certainly what Nostromia is going to be scouting for quite aggressively, I imagine. And there's no real, 10 out of 10 spot that sticks out to me. We do have the berry stone and gold right there in front of her base, which might be what she opts for. I think that's probably the best she can. Or she might even be able to. She can get that southern stone in as well if she's willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 of the berry bushes for it. I think. So we'll just have to wait and see whether she deems that worth it. Over there on the wood and berries and gold, that's quite a good spot as well. Might probably get the stone as well under the influence. So that actually might be the best spot potentially. We'll have to see. Of course, the idle time is always something worth considering when placing meditation gardens, or even potentially being hit by a timing from something like a king or a very early roost night. Now it's not quite as bad as something French who get that night out really quickly. But depending on how efficient the macro is for the age up, that's something to consider. And already we have our first age up from Deepshine. It's going to be Council Hall on the way with 3 villagers, leaving 3 on gold. So this is quite a common build. That sort of slow, economic focused, ramping up English aggression has become a staple build for them. Is what Deepshine is going to opt for here. So it is most likely going to be aggression, as we suspect, at least from Deepshine.
Yes, that English Council Hall, as you mentioned, it's probably the first build that was ever conceptualized in the game as that longbow rush. It's such a classic at this point, and it still works 3 years after the game's inception. So, yeah, definitely a good play to be starting the game off here. Gonna be Kremlin coming in for the Rus here. It's also a classic, giving that defense, giving that extra 20%, providing the benefits of a classic Rus tower. On the other side, we see the Twin Minaret, and we have that military school open. And the military school can be really good if you want to deny bounty. Certainly with the spearmen out there killing the wolves and the deer. And on the top side here, we see a very defensive meditation garden here, just covering some of the wood, a little bit of stone, and a little bit of berries as well. So not the worst, but it could certainly have been better.
Yeah, it's a nice and safe placement here. Will not cause idle time and still gets a decent amount of resources, right? So that's certainly a choice to opt for. Very defensive Kremlin coming in from Nam's Rus, which is somewhat notable. I mean, she does have her gold and stone at the back, so keeping those even safer is always nice. I would have loved to see a Kremlin's forward there beyond the first wood line, maybe onto that deer, potentially. I'm not sure, but perhaps this could be indicative of maybe a castle timing that Nams might look for on the Rus, but no, after shifting over to stone, it is going to be the second TC play, as we potentially expected in the pre-game.
Oh, this hurts me actually. I wish it wasn't the second TC play. I wish it was going to be night play. Because you are with a partner that is going for a council hold, that's going for typically longbows, but that's just not the case here. We are seeing, well, aggression, longbows, and then not a follow-up from the Rus player. You want to have those knights coming, otherwise you're going to be stuck out there alone with slow-moving infantry units. And that's going to be what Bella and Nostromia needs to get control in this game, is a lack of units coming out from the team of 1 Hour Game and Joyous.
Yes, I do agree with you, Valdemar. I do think just all-out feudal, I think, would have been preferable for Nams as the Rus in this game, with that English ally to help fuel the aggression, because that's what English does best in the feudal age, ultimately. But at least having the TC will allow them to scale safely behind this. And I assume we will still see a knight priority from here, from Nams, unless she opts straight for a castle, which would be a little bit greedy, but we'll have to see. But multi-TC play from Nostromia Jushi as well. She gets the stone for 1, and that seems to be where she will stop. Whereas Bella, just setting up her military schools for now, preparing some walls as well, just to avoid any kind of flanking by these longbows. But the issue is, if these longbows keep being aggressive, there will be a necessity for either archers or cavalry to deal with this before damage starts to get done.
So we see the longbows are still being constructed in spears, so for Bella. If these longbows decide to move out and look for more damage, they certainly can find that. And they are looking to come in on the south side here of Bella's base, and so it is going to be the 1TC versus the 1TC, and then the partners are going for the second TC play. I would have loved to see either side assume control in this game and just go for that aggression, because I think that is just the best way to go about it here. When you're playing against civs that benefit from playing mid and late game, you definitely want to try to shut them down in the early game. So yeah, but again, the second TC, it's a standard meta play, and there's a reason it works, right? It's fast and quick to get for the Rus, and then they can go straight for the the third H, or they can follow up with aggression. So even if Deepshine finds a lot of value here in the bottom, looking for this damage, she could potentially have a teammate that looks for some extra added support on top, whether those are knights or whether that's horsemen or something. Maybe even spears to counter the Spahi here coming out from Bella. But the same can of course happen for Nostromia. She could go for Castle Age chiming or Feudal Age chiming. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Ultimately, the walls here are going to be secured, and they're going to go up. The Spahi will push back the longbows, and that is going to be what shuts down the aggression coming out from Deepshine. So yeah, again, a little bit of a pity not to see those Rus Knights coming out.
May not be for too long, as he is now placed for Nams. That back, was a deer back here onto the back of deer. Very nice and cozy spot in between the wood lines as well. So I'm sure we're going to see maybe some night skating now as gold is being added. Stable has been dropped, so here we go. Sipahi out now, as well as Zugen on the way for Nostromia. Yeah, so one booming player against one booming player, and then there's the two aggro players, right? So this is somewhat standard game. This we have common. Not so much today, but typically in other teams, this is quite a standard way to play. One booms, the other creates space and aggressive, and then you link up afterwards. Now, it the issue is with the way this game progresses, it's kind of a similar. It's so I almost see it evolving into how it would have if both players had stayed one TC, where it's going to be Longbow Knight against what appears to be Space Sipahi and New, which frankly I don't really see Ottoman Jushi winning that.
Yeah, you might be right, actually, because the economies are so much stronger here early on for the Rus and English. The Ottomans take time to set up, and the same with the Shushi. And if you're looking at playing full Sipahi and Shuganu, yeah, your Sipahi are strong, but they don't hold up super well against knights, and your Shuganus, they can't range the longbows either. So a quick manipulation of movement of the cliffs, and then the longbows will have so much efficiency going up against a shorter range unit like the Shuganus that have the same movement speed, being very slow.
Well said indeed, and Longbow Raid coming in here from Deepshine. One villager had one down, and the second one goes down onto the second group of villagers that is found, and a fourth as well. Maybe even a fifth going to go down, as the berries did get spotted out. And this is the tough part with playing Jushi like this on 2TCs, that if you spread yourself out too thin on multiple sources like this, as well as not having the supervision of the Imperial official, you know, the tough part is you don't get the extra boosted income from the official, and then you're more vulnerable to raids like this as well.
But don't forget, you have an opponent that's going full Spahi. If you're up against someone who's full Spahi and you're running in the back with infantry, especially longbows being so slow, you will lose that. There's just no denying it. Like, 2-3 Sipahis is enough to take this out, and Bella has 10.
10 Sipahi indeed, one already in position to do just as you said, which is to clean up this imposing longbow mass. Now paintings did get dropped and they are in position, but the longbows move away just as the Sipahi were about to enter position, but even with the paintings it will be nowhere near enough. The entirety of the longbow mass here is going to get absolutely wiped. Now of course this is only a fraction of the longbow mass overall for Deepshine. It's 16 more on other parts of the map, somewhat scattered at this point in time, pulling up inside, just outside her base, well, about together safely. What do you think in this kind of a position as Deepshine and Nams on the Rus and English running longbows and knights? Would you go spears at all against the Sipahi or not? I wouldn't think so, right?
I think you gotta sort of rethink the way you're approaching this in the first place. You decided not to go 2TC, which took out all of the punching power from your aggression in the first place, and now you can't support those longbows with knights. And that means that the longbow player has to introduce spears if you want to still do aggression. But the problem is, right now, these Sipahi are actually able to take out both armies. And if you're in a situation where that's happening, the Juji player just goes next stage, and then you have a situation where you don't have access to relics. And Nostromia, she's going to be pumping out armor units, and that will probably be what's going to kill the English player sitting in their base, or the Rus player for that matter.
Well, this is what you have to be so careful about in this kind of a position, because sure, Nams has got the second TC scaling for her, and knights are very powerful, but naturally, due to the 2TC and the delay that put on the amount of knights she can get out in time, you can see only 7 knights out now compared to 15 Sipahi for Bella's Ottomans. Yeah, I mean, with these kind of numbers, cavalry is king in these parts of the game, so even though you'd expect knights to be in favor, because Bella had stayed on 1TC and just kept massing units, you can see these Sipahi running rampant, unchecked, and even if you go spears now, I mean, there's so many Sipahi out already. Us spears, you're going much at this point in time, as now they go deep on the enemy side of the map, and the worst part about this is they have no way of actually stopping them or catching up to them. They're faster than knights. Sure, you can start the war, but then that's expensive, villages out of position doing so, and you still don't have space to actually trap fully, so yes, it can be quite scary, and if if Nostromia goes for a castle behind this, does seem to potentially be the plan, although more Shuganu do get queued up. It could be quite scary for Shine Nam.
Yep, now Knights coming in the Shuganu. The Knights don't have the courage to take out the Shuganu, even though they probably should here. Knights coming in here, they are going to be able to take them out, so we see a similar situation as we saw with the spy going on the longbows. Again, we should probably have a little bit more defense here. What do you think about this Shuganu play? I mean, in my opinion, I think Shuganus here are way over the top. Your Sipahis are already doing the damage. You're not going to do much more with those Shuganus unless you're doing something final, like going for a full push on the eco of Nams here. I think, personally, getting a faster Castle Age would be better. What do you think?
I fully agree with you, Valde. I think part of why we're seeing so many Zuganus being masked is, they recognize the good engagement they took early against those knights and the longbows that had been cleaned up by the Sipahi as well. So, this is, one of those classic things that can pop into your head. Oh, well, if I dealt so much damage with these few units, if I make even more units, I can do even more damage, right? But that's not always the case. And sometimes it's better to just secure your lead slightly more patiently with something like a castle lead, as we talked about. Otherwise, this ends up happening, right? Just like the longbows suffer from the slow movement speed, Zuganu, the exact same movement speed, suffer from the exact same ailment as now longbows and knights going on top of them, and Sipahi are now not in position to actually defend against this. Not just yet, as many go down from here.
So how many longbows do we have here? Like 13, 14, 15 or something, and then another 6, 7 knights? I mean, we could have seen this type of army mass at minute 8 maybe, or 7 even. And that would have been so strong. Look how it's contesting an army at minute 14. That's, again, just goes to show you that if you had gone for this more aggressive approach, that would certainly have caused a lot of havoc here. Now the Ottoman Sipahi are coming around the back line, killing a lot of villagers. So now there's actually becoming a little bit of a disparity between the two economies of the different teams here. Running back to the Kremlin here, I mean, if you have the range armor on these Sipahi, you can keep going, you can keep looking for these villagers because you don't really care about range damage. Militia do get called here, and that's going to be necessary, but look at that idle time. If you have this many gold villagers just running back for no reason when you've already pulled the militia and your Kremlin's inside, what are you going to do? You're just going to idle out even more? You're taking a lot of damage.
A lot of damage caused indeed by the Sipahi, and so many of them are going to get away on very low health as well. I mean, honestly, this kind of position, even just calling in the amount just to heal them might potentially be worth it just because of the sheer amount on such low health. But, as a result of the Sipahi being in the back, Deepshine and Arms were able to push forward a little bit with their masses. Sipahi finding more damage on the longbows, sacrificing themselves to the spears. I'm not sure that's 100% the right choice, but it could be worse. It's not like they ran blind into them. But now, once again, Nostromia with her spear and Zuganumas pushing forward. Some spears from Bella as well to support this push, but again, like it's so tough. Anytime you end up in a pressuring position on the opponent's side of the map, they're just gonna have more units, right? So then you have to go back again. Maybe you take a bad fight and it's rough. But most notably, we have double castle age on the way now, as King's Palace has been dropped for Deepshine now, which will be her second town center as she ages up. And on the other side, Mehmed Imperial Armory on Bella's Ottomans now on the way and nearly halfway done.
If you paid attention to the minimap here, you'd notice that the walls are coming up for the for Bella and Nostromia, and I really like this play because while you might be pushing, and you're not really going to gain anything from those pushes, at least you are gaining ground and securing that ground behind it. And that's obviously really good if you're doing something like that. The economy's been building up as well. Nostromia sitting on a large economy, plus getting Castle Age now. The Mount Louis Academy is... did I say Mount Louis? The Mount Louis Academy. Yeah, Louis MT.
It's
Gonna
his mount.
be... Look, I've seen players, some of these female teams have been practicing on ladder, and they've been getting Louis NC games. That's good practice, in my opinion, if you want to
Absolutely.
get into the late game. But yeah, Mount Louis Academy coming through here, and the Mount Louis is certainly also a good economic landmark to go for here. So if these players can drag the game to the late game, we're going to have that favorable situation that we talked about for Bella and Nostromia, where we can see the civs really just shine out. Whereas Deepshine and Nams, sure, those civs are also good for the late game. They've just not set that up as efficiently. And the 1TC Ottomans, I would say, is a lot more potent than the 1TC into 2TC King's Palace English.
Absolutely. English tends to struggle really when going into a castle age like this with the King's Palace after the feudal age was somewhat extended, but not that extended, right? Like they would love a very long feudal age where by the time they reach castle, they have upwards of 24 farms, right? Or that number at least. But that's not so much the case here, as now trying scrambles to get more farms on the way. But yes, the Ottoman castle timing, even in the past, it has been extremely potent, as we have seen time and time again. The ability to get free siege as well as the free units on top results in them having such a significant army lead in a lot of games, was having, well, as you said, just on one TC, right? So the economy, the numbers just don't add up because of the military school, right? Having the free units and the free siege, and so many of them on only one TC is something most of the civs just can't do.
Yeah, you scale incredibly well, and your siege is great, and your military production compared to your economy investment is always great as well. So yeah, it's certainly a force to be reckoned with. The farm setup has been going up as well for Nostromia in the back here. Now a little bit of a night build up for Nams, going to H3 with the high trade house as well. So yeah, I would say even though the military difference is about 30, we're still looking at higher quality units coming out from Nams. But on the other hand, we see Nostromia having a greater farm transition, which means she comes online in the late game a lot earlier. And with with securing the map with the walls, getting all this gold secured, you would look at a more favorable late game situation. This push here, I'm not so sure. I mean, you're running mostly trash units, although the Shugnus can certainly be beneficial in the late game if you're looking to play mass palace guards or something like that. You wouldn't mind throwing away units, but it's not really the play you're looking for at this stage when you are not pop capped.
Certainly isn't, and there's just not too much value to be gained there, right? I mean, what are you did Berry Bush? I mean, sure, I guess there's just 2 golds there towards the north of Nabs' base that can be denied, but on the south side of the map instead towards the center, villages running rampant away from the knights, but thankfully they will be dead to be kept safe. But now triple ramp coming up for Nostromia, and she prepares to make a push almost by herself here, whereas Bella looks to contain this raid of knights, which are now veteran Bruce Knights and Castle coming towards the base. And I must say, I do like the ideas from these players. One cavalry player on either side compared to mass infantry from the other side. This is quite effective composition to run, without a doubt. The tough part now will be to coordinate properly in order to get the raids going, get the flanks needed, and this we're talking about the knights running directly straight into massive spears from Bella here, as one goes down, even the second one earlier, and these barely get out with their lives on very low HP. That could have been a lot worse.
Look at this economy coming up from Nostromia. She's pushing with her main army in the front. She's providing extra food for Bella to keep making units, or potentially going Imperial Age. Getting that Ottoman Imperial Age would be a strong play here. But just that granary setup with 45 villagers on food, I'm sure that food per minute is sky high and the highest one among all of the 4 players right now. Looking at 2,000 food coming in per minute, that's at 20 minutes. That's pretty good. I mean, it can certainly go up to 3 or 4k, but again, with 45 bills, that's certainly effective and enough to fuel both players' economy.
Absolutely, very well macroed by Nostromia to get herself up to such a significant count of farms, which is very nice as the Jushi, and good of her to recognize the bonus that she has available with those cheaper farms that are very useful in situations like this. But the issue is, this we're talking about, when an infantry army overextends, it can be prone to getting overwhelmed like this, as we see Nostromia losing quite a significant amount of military mass on the retreat back towards safety. I thought that Imperial Age was going to be on the way for Bella after Nostromia had sent food, just like you hinted at, that Ottoman Imperial Age, of course, being very strong, as we have seen time and time again, if allowed to do so untainted by opponents. But instead, doubling down on more units instead. We see Janissaries, we see Sipahi, we see Spears, we see Men-at-Arms, we see all sorts of units from Bella to round out this comp further. It looks like Cavalry is taking a slightly more backseat position for her as well.
It looks like Nostromia wanted to go for the Imperial Age herself, even after having spent all that food on her partner. But look at this. This is a massive push, and this is counter units. This is Palace Guards, Spears, it's crossbows, and it's all going to push that main army in the front, whilst you have Ottoman Sipahi attacking both of the players in the back. So this is a massive cause of confusion for the player Deepshine and Nams, whilst at the same time they also have to fight in the front against really powerful units. The Janissaries mow down, the cavalry of course, and the crossbows do good damage overall here. The front line do fall down for Bella and Nostromia, and they are forced to fall back here, but I'm sure that it's not going to be a big issue because, well, in the back of it all, Nostromia's been prepping more resources to go for Imperial. She's got enough for a keep as well. She could start walling if she wanted to, and ultimately they're just leading in terms of eco.
Yes, the economy for Nostromia is certainly getting quite a bit out of hand here, as she makes it clear, right? Temple of the Sun now on the way for Nostromia on the Jushi, as she looks to make her way to the Imperial Age. Now, the push, of course, didn't break the enemy, and it probably wasn't going to realistically, but if they can get away from this forward position without losing everything and not get pressured too much, this imp is going to come in. The upgrades come in and utilized properly. I think that can be quite a deadly timing for Deepshine and Nums to deal with.
I mean, I love what she's doing. She's adding in palace guards now, and if she just can get those fully upgraded and fully vetted out and get them to elite, you're looking at a unit that you can just keep spamming with a food economy like this. You just need production, and then you win the game if you just keep clicking on that W key. Spam W to get the W, right? Keep making palace guards, and then you would eventually go and win the game. I think that's definitely the key here. You just got to break through the walls, and you got to have a teammate that's able to perhaps provide you with some siege to take out the massive amounts of archers coming out from both of you, the opponents here, and then you're able to break it. But again, we'll have to see. Both of Deepshine and Nam's economies have been crippled by the raids, and they don't have a lot of villages to deal with. Deepshine down to 66 villages, 23 minutes into the game is not a lot. Those raids have been relentless. But at the same time, they have also fielded a significant army. So maybe they are able to push forward now and do the damage they need to do. But if they're not, I'm not sure how they get back into this game.
Well said indeed. I mean, and this push is what they need to make work, but with triple Mangonel on Bella's side on the defense here, and no anti any kind of side from China Nams, this will be a very difficult push to try and make work. Yes, I mean, those Sabahi, one of the best raiding units in the game, and the damage can be seen in the numbers, right? Just so much damage, also very well done by Bella to recognize that. But the fight does happen as pink and purple forces move into position to strike towards the massive Deepshine and Nams. Mainly range units exchanging back and forth, but a massive palace guard flank coming in from Nostromia from behind the reinforcement line of Deepshine and Nams, really surrounding Nams' archer mass as they now start to get overwhelmed. High quality units from Nostromia and Bella pushing back this archer mass from Deepshine and Nams, as well as Mangonels behind it for Bella. The scattered forces are going to get absolutely butchered on the retreat here as more and more units stream forward from the side, but so far, I mean, Deepshine and Arms, they have to revert their reinforcement back towards the base and now stage what looks to be, due to the military counts, 100 to 30 is going to become a desperate hold.
Also, absolutely beautiful flank of the palace guards coming in from behind. I don't think any of Deepshine or Nams thought about something like that could happen, but that Imperial Age palace guard with the upgrades is just so potent. And if they just start roaming around the economies of Nams and Deepshine, this game will probably be over within the next 5 minutes, because that is quite a force to be reckoned with. The massive amounts of Janissaries in the front also completely ruin any idea of playing cavalry as well. So you're just not going to find anything else that works besides crossbows and siege in this situation. If your walls are broken through and the palace guards are in like they are right now, you're just not going to have any economy left in a few minutes. And it's just going to be the worst situation possible when this player is at full expenditure of their resources. Nostromia with the H4 palace guards eventually taking the fight in the back and then closing out the economy as well. This is certainly a play to take on to the finals.
Beautiful series here between these two teams, both fighting nail, try to stay in the series, get their victories, putting out increasingly strategy as well, as we have seen in the second game as well. Really very close series here between these four players, without a doubt. What a way to end it. Nostromia swinging in with that economy and that absolutely exquisite palace guard flank there that I didn't see coming either, you know. Just completely surrounding the range mass from Nams and Deepshine. And then after that, as we mentioned just before that a fight happened in the first place, if that push stalls and doesn't find much damage, they really don't have too much going from behind there, right, with the ecos starving a bit. Nostromia and Bella's right.
Absolutely, and it's just beautiful play. I really want to just highlight that move that Bella made with her Sipahi. Those 10 Sipahi taking out the longbows in the back and in the front afterwards, they were just able to carry the early game. It was absolutely crucial that she made those Sipahi. Otherwise, it would have been a way different situation with the delayed aggression coming out from Roos and English. So, beautiful play for sure, and they certainly deserved that win, even though it was an unfortunate matchup. As we theorized in the beginning, this is now certainly a way to turn that around. All right. So that's going to be it for today's sets and series. And we've been looking at some beautiful games. We had 1 hour game from our 1 hour game enjoyers, and we've seen some beautiful games coming out from Nostrella as well, and of course Whalalia as well. Looking at tomorrow, it's going to be heading into the winners final. It's going to be Nostrella and Whalalia. And of course, the loser bracket is still going on. So it's going to be interesting to see who will join them in the grand final, one of those two teams.
Yes, a lot of exciting games still on our hands to happen tomorrow on Sunday, of course. Much to look forward to. Whalalia and Nostrella, that will be a very, very interesting game in the winners' final. That look forward to. Very strong side as we have seen today, right? Without a doubt. So look forward to seeing that. And plenty of chances still in the losers bracket, of course, for someone to make a comeback, as 1 hour game enjoyers might look to, as they looked very, very strong in this series as well. Putting out, I especially like that Mali and Age game. That was very, very well thought out and clearly pre-planned, and a lot of went into it, and to great effect, right? It was very well done. So I really look forward to what having next. Well, Valdemar, thanks so much for casting with me today. It's been a pleasure being here.
You know, I always enjoy casting with you, and doing that for the first time at King of the North was certainly a pleasant experience. I was looking forward to do it again with you, and I'm sure that we'll have more casting opportunities going into the future. So yeah, I guess there will be nothing more than just to say tune in tomorrow at 4 p.m. again, I presume. Otherwise, some mods will probably correct me here. And yeah, so we're gonna be seeing the finals tomorrow. Tune in on this same channel, and yeah, so it's gonna be 4 p.m. CEST, and we're gonna be seeing some very special casters as well. Gonna be both Cow and Whamen, and a special guest as well. I don't know if I can actually tell just yet. All right.
Like, just have to tune in tomorrow to see. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Well, I wish everyone a good evening, a good morning wherever you're at, and yeah, tune in tomorrow for the finals.
Goodbye, and all the best to everyone. Thanks again to everyone for tuning in. Obviously, everyone involved behind the scenes, Cow, Moreka, as well as plenty of other names. It's been fantastic having you on board, and thanks so much for making it happen. And again, tune in for tomorrow. I very much look forward to it. I'm sure Valdemar is. We all are. We will see you then. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2v2 tournament here, Whamen's 2v2 Cup. My name is Cow, and today we have Sass, and I pointed to the right direction. Let's go.
Yeah, hello everyone, and welcome. We're going to have, and I expect very exciting games today. Cow, I can't really wait to see this game, this series that we're going to cast together, and I'm very happy to be here with you. It's our first time together, so
it's our first time together. I know
yeah,
you've been excited.
I will always remember this.
Yeah,
I will always
too.
remember today.
Me too.
Yeah.
Anyways, enough about us. It's about the players today, and today we have Whalalia versus Nostrella. We're starting off with that in the winners upper bracket, and yeah, Lyralia and Whamen, I mean, is well, Conk 1 players, French and South African. We saw that yesterday. They played pretty well together, but Nostrella with Bella and Nostromia played pretty well yesterday too.
Yeah, they beat the 1 hour game enjoyers yesterday 2-1, and I think that was impressive. That was one of the best series I think we've seen yesterday. And they delivered. They lived up to their name. They delivered us an almost 1 hour game yesterday, and that was full of action. And yeah,
I'm really sad it was just 57 minutes.
Yeah, I think they could wait 3 minutes more, right?
Yeah, they definitely should. Anyways, we do have the first game coming up. It is going to be on Dry Arabia. It is French Byzantines versus HRE Ottomans. I wonder who will play the Ottomans.
I wonder who will play the Byzantines, actually.
Oh, that's definitely Whamen. I mean, they're a
Okay.
French person who's going to be playing French.
Yeah,
Put
yeah,
put
yeah,
two and two
sure.
together here, right?
Sure. And obviously, I think Nostromia is going to be on HRE.
Yeah.
We've seen her yesterday, was playing very solid and helping her teammate yesterday. And HRE in team games is very, very tough to deal with. I think both teams have very strong combinations here, HRE Ottomans and French Byzantines.
I mean,
Feel like it's going
so
to be, yeah.
so one of the things you could do potentially, right, in the I don't know, don't want to say later stage of the game, but kind of early stages in the game is because Byzantines is so self-sufficient, like you see this with English as well, right? You just go mass farms and then you just start dumping all of the extra sheep that you have go over to the French, right? You will have a lot of pressure on the map, right? It's going to be HRE versus Ottomans. Ottomans, they have a little bit of Dark Age pressure, but it's 2v2, so we very rarely see the Dark Age spear actually making it across the map.
Yeah, it won't be making across the map, but they will certainly be very useful against the early French knights here. And I'm in favor of making military schools in team games. We don't really see them every day on like 1v1s because there is the space. You have less space in 1v1s and you have less time to react to what your opponent is doing. But in team games, I think we're going to see one, maybe even the second military school in Field Age. And I'm not sure if Ottomans can just buy HRE enough time so that they can bring in every relic that's if that's possible for them.
So I think here, I talked a little bit with Valdemar, and I think you maybe agree on this one a little bit as well. HRE against Byzantines, you kind of just baboon it. You kind of just go feudal.
Yep.
And like Ottomans and HRE both fast castle civs, right? We've seen Ottomans. There were fast imperial civ, I should probably say. Then they went to a feudal civ, and then castle civ, and feudal civ, and now castle civ again, just because of the military school weakness that has been nerfed pretty well. So I like you can maybe get away with one fast castle, but two fast castles is just not gonna do it.
Yeah, that's not really, it doesn't really work in 2v2s, especially like both players going fast castle. They will just crumble against some sort of feudal aggression. Like it doesn't even have to be an all-in. It can be just, a few units to delay them and keep the map control. So I think Ottoman has to start with spears and then with some Spahi after to protect against longbows and the French knights. And maybe HRE can just start pumping the man at arms with heavy maces here. I think that's the best course of action for their team.
I want to say you just go like HRE just plays archer and then Ottomans just go Sipahi spear.
Technically, yeah, I think that's possible. If you have a good spawn, especially like if you don't have back food, like you can't just like fast castle, right? If you didn't find sheep, like you may start with a plan and then like even not finding enough sheep can just force you to change your plans. Here, especially while playing HRE, and if you're planning on like making Sipahis, they cost a lot of food, so everything just can just impact the game from the start.
Yeah, you do have the vizier point, so it's like hooray, but it's not at the point of actually allowing you to sustain feudal production for quite a long time. But we'll have to see. I'm excited to see Lyralia on French. She's a really good French player, pun intended. But yeah, it's Dry Arabia. It's a best of 3, so I don't really know how to transition. So let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Hello, everyone, again, and we have our winners final here, right? The other one is grand final.
Yes, this is
if
winner
I'm
final,
wrong.
yes.
Yeah, okay. This is winners final, and these players are not your average players. All of them has reached conqueror rank in solos themselves, and they came here prepared. And on the east side, we have Bella and Nostromia playing with purple and pink. Shout out to the teams playing with like yellow and orange and pink and purple, by the way. And Bella as Ottomans and Nostromia as HRE, Holy Roman Empire here. And on the west side, Cow.
We have Whamen, who's playing the Byzantines, and we have Lyralia playing as the French. And already here, we did see something yesterday that we see today as well. That is Nostromia going 2 scouts as the HRE.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I think HRE is one of the civs that can just like get 2 scouts in every game almost. Just because your economy with the prelate in Dark Age is very strong, right? And so you can just get a scout. Your economy is just more efficient than the other civs, and this is a team game, and we're playing Dry Arabia, so also the second scout will be very useful in terms of spotting the enemy aggression or enemy strategy easily. So yeah, I think why not? I think you can play with 2 scouts here.
I think so too. Like I generally actually like seeing it, especially when you're against French, right? It's like when you think about how the game is gonna go, it's you have French is really very sheep heavy. You have HRE which is really sheep heavy. So why not just steal them away? We do have a little nice cistern here though. Rating on this one?
It's 8 out of 10 if the second one is actually 9 out of 10 if the second one is going for the wood line, if there's enough space. I think that there's enough space.
Yeah, there's definitely enough
I think that's perfect.
Yeah.
And the spawn here for Byzantine player is actually quite nice because they, after the initial berries are done, like the second berries is towards your teammate, and your teammate also, as French, would like to be on the deer, so you can just both put your villagers between yourselves as a team, and then just it'll be a lot easier to defend against the potential Sipahi raids.
Yeah, I think you definitely just put up a quick wall here, right? And you have this entire area just completely safe.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can potentially get away with being very greedy here, as well, depends how Bella plays it, right? If they go into Sipahi very heavily, they can potentially raid this area, but even then, with the amount of pressure you will have as French, we did see Lyralia play yesterday very, very well with the French and the Rus, I think, as well, just knights constantly raiding even though they're under pressure. So I do suspect we will see a lot of the same today.
Yeah, I think so. And in team games, having knights is very, very important. Having the map control, especially on a map like Dry Arabia, is very, very important. And I think Lyralia here is the key player in this game that will dictate how the game goes, allowing her teammate to have the breeding room so that the Byzantines can just start rolling, having all that oil, and the mercenaries. They may be looking to get the military advantage, military lead in the game. And yeah, we will see. Bella with some good old spearman harass. The gold is forward for Lyralia. It's not the best. And when you look at the minimap, I can see Lyralia is having a rough time with the gold spawns.
Yeah. It's not ideal. Luckily, Byzantines is not the most gold heavy, so you could potentially sneak back onto this one.
Yeah, and that's... Oh,
Okay.
gotta be careful. Oh, it was going very well. Up to that spear. Oh,
Yeah.
just braced. Yeah, if that spear was alive, that knight would have like half the HP. Yeah, that knight would be like, technically dead, and that would be a great start for Team Purple and Pink, for Bella and Nostromia, because they hurt those villagers and they're still on the gold, and they are having like half of their HPs taken away. It's just a blink, in a blink of an eye. This few spies can just like kill them, even if you have the tower right there. And yeah, we're looking at a counter tower from Nostromia. This is very good, trying to be annoying on the tower, but unfortunately it's HRE. They have the good old emergency repair, so they're not going to be wasting any wood or HP. Yeah, very careful there. Forcing some idle time though, that's nice. You always want to block the HRE from having that. And we see some earlier walls, and I like these walls from Bella. It's very efficient in terms of stopping the knight charges. And if you're making spies, you want to be on the map, and you don't want some like pesky knights just coming and picking off your villagers and distracting yourself. She keeps making spears from the military school for the time being and keeps making the walls. And we see 3 on goal. I don't think she's going castle anytime soon.
I mean, she's adding production. Remember as well, right? The spearmen that we saw earlier on the gold is actually just normal Dark Age spearmen, so they're not anything special. With Nostromia and how she's macroing right now, she is going to be looking to add more archer ranges. And looks like we actually is going to be having a little bit of a feudal gameplay here.
Yeah, we're definitely looking for some feudal gameplay. Oh, that's interesting, and that's very ballsy, I would say. Yeah. Nostromia is about to drop like 2 archer ranges, and this villager builds that tower in 1 minute. There's already some spears from Bella. It's just a matter of time that those archers, and they definitely see that thanks to that HRE tower, right?
Yeah, Nostromia is already doing the correct reaction, right? I think it was maybe a little bit pre the tower as well, but you know, correct move here, going out to the tower, or stone, sorry, and then getting the arrow slits upgrade to actually effectively counter the play.
Yeah, but I don't see any archers trying to shoot that villager soon, and if that tower goes up, it's going to be very, very painful to deal with for Bella and Nostromia, because it's not just only on Nostromia's gold, it's also on the on both goals and between both players. Now Bella is making a dive for that villager. That tower is like 90% completed. There are some archers there. That villager is looking to complete the tower. It's trying to get sniped.
You just need to dive to it.
Lone archer. Oh, it's finally gets it, and they are losing a lot of units for that. This is very, very annoying for Team Bella and Nostromia. I think this is a small win.
It is definitely a small win, and we often talk about in team games, it's something that we don't discuss that much. But the easiest way to actually win a 2v2 game like this is attacking between the 2 players. If you have your army, between them and they can't move out, well, problem solved. You can fight 2v1 pretty easily. And we do see the start of that, right? We do have that tower, and again, right, Nostromia has to move out all the way to this goal right now, because this is the secondary goal of, well, I think maybe Bella. But we have to move out. So longbows as well now coming in from Whamen. It's going to be having a great time here dealing with the spear mass. And we do not see any CPI from Bella right now.
Yeah, we're not seeing any CPIs, and some of those spears are in danger as Whamen just picks off 2 of them and looking to hit the Ottoman stone. Yeah, you're not going to get any more military schools. I think she's not paying attention. Nope. 2 villagers down. That hurts a lot. Lyralia having French and producing faster villagers, and Nostromia starting with 2 scouts, and now with the villager picks, we're already looking at 8 economy difference, and that's going to be quite rough when you're forced to play a feudal game right now with an outpost in front of your base, and actually between your teammate and you. That's just a scout. Yeah, that's not a spy. That's just a scout.
That's just a scout. And we do see the safety, even though they're putting so much pressure, right? Still dropping a tower, adding a lot of farms. Not even done with the berries, but still doing the farm transition behind this. And okay, I was scared there for a second.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But that was a bit scary at first.
I think with the Aachen and with the berry spawn, right? You're actually going to have a pretty okay time as the HRE to actually mass up a decent mass here. Now, there's a little bit of a problem with Nostromia's macro, which is, it's a little bit wonky. So she has dropped the market, is going to be trading a little bit of resources out for that. Because again, right, she has the gold to go to, she has the food to go to castle, but she can't. There's no gold
Yeah,
accessible anywhere. You could
that tower
potentially-
is.
Yeah. You could potentially move over here and actually snag on your teammates. It is pretty safe. You need to be careful here, though, to not lose this biomass that Bella has built.
Yeah, we're finally seeing some Sipahi action, but this feels a bit. Can't say late, but because you have to make spears, right? There's a French player. You have to start with spears. You can't just like start with Spahis right away. And there's already some Limitani from the Byzantine player. So this is very this is looking very tough spot for Bella and Nostromia, as they're having some knights roaming around behind their base, and there's an outpost right in front. But the outpost HP is actually getting quite low and low.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's not fortified. It only has arrow slits, so it's losing the fight against, well, an Age of RTS tower with 5 units inside of it. You would never win this because of, well, you have emergency.
There's a villager.
So, great move here by Whamen actually moving this one out. You need to be careful not to lose it, though. They do have a significant villager advantage, but getting that one repaired up, it's going to be sniped out.
Oh,
Now,
Limitani.
finally, some return
Yeah,
raids.
now we're finally seeing the Sipahi raids, and I think she's going to pick 1 or 2. Are they? Did they?
No. No. That's
Are they alive?
You're still alive.
Okay. Okay. But still, certainly some idle time. Okay, there's a villager going down. Right now, Lyralia and Whamen could just go in because they're preparing the ram. They're certainly looking to do some action and more Sipahi raids on the farms. She does not want to leave because your opponents are having like 4 Sipahis with a meter in your base. This is like your cue, like this is your signal to go in and attack, and they're making the ram, and they're certainly looking to attack. But which player are they going to attack?
You go for the Ottoman.
You go for the Ottoman? Yeah, I think so too. In general, in team games like this, when you have the map control advantage with yourself, with the knights, they're being a lot better than the Spahi. They're trying to cause some chaos behind the enemy lines, but there's so much that they can do, and there's dangerous numbers of knights from Lyralia. They're attacking the HRE. That ram is actually doing a lot of damage to those units. The emergency repairs should be used.
Not here.
No, not right now. I don't see any Sipahis in this fight, and the spears are getting picked off one by one by the longbows. HRA archers are trying their best, but their spears are exposed, and the knights find the gap, getting on top of the archers. The spears are trying to help. There's a town center fire. The ram keeps going on the farms. The knights may be going too deep here, as they're losing a lot of their HP. The meta is getting sniped by the longbows. This is going to be very, very close. I don't know who wins here right now, as the ram keeps just burning all those farms. I think it's a hold for now.
It's a hold for now, but you've done significant damage. And look at the map control that Whamen and Lyralia is taking behind this as well, right? That's the key part here. They're moving out on the map. They're taking the deer. They're taking boars, right? They're just moving everywhere on the map right now because of the map control that you do have. And
yeah, but now some Sipahis are getting on top of those archers, and I don't see any Limitani there. I think, looking at the military count, I think they just held. But question is, are they going to turn this advantage into some sort of economic advantage right now? Like the next few minutes for Team Bella and Nostromia, for Ottomans and HRA, is very, very crucial. Now they're regaining the map control, and we're seeing in the minimap, the French is on every deer, and they know it. Nostromia scout is there. Sipahi were trying to raid on the farms and on the deer. So let's see who they're attacking to. And I think I agree with you. They should have attacked the Ottomans, because you want to attack the mobile player. So the immobile player with the immobile composition, in this case it's HRE, has harder time attacking, helping the teammate. But only melee against the Mitani, I don't think that's gonna work. And there are a few longbows there.
not gonna work too great. I mean, a couple of longbows here. I mean, the meta in that previous fight was actually pretty important as well, right? It really helped, and having this on attack speed, they actually really really shred the knights. And look at this, right? The move that Nostromia is doing behind this is actually finally securing some map control, just completely walling themselves in, making sure that they cannot get raided right now because they can't get raided. They know they're at an economic deficit. But look at the resources that Lyralia and Whamen is floating right now.
Oh, yeah, they're both floating a lot of gold right now. And on the other side, we can see Bella is floating a lot of wood. And she can certainly look for some castle age play. And remember, it's Ottomans. And there is on the other side, we have the HRE with, the French with 14 knights is looking to be 16 soon. And if the Ottomans reach castle age, all those knights are in grave danger since they have the access to the Janissaries.
I mean, we could potentially... I mean, it is an option.
What's the military school count from the Ottomans?
Should be 2 now.
Okay, she got sniped on the stone, yeah.
That's pretty brutal. Now, Knights going to be looking to see if they can get through. Nostromia walled well. And, Whamen actually going to be going up with the Golden Iron Tower here. Not really a surprise, but the timing is really, really good here. As well, Bella just can't find anything. I mean, they're finding more knights, but not finding any more...
they should be... Both teams should be looking to get some castle age, because I would like to see if Bella and Nostromia went a bit more aggressive. I think they underestimated their situation after that hold, because they had a significant military lead. And if they attacked Lyralia's external food sources, because... Yes, they have knights, but they're not going to defend against spears and archers alone. And the Byzantines, as we all know, longbows are slower than the archers, and that would be a lot harder to help. And there was some macro issues, I think. This is the winners' final, so probably they're a bit excited as well. But we're seeing solid gameplay from both teams so far.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we do have no.
Oh, Royal Institute.
I'm just gonna call them Nobella, Nutella.
No, Nutella. Yeah, let's call them Nutella. Yeah, they're Nutella. Yeah, 100%.
It's Nostrella, I know, but Nutella is just a better name. I'm sorry. I think we both agree on that one.
Yeah, we both agree. It's people's choice, okay? We chose that.
True. But they're holding pretty well, right? The fight was not. The initial fight was not good for them, but the hold was pretty good. Maybe a little bit of a micro mistake there allowed the spears to get very heavy onto the knights. But they're moving back, all of them going castle now, right? Bella soon to hit castle herself. I don't like to linger on a point, but both players float like 3,500 food and 2,000 food.
Yeah, I think they were a bit lost after that hold. Like, they maybe didn't know what to do. Obviously, a cherry player wants to get the castle age, and this is upgraded longbows,
this doesn't
Limitani and Varangians.
I'm sorry, Nostrella, but this doesn't do anything.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna help. What you need is gold from the Ottoman player. You really need those Janissaries.
Whamen?
Okay, that's 2 Varangians.
I mean, that's unit. I do actually think, though, the smart move for Nostromia right now is actually just start spamming crossbows. If she starts spamming crossbow right now, you can actually utilize the gold and food that you actually have. You could potentially even go into man-at-arms. They do deal pretty well with pretty much everything. But crossbows will just be a little bit better, it feels like.
Yeah, and Bella is making a small, actually big mistake here, taking that fight early as she's aging up before upgrading those spearmen. And that's a great point. Like, if Nostromia starts making crossbows right now and Bella starts making the Janissaries, they can hold, because those are royal bloodlines knights, right? I assume she got the upgrade. Oh, she doesn't have the upgrade yet.
Should be on the way. No. Not even that.
Okay. I guess it's the gold. Yeah. Because she certainly has the food. Bella's going for some raids, but this is a dangerous number of knights that can just snowball into your economy. And I don't see anything holding these knights yet. Maybe, just maybe, if Bella... Oh, no. no. Okay, the Knights are saying no, not today. And we're seeing some crossbows from Nostromia. I think Whamen is just busy making rams as... Yeah, this is a huge army. Like, the military count is just huge from...
Lyralia.
Oh, not even one knight.
Not even close.
Yeah.
But I think actually like making the rams here is just unneeded, right? You're so ahead in terms of military. Of course, we can see that super easily because we have God mode. But you can just super easily just go underneath the TC, idle the entire economy of Bella right now, and then just ride. Like, you're fine just sitting there, and then you can potentially think about the rams if that push didn't go too well. Or you see, for example, they're able to. But now we actually are seeing some Janissaries are coming out from Bella. There's not a lot of production behind all of this.
Yeah, the problem is they don't have the gold. They have all the food in the world to make stuff, but they don't have the gold to counter both Varangians and the French Knights. There are some Janissaries are trying their best, but they're very heavily outnumbered. And there is another Volo coming up from Nostromia. Oh, it's unsuccessful, unfortunately for them. And I think they're going in for the kill. They know, they sense the weakness of their opponent right now. There another Volo attempt, but that's getting sniped by the longbows, and Bella's landmark is just getting destroyed. And I think this is, we're looking at 1-0 for Lyralia and Whamen right now. I don't know how they can come back from this, apart from like huge Volo lows.
Or a
I don't see the units.
I mean, the Mangonel is doing a little bit of damage, right? And Ottomans is just at the point where you're realistically not able to get the mass that you ever need to do anything, it feels like, right? You can just sit here, just take down the production, even going with a keep, but that is actually Bella's keep, hoping to do something to be able to defend that. Villagers actually
the
gonna be
villager
standing around, actually be able to get a huge knight mass here.
Yeah, what's that? That's like 7 French Knights. Well, but
they don't get royal
great
bloodlines.
attempt. They don't get royal bloodlines, but yeah, we can see in the minimap Whamen is all over Bella's base with good old Byzantine spam. Like, she has 70 economy and 115 military units. It's just like the Byzantines spam is real. And
I mean,
yeah, look at those farms. Yeah,
even
yeah,
adding more,
almost.
right?
Yeah, even adding more. And yeah, that keep is not going to stay up for long. Nostromia is trying her best with the Vololos and producing units. I think Bella just ran away towards the left. Like, the economy difference isn't that huge. It's gonna be huge soon with those knights just grabbing those villagers.
Finding
But the military count is the key factor here. And I think maybe they weren't believing that they could hold that, and they were like, okay, we have to go castle, but they could just keep playing feudal a bit more, I feel like, and look to secure some more map control, because the knights are allowing Whamen to be able to go undisrupted and just do anything she wants. And Byzantines, if you're not able to touch them, they go up to 100 military in like few seconds. And there goes the GG from Nostromia and Whamen, and congratulations, Whamen and Lyralia wins the first game. GG.
And Nostromia actually finally seeing the writing on the wall with the entire army moving over to their side. If that keep went up, maybe it helps a little bit, because it does mean that you can't dive the eco as easily, but still really, really rough.
Yeah, well played by both teams. I think Team Nutella could just do it, I think, at some point, but Lyralia and Whamen just yeah, look at the military count. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's Whamen's count, yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, that military count just tells a story. Just like right before she hits the castle age, you can see the fight there when everyone is just like losing military units, and after that they certainly had an advantage, but well, if you don't do what you need to do in those 2 minutes, 3 minutes, then in the end you just get punished for it, and that's what we saw.
Hmm.
Yeah, the second map, Cliffside.
Oh. Yeah, I do see Ruse. I could see Ruse English being picked here. I mean, we did see Ottoman on it yesterday, but Ottoman's already been played by Bella. Sushi still could be an option. Like, I feel like on Cliffside you actually get a lot of decent meditation gardens. Just like, I mean, it's not which map is it again? It's not
Rocky River,
Rocky River
Yeah.
levels, but it's still sometimes you have really, really insane meditation gardens. So we'll see what they decide to
and
go for.
overall it's kind of a closed map and also open at the same time in team games, right? And yeah, but the Sushi's Legacy is a very good pick, I think, in team games, thanks to cheap farms and granaries and the supervision.
Mm.
And don't forget, the Imperial Palace guards can just make a difference. And okay, she's on Delhi this time. Delhi and French against Rus and English. Who do you favor?
I just I mean, you think like maybe in like we talk about this like in a vacuum in League of Legends, like it's the talking point that everybody hates, but in a vacuum, Delhi versus English, it's Delhi favored. Rus versus English, or Rus versus French, it is French favored in my opinion. So like yes, it's technically a much better game for Nostrella coming into this. But the problem is, in my opinion, Delhi is terrible in team games. It just feels bad. And, like, yes, you can go mass Gazi. But against Ruse, that doesn't really do anything. And Whamen has this annoying playstyle where she just moves out with an army. And either she loses it or she wins the game.
Okay, so that explains the Byzantine pick there.
Does
Because
explain the
there's less.
Byzantine.
Yeah, that explains the Byzantine pick there.
I mean,
But
when you think about the civs that Whamen plays, it's English, Byzantines, and Mali, right? What do they have in common? Sit at home,
Byzantines,
sit
Mali,
at home,
food economy, yeah.
sit
food
at home, and then
economy.
just mass up, right?
Yeah, yeah. Sit at home, get some food advantage for yourself, and then just mass units.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that sums it up.
I do think one of the points that you could make here for Delhi being in team game though is like the Archer Ball you would have in feudal with Tower of Victory is going to be insane.
Yeah, combine that with French. I think when you play Delhi in team games, I think you need a knight civ, like Delhi
Yes.
Rus or like Delhi French, Delhi Jeanne d'Arc maybe. I think it goes very well. I think Delhi Ottoman is also like very solid pick, and I think the reasoning behind the Delhi pick here is it's cliffside and the sacred sites are very easy to wall off, and you really want to wall in this map, especially playing against like longbows and knights, right? You gotta make some walls, and well, you have military units that can build walls. That's great for you, but I'm wondering if any one of the players, like maybe Rus or maybe English, is going to make second TC.
I if there wasn't a French pick on the opposite side, I think that Ruse could definitely get away with it. French in like I've tried French 2TC so many times in team games and it just don't do it. But Ruse you can potentially get away with it if the matchup and the spawn allows for it.
Well, you have the Kremlin, right? So it's a defensive landmark. You can put it where you want your town center to be. And yeah, I think Rus or even English can just do it. Let's see how it goes now. Okay, on the west side we have yeah, is that the same for you
Give
and
me
me?
a second here.
Sure. Okay, on the west side we have Whamen and Lyralia playing with the same colors again.
I think my game
Do we
is
need to
about.
restart?
I'm not too
Uh,
sure what is going on here. Give me a sec.
Sure.
Uh,
Just please be patient with us, guys, for just a moment. I know the cow's production quality is very, very high, but sometimes technical difficulties
sometimes
happens. Yeah.
I do wonder because my PC is
Yeah. So time to ask chat. Who do you think is going to win the tournament? This is winners finals, and we're looking at two of the top three teams right now. And who are you rooting for? While Cow is solving our technical difficulties.
let me restart my game. So,
All right.
remember this is the upper final, so there is potential for even if they lose, they still have a second series to play today, right?
Yeah.
So there is potential for them to potentially come back and actually win the entire thing. I don't know. I can't really tell who is going to be winning.
Yeah.
Winning the entire tournament.
I think the 1 Hour Game Enjoyers is also a very solid team, and they're on the lower bracket right now. But they can certainly make a comeback. I think they're one of the favorites going into the tournament, and they still have a second chance. They're going to, if they win the losers final, they're going to play against the loser of this series. And yeah, I think they're certainly looking to make a comeback there.
Okay, let's try to load into the game again. I am not sure what happened, but we'll have to see. Hopefully it works now. Maybe. But yeah, I think it's really weird because I feel like this tournament has had a little bit of their same meta, like its own meta, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this again. Please no, please OBS, just be normal. Come on, OBS. I know you want to do it. There we go. All right.
There we go. We're back. We're so back now.
All right. Welcome to game number 2 of Whalalia versus Nostrella. I think that was the name. Nutella. It's Nutella.
Yeah, it's Nutella.
Nostrella.
Yeah.
All right. We have
Right.
English versus French Deli, and we talked about this a little bit, right?
Yeah, we talked about it, and already I can see Bella is going for second scout, which makes total sense because you're French, you can make the scout slightly faster, and there is a Rus player on the other team. You definitely want to deny as many bounty as you can and get lots of sheep for your heavy knights as the French player. I also like this combination because, like, you need a lot of food with French, right? And Delhi, they can just buff your berries, right? They increase the berry number of berries that you can get, like supporting the teammate. As we saw yesterday, like Malion's making cows for the HRE player. Like there's a lot of things that can be done in team games that is like not even possible in 1v1s.
Yeah.
So
One thing
yeah,
I'm a little bit sad about is that we haven't seen any like Byzantine Delhi. I think or Byzantine Abbasid. It's not actually the worst combination, and you just have the fun interaction of having the berries being buffed up. You could also go Byzantine Ottomans, and then just slap the TMM, the Twin Minaret Madrasa, in the Byzantine space next to the Grand Winery.
Yeah.
Just because.
Just like, why not?
Why not, right?
Yeah. It just looks good.
It just looks good. It looks funny.
Yeah, it looks funny.
That's about it. I don't have a better reasoning. But yeah, I think this game, I was about to say, I think English goes Abbey of Kings, but proven otherwise.
Oh, yep, Council Hall. I think that makes sense. Like the king. I mean, your teammate is Roos, right? And that's probably going to make a lot of knights, since you need like some map control and heavy cavalry yourself. This is a team game. This is a 2v2. Map control is very, very important. We're playing on cliffside. We don't have big goals. Oh my god.
Lyralia is not going to be running out of gold.
Yeah, okay. She's not gonna run out of gold. She has gold for both Whamen and herself for a very, very long time. Yeah, that's a good Kremlin spot. That's like forward, controlling 3 gold mines. She basically just like securing herself just like 8,000 gold outside.
8,000?
It's just like yeah, I mean the front
Yeah,
ones are like
I was about
together.
to say,
Yeah.
I was about to say something on your math here.
Yeah, that's like 8,000 gold. Like that's like having a big gold mine just right in front of your base.
We do have Prairie that Bella and Nostromia picked, or sorry, that Lyralia and Whamen picked. So if it goes to game 3, we could potentially see an 8k gold. The only problem I have with this Kremlin though is the fact that like it doesn't actually secure any food whatsoever. Now,
Yeah.
Roos doesn't mind going on farms as much. Like, their farms are technically cheaper because you have the wood bonus, and you also have the roost bounty, which, well, 10% villager food gather rate on farms. Pretty okay.
That is very healthy bounty level, by the way. It's 475, almost 500 from 485 now. Almost 500 bounty from the start of the game, where I think she's not going for a town center, by the way, and she wants to just like make knights. You can turn that gold into some economic upgrades, and yeah, and if she kills a boar or like one more wolf, she got 500 bounty, and yeah, Roost obviously doesn't really have problem making farms, but you have an English teammate and you have knights. You probably just want to get right deer and the boar. Like, why not? There's one deer pack behind her base, and that's just like very free to take. Obviously, against French knights, you gotta be a bit careful, because they can just like one-shot your villagers if you don't pay attention for like few seconds. But you have your own knights, so if you spot it, and you have the Kremlin, which gives you a lot of vision. Paired with the Rus. Oh, is that a dead scout? That's very, very hurt scout for now.
So, but yeah, a little bit back on the Abbey of Kings as well, just to dwell on that point just a little bit more.
Yeah.
French has healing on their knights. Rus doesn't, and if you went Abbey of Kings, you have the healing. It requires a little bit more extra micro and a little bit more awareness, but it is a thing that you actually can do pretty well. It's just pull them back and heal them and then come back out. And actually we do have that 500 bounty mark, as there wasn't a deer pack that actually was taken, so we do pass that 500 mark.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
The 500.
Oh yeah, she reached 500.
Yeah, that was it.
That's it. Okay, yeah, sorry. I thought I missed something there. Yeah, she reached 500 from minute 6. That's a Roost Dream start. And yeah, look at her gold. Like, she already has like 300 gold that she can't even use. Maybe can't go for upgrades, but yeah, that's certainly a great start for Lyralia there. And good walls from Whamen. You always want to make this wall to reduce the enemy opponent knight's maneuverability. And we see the same walls from Delhi and French. Oh, those knights are trying to kill a villager.
Pathing.
Oh, the pathing.
Textiles?
But she has textiles, right? Yeah, because otherwise that villager would be dead. Yeah, textiles just saved, and I think that was worth it.
Yeah, actually gonna be popping out the scholars as well, just for the healing as well. Should pop one of
Yeah.
them back into the archer range, or potentially another production. It doesn't actually have any production buildings, but it does have double blacksmith. So I don't actually mind this opening too much in team games, right? Double archer range, just gonna be pumping out units, and at some point you will actually be able to surpass the English a little bit in production, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you're Delhi, like you don't have a problem making a lot of archers in no time. So about the king, by the way, I agree with you. It's not just for like mobile healing. If Roost player is able to just pull back the low HP, nice, just send them to the English base, right? There you go. Then you just like heal them back. So I agree with that. That could be definitely a play, but I think their plan is to just play some feudal aggression against Delhi and French. I mean, at some point, they gotta contest the sacrifice, right? As we see Whamen looking to deal some damage on Bella, that's a very alone knight. Just, oh, this takes away half the HP from the knight.
I mean, even one more
Yeah.
volley and that's dead, right?
Yeah, that's almost dead, and the wood line is forward, so that's in harm's way. So Bella is just like pulling the villagers. Well, killing that scout is very important right now, because your opponents are trying to attack you. There will be one dead villager. On the other side, we see Nostromia picking off another Roost Knight. The Knights are not doing well this game so far.
Yeah, they're kind of just going a little bit, being a little bit too lonely out on the fields here, just taken down by our arrows. So, right now, I mean, this play has actually turned out really, really well for Whamen and Lyralia, right? Forcing French off of wood is not that big of a deal, because they don't need wood.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit curious about the macro behind for Bella here.
Yeah,
We're
I
still
think you
the-
definitely want to get your second stables as soon as possible and keep pumping. Like she doesn't need wood. She doesn't need that part of her base. Like
Yeah.
everything she needs is on the right side of her base. Was that a dead? Oh, that's a dead knight and a scout. That's a nice pick off. And she just like walled, and that just protects her, right? Like all this aggression did cause some idle time, yeah, but like Bella has 2 deer packs behind her base, berries, and the second gold there as well. That wall is very optimistic. Those guys are very, very optimistic, throwing some very optimistic torches. And now Whamen and Lyralia are changing their focus. And the military count and the economy count is so close. I wonder how one team will get an advantage over the other, as we see Bella and Nostromia moving out on the map together. That's a nice pick off 4 archers for free from Lyralia.
It does have +1 ranged armor as well, right? So it takes a little bit of extra shots to actually take these guys down, though. However, I think Bella is on. Does have a blacksmith up and is getting the same.
She's getting that now.
So, yeah, but walls from Nostromia here as well is really, really good. It secures way, way, way too many resources. I don't think they will ever need that amount of resources, but it's still good, right? Cuts off a lot of rotation points for both the knights and the longbows. They are trying to make a move into the middle here, but realize they don't have the mass quite just yet. They need a really good fight to actually be able to take this.
Yeah, they really need a very good fight, and against that many longbows, even the feudal age knights are not going to do super well. And like Whamen just keeps making longbows more and more and more, and we see Bella floating a bit of food there. That could be knights. Oh, as you see, like longbows, they just shot the knight. Like that was what, 2, 3 shots, and they keep pushing. They feel their opponents don't have the mass to deal with them, so they're moving more and more aggressively on the map, more comfortably, and picking even more villagers, and the rest of the villagers are going to be idle, running away. They just don't have the knight numbers to deal with this yet. And as I think Whamen is just like making a creeping English outposts on the map, just in case. Yeah, she is, and just in case that if the fight happens, they will fall back to those towers, and the longbows are going to fire even faster and melt the knights and the archers, all of them faster. Like the first aggression on Bella's base, we said that wasn't really doing much. That was good idle time, but I think it just caused Bella to make some mistakes there in terms of macro, because I feel like she could have a lot more knights, as we see Nostromia moving in with 40 Delhi archers, but on the other side we have 50 longbows. It's just like, it's just a matter of who has more for now.
Yeah, we got a...
As we see Whamen just making rams. They're going for it.
They're going for it, and we can start to play actually properly into the defender's advantage for Nostrella here, right? You can actually start taking this fight now, and while the archers is shooting pretty fast, the longbows doesn't have the bonus just yet because the tower is not in range. The ram will finish, but knight count now from Lyralia is actually dwindling, but so is the ones from Bella.
Oh yeah, the knights are like dying one by one from both sides, and Whamen just maintaining her mass, shooting knights. Like here we see how good longbows are, because every one of those 50 longbows are doing one more damage than the normal regular archers. Yes, the Delhi archers are shooting faster, but the longbows, like every time they shoot a knight, they actually hurt them. And there we see a good old archer against archer battle, as we see Lyralia just rushing in with 2 more knights to tank the fire. Nostromia is trying to micro her archers, trying to not overkill and split the fire. That's a beautiful attempt, but that's not going to be enough, as Whamen just keeps her longbow mass alive, and more knights are just rolling in, and Bella has to make some horsemen. That's not going to save them, I feel like. Now the longbows, some of them are getting the Network of Castles buff, and that's a really beautiful harass. She knows that Bella needs the gold to keep making knights. The knights are very, very important here in terms of a front line. And just here, I think Whamen is doing a pretty good job keeping the longbow mass, like her macro and the mass of the units and creeping towers on the map is just, I think it's a beautiful play by her.
Yeah, and it is great awareness from Whamen to actually move out. I mean, this tower seems really random, but you gotta remember as well, right? It provides a lot of vision to actually just everything, right? Night raids is a real option to come back into the game for Bella here, or Nostrella. Actually just putting up those towers, being aware, right? You're out on the map with a very slow army, so you gotta make sure. Now towers is going to be upgraded here for Bella. It's a lot of investment into something that will go down inevitably. So I feel like it's a little bit of a waste of resource. I think that the stone could rather be put into a second TC, if that at all, even. If you at least have the stone, then better go for a second TC than some emplacements when you have 2 rams. But now again, right, Bella still forced off the gold here.
Yeah, the military count looks almost even, but Bella's knights and some of the horsemen are trying to cut off the English longbows, but they need the mass right here, as Nostromia losing bleeding archers one by one. They need all the units here, and they need to have a really good fight. Some knights are charging into those longbows, but that's a lot of longbows for 2 knights and a horseman. There, and you can see here again, right? Like the same thing happened in the first game. They're just attacking between the players, like between the teammates, and they're making it hard for them to have a fight together.
It's just super rough, right? I mean, kiting here. Now the mass is going to be there a little bit, at least for Bella, but it's not going to be enough, because Lyralia's mass, even though it's their turf, the mass from Lyralia is just so huge. King's Palace even going up behind us for Whamen.
Oh yeah. When you make only longbows in the whole game, like you can get a decent mass and get a good castlage timing, and like we see here, they're struggling to get a fight together, as Lyralia has a bigger Mass, I think she doesn't have to go back, but maybe she's looking to age up herself too. They just ditched all those longbows. I think that was a bit weird, but she's going for some raids. And I think they know they did enough damage, right? They killed a lot of units.
Yeah.
Even though, like, Whamen's still picking off some villagers here and there. And they dealt lots of damage on Bella and Nostromia, so they have all the time in the world for them to do anything. And remember, Delhi was not able to grab even one sacred site all this game.
I mean, the top sacred site was a little bit taken for a little bit, but I think I'm expecting Lyralia to actually be the one who decapped that one. But the nice thing about Whamen just throwing away her army in the middle here, right, is that you've already traded so much away, and the longbows has done their damage. They've done their piece, essentially, right? So allowing the longbows to go down to get out the knights, I think it's actually pretty worth it. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not too sure about the man-at-arms here for Whamen.
Well, your opponent is Delhi and is still in feudal age, right? And Bella is making knights, and they know they kill a lot of knights. Like, look at these masses are not the same, and Bella is trying to get some breathing room for her team with this raids, trying to pick up some villagers and keep those knights busy away from their base. But there's a Kremlin and the knights, they're not gonna last long. And yeah, why not man-at-arms? Because like your longbows are going to do a lot more damage than what they did in feudal age already, and there was never a lot of French knights there on the field. Like the military count looks even, but for Lyralia and Whamen, the advantage is really big. And oh, all those villagers are going to die. Oh, that hurts.
I mean, yes, they might jump into the tower here. I mean, they know they're just dead, right?
Yeah. And Whamen actually is on 3 TCs behind us.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah,
Well.
3 TCs, and then they're getting ahead in economy and the military and the technology, all of them together.
I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
It's like there's not even a longbow mass, but there's still just like, look at the damage the Royal Knight takes.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. The age advantage isn't a joke, especially when you're playing as English and when you're making longbows. And really is just staying on 1 TC ruse. As we saw the attempt from some other teams, right? Like 2 TC and then massing knights. But it's just like, in the long term, obviously it's better. But they kept the tempo and the momentum with them all the time, allowing ruse to be able to pump this many knights throughout the game, staying 1 TC and just like going ham on the knights. Just like she's getting 34 and it's looking to be 38 soon. Bella is going to trying to recover the lost villager numbers with a town center, but the economy gap is getting bigger and bigger, as well as the military count, and this is going to be some rough few minutes ahead of them.
I mean, it is a comeback option. It is a way to get back into the game, right? Nostromia could potentially go make mass knights, for example, join in on the knight mass and actually take some fights against the mass that Whamen has and the knights that Lyralia has. It's just going to be a very, very hard uphill battle for Bella to get back online and actually get into castle.
Oh yeah, and meanwhile the Rus Lyralia is getting high trade house. I wonder where it is, but it doesn't matter at this point. It's going to be a very good, juicy high trade house, I think, and all those knights. Maybe a bit premature attack, but she saw an opportunity there. Didn't work out. She just has to pull back and upgrade those knights, and then I think that will be enough to seal the deal for them. And I think we're looking at Lyralia and Whamen playing very strong here, very solid, sticking to their plan and doing the right moves. Like, they are understanding team games just slightly a bit more, I would say, and they're going to get grand finals, I think. Unless there's some like really huge diagonal shots or someone, you know, just leading the knights or something.
Mangonella is not gonna be doing much here, I think. And it could potentially maybe something with the Master Nostromia here have a decent fight. I mean, the Man-at-Arms is tanking a lot of damage.
Yeah, but those archers are still feudal age archers, and yeah, the Delhi, like you either age up quite fast, research speed at its slowest. Okay.
Yeah, so nothing here just yet. Still trying though. Whamen moving around with a longbow mass here and a longbow mass there, just moving around. Second TC gonna be spotted and idled out even. Just Man-at-Arms. I mean, when these resources run out inevitably for Bella and Nostromia, I think it's just game.
Yeah, they're just going to get that final push in, as this is the last stand for Bella and Nostromia, as there are like 40 Roost Knights. I think, are they still feudal knights? They're still feudal knights, but it doesn't matter. They're charging in and they're trying to get a surround on the Nostromia's army. Bella is struggling to keep up with the knight numbers. All those knights are upgraded now. Beautiful micro. Just sit and run closer, trying to surround them. Just melting all that archer mass. That's a beautiful play. They're ahead in military. They're ahead in economy. And they're going to the grand finals.
Yeah, pretty easily as well, right? I mean, it was a good battle by Bella and Nostromia, but I think just Lyralia and Whamen just stronger here. Picked themselves up a little bit from yesterday, and, well, the villagers pulling out their shivs, but here comes the knights. And, yeah, this is... That
is definitely a last stand from Bella, yeah.
10 villagers, single-digit villagers now.
Yeah. And there comes a GG, and congratulations for Whamen and Lyralia on reaching the grand finals, as they will be looking to wait for their opponent now. Of course, it's not the end for Bella and Nostromia. They are still in top 3. And they will play in the losers finals to get the chance in the grand finals.
Yeah, so they will be playing against... I need to double check this. I'm 99% sure, but they will play against the winner of our next series. Which I'm not 100% sure who it is. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to cast. But yeah, look at Whamen's, specifically Whamen's... yes, that is Whamen's military graph, right? I mean, it goes up, it goes down, then she builds it back up when she hits that castle timing.
Yeah, that was like, remember when I said that there was some like equal military count from both sides, and then that suddenly, like in a minute or two, that was just gone, and they were ahead by like 20 military, and they kept that lead, and they just like snowballed like 20 to 30. 30 to 40 even, and then with the tech advantage they just went in and finished the game. But yeah, they made the right moves, I feel like, and playing when they had the advantage, they were going between the teammates, right? Like Bella had knights on one side and Nostromia had archers on the other side, so it was getting really rough to even communicate and just like coordinate with your teammate, which is the most important thing, actually. Like, apart from your like the saves that you play or the map that you play, you have to be communicating and coordinating with your teammate. That is the most important part, and I think Whamen and Lyralia was doing that better, as well as playing better than their opponents, and they secured the win.
They didn't manage to secure the win, so it'll be going on, but I do believe our next set should be coming up. Let's just check here. Whamen should be joining us very shortly. Problem with having the producer also be the caster.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, Whamen is here now, so we will do a little bit of just quick magic here, and I will fade into obscurity.
Oh my gosh, obscurity. Cow? Being obscure? What is that? Is that even real? Yeah? Oh my gosh, he's gone, guys. Who's that? Where is he? He's me. I'm Cow now. Very nice. So, guys, I'm subbing in here as we are going to be going into the next set, and I honestly just want to watch my future opponents and Deepshine mostly. That woman has given me nightmares, the type of nightmares that you shouldn't have from playing a game, but she has found a way to give that to me. And yes, guys, I'm so glad you guys enjoyed that. We were so scared because I believe Nostromia has Conk 3 and Bella is like a solid Conk 1. I haven't hit Conk this season. Lyra also hasn't, I don't think she has hit Conk this season yet. We've had a really tough ranked season so far, but we've been practicing a bit and it's been going really well. I don't know how this happened, but it's been going well. Hot damn. Sassy, what did you think of it?
Yeah.
Do you think we have a shot at winning this?
Yeah, I think you definitely have a shot at winning this, as your team is being undefeated right now, right? So yeah, that's a really nice performance. Congratulations again. But well, there's still Deepshine, there's still Team Nutella. I'm sorry, Nostrella, whatever. It's the people's choice, okay? We still have Deepshine and Nams. I think very solid team, and I think Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet managed to get a map from you guys, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we have the top 4 teams left, and I think they also have solid chances into winning this or making it to grand finals again. Deepshine gives you nightmares. We all know it. And she's looking to bring back the nightmares, I feel like.
The problem is the 1 hour Game Enjoyers got taken down by Nostromia and Bella last game. Beasty was actually sitting with us analyzing the replays just before this so that we could prepare ourselves. And this is kind of what we were looking at. We were looking at the mistakes that happened between these two teams. But the thing is, I feel like Deepshine learns from this. She will also be there watching her mistakes. And Nam's also someone who came from open division of Women's League this year, shining all the way through and dominating the scene. Now, Gaelyn, on the other hand, also someone from the open division, and she has really shined too. Rabbitsweet was in our top division for the Women's League, and she's great. She is really scary. I feel like Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet have a really good shot. In the end, I feel like the top 4 teams made it to the top 4. And I'm really glad that these people are here today. So I don't know if Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet are strong enough to take down my mortal enemy, Deepshine, and her partner, Nams. But I do think they have a shot because Lyra and I, we underestimated them, definitely. We messed around. I picked King of the Hill because we were using a secret strategy. And I realized we cannot mess around with people like these afterwards because we learned our lesson. So we do have Cliffside being picked, though.
Okay, we have English on both sides. Not a fan of it, just personal. But we have very similar picks here, like Rus and French and English and English. I'm not sure if I favored the French part or the Rus part. Are we gonna see a king or 2 in this game? Are we gonna see some expansion or aggression from teams? This is going to be very close, and it will come down to like very tiny differences and like very small mistakes I feel like they can make big differences when you play in a map like Cliffside and when you play with very similar civs. Obviously, English is a mirror pick, and the French and Rus, as we saw in the last game that we just seen from your game. Like you fall behind for a bit, and it's just super hard to just like kick back and get in again. And yeah, I'm very excited for this series.
Now, the thing is, what's going to determine the differences in these games is whether English is going to go for king or longbows. Now, you guys could see I'm a little bit of a longbow enjoyer. I firmly do not believe in the king. It is against my religion. I go longbows. So the king is going to be the difference maker here. The thing is, from what I've learned in these games, I think the ability to just split your opponent up is the key to winning these. And that's exactly what I'm expecting the person with the longbows to do. Now, I don't know if either of these people have an advantage over one another, because when I think of French knights, I get really scared, but the same damage happens to me when I play against Rus. So I think this is all down also to how the spawn lands. If we do have some forward goals and we do have some, forward situations, I think this is also going to open up the ability to get raided and get denied.
Yeah, and like the spawns are going to be very, very important, right? Like the last game, Lyralia had a Kremlin on top of like 12,000 gold altogether, and all she needed to do was like after that was just like protect her food. But with the first aggression you guys had there, you were able to just like not worry too much about the raids and just like focus on the front line where you position your units and stuff. So I think taking the initiative in these type of games is very important, unless you're going for like two town centers, like English is going to TC and the French is just like trying to harass, keep away the Rus and the English longbows. But this is Cliffside. This is a very, very aggressive map, I feel like, in the team games, at least for the first 20 minutes. It's very, very aggressive, and then if the map gets like split into like half, and yeah, it's just going to be like very macro heavy game. We will see a lot of trade, and I am a bit scared from yesterday. One of our game enjoyers gave us 57 minutes. I think maybe they will
Hopefully not
deliver this
again.
time. Yeah, if both teams are like, this is they wasted the one chance they had, right? Like they don't have any more second chances, and maybe both teams are going to be a bit more cautious playing and like being aggressive and stuff. Like remember, this is not just a ladder game where you just like play for fun and just like go, oh, like whatever happens, let's play this and let's see whatever happens here. They're playing the tournament, and this is their last chance into getting into grand finals and potentially win the event. So maybe the teams will be looking to be more careful and more cautious going into this game.
Now, guys, I also want to make sure that you guys know what's on the line here. This is not just a $500 cup. For a lot of people, when we think of like, oh, it's just a little tournament. And the thing is, I'm so desensitized to tournaments that I feel that way. I'm like, it's just a 2v2 Whamen's Cup, But for a lot of people, this is it. This is what we've been playing for. But what we're really playing for here, the top 2 spots do get seeded into our event taking place in 3 weeks. So in 3 weeks, we are having a top team gamers style of event to raise awareness for long COVID. Now, this event will take place right next to 8 invited pro players. So these girls getting to the top, they're just playing also for the chance of playing with our best players in our scene. And that's something I think in a lot of games we never get to see, because now you'll have these destructive female-male teams overlap. And it's going to be amazing to see how these top players can actually guide their fellow Whamens into victory. And what makes this so unique, and something I wanted to do with Age of Empires 2 and Age of Mythology in the future, but the problem is there's a big skill divide among the top 8. In our games, all of us are Conqueror level, Conqueror 1 to like low Conq 3, I would say, which is not that crazy much of a difference. And we can still beat each other, like you guys saw there now. Barely Conq 1s taking down very strong Conq 1 and I think low rank Conq 3. And it's just because it's 2v2. 2v2 allows for that type of gameplay. So guys, now we are waiting to go into the next match. We heard there was a little bit of a remake situation because they forgot to play with. And this is why it's hard to do 2v2. But Sassy, are you qualifying for our final 3K event for the top team gamer this time as well? And are you making it to the top 8?
Oh yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to playing the qualifiers and potentially playing in the main event. I think it's going to be very fun. And this is the beautiful thing about these tournaments, as you said, right? It just like brings like our female players right now, like it's just bringing them together. Like maybe they're making new friends and just like keeping the community, all of our community just interacting with each other, and also putting on a show for our viewers. Like the games that you guys just played wasn't like low level like games. It wasn't just like for fun. There was like lots of strategy and lots of thought went behind it, and lots of skill being able to play in a tournament in 2v2. Like it's not a 1v1. It's not as stressful as 1v1s. I know that, but it's like you're playing a tournament, people are watching you and all that stuff. So like shout out to all the teams that are playing here first. And the good thing about the tournaments is that like the next event is going to be even more fun, I think. It's going to be like these players maybe are used to playing with each other, but it will be like top 8 players, top 8 men's players with female players. They're going to be like mixed, and there will be maybe fun, unique strategies coming up, or I don't know, maybe there will be some upsets, as you said, 2v2s. So like the small differences there, one game you do a small mistake there, and then you might even see very surprising like champion team.
Exactly. The thing is, if you don't play these normal formats, and this is something I always talk about when we host these tournaments, we're not looking to compete with EGC. We don't want to go into the standard 1v1 tournament format. We want to provide the fun games for the viewers with the standard maps and the map pool sometimes that people can relate to. So what we're doing next, and this is something we'll talk about at the end of the stream, is I'm going to do the announcement of our next event. We got a $1,000 sponsor that I will talk about at the end for our next event, which is going to be fantastic. We're going to have an FFA part of it, and we're also going to do another part that I still need to figure out, but I just want to make sure we announce that FFA part because I know that there are gold players out there that can take me down in an FFA. I get so frustrated the moment things start spawning. There's a guy attacking me, or a woman attacking me from here and a woman attacking me from there. I just lose it. There's nothing for me in that scenario. So I think with something that we are suspecting, you guys remember the Outback Octagon? We're just waiting for Aussie to maybe pluck that out. I really hope he does this year. But let's do that for the Whamens as well. Just, before the show match to Whalalia. So we will go over those details at the end of it. But guys, for now, I guess we need to see who's French. So guys, in the chat, let's see what the predictions are looking like. We see the 1 hour game enjoyers getting most of the points. So guys, I hope this is because you all fear Deepshine as much as I do. That's my best friend in that chat, guys. I had to give her a shout out. I forgot our date on Wednesday. I'm sorry, Roxanne. I apologize to you in front of 500 people. Forgive me. Oh gosh. So, Sassy.
Yeah.
Do you think that Bella and Nostromia will still make it to the finals? Because you watched these games yesterday. You know how well or what the weaknesses are of these players. I know that Valdemar has coached some of these girls. I know that Corvinus has coached. I know you have coached. Who do you think is going to take this and take the next series?
I think for this series, I see 1 hour game enjoyers, Deepshine and Nems, just slightly a bit more favored. I think I agree with chat here from their points. But Nostromia and Bella, Team Nostrella also can make a comeback. They can win in grand finals. They can come back in grand finals, I feel like, because they played against 1 hour game enjoyers yesterday. It was very close. If they play again against each other, it's going to be very close, but it's still losing a game, even on ranked ladder or like in FFA, it just doesn't feel great, right? So they need to just shake it off and just get back, like talk between themselves, notice their mistakes. And if they just shake it off and come back stronger, like taking the lessons, because they played against like all the teams except the team Bunny, like all the remaining teams, they played against all those teams, right? So maybe they're just going to take their lessons, take their notes, and just focus on improving them and make a bigger comeback. Like maybe come back stronger next time. So yeah, I think they still have the chance. So yeah, we will see. But right now we're going to watch 1 hour game enjoyers against Team Bunny, and this is the losers bracket semi-final, and both the teams are trying to come back and make it to the grand finals. As we see Gaelyn on the north side with the color blue, and with a teammate that's French. I'm not sure about the bunny. The bunny. I forgot. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
Rabbitsweet and Gaelyn.
Okay, yeah, the bunny rabbit. Yeah, I was like confused for a second there. I'm sorry again. And we see Deepshine and Nams playing as pink and purple. By the way, shout out to all the teams that are like playing today. They're not like picking like blue and red together against like orange and yellow or something like that. Like this is great. When you play team games, guys, like just please just pick colors that are like similar to them, like warm colors or whatever how it's called. So yeah, and we're seeing Nams going for that sweet bounty.
Ooh.
Wait, Deepshine also has 2 scouts?
Well, Deepshine knows how to pick up sheep. This is one thing this woman loves to do. She loves to get them sheep because knows she needs to get all the sheep to bring to her ally Nams. Nams is a very aggressive player, just like Deepshine. So I already feel like the 2 scout opening tells me we are fighting in feudal and we're gonna outlast our opponents because that is where French is weakest, right? So French does run out because they have to make these very spicy nights. Oh, look at those deer spawns on top of one another.
Yeah, look at
That would be amazing to get.
That's...
You can't get that unless you're Rus.
Oh no. That's a lot of bounty right there. If Marine Lord was playing on this map, he would never get 80 bounty, I'm pretty sure. But look at the food spawns from the bottom team. It's just like both the deer packs from both players are just like in the same position. And they better play aggressive, because if they're trying to play defensive, it's going to be very, very hard to hold. And yeah, it's where we still see the scout fights going on.
Yeah,
2 scouts just casually chasing the Gaelyn scout. Gaelyn trying to do her best. Yeah.
The problem is when you're trying to kill the deer, and this is now something that I want to over-explain, because again, a lot of people here are not as well versed in what's happening right now. You try to deny these deer with your scouts, and the thing is, once you stand still, that's when your scout gets attacked. And that's exactly what these blue and teal players are trying to do, just to try and upset this a little bit. But with that backup from Deepshine's scout, I believe that's Deepshine's, yes, she's just able to get the deer as she wanted, and Nams will get a very, very good bounty. So I think when Lyralia played with me, she had 400 and something by the time she hit feudal. So this is still a very good bounty, but let's hope she gets a few more wolves to just round that off.
Well, yeah, you're usually happy if you get like over 250, but in team games there are more animals for you to be cruel at, and you want more and more bounty. Like you want to get away with like with wheelbarrow and maybe like the wood upgrade or probably like mining upgrade if you're going for like a lot of knights. So every extra bounty you get is just very welcome for Rus. Well, realistically, you shouldn't get like 500 bounty from minute 4 and 5. Yeah, Lyralia was very lucky and very good opening for her. But you're not unhappy if you don't get it. You're above 250 and you have like 370. So it's good. You're still happy with it.
And
we see Council Hall from both English. Yeah.
That's what we're waiting for, guys. No king today. That's the play here. We need to see which one takes the king and heals up those knights. But baby, we are just seeing the fight of the longbows. And Sassy, what determines the winner of the longbow fight?
Numbers.
Numbers, exactly. The more longbows, the better. But also, Now, this is going to be where micro comes in so well. When you're pairing the longbows with the knights, you have to constantly move back, forth, back, forth, back, forth to ensure that you do not lose those longbows to a knight charging. And your knights need to be protecting you. I don't expect either of these teams to be going for spearmen anytime soon because you're facing a bunch of longbow. But now, what gives the advantage to French on this side is the fact that they will be able to get those knights out a little bit earlier because their age up contains a production building. So now Nams is not going to have that freedom to have that early knight. And we do see the first knight coming in, the teal knight charging down.
Oh,
Is that going to be the first villager kill? Just a little bit of a slow reaction here from Deepshine. Very unheard of.
oh, the second one is gonna go down. She's going for it.
She cancelled it. Not like this.
No.
Not like
It would
this.
be
I
dead.
like-
And look at the knight HP. It would be just perfect. Like you send that knight home, retire him, and then heal him, and then like bring him back. You did your job. You almost killed 2 villagers in the beginning of the game. And yeah, we're seeing a 2 TC play from Roos. Nams is going to drop that TC right under the deer pack, and from the team French and English, like Team Blue, I'm not seeing any stone getting picked off.
Now, this is usually the question that you have to ask yourself. Do I go 2 TC in this matchup? Do I go 2 TC in any team game? And the thing is, if your opponent lets you, you can. But now the question is Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet going to let them have that second TC and get that advantage? Because right now, they have a unit advantage. They have a lot more units here. But that's going to be another villager going down. And I feel like the second TC is great and all, but keeping in mind that French TC also produces villagers faster, you already have that little bit of an edge. So that second TC from Nams is not going to come into play for at least a few minutes. And by the time it does, I don't know if the unit difference is going to be too big for them to control. Because right now, if I can see that right, that looks like 13 longbows from Gaelyn. And as long as they keep that push together, this is going to be very difficult for them to defend. Now, the question is, where are they going to attack? They need to make sure that they know what's going on. But we see those very early walls coming in from Nams as well. The tower being placed in the middle. So this is going to be a very big push.
Oh yeah, they are going to push, but I wonder if they're aware if the Roos is on 2 town centers, because if they are, they can definitely hurt the English right now. Yes, you usually don't want to push into an English base or push into Roos base even. Like you really don't want to push both these civs, because one has the network of citadels buff and the other has a Kremlin in their base. But right now, like the Roos player, supposedly the Knight player, just went 2 TC, right? And as you said, the French already aged up with the stables, and their stables work 20% faster thanks to that landmark, and they're already building up more and more Knight numbers. It's looking to get the 10th Knight in the game, whereas the Roos is just like barely. Now they know, like this is the moment they know. So this is very important now. Like every minute that they let 1-hour game enjoyers get away with the second TC, they're going to find themselves in the trouble. Like right now, they're going to make a decision. What are we gonna do? Roos is on 2 town centers, and they have to know right now that the mobility is in their hands. Like they have more knights. Oh, there's a knight charge. Probably it's going to be 1 dead villager. Oh no!
Is that because of the textiles? I don't know if the textiles came out. But this is
no,
so
that's
important.
because it's a Roos knight.
Oh,
Yeah.
Roos knights aren't as chunky as French knights. Noted. The charge is less powerful. Very nice. But now the second TC does get spotted, and this is going to be quite difficult for them to take down because their army is not in position. We saw those Roos walls being popped down, and these walls are extra chunky, so they provide extra protection. Now, the English is pushing forward. They're like, hey, we have to deny someone. So they're going for the English, and probably a good choice here because the backup from the Roos is not going to be here anytime soon. Does get pushed off, and all of a sudden that villager count, it's still not looking scary. The second TC being there, the Knights giving this protection. This is not yet a lead for Nams and Deepshine, even on 2 TC. Now, we do see Nams floating a lot of wood, and I'm not sure what the plan is there. Drop a few stables, but I don't know if you can sustain that just yet. She might be looking at a very, very early farm transition, even having that second TC on food.
Yeah, that is I think a common mistake. I would say, like the knight players do. Like usually when you're playing Rus in 1v1s, you get a lot of wood, right? You either get like a lot of archers, or you're able to make like walls and whatnot, and you have that sweet 20% extra income from the wood. But your knights don't care about the wood, only the stables, right? Like after you make the stables, you don't really need that much wood anymore for your economy or for making the army, as we see the knights charging in and taking away one spear, and they're a bit too ambitious, they realize, and they're going back. I think that was a fight that they could take, but right now we don't see any difference in the economy, as you said. And Gaelyn is only pumping longbows. It's going to be 35 and it's going to be 36, and pumping more and more longbows out on the field, whereas Deepshine had to make some barracks and some spears, right? So what happens when you make some spears in an English mirror situation? You get less longbows, and as we mentioned before, who has the advantage in these fights is the person with more longbows. Oh, that can be a really good rate.
Yeah, this is now
Or
when you
Nams?
move out on the map and you open yourself up to this type of raiding. And now Nams is the aggressor, finally.
Oh, there's
Pushing
another
back.
raid.
Ooh, both of them
Ooh.
happening at the same time. And this
Okay,
is
that's-
such a good raid. Cow with the picture-in-picture, beautiful. Look at those
Beautiful.
longbows just taking so much damage. But Sassy, the rule is you do not fight under an English TC. So those knights do learn their lesson.
Yeah, they learned their lesson, but if you have... That's the beauty of playing French, right? Or like defending... Oh, those are low HP knights, though. They shouldn't be charging into the English town center like that. Two knights just... Yeah, it's a bit very optimistic. It's going to be 3 knights dead for that. I think that was a bit unnecessary. Like, I was just about to mention why French knights are beautiful and why you should make them in team games, is because you do all these exchanges and you kill 3-4 enemy spears or longbows or one knight from your opponent, and you lose some HP, right? But guess what? You have the chivalry, you're going to heal them back, so you actually did not lose anything there. As we see, French has like 0 villagers on food, though. That raid was really keeping the French off the food, and a bit struggling a bit with the knight numbers. As we see, Rus player Nams is getting ahead in the knight numbers, but when there are 46 longbows on the field, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough.
Rabbitsweet is just doing such a good job at raiding, though. The
Yeah.
thing is, they do leave Nams alone for a little bit too long, and she is getting that villager count up and going the whole time. But this English mass at the front is so dangerous. Right now, this is the push that scares anyone, because that army can go left, it can go right, and they don't really know what the next move is. Right now, there's an army right between their bases, and the numbers don't lie. We cannot contest this. If I'm
Oh, they're doing the right move. They're doing absolutely the right move, I feel like. I know there is a Kremlin in the Rus space, but right now, look at the minimap. They're between both players. And on the right side, there's Deepshine with the English, and she's like moving on from the right side, and they can just cut them off. Like, they can take a fight right here between their bases, where the English doesn't have the buff, right? But they need more knights for this push. They need more tanking power from those knights. Oh, the longbows are dropping the palings.
they are getting picked off.
Yeah, they're getting picked off, but they have more. There were, I think, 2 knights and a villager died. And the knights are just, French knights are starting to tank, and those spears are just like very helpless and very useless right there now against those longbows. And now they have a very good position. Like, they can push either player, any player they want. Oh, there's a little duel going on with the French knight and the Rus knight. They just had a personal thing between them. They just had to solve it.
Yeah, they had to
Don't
figure
mind
that
those
one
guys.
out. The thing is,
Yeah.
oh, the extra ram getting dropped, but we do see Nam's floating food right now. She does want more knights. The gold is being spent by the second, but she just isn't able to spend all her resources. And this is not a matchup where you're like, oh, I should just go for a bunch of horsemen. No, you are stressed and you know you need to get chunky knights because the moment you switch to horses, that's when your opponents know how desperate you are. These rams do need to get to the knight, but with the amount of longbows, they're just not going to be able to get the
Yeah, but
damage done.
the knight numbers are there, and we're looking at even military counts now with less knights on the field. Actually, they have the similar number of knights, but the knights are not here from the French player right now, and they're bleeding longbows as the Kremlins are pulled back, and they want more time for themselves. They're like, give us space. We need space for our 2 TC player to kick in, and so finally we can just outmass you. And they're doing a good job right now pushing back, but now Gaelyn has the Network of Citadels buff and just picking off knights one by one. The military count is in favor of 1 hour game enjoyers now, as well as the economy count, but still they need to find a way to break this position, as Gaelyn and French players just like making walls right now. And I think they were a bit too overconfident going there. The longbows just killed more Rus knights, and we have a little stalemate now. And what's the next move?
The next move is, the next thing we need to think about is those. Remember what we said early on. Deepshine and Nams both had the deer packs forward, so they weren't able to capitalize on that food as they are able to do so in Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet space. So now I see that there is that a second TC? Yes, from Teal. So French now on the 2 TC means that they're going to be able to catch up with this economy as well. So yes, both sides lost quite a bit, but keeping in mind that they have access to all this food, this means that Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet don't need to do their farm transition anytime soon. They can just keep going on those pocket resources, while Deepshine and Nams just don't have that opportunity.
Definitely, and we're seeing Royal Institute coming up with a second TC from French. For that second TC to kick in, they gotta wait a bit, but with the veteran Royal Knights, now they will just certainly get a even tighter grip on the map itself. And right now, she's keeping her busy around on the map on the left, where Gaelyn is making more and more longbows, and maybe they're looking to push in with the castle age, as we see Gaelyn just macroing up to the castle age, where Deepshine is there with the food economy, but it's just not there with the gold. Like, look at her gold spawns. She just couldn't get the gold, and she can't get the castle age now.
This is going to take a while for her, but you see her re-macroing, making sure that those villages are switched back onto gold. We see 10 on gold now, so Deepshine is going to follow up this castle. 55 longbows on Gaelyn's side, though. That is not an easy army to work with. But we do see that there's an opportunity here for these armies to collide. Nams does not want to take this under an English tower, though. This is a very risky move. But guys, with that Royal Institute coming down, we know Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet do not see this game going to Imperial. They want to end it now.
Yeah, they don't want to give what they want for 1 hour game enjoyers here. Certainly they're looking like they don't want 1 hour games or necessarily like them. Oh, those Rus knights are getting hurt a lot, and remember, they're not French knights, you can't heal them. And we see Deepshine trying to break this English position. Very aggressive and very annoying. Like, these walls are really, really annoying, along with the tower. And the longbows are coming and showing up. Nope, this is our tower, get away from it. And she's pushing her back into her base. And she's saying, I have more longbows and you stay in your base.
And she will have to. But the thing is as well, we're getting a Gaelyn age up with the White Tower. So we're not going to get that eco production like we would have seen if she'd gone for the other landmark, meaning that she would be able to just get ahead economically. But again, if you're looking at ending the game now, you don't care about that. You just want to get the White Tower so that you can ensure that you can get siege in their base. You can get units that they cannot deal with. Deepshine now aging up as well. And Nams, I don't know if she's going to join the party. She has 3 knights in queue. I think they're just trying to keep up that knight number. But also going for the White Tower from Deepshine. they know that this is a very difficult position to be in, and they know they need to try and survive with this. I'm wondering where they're going to put down that white tower for it to make a difference. Oh, this is not a white tower that's coming up anytime soon.
That's not where you want to make it. I think they can go for it right now. Like, those French Knights are veteran French Knights, and you don't care if you have the upgrades or not. Like, those Roost Knights are not upgraded. The Longbows, though, needs to get closer, and has the buff again now. They can, yeah, picking off villagers, picking off spears. A good micro coming on from Gaelyn, and now they have to pull back. They dealt their damage, and right now we can see they have more military, and they picked off some villagers, and more importantly, they caused panic, right? That was a panic moment for Deepshine and Nams there, as we see more and more spears are just like being very useless in a game where there are longbows. They're very sad, and now there's a white tower in the English base. What do you do? Well, which one is stronger, white tower or a Kremlin, right? So you just go for the Roost base. It's still feudal. It's just only feudal knights. And again, I cannot stress this enough. Like, Roost player is the mobile one. It has the mobile composition. They have horses. They have medieval age Ferraris under them, right? They can just show up in the teammate's base and just help them. But right now, like, by the time the Gaelyn makes it there, those knights are killing more and more villagers and more knights, and they're just like going deeper in the base. And what do you do if you're Gaelyn in this position? You just go and just idle all the economy from the English. Like, they're doing absolutely the right move. They know what to do. They're going very strong into this game, and I think they're gonna they have a big advantage right now.
Yeah,
like, all those French knights are going to take forever to die, and they can even just like, they're healing while they're raiding right now. That's beautiful.
The ability to take these down is not something that they have at this point. Deepshine and Nams, they're just really struggling to pick things off too. The thing is, they're not out of it yet, but this is still a ticking time bomb. Unless Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet throw a lot of units away. And I mean, this is a lot of units, but they still got a lot to spare. And now with that French second DC, we can see they've already caught up. And now, with the trebuchet that just popped out, buildings are going to start to fall. More villagers running around. And guys, again, we haven't seen that farm transition. Nam's still on a lot of wood. So she wants to get there. She just hasn't been able to. And that is probably the saddest gold producing high trade house we'll see in this tournament. I mean, the map isn't great for the wood lines, but that is just a desperate one trying to get it out of harm's way. The problem is, once she hits castle, she doesn't have the gold for any upgrades.
Yes, exactly. That's, well, speaking of the gold, like, if you look at the minimap or the gold positions, like, Gaelyn is just sitting on all the gold the English player can get, and they had only one 4k gold between them, and I think it's also like just finished. And Roost player also has like one 4k gold behind the walls on the west side under that boar, but is that enough? Like, even if it's enough, are your knights strong enough to tank against the veteran English longbows and fight against Royal Bloodlines knights? So I think there, one of our game enjoyers made a little mistake by going for a town center very fast without having the map control in their hands, because right now we see the French player is on 3 TCs. Like, it's just a flex at this point, like, doesn't really need it. Rabbit is 3 TC now.
The problem that I can now see, and this is something we talked about a little bit earlier, is when your opponent lets you on that second TC, and I feel like Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet just didn't let them, and that was the difference here. So Rabbit now going for the third TC, yes, for the third TC. So Rabbit is just expanding, and almost going to Imperial. You have your Imperial Knights here, right? But you could make them more Imperial if you wanted.
You can make them certainly more Imperial, even more Imperial, and now we see the split coming from Rabbit, and okay, they will keep going. Yeah, they're going. Yeah, because they know, like, there are villagers on the east trying to get some gold. I think she's also like macroing at the same time. But this is like, even if you're not doing any damage, right? You're just pulling away a lot of units from Deepshine, and you have Royal Bloodlines Knights. Like, you don't care about a few spears. Like, look how many units that is pulling back. I think that's like 20 knights, 21 knights maybe. And it's just like, just making 30 longbows follow them, along with some men-at-arms and spears. I'm not sure about that fight, but that's certainly Royal Bloodlines Knights can just take that fight. They are that good, yes. And Nams, knowing about this movement, they're trying to burn a palisade wall and about to hit the red palace getting built. I think they need some help there, those poor villagers. They gotta be careful, or this is going to be a very big throw, as we see some French knights just rushing into the aid of those French villagers, poor French villagers. They just want to build a red palace and just make those knights even more imperial. And we see some villagers dying, but that landmark is going up, and those French knights are dealing really heavy damage on the Rus knights. As we see the other party of the knights, they were just like pushing the English back, and Gaelyn just keeps trapping the white tower. She doesn't want her right tower to be up. She only wants her white tower just standing up there, and they are going for 150 military right now.
That is
And
a very
Imperial
scary.
French knights.
Oh, finally, with the upgrades. Now, the problem is Deepshine is floating 3,000 food, and this is just a problem with English. At some point, you have enough food because of all your farms that you have set up, but you need to get the other resources. She's also planning on that. With that gold, we know that it's out there on the map, and it hasn't been spotted just yet, but it's going to require a miracle because she has had to split that attention constantly, and there's just no way to break this army at the front of her base. The Springald now ready to snack on that Mangonel just hiding away there at the back, but she needs to be careful not to lose that bad boy. It does get the first shot off, but Mangonel will land one, not very juicy one.
Oh,
it does go
yeah.
down.
Yeah, you need mangonels at this point. Like, when you're pushed back this much, and when you see your opponent English army is just consisting 100 range units. It's 100 range units from English. With the faster attack speed, you definitely need some mangonels. Like, the units can only do so much. You need mangonels, and we see beautiful split in their economies. It was for a moment 200 economies, but the military is not the same, and the White Tower falls, and this is their cue to go and just enjoy. They were waiting for this moment, as we see the French knights just charging in, and
Disgusting.
there goes the GG. They
Someone
know.
actually beat a Deepshine. Now, I want to point out that Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet took a game off of us yesterday as well. But honestly, I didn't think that they would be able to break Deepshine and Nams like this. But this is just a decision by them to go a little bit greedy in the early game and not focus on that gameplay that they are famous for, actually being aggressive. So we can see here from the graph, Gaelyn just pumping with the military constantly, not ever going into Imperial because there was no need. You just let your ally boom, have those powerful units, and you see that graph speaking for itself. Nams's villages looked great, but once they got raided, it was a destruction, as the famous Marine Lord would have said.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. I think this game just showed us why French potentially the better civ in the team games compared to Rus. If just talking about a mirror situation here, as both Rus and French had English teammates, right? So, well, the French was producing villagers faster from the start, and in the end, French was on 3 TCs, which I think 2 was also enough. But the thing is, they had the momentum there. They controlled the map, and then they made the town center, right? They didn't rush for getting the town centers. They held the map control in their hands quite beautifully, and they never got raided. There was a 1v1 going on with the French knight and the Rus knight there. That was personal, but Yeah, but apart from that, they never got raided. They kept the map control. Like you can get some tempo, you can get some units out. Yes, you're playing with 3-5 villagers behind if you go for a town center later. That's right, but you also started with the stables, right? So you compensate for that by having some sort of map control in your hand when you play the French. And I think Team Bunny played it beautifully, played it correctly. And one of our game enjoyers, I think they had a solid plan there. They had the right plan, but it was just too much pressure and too many units from Team Bunny, which secured them the win. But Prairie and one of our game enjoyers with HRE and Malians, we saw this yesterday.
HRE and Deepshine. That is the problem here. That woman can go fast castle like no one's business. Her comfort pick is HRE. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an Order of the Dragon as well. She's very, very happy with these picks, especially on an open map like Prairie. Now, with Nams also showing that she's quite aggressive, we know that these two are going to use this openness of the map to go around. I'm not expecting to see Archer plays from HRE here. This is not a feudal fight Archer composition. Deepshine is someone who makes the units. HRE picks up the relics in like the fastest time you can imagine. But the thing is, Team Bunny went for Japanese here, which is also pretty good at getting that fast castle. And then you guys know about those samurais on the horses. The United Samurais are just going to cause so much pressure on the map. So I think this is going to be the best raiders will take the game, but also just making sure that you can react to the raids in your base. And last game, we saw that Deepshine just didn't react quickly enough when she was the one getting raided. She loves raiding, but when she gets raided, that's the question. Now, Gaelyn is also, I think Gaelyn might be the lowest ranked of the players here. So usually what will happen is you will target the player that is the lowest ranked. But the problem is, Gaelyn is also aggressive all of a sudden. Gaelyn is showing powers that we didn't see 2 months ago. This woman has improved exponentially, and I'm so excited to see what she'll do on an open map like this, or what might happen to her on an open map like this. So Malians versus Malians, though, I don't know about Malians and team games. Beastie told me it's not a good pick. So Sassy, how do you feel about Malians and team games?
I don't think it's the best, like, because Malian power comes from, like, yeah, the cows and amassing a lot of units, just a lot of melee units, just sending them here and there, everywhere. But have you seen what they did yesterday?
What did they do?
This was a very old strategy when Malians came out, and the Malian was feeding cows into HRE, and the HRE was making Burgrave and just spamming many times.
I
And
saw
that's
that
how
in the
they
replay.
won
Ooh.
one map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Are they going to do the same, or?
I hope so. I hope so. The thing is,
Yeah.
the cows can work not just for the HRE, but also for the Japanese. And that is the beauty of cows. They can feed anyone, and they are delicious. Yes, I'm
They
saying
are.
this very
Huh?
emphasized. Yeah, because our producer cow here does feel attacked. Now, we do like them medium rare, and I do feel like they get served that way by the time they get to your allies' base. But guys, we're heading in to Prairie with a Japanese spring biome. I love that. All or most of us have been choosing Japanese spring because, as the stereotype goes, women love pink, and it has definitely shown that this game. Oh, not just game, this whole tournament. We're loving the Japanese spring. Oh, we're struggling.
Yep.
We're struggling. Poor cows. GPU is suffering right now, and we're quick intermission, guys. Quick intermission.
Well, speaking of medium rare cows and all that, I gotta remind you also have a passion for horse meat. We know that. We're not gonna forget that.
God.
I love horses, okay, and I'm not going to forget that.
So, guys, Sassy is referencing my casting on King of Dry Arabia. I still advocate for the brand new civilization that is going to be a cannibal civ that will be able to punish you for the raids with knights by eating the horses you leave behind. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my concept for a civilization that we have not had as of yet. So, Sassy, don't make fun of me for it. It's going to happen one day. So, guys,
Yeah,
we see
maybe.
the mod is right. The lag is kind of not right. I think this is now the same problem that I had with my computer yesterday. The moment you have too many visual inputs, this is when things struggle. Guys, we're going to fix it in a moment. Don't you lads worry. I know the Beastie is live as well. So he will be here for the next game or for the next series. So then you guys will see everything go off the rails. But Sassy, tell me about the fact that Malians trade, right? Malians, they're a trade serve. Do we ever get to see that in this world? Or do you think Malians trade will never be a thing? Like, don't make it happen. It's never going to happen.
Well, it was a thing for some time when remember that meta we had that was a bit horrible, where every city was like looking to trade a Basset, French, Mongol, Malian. They were all trading, like that. Everyone was just unhappy about trade, almost everyone. And it was a thing. I don't really want that to be a thing, but there's a nice moment in games, and even in 1v1s. In team games, there's always, right? You always want to trade at some point with your teammate. Regardless of the map, you can start a corner trade, right? Just save behind your base. On the edge of the map, it's hard to harass. You always want to start that. And I think even in 1v1s, there's a nice spot for you to start trading as Malians. Like instead of making a town center, like extra town center at some point in the game, you can make traders. And I think playing as French in team games also, like instead of making villagers like more town centers, you can just go for markets. Like if you really need to get back in with the economy. But here we are. We just
Try
fixed
number 3.
everything. Third time is the charm. Here we go. We have Team Rabbit playing against 1 hour game enjoyers, and we're playing on Prairie. I don't see second scout from anyone yet, so everyone's on 1 scout. This scout is very famous for in 1v1s especially, that you play with 2 scouts, and because as you can notice, there isn't a big wood line in this map. It's all just super tiny baby wood lines, and when you don't have wood, you can't make a lot of farms. So it's compensating for that with a lot of sheep in this map. So we're looking at Japanese base starting with the house and dropping with the upgrade, but not really taking the berries yet, just staying on the sheep for now. And Deepshine, oh yeah, that's a good Arkham place. I think that's a very nice Arkham place. You don't get that much wood here as HRE. Usually you want the Arkham Chapel touching to the wood line so you can get like those sweet 40% bonus farms. And one of the biggest differences in this map, as we can see on the screen right now, the starting gold is 8,000. It's 2 times more than a normal gold mine. And yeah, when you're Malians, you just make pit mines. Also the stone mine, that's double. Yeah, that's 2,400 instead of 1,200. So you can make more houses. You can get more passive gold generation.
Now, what I want to point out to a lot of you, because I think we've seen a lot of feudal fights in this 2v2 tournament. On this map, you don't see that. You don't see it that much, purely because you're playing on a map that has quite protected resources. Not really protected by the wood line, but the fact that your food is safe. You have sheep, which are very safe, and usually you get quite a boatload of them. So with that amount of sheep that gets to your base, plus the big gold that's close to your TC, you can easily get a fast castle. And that is why this is such a popular strategy in 1v1s and 2v2s. So it wouldn't surprise me if we just see those clean, easy 1v1s. And that is a chapel. I'm not going to give it a great rating. I'm going to let Twitch chat do that. Twitch chat, could we please rate that chapel? I think only choice out of 10, but also the Saharan Trade Network. Now, the Saharan Trade Network is an interesting choice here. The thing is, it might not be wrong because we know that the other one is a little bit better because of that passive gold, but the Saharan Trade Network does provide you that protection, especially when you want to get that gold safe and send cows to your ally. Ooh, Mansaquire on the other side, though.
Yeah, we have Mansaquire on the other side. Gaelyn wants more and more resources. I think that kind of makes more sense as... Yeah, I think from Nams, it makes a bit more sense because her teammate is definitely looking to get fast castle, right? That has to be a fast castle Akenshappel. I will be surprised if she doesn't just go castle here as HRE. So she will be alone trying to defend herself if there's any potential field aggression. But it's Malian on the other side and Japan. So maybe Japan is looking to get a fast castle themselves and get mounted samurai roaming on this open, beautiful map themselves and just enjoy murdering villagers left and right. Because this map is a nightmare if you're not doing well against knights.
No, what I want to know is what did Japan spend their resources on? Because I saw a lot of wood from Japan's side and it just disappeared. So Japan, what did you build? Okay, upgrades and a tower. Okay, no crazy feudal shenanigans. All right. Japan got me a little excited for the moment. So just a little upgrade. This is a very passive tower from Deepshine, though. We do see a little bit of stone just to get that upgrade on the tower too, and we see this is a very clear-cut fast castle from HRE. I don't expect to see a burger here, because a burger is usually only made when your opponents cannot respond to your castle. And right now, they can. Oh, look at those cows. And as this is happening, I'm thinking, with that amount of cows, could it be a burger? It could be.
I think it's going to be a burger, and if Team Rabbit watched the game yesterday, feel like they didn't, because if you just make Musafaris, you have Malians, right? If you just make Musafaris, you just stop it. Like, you don't need to be Castle Age like other civs to stop the Burgrave push. You get 2 barracks, you just spam Musafaris, and then you stop the push. Like, the cows cannot feed them forever because you're getting more and more villagers as with your opponent. And yeah, they're saying cow burger in chat. Yeah, cow burger is definitely looking like it's backed. But Nams is also making a stable. I think is making sofas. And from Gaelyn, I wonder if she's going to drop some barracks to defend against the Menatams that are coming, or I wonder if they know that this is happening at all, because scouting this right now is very, very, very crucial for them.
Yeah, getting this information is going to be a game changer. But the thing is, we see the burger already dropped, and ladies and gentlemen,
6:30.
yes, that's going to be a Deepshine destruction. And she's not scared of putting a lot of villagers on there. With that those cows, she is going to be fed AF. Now, Gaelyn, on the other hand, doesn't have anything on gold as Malians. I don't know why. She's just letting the passive gold do the speaking.
She has the wood, but he's going to all she has to do is drop some barracks and get some Musafari warriors. Like, they will beat anything except the Landsknecht coming out of that burger. And Deepshine is not going to be spamming, like, you can never spam Landsknechts with 630 burger, right? That's not, like, realistic. Gaelyn has the wood to do that, and I don't see a scout around this burger. I think they did not notice it, or maybe they know about it already. As we see Gaelyn going for the second pit mine, yeah, I mean, when you see their scouts positioning, yeah, both of their scouts alive, like, it's very important what the HRE is going to do now. But still, maybe you still have the time to respond to it. Like, the Japan is far away, right? If she goes for Japan, I think that's a mistake. Also, Japan is aging up. the knights can just cause havoc in the other side. So maybe those knights will have to defend. So Gaelyn can get some Musafari warriors herself. As we see, the man-at-arms are just running across the map, just sprinting those HRE marching drills, man-at-arms with the faster movement speed. They're going for Japan, and I think just maybe this is the wrong way to go for those units, and maybe just a shift click issue that Pit might. Yeah, okay, this is just getting built now, and Gaelyn still. Oh, she's making sofas.
But Sassy. You think this is a mistake, but keep in mind, men-at-arms have the maces. They can actually do pretty well against these knights. And it's not going to take long for them to get that. We hear a relic being picked up as well, and I'm assuming that's because of the Japan, or did Deepshine go for that anyway? So with that first relic being picked up at the back of the map, we can now see these men-at-arms streaming ahead. And the villagers instantly pull back. She knows I don't have a response to these, but the first relic goes to our Japanese player, Rabbitsweet. Now, I don't know if she's going to be allowed to take this back to the base, but they're definitely trying to fight this. These men-at-arms are doing pretty okay, but doesn't want to take a risk. Pulling back, and the relic will go through. But these men-at-arms are just going to turn around and keep attacking. Keep in mind, with those cows, the food is unlimited. You can see Rabbitsweet also has a healthy amount of food on her side. Now, the sofas are there to support, and they should be able to defend these men-at-arms. They shouldn't be too cocky here. And I don't know if Deepshine has any of the blacksmith upgrades yet, because these guys are melting.
Yeah, and like this is a very, very critical mistake from Team Rabbit. We just see sofas and Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai is kind of okay, but like the sofas against heavy maces is not going to help. Like, you're not raiding with them, right? Like, you're just defending with your cavalry against a heavy infantry, which is not terrible at killing a heavy cavalry unit. So you have it in your pocket from Feudal. You have the Musafari warriors. They're fast, they counter the man-at-arms, and you can just spam a lot of them. They're cheaper than sofas, so they still have the chance. They did not take a lot of damage. Like, they still have the chance. Man-at-arms are just streaming through the map. If they stop for a moment and they're like, we need Musafari warriors, and they can still be fine, because this is very all-in from Nams and Deepshine, because I don't think Nams has cows for herself. Even if she does, I don't think she has as many as Gaelyn would have in her base. As we see Man-at-Arms just pushing more and more into the base, and I think they already have their +1, maybe even +2 armor. Oh, they don't have their armor. Oh, the town center needs. Yeah, that town center needs the attack bonus. Like right now, you have a stables and you left the gold. You can't use that for Mounted Samurai. What I would love to see also on the Mushas. Yes, there they are. Okay, I didn't see the range. Okay, that can also help. That's a bit more expensive than the Musafaris, but still, it can save it. It's a lot of idle time. And Deepshine is just pumping more and more man-at-arms. But if the Mushas get a critical mass, they will get the mobility in their hands, and they will just start melting the man-at-arms.
I feel like Deepshine just overcommitted here on that stable. She was like, I need to stop the stable, and I'm gonna do it. But I think this may have just cost her this. The thing, it's not over. I know you're saying it's all in. It is very much a very heavy commitment, but with HRE, she still has that ability to pick up relics and such, and there's still a lot left on this map, so you don't have that usual HRE burst, but this is now Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet's game to throw. If they sit back and just defend, they will have this. But now it depends. What is the decision made here? These men-at-arms are trying to fight, and the Japanese TC is firing down. I think she's just taking a little bit too much damage from these. So if she can pull back and slow this down, it might be a shot. Gaelyn is, however, floating 1,000 gold right now, so she could age up to castle pretty soon. And Nams is... I don't even know what her economy looks like back at the base.
Yeah, I can tell you, she's out on the map for those food sources, so if this ever gets pushed back, they're both are going to be in trouble. This is why I'm calling this an all-in, because I don't think she has cows in her base to provide food income, she's feeding all the cows. Like, she's just eating the cows herself. She doesn't have the ranches. Like, she's not. It's not the same. She's just getting, like, she's just feeding cows into HRE, making burgers for the man-at-arms to run at the Japanese base. But now they're holding. Like, they gave up on the Regnitz Cathedral, which was economic advantage for in the long term. Oh, that man-at-arm is going to kill a lot of villagers before he dies there. I think there needs to be a unit helping those villagers.
Oh, they're trying.
1, 2. I think it's going to be 3. Okay, there's a Mounted Samurai. Is saying, don't worry guys, I'm here to help, but not just in time for that villager to be alive. But still, they're holding. And those javelin throwers, if those sofas are getting on top of them, they're dead. And Gaelyn is going for it, but she needs the support of the Onomushas there. And this can be game deciding fight even. And this looks like it's going well because there are so many sofas and not enough men-at-arms. They're trickling in one by one, whereas Gaelyn had like 20 of the sofas just staying together, and with some Onomusha support, they melted the front line and they're looking to just clean up whole army from Nams. And if they realize the situation, all the map is open for them, like for raiding. They can win the game in the next few minutes if they realize what's going on. Like, Gaelyn can just send gold to Japan and they can get like mounted samurais. I would love it if they do that. I didn't see a single Musafari, but they still managed to defend. And now Deepshine is changing the targets, but there's a surprise on the Mushas with mounted samurais. They're very mobile. You cannot attack anymore. You cannot be on the map. Now you need to defend and think of your economy. This is why I was calling this an all-in.
The thing is, I don't think Deepshine knew how to transition out of this. I say this, but at the same time, we see her stopping with the heavy production. There is 700 food being floated. We see Malians also trying to do a farm transition, which is not something you see very often. But Gaelyn now at that point where she needs to. She's almost ready to go to castle. Nams as well. But now, I mean, those villages are starting to be idle. We see Deepshine's food economy is not being supported by Nams anymore.
Oh yeah, and we're about to see that food income just dropping, and Nams is looking to get Castle Age. I feel like it's still those villagers needs to be saved, and the forge with the Yorishiri is gonna go down as the villagers they
don't get saved today.
They're not getting saved today, but here comes the attack from Gaelyn and all those villagers. The town center is full. The tower is full. All those villagers are free.
They're just
you can just go for it. Just go for it. Turn back. No.
No, this is
on the other side. Yeah, all the Mushas are just picking off men-at-arms one by one, and the horsemen are getting on top of the javelins. There's an action on every side of the map, and Nams is going with Farimba Garrison because no more burgers for Malians. It's all going for the HRE, and I think this is a great hold by Gaelyn and Team Rabbit. It's just look at the military counts. It's doubled up.
Fortunately, Farimba is a great idea a few seasons ago, but also we might be in the wrong time period and also with the wrong resources, because you go Farimba to spend your gold. And right now, Nams, you don't have any gold to spend. You can barely keep up that cow production for your ally. So she is really trying. You see, with all those villages on gold, she's deleted a house. She's going to go get more gold. And like you said, this is an all-in. And this is one of the strongest, or the most committed all-ins I've seen yet. They're just not transitioning out of this. Oh, no. Now, we do see these men-at-arms trying to do a little bit more damage. They're just trying to do anything at this point. But this is just the problem when you focus the wrong opponent. When you focus the person that is not really that vulnerable to your raids. So I think amazing hold here by Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet, just able to transition and keep themselves safe. And this is also why most people try to focus the weaker players. So because you can eliminate the other one while people are still trying to back her up. But now, Deepshine here with not the biggest army. She's not going to be able to deny anything if they land on top of her. But they do have a little bit of an eco lead. The thing is, the eco lead is offset by the cows, and Gaelyn is about to hit that castle in a few moments. Now, both of these players did get their castle, so we might see a little bit of a play soon the moment those upgrades kick in for Nams as well. But Nams just doesn't have a formidable army yet. She's going for more javelins, she's going for a few donzos, but now this counter push is coming straight towards Deepshine's base, and this is looking like a meteor.
Oh yeah, there is a raid from Deepshine's army, but we see all those amount of samurais with some horsemen just killing the Malian villagers out for food, which is kind of surprising because you never see Malian villagers that far away from base just trying to get some food. And now they're just like, Gaelyn can just like come back and clean this raid. Like, she has a lot of sofas. That is 40 sofas, and feudal age sofas. You don't get to see them in feudal age that much, but Gaelyn doesn't care. She knows she's ahead and she knows she can do this.
Oh,
And
those are going to be upgraded soon. They're not going to be
Yeah.
the feudal age sofas. They're going to be the chunky boy sofas. Our
yeah, they're
favorite
gonna
one to
get
have.
that sweet armor on them, and they're just eating every infantry. They don't care how many spears there are, because that's 40 sofas. You just cannot have enough spears to deal with them. And now with this raid cleaned up, I think they're looking to make a big push together, as they have 20 30 almost 30 military lead, and they can just go for it.
The thing is that lead does look great, but keep in mind that is a Farimba. Farimba pumps out the speed of light. The thing is, it's just so expensive with the gold costs, and we see that gold looks very, very barren. That gold has been pumped out for a while, so that's about 4 more armies that can be pumped out of there. And I think this is going to be the last hurrah. Deepshine and Nams need to find a way to win this. But with the archers in that army composition, I hope they have poison already. But this is just looking desperate from them. With all those sofas, though, I don't think Deepshine has the answer for this. She's got men-at-arms, she's got a few Lunchknechts, but they are going to need to serve very hard to take down these bad boys. She does hold this off a little bit. Didn't even get a relic in that tower. So unfortunately, this is going to be a very sad fire from that tower, and it looks like all the relics have been cleaned out off of the map. So I think her putting them into that little, what is that thing called? Not the cathedral. I've never built this building because I always get the cathedral. Monastery?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
that's
this
a
one's a
normal
monastery.
HRE monastery. That's very rarely sighted. And like, look at this. They have the all mobility. They're all cavalry, right? Okay, Deepshine can defend herself only with spears. Oh, that was so close. Deepshine can just defend herself with like spears and lansknets and try to create a choke point, but she needs help from Nams, and if they catch Nams out on the map alone, trying to just run just like this army is in danger. I know that's Donzos, but against that many on the Mushas, they're just going to die very, very fast. And as we see Gaelyn just switching targets and going for the Malian base slowly. And as we talked in the beginning of the series, like, they have a big advantage now, and I think they know it, but they're taking it quite slow and cautious. They want to make sure that they win, because they don't have any more second chances. And as we see Gaelyn just going in, I think she's looking for the cows. Maybe you usually just try to get the cows in the Malian base, but they're not there. They're not in the ranches, and Deepshine hits Imperial Age as her teammate just starts losing villagers and army, and there's nothing in the base anymore to kill. And just ignoring the Deepshine's army, she will just move on to the next target, and in that direction there's a lot of villagers. There is a lot of villagers if she sees them.
And they're running for their lives.
There is not a single scout with all that cavalry. She didn't spot them. Like, they're both going in the right direction, but they just missed them.
No,
Well, but that's a lot of idle time though. They just got dodged, yeah. They just
And the thing
literally
is,
got dodged.
they're on pocket resources, Sassy. This is a ticking time bomb. These things are going to keep raiding. They're going to keep putting pressure. The sofas are going to keep being an absolute menace. But the thing is, Deepshine did this, knowing that they need to get ahead economically. The Palace of Swabia is also known as the printer. So this thing is going to print villagers, but we see them all on stone, hoping to get a keep or two up to just keep them in this game a little bit longer. So I don't know how this thing is going to need to print to actually win this game, but I feel like it's a lot more than it can realistically do.
Oh, certainly. I'm not sure if Swabia will be enough to save them from this, but if they wait more, they're going to allow them to come back. And yes, we see 5 Musafaris, village Musafaris, but they realize they need Musafaris because it's just HRE just spamming infantry. And yeah, we see Gaelyn just switching to Musafari warriors and samurais. They realized, okay, if we switch to infantry right now, we have all the mobility. We just lock them in, and then we can make our big push because our cavalry just don't have enough space to go into their base. Our horses are too big and too meaty.
That is definitely...
You're just getting hungry there.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, we do see that keep. We know that HRE right now, Deepshine is desperate to get control on this map. And you would put a keep down for that little bit of a wood line, 100%. At this point of the game, you just need to make ground. And they're slowly going to try to push out on the map. But we saw with Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet last game, they are so commanding at taking the position once they have a lead. Deepshine and AnMagicalCow are in a lot of danger. Now, we see this composition being a direct counter to the horses, but with enough horses, you can usually beat some Donzos and some Spearmen. 58 so far, as Cow is pointing out, that is a formidable army and something that's going to be very hard to deal with. We do see a teal right there at the bottom of the HRE base, and I don't know what the damages were for those, but those are some very mobile units, and they can do good damage to a very healthy set of villagers. You take a bit of a beating though.
Yeah, and that Palace of Swabia does not have enough space in that to protect all those villagers, and Deepshine is busy defending that key position. She did not realize all the villagers going down there, and we're looking at only 70 villagers from Deepshine despite having Swabia for a few minutes here. It's really rough, and I think if you're in just like Malian shoes right now, you just get some siege and just like go for it. I mean from Gaelyn, not Nams.
This is going to be the difficult part to transition into, because this is where things go wrong. I think a lot will need to go wrong for them to lose this, but siege is the answer for both of these teams. If they can get a good siege landing on top of those, you know, the archers that are now coming out from Malians as well. I say that, and I see all the Musafadis. Never mind, the Musafadis are ready. They're ready to go invisible and be all over the map. I'm kind of scared for this. This looks really difficult to deal with. And we see the Malian keep trying to be put down at the front there, but the boys are in position.
The big blue blob just walking across the map, and as Deepshine is helplessly hopelessly just trying to trail behind them. And shout out to Rabbitsweet, just kept all these Ornamushas alive and just raided, killed villagers after villager after villager. And now we see Gaelyn just going for it. I have the big melee mass. I have 66 sofas. You cannot have enough donzos or spears to stop this, and we see more and more villagers are dying in the Nam's base, the Malian base, and Gaelyn is just like, oh, hello, you have a landmark here, just let me torch it down in a matter of seconds. As we see that Sauron trade network is just going down very fast, as Musafaris is just like, they hate towers, they're just burning all the towers, and they're just, now the Deepshine is coming in to help her teammate, because they're about to be eliminated if they lose this game. They have to defend with everything they have, and they want to give all they have to this. As we see Lansknight, Manatrams, Musafari Warriors, it's very chaotic, but we can see from the numbers Gaelyn is just leaving the fight and just trying to burn the town centers. I think they could just keep fighting. That's a weird decision in the middle of the fight that they were winning. There weren't many Lansknechts or spears left. She just says buildings. She just keeps burning the buildings more and more, and they still have the military advantage. I don't think they should be afraid of anything, as Gaelyn has more and more units just running across the map. We can see on the mini-map, it's just the blue line just walking across the map, just killing everything on their way, cutting off every unit, and just causing a chaos in this map.
Now, remember earlier when I said Marlians is a very interesting pick for me in team games? Yeah, I think that kind of falls away when you get to this 116 army supply and most of them being sofas. I just feel like that power that you have is just so undescribable. But we could definitely see these units speaking for themselves. But guys, just look at that HRE with the 86 villages with the Swabia, but Nams trying her best with her 35 villages to just stay in the game. But Rabbitsweet has just clicked her age up, and guys, she's getting the gunsmiths. We know what that means. That means we are going to see big destruction with lots of units after this as well. So she's going to be joining the party with a 10 military count at the moment. She's just waiting for the age up, and then going to keep pushing. But you see, when your ally has 49 sofas right now, she doesn't need your support. She can just be all around the map.
Yeah, Gaelyn is just creating chaos, wreaking havoc there in both Deepshine and Nam's base. She was just eating the HRA outposts one by one and killing villagers along the way. She was just one-shotting all those towers and keeps raiding as Nams is trying to solidify her position, trying to stabilize with a keep drop there. They need that gold. They need the wood and they need food. They need everything. Like Deepshine is just doesn't have a lot of farms, right? Like HRA at this point usually has is incredible number of farms with the bonus on them. The keep and the towers are defending it, but it's just not enough income for them. They just cannot get income. They are not ahead in economy, as Gaelyn just first Rabbitsweet and then Gaelyn just went crazy on the villagers, and I love the gameplay there. Even though I didn't see the Musafari warriors at first, as I would love to, and they're starting trade. Like they are looking strong today, and they are going to. They're looking at the grand finals.
They are, and this is actually really scary. If I'm Bella and Nostromia watching this, I am quaking in my boots. We barely beat them in our match. I wouldn't put it past them to find us in the grand finals. Bella and Nostromia need to make sure. I see cows pointing at the beautiful Valdemar. Look at those four, is it 5 or 4 noses just ready to pounce out against any military units. Now, Gaelyn also joining the age up with the Fort of the Huntress, which means we're going to be getting those invisible Musafari hand cannoneers, right? What are they called?
Musafari gunners.
Musafari gunners, there we go. Close enough, boys. I get half a point for that one. Now, I don't know what Nams and them are going to do about that, because right now Nams is on 23 food, 53 gold, and a lot of panic, I'm sure. There's nothing more that can come out of Nam's base, and Deepshine says, hold up, I got this, I've got the Swabia, but the moment that Fort of the Huntress comes down, we might just see a good old GG.
Oh, yeah. The moment those two Rebolducans like shoot, I think that's GG. Like they don't have an answer to that, because HRE only has melee units from barracks, right? Like Nams is just barely alive at this point from all those raids, and they're just like, they don't care. They don't want siege. They only want Rebolducans. Like they're just burning all that stuff. But I think they're having second thoughts about that. I'm not sure why, because they certainly have the mass. Maybe they're waiting for those juicy Rebolducan shots. Like maybe Rabbitsweet is like, well, hold on, I made these. I want to see them in action before they start burning that keep, or waiting for the bombard. I am not sure, but they're bleeding units one by one though. There. I think they're not sure if they can take this keep down or not, which I believe they can take this keep down in a matter of seconds with all those torch damage. And the keep is focusing down the Revolver there, takes down one. The Bombard starts shooting out the keep, and they just can't engage that. They just can't get on top of that Bombard. Now the Relic is being dropped for that extra HP and extra armor for that keep. I wonder if that's an influence. I wonder if we see some... Oh,
Not
no.
today. Not today.
It's not. Oh, now taking the Relic back.
He's trying to flip into the next tower. Now, see, I'm actually very surprised. Deepshine is really good at buffing up those towers in advance. And the relics weren't in those towers the whole time. She just picked them up now to try reassess them and try to get the game to be lasting a little bit longer. We see Nams 23 on food right now. She's desperately trying to claw her way back into the game, putting down a keep as well. I need gold, she says, as she's poorly running around trying to get a little bit of gold for the Empire. No, Nams is really trying to hold on. Deepshine is like, I can hold this down. Nams, get back in the game. We might have this. But with 3 bombards, you have a really tough time. Guys, keep in mind, those things pop out for free from the gunsmith as well. So you don't even need to pay for those. Some of them just come for free. They're passive, basically. And right now, those towers don't look like they're ready to face this at all. With 3 bombards, you should even be able to one-shot those. Now, the villagers are desperately trying to get a little bit more. But 4,000 food on Deepshine's side, I'm not sure if she's going to be able to spend that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she has the production for it, as we see the Musafaris and Sofas and all the bombers behind them there are all the Mushas. It's just melts so fast, and there comes the GG. Well played for both the teams. I did not expect that. I'll be honest with you. I did not expect that. When I did not see the Musafaris, I was a bit shaky there. I was a bit worried for them because, like, you do that and then you just defend like easily, and they made it a bit harder for themselves, more than necessary. But congratulations to 1R game enjoyers. They performed quite well, and they were one of the favorites to win the tournament. But as we see here, if you're not in your day, or if your opponent is well prepared for what you have planned, it's just small differences just gives you 2-0.
And that's just the unfortunate part of not understanding when something is coming towards your base at that speed. I think I got surprised by this so fast, and I'm messaging Deepshine behind me. I'm like, what happened? And she's also like that. I did not expect so fast to be like that, and honestly, neither did I. But this is why I'm sitting here casting, so I could sum up my opponents. And even though we already played Rabbitsweet and Gaelyn, I'm kind of scared. I do think that Bella and Nostromia have a little bit of an edge here, and they should be able to put down a good fight, but definitely a very big upset, as the 1-hour game enjoyers were a favorite, like you said. Now, this does mean that the 1-hour game enjoyers are going to need to play for their places in 3 weeks. Or actually, next week is the playoffs for that. So they need to qualify for the next tournament by playing it in. And Team Bunny actually have a shot of just auto-qualifying. But now, in the next game, we will find out whether Bella and Nostromia can stop this force of Team Bunny. So, Zasi, predictions. Give me the score.
Predictions. I think I want 2-1 always. If it's a best of, like, if it's a best of 3, I want 2-1. If it's a best of 5, I want 3-2. I'm always down for more games. And it's actually like I actually enjoy these games like quite a lot. I'm not really a team game enjoyer myself, as I could not play like team games a lot before, so I'm just not used to it. But I love playing them recently, and I'm really liking this. I'm really liking what strategies teams come up with, like how well they're prepared and how they communicate. It's very lovely to see. And predictions, it's 2-1, but I don't know which team. I think at this point, it's going to be more about who can keep more calm, who can stay calmer, who can just make less mistakes, because I think both these teams are very well prepared, and if they keep calm and if they don't do anything rush, I think they're going to prevail here, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have really, really good games and really fun games full of action. I'm hoping for 2-1.
Okay. Well, we know what Sassy's calling. I'm also calling it 2-1. After yesterday, after today, I'm expecting a 2-1. But guys, we're going on a short break because our poor little cow needs to eat and we can't keep him hungry. So Nostrella and Team Bunny going to be back here after the break just to, carry the show forward. Now, I do believe the casters, if Beastie finishes his game, is going to be Beastie and Cow. So it is going to be a slight bit unhinged going forward. Sassy, thank you for the little bit of calmness that you have provided here and controlling my unhinged mouth as well. So I do believe that this is going to be a fun, I guess this is now the third place match, and then the finals with me and Lyra ready to face whoever life throws at us. So guys, thank you for watching, and we will see you back here, I guess, in about 10 minutes or so. So, see you guys in a sec. Have Cliffside. And Cliffside has been a favorite, I must say. Everybody is like, give me that Cliffside. Now, this matchup, I know, I'm very familiar with, because Nostrella played it against us as well, and it is very scary. But you just can't let them take the sacred sites without punishing them. Now, Nostrella feels very confident in this match because they easily wall off and they just delay the game a little bit so that Delhi gets that huge mass going that English just cannot deal with early game. So, Mr. Koo, how do you feel about this? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I made my opinions on Delhi pretty clear in team games, I feel like, when I casted with Sass. I don't like it that much. Like, yeah, you can go a full Archer Ball, but it's still not ideal. And we did see it that game, like how it just kind of fell flat, to be honest. Just English just being better in team games, it feels like much more self-sufficient, right? English with a farm transition, Delhi. It's the same, like when Delhi and French run out of food on the map, they need to do that farm transition. They really, really do not like playing the game. So we'll have to see a little bit how this goes, right? You can't go Gassy just because of how food heavy it is, and the French just goes Knights anyway, so it's kind of redundant at the same time.
Now, a lot of people have said that in these matchups, a thing that we see is archers, knights, archers, knights, archers, knight, because the archers are just going to snipe out the spearmen, right? But a lot of people have also had the opinion that a double knight civilization, or in this case, knight and a half civilization, could throw that composition off a little bit. Do you think that if you do transition into that Ghazi playstyle instead of just the normal knight or archer knight, you might actually have a shot? Because the English longbows are just a little bit better.
They are just better. It like, and we saw it on one of the games, right, where it's like English got up, they got into veterancy, and they were kind of just like, they were just shooting down the knights without any problems whatsoever. But we'll have to see. We're going to be going into game now, and we pray that there's no lag, because if there is, I do know what the issue is. Okay, perfect.
Okay, you do know what the issue is, and you will be able to fix it. Nice. So, guys, Cal's computer has finally met its match, streaming on Parsec and Discord at the same time. But hopefully, the computer will prevail. Now, what I want to point out here for a lot of you as well is we have had some really tight games. I'm just very surprised because what we've seen here, these women that are at the top of the women's league in a way, they are definitely very closely matched, and it is anyone's game. Lyra and I earlier today were like, oh, we might lose this. After playing what we played yesterday, we just thought we were out. But now it does look like we found our composure. I say that, and next game we are going to choke so hard. But I think that this is anyone's game, and any of these teams in the top 3 can take it. So I just want to see what happens with Delhi and French, because I need to understand how we're going to deal with this in the finals too. So, notes made. English, French on cliffside. Delhi, French on cliffside. Both sides need to look out for this. Be ready for destruction. So, yes, I'm actually really, really impressed by what these women have put out as far as games go. It
Yeah,
hasn't
I
been the
mean-
walkovers.
No, it has. I mean, it has been 2-0s, right? And you kind of can go like, oh yeah, it has been 2-0, but it doesn't look like a 2-0, right? If you actually look at the back at the games and see how they were actually played, they actually look pretty good. We had the same problem in King of the North. It's like it's a 3-0, but it was not a 3-0.
Yeah, Giliardi and Baltoon really just showed us that there is hope for anyone who wants to compete with the top. They really have shined. But guys, we are in our game. Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet against Bella and Nostromia. Now, this is going to be the decider. I think both of these teams have a weak link. And I don't mean this in any negative way. We've noticed that if you focus this player, they fall apart. Now, Nostromia is not that. She's Kong 3. She really holds up. Bella, no weak player by any measure. But she is a little bit of a panicker when it comes to raiding her. Now, on the other side, it's the same with Gaelyn right now. Gaelyn is also usually a very big target in these team games because you're just used to being able to focus one player down and making them crumble. And this is going to be the same for most of the games that we're going to see in the future as well. You are going to see when they play with the pro players, you're going to see one of the people just getting completely focused down because that is usually how people break each other. And now I really hope that we're going to see some feudal action because I do not want to see castle games. And with these civilizations, I don't think that is the plan. Now, take us through, Cal.
Take us through indeed. Well, currently just scouting, just looking around, just quickly looking at how things is. It's a back gold for the first for Bunny. No, wait, sorry, it's Rabbitsweet. My bad. Team Bunny. That's what it is.
Team Bunny.
I mean, it is back gold for Team Bunny, so we're fine with that, right? And it's actually back gold for everyone, which.
Wow. That is quite the spawn. But that's not an even back gold, though. Because Nostromia does have a very open back gold, so it's very, very raidable.
Yeah, but
you can see on the open sides. It's Delhi. Oh, yeah, true. Never mind. Nostromia doesn't need any gold. I scratched that. But her wood line is pretty safe as well. Decent spawn. Delhi just found the right spot on the map.
Yeah, and then in terms of deer spawn, I mean, we do have a very central deer here. The same is said for Bella and Nostromia. However, it's kind of problematic that both of them is at the same place. Because if you are able to shut down this position, it's a very strong position to shut down, but it's also a very strong position to hold. We'll have to see. I'm still going Council Hall. Can people go Abbey of Kings, guys? Can
No, we do not want to go for the Abbey of Kings because longbows are better. I am a firm longbow believer. And what we're seeing here is 3 villagers on the age up, a 4th joining the ranks, so this means it's going to be a quick age up. But the problem here is Gaelyn didn't pull... Oh, she only pulled 1 off of gold. So she is going to go still for those upgrades early on, try to get the early bows out too. And this is going to force Nostromia to most likely have to respond with... Oh, not Nostromia. I see now Bella right opposite her. So never mind. Bella will be able to respond with a knight and she will be okay. But this is also telling me that we're not going to be seeing any of those direct shenanigans. This is going to be pure longbow like we have seen on this map. Now,
it should be,
what I'm
right?
yeah.
Because like the second English in this scenario starts adding spears, like you can add some spears at home to just have it as defense, but at that point it's better to just invest in some wood so you can actually like hold yourself from raids. So yeah, I mean, we saw it in one of the games, right, where English mirror effectively, and the second you start adding spears, they don't do anything. They just die, right? They're a meat shield that really is not effective.
And that's what makes English so nice, because you don't have the worries of it just being an archer. You can put those palings down as well. Support your beautiful knights in their fight. But I just don't think Delhi is going to allow that here. Now, that scout does take a little bit of a beating, get a little bit of idle time as well. Galen's longbows, they are going to be able to be pumped out instantly, though, with those resources. She instantly queues up 2. So the knight needs to tread carefully, find the right spots, and go for the kill. Now, that's also the problem when you're playing English. You need to remember to keep your longbows in your base before moving out, especially when playing against knight civilizations.
Yeah, well, at least when they move out.
Yeah. Oh, that one's stuck, stepsister.
So
The knight
we
taking
do
his
not
time.
have a mirror per se, right? The French are on opposite sides of the map. So that does mean that there is 2 options. You can either hit your opponent or defend your teammate. And it looks like Bella is going for the hit your opponent, while Rabbitsweet is actually going to be defending.
Now, Bella is a very aggressive player. The thing is, Bella also supports the idea of a good offense is the best defense. And that is why I expect Bella to be in her opponent's bases. But we can see here, that longbow mass is already looking chunky AF. And that's going to be a really tough amount of longbows to beat. We also already see the palings being put down as well, just to ensure that the charges don't come through. But now, Bella on this map, she will keep looking for damage. Now, she knows an idle knight is a useless knight. So we see those wham walls coming up from Bella pretty early on, just to ensure that she's not the one getting raided by Rabbitsweet, because Rabbitsweet doesn't stop.
I mean, once you start, you should keep going, right? So, I mean, I don't mind the walls here from Bella. The issue is that it's a little bit early, it feels like. It's a little bit early to start walling right now. You haven't had any aggression on you. The French is on the opposite side, and you're actually walling a side of the map that really doesn't matter. This wall with a deer is fine, but actually walling in your entire front like this, in an area that doesn't do anything, it could have been a stable instead, right? A second stable.
Second stable with a lot of scary units coming out of it. Especially with Bella, and we see now she pulled a few off of gold as well. Not getting any gold. Is she gonna go for the horseman? Oh no, she's just
okay.
Yeah,
So I wanna talk about this a little bit. This is super inefficient. Right now, Bella is probably gonna be skipping a single knight just for having a tower that may or may not have any effect. It's fine taking up the tower if you have the wood, but at least build it with 1 villager just so you can, you know, start actually building it. And then if you have the scout with you and you actually have the scout information as to where the knights are, and if you play it correctly, if that actually you see the knights actually coming, then you can kind of panic build the bed tower.
So this is something that I think a lot of us sometimes forget about. You need to use your scout to get that information. Do I need to panic and build this tower with more villages, or do I just chill, build it with 1, and keep mining my resources? And that's exactly what Cow explained here. And I think this is what most of us just keep doing. But now these knights are looking for blood, and that tower can only house 5. So I think that's going to be a charge. Bella does not respond quickly enough, and the first villager falls down. She might even lose 3 here, I say, as she only...
I mean, pathing is just being pathing here, it feels like. I mean, the game actually just trolling Bella there just a little bit. Does lose the scout, does lose the knight. So still not the worst trade for Rabbitsweet here.
Now, keep in mind, Bella is playing French, which does get that faster villager production, but unfortunately our opponents also have French. And we do see the Gazi Raiders coming out. Now, guys, this is really unique, because usually the deli in this matchup goes for archers. But this is what I talked about a little bit earlier. You sometimes want to ask yourself, what is the answer to this? Oh, those knights could have gotten that charge off, but this is just why you need to keep your opponent's attention focused. Another knight going down, and they're just not able to close out on that villager. The idle time definitely worth something, though, but not worth the life of 2 knights.
I mean, really nicely done there. And look at the walls coming in from Nostromia as well now. Super long walls. It is a really crucial wall. Cuts off the entire left side here. Could easily extend that wall as well, but it does secure that sacred site pretty well, right?
And that is a very good wall for the sacred side play, but it doesn't feel like they have the full map control to do something like that. Right now, they're the ones getting raided. But Nostromia trying to keep the pressure on the other side too. Oh, I say that, and Bella's quick to follow here too. Will she get a kill? A lot of them taking a lot of damage, but I don't know if they're going down. 2 goes down. And just like that, they've equaled out the villager kills.
But look at the knight numbers here as well, right? It's a crucial little detail, except for that one going down. Because Bella skipped effectively a knight production, she still wanted to spend her food. But because of that tower, she now is 1 knight down and even has a horseman just because of that gold, right? It's a small little detail, but it's an important one, especially when you have a French versus French mirror like this. It might have a little bit of less an effect when you're playing against JD, for example, but in these scenarios, that 1 knight may count a lot.
What we also see from this English, switching it up a little bit, going, ooh, villager kill. But we do see the English going for barracks, which I'm honestly not surprised about because you know your opponent is not all inning on archers. Now, if Delhi went for full archers, the spearmen would not have made as much sense, but this is honestly a great position to get a few spears out there just to force those knights not to collapse on you without getting punished. Now, we do see Rabbitsweet going on that external food source, or at least attempting to, which gives you a bit of information if you are Bella, so casually strolling behind her base.
Ooh.
My opponent is hungry, and I will find damage.
Okay, does actually see it, so does not lose as many villagers as it could have been.
Oh, but this is a double punishment because the gold, again, that tower only houses 5, and she could lose 2 more. This is really, really dangerous for anyone at this point of the game. Cliffside is a map that you can wall off, you can play defensive, but you need to be careful. And you need to understand how much you can put out there.
Does lose a couple nice marker there coming in from Bella as well, though I have to say. Sacred Side is getting captured there at least, and is taken down in the middle as well. But now behind all this, again, Nostromia keep on raiding. And we see this so much, and I'm not sure how much I agree with it. Nostromia always spreads herself out thin. 5 villagers out here on the food, for example. And I feel like that is where Bella should have been, right? The French needs a lot of food, but they're on berries. The Delhi is a berry sieve, but is on deer.
Well, it's still food, Gal.
It's still food. It's just a small little detail that I find funny.
No, this is just because you don't want to send your villagers too far and put them in the line of danger, because honestly, this game has a lot of danger right now. I do see the archer transition a little bit heavier from Delhi, but these raids are just happening on both sides, and they're really scary. But we're starting to see that difference that the Bella Nostromia combo is making. Oh, this is not going to be the best fight for Bella to take. She does lose a few knights here, which is a very, very big loss for her, as those things don't come cheap. But they are starting to get that villager lead, and it might snowball a little bit quicker than initially expected. The thing is now, Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet are on their side of the map, and that is a lot of longbows and a lot of soon-to-be dead villagers. Because that is not something you run from, and even if you do, that tower will be burned down in no time. There you go, just trying to even out.
Well, those 3 wills are gonna go down regardless. So, really weak position, right? And we see, right, because of the fact that, hey, all of the deer here is forward. We do have, of course, the 2 back deers, but 2 of them being here is a crucial point to actually control this part of the map. And we do see Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet do that.
Now, I want you to notice that Rabbitsweet is only on 33 villagers. This is 46 from Bella. This is a crucial difference. Is that just because Bella did Bella go for a second TC?
No, it's just all of the raids, right? Had both Bella and Nostromia raiding at the same time in her base. So she lost a lot of villagers, both on the goal, trying to move out to the berries, for example. It's just all of these small little ones. Like, yes, of course, could potentially be, and I don't think it's all of that is villager kills, but it could potentially be a couple of seconds idle, right? Because you do have a lot of. Personally, that's why I have an excuse for skipping villagers. It's the it's a muscle memory of 20 seconds instead of 17 seconds, right? It's the copium.
It does kick in. Now, the problem here is that is a very formidable army, and with the composition, it is actually pretty good. We do see 26 spearmen total when those pop out of the barracks. for Gaelyn, but the archer transition is happening for Nostromia. And this is going to be something very difficult to deal with. I think that the archers are great, but when you have this many spearmen, they do start to make a difference.
They do, and especially when Nostromia doesn't have the archer ball that she could have had. Right, she has a lot of Gaussies, which, yes, in theory does do pretty well, but remember, again, right, the spears here. Just kind of...
The spears are outnumbering. Okay. Now, this is definitely going to be a really tough one to push through. I can see the knights are trying to break this wall down. I mean, that tower is very optimistic as well.
It could look well. Yeah, that tower, super optimistic, right? Spears here in the back, is looking to see if they can get a little bit of a brace here. And will be looking to do pretty well here. The micro coming in from Gaelyn, pretty nice as well, right? The archers not going to be able to find too many of them, though, as a pullback is really, really good. But now knight charges and everything is just clashing super heavy right now.
And this is going to be a very fundamental fight in this game, because we see those armies heading both ways down, but a lot more down for Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet. This is going to be destruction for them, because they are already behind on villages. And keeping in mind, Nostromia and Bella, they have been on these external food sources as well for a while, but I don't think Gaelyn has been able to transition as much to just snowball this with that much of a villager difference. Now, those knights are very chunky. The archers from Nostromia are doing amazing work. These are Delhi archers, guys. Remember, they do have that extra attack speed. We do have the tower buff, finally, to support this, and maybe this is where they can turn the fight. This needs to be very careful. You do not fight under an English tower. You see those longbows just pumping away at everything in its way, but I don't know if this is enough to turn the game again back on its head. This is very dangerous from both sides.
Yeah, so now, I mean, the clash keeps on going, right? The archer numbers and the longbow numbers. It's just so brutal here coming in, right? It's just the knight charges. It's pretty good, right? Knight numbers for Bella still up quite a bit here, though. The fight. It's just brutal.
Yeah, it is a brutal fight to lose, especially, but I do think now, remember, these numbers are getting smaller. They do look even, but they don't look even enough for this to be a destruction yet. The spearman numbers have significantly decreased, and those are going to be much easier for the archers to pick up now, and those knights' charges are going to be a lot scarier.
Yeah, so now, I mean, we're trying to see if we can secure up a position, right? Gaelyn is playing around the tower here pretty nicely with that enhanced attack speed, so it's just super brutal. We try to see if we can reposition and see if we can get something here. Actually taking and pushing it here with the military here. Not a move we see at 17 minutes in the game usually, but...
Well, when you're desperate for food and when you're Delhi and you know you cannot do that farm transition anytime soon, you know you gotta make a move for this. The problem is they know the longer English goes in this game, the finer they are. And we do see Gaelyn trying to macro now to castle, but Bella going for the Royal Institute. She is looking at ending this game in castle. She's not looking for the late game. Nostromia, though, also floating a lot of gold right now, so probably also going to go up to castle any moment.
Yeah, Bella going castle here. Does have the gold shortly, though, to go up with royal bloodlines as well, right? And with the superior knight numbers here, they should just be able to straight up take a fight.
A straight up fight from Bella, definitely with 22 knights, that's going to be an absolute destruction. The Ghazis are not there to match it. Compound the defender getting popped down for Nostromia. But guys, keep in mind, as Delhi, when you age up, it doesn't mean that you get the upgrades as quickly as your opponent. So this is still going to take a very long time for Nostromia to kick in. So Bella, now castle, she is probably going to get her upgrades too. But this is also making them very vulnerable, because this is now a Rabbitsweet that is nowhere near aging up, and she's just going to pump out more and more units. Unfortunately, Bella's knight numbers look a lot healthier.
Yeah, it's a lot healthier, right? And Wall's trying to go up, but barely not able. Just a couple more slaps on the hammer, and well, oh, okay, never mind. It's actually
So
well, it would have been closed automatically, but White Tower now actually going to be going up in the middle here. I would have preferred that on a sacred site to deny that away from the deli. But speaking of sacred sites and the deli, like this is the problem with deli in team games for me, is you're just not able to take the sacred site because of the fact that you're playing against night civilizations.
now the problem as well with that. Oh, the thing about that White Tower is this is not Galen's first rodeo. She loves putting a White Tower in the middle of the map. Another snacky boost there for Bella. One goes down, but the boys will come out. Now the upgrades should be in already, and these knights should pack a lot harder of a punch. Gaelyn is busy aging up now, so they probably don't want to take this fight. They just want to scare Bella off or pick up a few of these units that are very much out of position. And the White Tower is about to come through, but she loves that White Tower. She'll make a little trebuchet and just start knocking down at anything in her sight.
I mean, it is a repeat of what we saw already, right? It's just making that trebuchet and then start knocking it out and having a lot of fun, right? And well, we do have Nostromia who is going to be aging up, right? But the archer mass, it's 4 minutes more for that to just come through. So switching into knights and now crossbows here is a crucial thing that they need to do, and actually is doing, right? But look at this, right? It's just so like these are veteran. They're royal bloodlines, and still the longbows just shred through them.
Well, they shred through them because there's a lot of them, and unfortunately, that is just going to be much harder to deal with anyway, because the White Tower is just going to provide that insanely powerful... I see the food being sent to Bella. Nostromia wants to help her partner out, get a few more units onto... Ooh, I say a few more units, but that's 1,900 food. Is Bella going for the sneaky Imperial?
You could...
That would be...
I mean, it would be
ballsy.
very greedy. I don't think you can, right? I was saying you could, if the fact that, like, you had a very high knight number. But right now, the knight numbers are really, really equal, right? Black has equalized. The villager numbers, however, has not. Slowly going down here, though, and losing a lot of villagers on this board. Super greedy by Bella.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is just the problem you have as French. You do need to get the food. Bella realizes, hey, I might be in danger. These women have eyes in the back of their head. They do actually check for these things. So Bella now spending those resources as she can, but if they go Imperial, they risk losing everything here. Those knights are going to be picked off here by Bella's knights, because keep in mind, those are some feudal knights, because that French upgrade is only coming in a short while. The Royal Institute about to pop, but I don't think she has the gold for all the upgrades instantly, so they will probably hold back for a little bit more. Now, we do see 10 more spearmen in the queue, and I can see Gaelyn wants to take this fight home. Keeping in mind, guys, Gaelyn probably has all those farms set up. She is safely tucked away in her base without walls, though, leaving herself open to a lot of raiding. Taking notes for my next game. Thank you very much, Gaelyn.
I mean, she's still walled, right? It's really far out, but the main thing to be concerned about is the fact that, like, hey, okay, it's closed off, right? There's a teeny tiny gap in where the sacred site is, so it's still available to be coming through, but you can't really come through here without actually being noticed. Nostromia is going to be trying to make a move here, but without a lot of melee units, this gate is going to be holding her for a really long time, and give enough time for a reaction here.
Now, these guys are trying to do a lot of damage to the gate, but the horses are ready to follow up. They're just quickly turning the tides, going back to that side. We do see a purple mass on the right side around the boar as well. So this might mean hello there,
no.
Mr. Hall. They don't know. They don't know the bug, and Galen's farms they're in danger.
They're unprotected. This could be crucial. This could actually be the game, right? Nothing here to actually protect. The slow-moving army of Gaelyn needs to move all the way back from the middle of the map. And so does Rabbitsweet. Has to move back here. There's nothing to actually hold these. There's no 2TC. There's no White Tower to hold it at all. They just need to run away.
And the problem is there's a pink blob on the other side of the map as well, because Teal's units are here. This means both of them are exposed to this raid. we can see both of these players just pushing at exactly the right time.
This time
Bella
is
and
incredible.
Nostromia punishing them for just being a little bit too far away.
I mean, this timing is just incredible from both of them, just punishing the greed. And look at this. There's the villagers running away for Rabbitsweet, but they're just getting punished straight for it.
And this is the problem with putting your white tower in your enemy's base. You want to do the push, but the problem is your whole base is unprotected. So yes, your white tower is controlling this map, but oh, look at all these knights about to fall. Both of them, you know, they are these knights with all the chunky upgrades, but it is going to be a tough fight either way, because now that's a 40 villager lead.
I don't want to be that guy, but read the description of the white tower, please.
What is the description? Defensive landmark.
Defensive
Oh my God.
landmark. I don't see it being used defensive at all. The knights
that
now
was a
from
very aggressive.
Nostromia just coming in more here. The fight just happening behind all this. The armies have caught up now, so Bella and Rabbitsweet, they're able to take a pretty interesting fight here, though knight numbers are dwindling quicker for Rabbitsweet despite being on the defender side here. But the rage just everywhere, and just look at the migration that Gaelyn had to do, right? So much army just standing still here, fighting just everything at all at once, and I don't know, I see this kind of just dwindling.
The problem is now Nostromia also has the wood in her bank to do that farm transition, so not for long she will be out here on the map getting food. She's just going to make the food in her home. So even if they manage to clean this up, Nostromia is going to be ready to pump out a lot more units. Now, Gaelyn, unfortunately, is just losing so much. She's on 32 villagers right now. And this is not the position you want to be in as an English player. 29, the count keeps going down. This is looking like a destruction, and I think Gaelyn is about to tap out 29.
29, well, it's just brutal. Gaelyn tapping out shortly after Rabbitsweet should be following. Super nice. It looked really, really rough there for a second, but they are able to make the comeback.
Yeah, this is just showing us that, again, this can be anyone's game. From the performance that we saw from Bella and Nostromia earlier today, they did show that they are here to win. So Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet might need to think their strategies through a little bit by being so greedy. We know, usually, I always call this the gold bait. If you have a keep in the middle of the base, most gold players will go to it like flies. And I mean, Gaelyn and Rabbitsweet may have underestimated their opponents because Bella and Nostromia, they are no gold players. They do not look at White Tower and cower in fear. They go around it. So I do see Twitch chat asking about the wall bug. So guys, currently, when you are building walls around resources, sometimes it doesn't close off around the resources. You need to manually close it off. So it has been a problem since the last patch, but I think maybe just the lack of games may have made them forget it, or just the pressure for these girls. Because keep in mind, guys, this is their tournament chance. This is their time to shine. This doesn't happen very often, so the nerves might be getting to them. Now, I just heard someone joining the channel.
Oh my god.
Now,
Yeah, what?
Lord
is
have
this
mercy.
gonna be? Is this going to be the cow bully channel, or do I get to go prepare for my last game, my final
No, of course
opponent?
not. Of course not. You know how I go. I'm always nice to Cal.
Oh, no, guys, we do see Dry Arabia as the second choice, and they are currently drafting, so we will be seeing those on the screen. But guys, you need to keep in mind that these players cannot repeat any of their civilizations. Once they've picked it, it is done. And I don't think Beastyqt, is your camera going to be working today?
We're working on it. We're working on it.
Okay, no worries. No
No,
worries.
okay. I need a BRB, but I
Okay.
need to talk to you, Marika. So Cal, keep the people entertained. Thank you.
I need to keep the people entertained. Oh dear lord.
Oh
Okay.
no.
This is not a good idea.
Guys, I'm so sorry. Please don't leave.
Right. So, Twitch chat, how, tell us a joke. Well, I could talk about your life, Penguin, but that would be too rude. So, this is why I'm usually behind the camera and behind the scenes. That's That's all I'm gonna say. So, well,
No, I have an update. The webcam is not going to be working, so guys, you are going to have to look at only Cow's beautiful face
oh
today.
dear. Well, no,
Oh,
no,
dear.
like BC needs to like disconnect his webcam from
No,
OBS.
no, that's too much. He's not going to do
Okay,
that.
no, that's fair enough.
You know, the man's here to play games, and he is
And
going to
cast.
do that and cast today. Yes. Okay. Now, guys, I am going to be leaving here, so Beasty can take over. I'll close my mouth, and Cal, while you figure out how to remove my face, I'll just sit here and look beautiful. I promise.
I mean, hiding you is really easy. It's just doing this. Anyways,
Oh my
all right.
gosh.
I mean, removing your voice is a little bit harder. Anyways, I think Alex is here.
Yo, chill. Wait, you could just put a picture of me or something,
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
so
Actually,
that people know who's talking right now.
Cow isn't pain. Yeah. So, let me see. Is the draft ready? We should have it coming up very shortly. So, okay. Alex, best 2v2 map. Go.
Lyralia.
I said best 2v2 map.
Lyralia.
No. That's the wrong answer. By far.
It's the right answer.
No.
It is. Okay, what is the best 2v2 map?
Definitely not Lyralia.
Okay, go ahead. I'm waiting.
No, I don't have an answer. I don't know.
Oh, you don't have an answer.
I
Okay.
genuinely like migration in 2v2, so.
I mean, best map? I don't know about that. Nobody likes water.
True. We know Twitch chat doesn't like water. Baltoon says French
Right.
Pass. True. Amazing map.
There's mountain clearing is a great 2v2 map.
Ugh. Why do you want to paint us like this every time?
Oh, you don't like that?
Mountain clearing?
Wait, I'm a Joker? Okay. I like that. You know how we can sort the camera, Cal?
Yes, you
This
need.
is what you do. You open my stream. No, trust me. Open my
Okay, so you
stream.
need to open your stream and then crop out your camera.
And then that's even smarter, but I was just gonna say open my stream and then you can have your webcam like in the top and then your webcam on the bottom left and then my webcam on the bottom right. And then I'll open that stream.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Go ahead. Okay.
Just no. I think we roll with a still picture of you for that, for that time.
Mm-hmm.
All
You're
right.
getting paid enough for that.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, okay, so where are we right now with the drafts? Right, Lyralia, we have been French has been picked away. We could see Ruse on Lyralia here. I think that's just the second best option. I think both me and you agree. For the lack of a better word, JD and teams and just in general kind of dog. So
Whoa! I disagree with that. I think JD is great.
Okay, in solos.
In both.
Oh, opinions has
Yeah,
changed.
you didn't see that one coming, huh?
I did not see that one coming. That's for sure.
No, I think in team games it's a lot better than one-on-ones.
I think so too.
It's like a worse French, but it's still good.
It's a worse French. It's still good, right? The problem is if you're playing against another French, like if you're JD French in that example, right? You'll always be behind on knights, and if you ever have JD out of position, you just straight up just die because you lose your entire civ, right?
Right, but imagine if she gets level 3 though.
If she gets level 3, it's a different question. And well, yes, the timing is quicker because there's more units to kill, but it's also the time for you to die is a lot quicker as well.
I think it's bad versus French, but it's good versus everything else.
So you think now because French has been picked, picking JD here would be pretty decent?
If I was Team Nostrella, I would pick English JD.
Okay, English JD.
And then if the other team picks JD, you can kill JD with longbows.
Yeah, I mean, I was
And
about
then
to.
if I was the other team, I would go Byzantine JD
I was about to
to
say like
counter
you
the English.
could potentially go Mali JD, but Mali in team games just in general.
Nah,
Just
stop.
yeah, but like if you play, say if you play Gorge for example, then it's a little bit better. But yeah, we do not have Gorge. The map's available. I do not remember on top of my head. Let me just double check which maps is possible. So it is Golden Heights, Dry Arabia, and Cliffside. So if this
Ooh,
game is
Golden
lost by Nostrella, it is Golden Heights. And Golden Heights is a little bit interesting because you do not know who is going to be spawning on the water.
So it's going. There shouldn't be any HRE. Maybe even they save Rus. Ooh, there is HRE. Never mind.
Okay. I mean, Ottoman's here though.
Don't like it.
I don't like it. I mean, we did discuss this with SAS, where it's like with this combination, you could go like full Sipai spear, and then HRE just solely just masses archers.
Like Ottoman is good if you can get to the point where you got military schools going, but
Yeah.
if you get put on pressure, then it's like, or your ally gets put on, some under pressure, then it takes so long for you to arrive there and do anything. But they're playing against Jushi. Now, if Jushi goes the Mass Zuginu build, and JD just goes straight for HRE or Ottoman, whatever, I think they might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think so too, right? Ottoman is a tempo civ, and their tempo was slowed down a little bit when the military schools was kind of nerfed and just slowed down the production, right? So it has more fallen into like a fast castle civ more, it feels like. And fast castle, unless you have a French Ruse or JD, is just really, really awkward because you will get punished for it.
Yeah, I actually gave some coaching to Whamen's team earlier, and they were asking me how to deal with fast castles specifically with HRE. So I think that's what a lot of teams maybe like struggle if they're like not aware how to punish it and stuff like that. But if you do punish it, then it's like a really awkward situation because then Ottoman can't really help you. You can't help yourself, so you're just kind of stuck without gold. So we'll see.
Yeah, and that was pretty much what happened in the other HRE Ottoman game we saw. It was just both players just sitting there going, well, we are Whamen towered the gold of the HRE player, and well, the HRE kind of just sat there going, well, shoot, I don't have gold, and tried to mass up long archers, but it was too slow.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully
it's a
we'll
rough
be
one.
getting into game shortly here. Just quickly waiting
So
for the
after
players.
this one is the grand finals, right? This is losers
Yes.
bracket finals.
Yes.
Okay. So just letting everyone know that because there's a bunch of people tuning in from my stream now. So after the winner of this will be playing the grand finals.
Against
Whamen
Oh,
and
oh, I was trying to go for if you want to do like a Borat impression or something.
my wife.
There you go.
Thank you. I didn't know you were going for that.
Nah, I mean, I
didn't
was,
want to just randomly.
it fits.
Yeah.
So, yeah, any day now. I'm running out of things. So,
Oh, I can hear the sheep.
no, you can't.
I can hear the cow.
That
Oh,
you
that's
can.
you.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, I got look at his face of just I had too much of this guy, and we just
I
started.
regret everything.
Wait, why?
I regret so much. Don't worry about it.
In your life,
Oh yeah, just in general.
in general, okay.
Yeah.
Is it more life so than it is AOE?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna eat a banana while we wait. Need those nutrients.
Important with nutrition.
You got any milk around here? You can take a sip if you want.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
All right. Did you take your vitamin D for today?
Vitamin B.
It's the most unhinged duo I've heard in a while.
Look, Whamen, we're just trying to stall and we're running out of things to say. I'm sorry.
I'm making sure he got his daily glass of milk, vitamin D.
Yeah. We're
very
just taking
important. He's
we're just
living
taking
in-
care of each other.
He's living up north and
Yeah.
making sure it's hard in the Nordic countries. I can just go outside. Even now there's sun probably somewhere.
I wish I could say the same, but the sun has set almost.
Oh my god.
Right.
Have fun. Oh god. I should have known.
Cow needs a coaching from Marine Lord how to handle Beastie. I can handle Beastie just fine.
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't know. I don't see the problem here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it took you 5 minutes to say I regret everything.
True. That is very true also.
You kind of threw in the towel really early.
Well,
Imagine in 2 hours.
whew, this is going to be painful. Anyways, we have 15 seconds away here, and we are going to be starting very shortly in game number 2 here. Bella and actually not sure. But they were taking a very short break, and we should hopefully be getting into game.
I can hear the cows.
Now you can hear the cows.
Oh.
And here we go, game number 2 of the series. Beastie, let us in.
In the blue, we'll call them Team Blue because I already forgot team names. It is going to be Gaelyn playing as the Blue Juicy Legacy, and on the northeast, her ally Indecion. I actually don't know who that is. Cow, go ahead.
Rabbitsweet. Rabbitsweet.
Rabbit what?
Rabbitsweet.
Rabbitsweet. All right. They're going to be playing as Team Blue. And then in the top left, in the purple, playing as the Whamen, it will be Bella. And her ally in the Team Pink/purple, playing as the HRE, it will be Nostromia.
So Nostrella and Team Bunny here meeting up again. So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary really for either of the players, it feels like. We do have the normal sheep opening with dropping the village as well and the sushi. The JD doing... So, okay, I'm gonna be questioning you a little bit here. So...
Alright, go ahead.
So, I feel like there's 2 builds with JD. There is the one where you put JD on gold, and there's one where you leave her on food and build a house. What boat are you in?
I just keep JD on sheep. I don't like moving her around, and like sometimes you play against Mongol or against Ottoman, and then the spearman comes and you gotta move away, and I don't know. Like I feel like just keeping her next to TC is better, because if you want to build a landmark with her, right? So what ends up happening is if you build a landmark, then you gotta pull another villager or 2 on gold to cover for her, right? So,
Yeah, so it's just back and forth, just...
Yeah, I just don't get what's the point.
And that's the thing, right? She does gain XP passively, like yes, she does. But she gains so much more by collecting resources or by building buildings, right? And some of the first things we saw was actually JD solo building the landmark just to make sure she actually got level 2, but we have seen a little bit of an evolution from that.
Yeah, I mean, you can go with just her. You can go with 2 villagers plus her. It depends what you want to do, I guess. Like, if you want to rush out at night or no.
Yeah, it does matter a little bit what you want to do again, right? So now we actually do see a single villager being pulled with JD to actually build that school of cavalry. I think it's fine doing a slower age up here with JD because you do not have any opposing knight civilizations that you need to compete with in timing, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like middle of the road. Like, in this matchup, I would probably age up with, like, 2 or maybe even 3, like, including JD, just to get the knight out to, like, not let Ottoman get stone or not let HRE get gold, maybe force the earlier tower or something like that. But 2 is fine. Like, you definitely don't want to go 1. I feel like in team games almost never, like, ever, because you do want to get knights so you can, pressure your opponent, stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. It's having that night out early and moving it, right? We have seen pretty much every game, it feels like. We have seen a tower on the gold pretty early. And if you're able to, for example, punish or force some idle time out of the HRE, for example, with that, will be pretty good. But we do have a pretty mediocre meditation garden. It's not bad.
Yeah, what I'm wondering is why are the sheep on the top side?
Yes.
Because the sheep on the bottom is definitely in the TC range, so I feel like this is just making everything a little bit more complicated. But yeah, meditation garden not the best, but the only good place that I can maybe see is like putting it to the right where these double stones are and one berry patch maybe. But
Yeah.
even then, it's not very good. So
This
right.
really feels bad for Gaelyn though, having to speed build that archer range and then not being able to put out that Shigunu. It's...
Yeah, I mean, good amount of damage already.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, you don't get any villager kills, but the idle time that you needed to force and just the little bit of HP now having to force out the early Shigunu, which, well, you probably want to do anyways, if they're going for that Shigunu timing attack, but here we go,
Free
JD.
XP right here.
Ooh.
If she notices.
JD could be snacking though, turns around. Knight is not needed. Wait, is she pulling herself? Oh, okay. Ooh.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those where, depending on, like, usually you can just kind of stay and be annoying, but because there's JD, you want to go back so you don't give the free XP now. Because those spearmen, you know, if they were full HP, you could have 3-4 already at home, which is really, really good, but now you're maybe open to some harassment.
Yeah, now you're opening yourself up, and again, right, if you were actually sitting at home and doing this, right, now the barracks is being dropped, and the first thing is, you could have had 3-4, just spearmen actually being upgraded.
Yeah, this one
as
might
well,
go
but...
down, actually.
Yeah, I mean, JD is a slow unit, we gotta remember that as well, right, so, you know, it won't be at least giving the XP over, which is a little bit of a...
Oi, oi, oi! Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the only spearman right now.
Yeah.
There's a second one.
Actually,
Nice charge right there.
Actually, is manually producing spears as well now, dropping a stable. Might be looking to go into Zipahi.
Yeah, this is another thing about Ottoman. It's like they could do a couple of different things. Like, I feel like if you play Ottoman, you want to go Sipahi or Archers. But because you're playing with HRE, you kind of need to make Spearmen too. So you're in this weird situation where you're making a little bit of everything. And now JD is definitely going to be getting more XP. This might be cancelled. And it gets attacked. So there's going to be XP from... Should be XP, no?
Yeah, I think it should have been XP because we weren't on the PoE.
Yeah, so this is already a really awkward situation. Like, being in between the opponents' two bases, right? They can kind of pick where they want to go. Ottoman does not have second military school. Don't think a lot of military upgrades either. So I think this is gonna be... This is already kind of looking rough because how do you connect right now as purple team?
I mean, it's really awkward with the way the woodline spawn as well, right? It's a very bad choke point for Bella and Nostromia, and we actually have the Shuganu moving in as well here. Just doing so much time, but just idling everything, right? And Bella again, right? She's switched her, or she's actually manually making Sipai, so this is going to be depleting her food very quickly.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of food. I mean, it looks like there's a lot, but there's about 9 sheep, I think, under the TC. That's gonna go out pretty quick when you're gathering, making spearmen and sipahi. And so the HRE is actually going archers, which I'm assuming is gonna be full archer committal. Right now, there's 5 archers in production. And if that's the case, then mass knights, if they catch that off guard, that's gonna be a pretty expensive loss.
It's gonna be an expensive and really hard loss, right? It's like, yeah, it's HRE, they move faster, but there's still knights that you need to be careful of. But we do have just Shuganus just trickling in just more and more, actually supervising a single archer range that is just pumping out units right now.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Nostromia and Bella are doing a good job not taking damage, right? There's some idling. Good micro from HRE right here. Picking off a couple of Zugunu. The thing is, once they connect, right? Let's say 2 minutes from now, and there's like 30 more Zugunu. Zugunu can kill everything in the other team. Like Spearmen, Sipaki, and Archers. So that's a little bit worrying long term. I feel like for the purple team.
Yeah, now we're actually, again, right, just a raids here from Rabbitsweet. Really good here on the back. Just making sure to idle, getting a couple villagers here as well. Trying to see if they can get a wall up here, but a super defensive wall here is pretty much all you need to actually keep yourself safe.
Yeah. Can we check the food count on HRE? I don't think there's any farms yet.
No, there's no farms.
Oh, the sheep are out. Yeah, this is kind of the issue in 2v2s.
Yeah, and look at where the food is as well, right?
Yeah, it's like, do you go on berries, but then you gotta build a tower? Do you start making farms? So now the military production might be stopped for a little bit, although she has 600 food, so she should be fine for a bit. Uh-oh. Okay, villager goes down. Look at that idle time, by the way.
Yeah.
That's about 23, 24 villagers just running around now.
And here's the problem as well, not having these military schools. Like, she's... The Sipai count is just never going to be able to hit anything that is even remotely scary for the Shugunu, it feels like. Unless you're just spam making them and just running through all of your food, which seems to be what Bella wants to be doing right now.
Yeah,
but even then again, like, look at where she needs to move for her gold.
Oh my god, that's a lot of villagers, actually. That's the amount of villagers that you're, like, trying to age up. 11? Yeah, I don't think she can age up, because she has 3 stables right now producing Sipaki. So, I think the bigger issue is probably going to be the food.
Yeah. Look, even where the safe towers needs to be, just knows that she will be dived soon. No blacksmith upgrades on Gaelyn just yet either. It's going to be slow to be surely getting that +1 damage, and at that point, well, I think that's the go button.
Yeah, I mean, I think either player, if you decide to just dive them into trying to kill villagers, like right here, if you have +1 range armor on the knights, and if you dive the TC, you can take some really good trades, or at least force the Ottoman to come out, and then you turn around. Oh! 2 villagers go down, and those 3 are going to be dead too. There's some Sipaki raiding. I don't know if they're managing to get something down there.
I mean, they're getting a lot as well here. Nice catch as well. Just even popping the 42, just making sure that these guys just get snapped
Oh, that's
on.
a lot.
That's gonna be putting Gaelyn pretty far behind, actually.
There might be 9 villagers. And this is Jushi losing 9 villagers, or 8-9 villagers, right? So, it's not like if French loses, for example, 8-9 villagers, and then you remake them kind of quickly. This is quite a big loss, but there's the dive, and this is what happens in 2v2s, where at some point, the knights can just dive in through your base, and it doesn't matter if you garrison, you can just run through everything and just kill as many villagers as they can. And this is like a full eco idle time right now.
Yeah, full eco idle time. And look at also the panic from Gaelyn as well, right? This is buying so much time for Bella and Nostromia. That's like all these Shuganu moving back home. It's just like a telltale sign of, hey, I use control or select all army, right?
Yep, I gotta defend, and then just gonna run back. Now Bella is almost at the castle. She just needs more food. I'm not sure if she's still producing Sipaki or not. Doesn't look like it, so she might be trying to get to castle. But I'm not even sure what you make if you go castle. Like, are you gonna have enough economy for knights?
I mean, with the fact that you're playing against JD, right? You could be like, hey, let's play Sipai Janissary. But your eco is not there. You're under constant harassment, and do you really want to make Janissaries against this massive Shuganu?
Yeah, she just spent some food on Sipaki, so I think she's going to be floating a lot of gold, but not enough food to age up. I think blue team just needs to gather and force a fight so that JD can level up. She's like more than halfway. So all they need to do is just like gather up, make 2 rams, and force the fight on either of the player, get her leveled up, and then JD becomes way more problematic.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hard to deal with her, right? Like, hey, you could press the panic button on Ottomans and get Janissaries in feudal age even. But even then,
yeah,
like,
but
even
they're
then,
gonna
it's
die
just
really
not
quick, I
enough,
feel
right?
like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we're seeing if we can get something going here, if we can get a little bit of a fight here. And, you know, there is weak units, and even making mad-at-arms here just has a little bit of a front line. Even that just gets shredded by Shugnu. There's no question about
Oh,
it.
you're. Gotta be careful with the knights. Like you don't want to lose knights at this point because they're the ones that need to kill Sipahi and archers and everything else. And I mean, like purple team definitely held. For now, they did a lot of eco damage, which slowed down the Zugunu production. You can see the number of Zugunu is not really increasing as much as before, but they need to do something because H3 has farms. Ottoman has now deer in the back of Bella's base. There's some deer. There's a single military school going, so I feel like they're okay. So you kind of want to make a move. As the blue team. You don't want them to sneak up an age up or something like that in the future, so you kind of want to do something now.
Yeah, even going with a +1 military school, not even making one. Do you have the scout just seeing if they can find something? And look at the greed as well from Rabbitsweet here, right? It's 20 villagers out on the field, doing nothing.
Oh, and the
it's scouted,
Sipahi are coming.
immediately just moving for them.
Oh, and they're moving towards the Sipahi. Oh, that's gonna be a destruction. There are 2 knights, but at this point you don't care. You just.
I mean, if Bella doesn't pay
knights,
attention,
the knights are missing it as well.
Oh no.
There is a scout in that army.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh no, that's 20 villagers. Select the villagers. Let's see how many go down. Okay, she sees immediately, which is very good. Like, it's not gonna help. Probably still villagers are gonna go down, a lot of them. But if she didn't see that for like 3 seconds, I think she loses like 15 villagers at the very minimum.
Surround and popping fortitude is just gonna be brutal. Like losing 7 vills here is best case scenario. It feels like.
Good, yeah. I mean, she saw immediately. So again, like only lost 7. Oh, this is a very, very good fight for blue team. You do not want to be taking these fights now. As the purple team.
Yeah, fight now. It was really nice there. It looked a little bit risky for a second there, not pulling back the JD, but oh gosh, even more here as well. First gold vein is out, popping fortitude here could just be. I mean, look
oh my god, that's a destruction right there. That is another, I think, like 8 villagers maybe, and these knights are actually dying because there's only 3 knights doing damage there. She gonna pick off those? Nope, she runs away.
I mean, that's the thing as well, right? It's Sipahi. They run faster. They're horsemen. Right, so they have that extra bonus movement speed. Slowly but surely adding in battering rams here for Gaelyn as well. It's not going too quick, and honestly, I don't think they're needed.
Yeah, I mean, with this armies, you can just run under TC and let the knights tank. Now, Team Purple definitely did, like, not enough, did way too much damage. So all you need to do now is simply not die. So all you need to do is gather your forces and try to have a good fight. And from then on, you probably win the game. Because the eco difference is quite big right now. So they need to stop raiding, like they did enough damage. Because if you keep raiding, you actually might, end up throwing the game. So they need to just gather up and try to defend this. JD needs to be sniped like immediately, because if she levels up, that's a whole another problem that's gonna be happening.
Just a couple more kills needed here. The Shugnu mass is absolutely insane. 70 Shugnus out on field. Level up's gonna be happening up here. Needs to get that one going, and absolutely does. So now,
wait. Oh, that I don't know about that. It goes with the horseman champions. I don't know. John's Riders?
John's Riders, yeah.
Raiders? Something? I mean, and they do bonus damage against crossbow. There's no crossbows. I think the men-at-arms here would be really, really good. Not even to do bonus damage against spearmen, but just to tank, because they have a lot of armor, and that JD is on a mission right now.
I mean, just going to be running in here. Just look at it. Almost a third of the way to level 4 already, as just from the dive, right? The Shugnus are just doing so much. The archer mass is just going to be falling so quickly here as well. I mean,
Yeah, and look at her. She just runs away on low HP. That's the thing. Do you target fire her?
no.
Or do you not? And then, you know, she just kills everything. So it's kind of like you want to target fire, but then if the player micros, you kind of wasted all your shots like that. You kind of wasted just all the damage you just did.
That is a really, really good from Rabbitsweet. Such nice micro here. I mean, the Shugnus in the back.
Chilling a little bit.
They're just ram dancing at the same time here.
Yeah, I think one thing that a lot of players, I think, like mentally struggle with is to dive TCs with enough units. Like they always feel like, oh, I can't go under TC because I have, you know, just archers or something. But at this point, there's so many units that even if you lose 10 to TC, you're probably still gonna be winning the game.
Yeah, and it's Shugnus as well, right? So honestly, at one point, you kind of just kill the TC anyways.
Yeah. I mean, the archers are going to get cleaned up. Can we see the Bella's army with the Ottoman? Is there something happening there? There's some Sipahi, but that is probably not going to be enough to do enough damage or to clear up the army, so...
I mean, they're slowly but surely cleaning up the army and killing off some of the reinforcements that are coming in, right? And now Gaelyn actually going up to the castle age here as well. Don't think that one showed up on the UI, but yeah, that's gonna be it, right? Castle age.
Yeah.
Shugnus just coming in, and well, that is
Cleaned up!
TB game.
Yeah, I think the rating obviously was really good, and they didn't take a lot of damage, the purple team. But I personally don't like their team comp, like the from civs to units. I think if you play Ottoman in team games, like Masipahi is nice, but and then H3 going archers is also nice, but you don't have like that strong unit to tank or to you know do a lot of damage. And you can see that, you know, Zugin are better than archers, right? If you compare archer to archer. Zugin are better archers, and then knights are versus Sipahi. It's kind of like an obvious one. So they're going to go down. It is going to be 1-1. And the last game, and I'm kind of curious how this one's going to go, because this map is very hard to play. It's going to be Golden Heights.
It's going to be Golden Heights, and as we said, it's like you need to be very careful on how you do your civ drafts here, because you do not know which civ is going on water. And if you take the wrong civ, like say you pick Japan, what is a really bad water civ? Pick Japan... French, yeah. Let's say that for the argument's sake, and then Japan is the one who spawns all the way in the left corner. You're kind of just sitting there going, is it even worth it at that point to run with a villager or two to try to dock?
Yeah, so the last team tournament that I've played, the top team gamer one with different allies, I figured by the end of the tournament, because I haven't played this map in a while in team game setting, and I figured out by the end of the tournament that the best civs you can actually take on this map were Ayubit and Abbasid. Because both of those civs, first off, gain from being next to water, but both of those civs can also play outside the water just fine. And even more important, no matter where the Abbasid or Ayubit spawn, you age up with military wing, and you can help the one next to the water by making a ram, which is like so big, and it helps so much. But another civ that's very good is Japanese because of Shinobi. So even if you spawn next to water or away from water, you can go Shinobi, and then you can go Fast Castle and then into Mounted Samurai or whatever. So civs that you might think are decent here, like on the first look, like China or Jushi Legacy, are actually one of the worst civs you can take, because they don't get enough value, because it is water, but it's not really like Holy Island type of map. So they're kind of like a bait a little bit.
I mean, let's quickly check though with the player card, see if there's anything. I mean, Nostromia actually plays Abbasid though, so.
The thing is, this is very like. I feel like if you haven't played this map, then maybe even picking Abbasid might be bad. Like you have to know why you're doing that. The interesting thing is, if you play Abbasid here, and you go next to water, you need to do the 3 fishing ship build into military wing Asia. and then
Mm,
fight on water. Like you can't do just making fishing boats the whole time.
right.
I feel like Team Bunny has. Did they play English actually already or no?
They have.
Oh, they can play. They're gonna play English Japanese, I think.
They already Team Bunny has already picked English.
Oh, they did play English. Never
Yeah,
mind.
yeah.
I'm done. The first game. Yeah, I'm not. I think it's gonna be Japanese. Plus, I'm not sure what other civ, but you can mix in a lot of different civs, and obviously, like Ayubid, Abbasid, and Japanese are the top tier civs there. But like I said, you have to know how to play them because you need to have a plan A and plan B depending where you spawn. So
Uh,
we'll see how they go about it.
I mean, it's the same in 1v1s as well, right? It's like if you do not have a concrete plan as to how you're going to be playing the water and then onwards from that, it's kind of just almost better, especially on Golden Heights, it feels like, because water isn't that impactful. You can kind of just
Yeah.
ignore it, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like this map it's not only like knowing like okay, I'm gonna make a dock, but it's like what happens if this civ spawns next to water? Because now not only you can spawn next to water or your ally, but then the opponent's Japanese or let's say English can spawn next to water. So you need to kind of know, okay, what can Japanese do, what can English do, stuff like that. And it's gonna be Mongol Japanese versus Japanese Malian. And I think this is definitely the Malian pick is due to maybe not playing the civs that are good here, rather than Malian is a
Comfort
good
pick.
pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I definitely like the Mongol Japanese pick quite a bit more. Mongol is also played here. By the way, you can still do like the if you spawn next to water, you can do the spearman. The problem comes in if you are Mongol who does not spawn next to water, then it takes you so long to get to the docks or to the enemy that it kind of feels like, I could have just played something else.
Yeah, and I mean, regardless of where you spawn, right, Silver Tree on this map is always a little bit uncertain, right? Because there's only a single trade post, which is in the left-hand corner, that is pretty easily accessible by both teams. So oftentimes, right, you see maybe like a couple of traders go by, and then at some point you just get it walled in or towered up, and well, your trade is now shut off.
You can trade with your ally in the top side, water to corner. Not as good, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, actually, though, Silver Tree could actually trade to your ally's dock. Yeah.
Right. Or that.
You
So
don't even need a
make
market, yeah.
Market, yeah. So I think there's a lot of, like I said, this is with Holy Island probably one of the more complicated maps. I actually think in 2v2 it's more skill than one-on-one, even though there's an element of where you're gonna spawn. Because in one-on-one it's like villager pooling and trying to prevent the docks from happening, which is like gambling. But here it's like, okay, well, I either spawn next to water or next to land, or on land, and then you have to make a choice what you're gonna do. But there's some interesting things that can happen. So Mongol can spawn on the land side with Malian, which in that case is very good for Mongol. Then you just tower rush to Malian's gold, and you just play it like a 1-on-1, because you're basically playing 1-on-1, but it's a lot closer. Or you can have it Mongol versus Japanese on water, in which case you can actually just tower rush their gold again, because Mongol is good against both of these civs in Dark Age. So that's why I kind of give them the advantage.
I am going to be leaking a little bit of internal chats here. So,
all right, go ahead.
There was a huge discussion in a Discord between like Kiljardi and Kaiso Johan on like how the actual do you play Japanese against Mongols on land? And the short answer is I don't think you do. Mongols just auto win. So, but also a little bit with 2v2 and team games in general on this map is I am pretty sure the woodline spawn even further away, so a Mongol tower rush on a woodline is much more detrimental than you might think there is normally in 1v1.
Yeah, this map has really weird woodline spawns.
I mean, yeah, in general.
I had it in 1-on-1 where my wood line, like even the small one, was so far away that my lumber camp wasn't protected by the TC.
Ah.
And I was like, okay, I guess I just die, I guess.
Flashbacks to Golden Pit.
Yeah, that map. It either spawns woodline next to your TC, or it's like you don't even know which one is your main woodline because they're all so far away. Which one's supposed to be?
I have a screenshot that I sent to a couple of people of just like a Golden Pit map, and it's like the gold and the stone icon and the wood icon, like on the minimap, didn't show when you spawned in your TC.
Nice.
So but yeah, let's just be happy that
That map
not
is
gonna,
wild.
Yeah, I mean it's a really interesting map, and we saw a lot of experimentation with Sushi when it first came out, right? Just how hilariously broken that map was with Sushi, just
Yeah.
like never having to touch never having to touch gold ever again.
Yep. So we'll see what the plan is. Maybe they're gonna do something weird with Malian transport ships, but again, I feel like most of these players are probably playing these water maps. Let's just say not very often. I think in general, people, unless you're like top player, you avoid playing water maps. People dislike them, and
I forgot I need to restart the game.
it's
So
okay. We'll give you another countdown. So what we just saw there is Malian spawn next to water, and I feel like that's kind of, if Mongol is there too, maybe that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I think the goal was even forward, just from a quick flash. So
Yeah, so if Mongol is there, Mongol can just tower rush the Malian, and then they don't even have to play water. They can just play the normal game. And then they're just having an advantage. But we'll see.
yeah, we'll get right into it as soon as possible. I think we've kind of covered pretty much everything, right? I mean, transport ship shenanigans is pretty strong. We haven't really covered the fact that like gold is now given by the fishing ships, and did a little bit of experimentation. I'm not sure if you tried it a little bit, but it's just not enough gold to age up without making a pit mine.
Yeah,
so,
you need to still mine gold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good once you're like in feudal age and you got a lot of fishing ships and all that. But until you get there, it's kind of just old Malian. Like it's just meh.
Yeah. So anyways, let's get into game number 3. The first game, or the first series to actually make it here. And look at that.
There it is. Yeah, so this ain't good. Ain't good if you're team blue. Oh, gold is on the left. I mean,
yeah, it's not terrible.
but I mean, it's very far away from TC. And oi. Okay, so Japanese from Team Blue will attempt the water, but I can't.
I think both of them are. Yeah, they are.
Okay, I think that still benefits the Mongol team quite a lot.
Yeah, I still think it's fine, right? And I think the gold mine... Oh my... That's a far out gold mine.
Yeah, you have to go Donzos here as Malian. Actually, Malian can beat Mongol in Dark Age with Donzos, but again, I don't know how much they practice stuff like that, because that's like so specific.
It's a very niche situation, right? It happens very, very rarely, because I mean, the most Mali-Mongol matchups we've seen recently was on Socotra, right? And even then, it's like you don't need to do some Dark Age shenanigans as Mali, because, well, you can just wall it in most of the time anyways.
Yeah, and I don't think this is going to be barracks for Malian, which means both sides will be going for dock, but Mongol will be probably destroying the dock from the blue team, which is going to be a pretty big advantage there.
This actually might punish Team Bunny quite heavily as well, because look at the greedy opening Gaelyn has done as well here. Actually even going as far as to dropping a mining camp.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most gold you can get, but I don't even know if those houses are gonna remain alive.
I mean, none of it is inside of tower range, right? Or in TC range.
That's a beastie spawn right there.
That's a beastie spawn right there.
Marinelo's gold would be like where that straggler tree was.
True that.
Classic.
But now there's a bit of a question as to if this is recognized by Bella or not, though. She is moving her spears over to the dock. And what is more value in denying here? The dock or the pit mine?
That's what I was thinking now. I don't know what's better. It's like both options are good, but what's better, I'm not really sure. I think maybe denying water is safer. Because
that feels like a cop-out answer.
Is it though? Because in theory, the best thing to do is kill all the gold houses for Malian and let your ally win the water.
Yeah.
But what if your ally loses the water? Then you just what did you do?
I guess.
But if you kill the dock, then it's your ally gets. Oh my god! Okay, that's an idea. That's an idea right there. I don't think it's gonna. I don't like it. I don't like it. How many villagers is that? Oh,
okay,
god.
no, I don't like it anymore.
That ain't going up. Unless.
I mean,
Bella
it is going up.
No, that's hell no. Hell no. Hell no. That is. Oof. I think this is one of those things where you're talking like, yo, what are we gonna do if, you know, Mongol tower rushes? And you're like, how about I drop the landmark next to your dock? And you know, like, it sounds good. But it's not. And again, this comes down from experience of like playing these maps or rather not play. Even Pink went barracks.
That's a samurai.
Wow, they're very committed. Okay, that I don't like actually. That's over committing. So this is
that's another samurai.
What the hell am I watching right now? They both went dock into samurai from far spawn. That's crazy. I don't like that though.
I mean, you gotta appreciate the creativity.
Wait, that's not in the range. Oh no. Oh no. Sacré bleu. Oh, that is okay. It was bad, or it went from like bad to terrible to I don't know what this is. But 4 spearmen dying to TC. So there's that. I think maybe a little bit too hungry to try to burn that Menza quarry instead of just. Okay. Okay, we've seen the throw, and then we've seen the counter throw, and then we've seen the Menza quarry, and then we've seen another throw. I think 6 spearmen just went down to TC.
The thing I'm mostly thinking is just I appreciate the creativity.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Wait, which one?
Just all of it. Just all of it. I mean, the Menza quarry here is a bit of a mistake, right? There's a lot of idle time that is being caught or con going down as well.
Yeah, that was. I mean, guys, this is a Malian that went for straight up age up, and it's 6 minutes and the landmark's not done. You know, that's being dead for a long time, and now we see both of the spearmen. They keep trying to torch the landmark though, instead of just maybe fighting the villagers or just killing the units or something. It will go up though.
It will go up.
So props.
In the end.
But in the end,
doesn't even matter.
Okay. I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah, no.
I'm glad you catching what I'm throwing.
Well, I catch all the shit you're throwing me, so.
Right.
Doc did go down in the end, though, so a little bit of bounty there. And actually, surprisingly, both Japanese is actually just completely walled up here, though, so don't want to interact with each other.
Yeah, and it's funny because they're both Japanese, so it's like they can't they can't really interact with like knights or something, right?
Yeah.
So it's just maybe like, oh, I should wall this kind of thing. There's no threat coming from that side anytime soon.
And now Nostromia is going to be starting the age up. That
Ooh, the
is
storehouse.
super late age up. Did this get done at like 8:20 roughly?
Yeah, but it's because of all the samurais and spears. Which, if you think about it, they didn't really do anything, right? Like, I mean, if the enemy team fought, both of them fought, like, sure. But it didn't really deny anything
It didn't,
further than Mongol did.
yeah, I was about to say it didn't add anything to the Mongol push, right?
Yeah.
So
And again, like I said, if you haven't played this map or like actually not played, practice this map and really gave it a thought on what and how you should be doing stuff, it's a really hard map to do stuff on. And by the way, Malian food is over. It's Jover.
it's true.
Look at that, last sheep.
Lost sheep, no mill inside either.
Nope.
Oh my god. Nostromia is going aggressive on these Dark Age walls, even though it's like 8 minutes in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really a sign of like, hey, okay, I just want to sit back and chill. And, well, you can see at the macro that Rabbitsweet is actually having right now. It is a castle timing that they are looking for, and it's actually surprisingly, with all the shenanigans that's happened, it's not the worst of castle timings.
Yeah, so Nostromia is actually, I mean, she has no gold, and she's making a second barracks right now, and Bella is going for Keshiks. So I feel like this is a bit reverse. Like, I think from this you usually want to go fast castle as Japanese because you have so much food eco. I mean, she has so many fishing boats. There's like 15 at least there, right?
16.
16, yeah. I mean, that's huge eco. So if you just ages up, and then she also goes for Mounted Samurai. Wait, she's going Temple of Equality. Wait, was that canceled?
No, yeah,
now?
that was cancelled. That was cancelled.
Oh no, that was like 20% done, and then she canceled it. I was like, yo, where she is cooking right now, and apparently she is not. She is like, wait, that was a oops, that was a misclick.
She heard. She saw Twitch chat.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be very hard to. Oh, the idol. Look at that. All the food is out. So it's gonna be very hard to play against all the fishing ship eco. But if she somehow manages to get into the eco with some mounted samurais, it might be really, really good. Can potentially give a little comeback, but it's an uphill battle for sure.
I mean, it also is really scary right now, right? Like, the age up from Rabbitsweet here will kind of set off an alarm that, like, hey, okay, there's no units from the Japanese. And your natural response is probably then to just attack the person you're already pretty close to attacking, which is Gaelyn. And Gaelyn has no food, so if you idle out it a little bit, it's pretty much just that, and it's just a bunch of archers there. And
Yeah,
those
Malian
archers...
is out of food. Oh, you don't want to be fighting there. It's a destruction.
Getting a little bit of throwbacks to floodplains there for a second.
Oof. Yeah. That was a map.
No,
It is a map.
It
It's
is
still
a map of all time.
Oh, yeah, and the Kashyyyks are now coming in, and it's kind of just getting worse and worse because Malian is like seriously out of food. It says she has 14, but they're not really gathering. You know, it's 14, but not really.
Yeah,
Look
I
at
mean...
that. Ooh, berries now, okay.
And the thing is, like, it's a lot of gold in the bank as well, right? But there is no cows. There's no cow boom that has started, so there's no passive gold even incoming that you normally would have at this point in the game for Mali.
Yeah, and I think more eco damage being done to them is just not really helping the already behind part. Now, are those Onamushas that I see? From
Oh yeah, that is actually Onamusha, wherever they are.
okay.
I think it's the samurai that Nostromia is showing.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, she does counter both Kashyyyks and Samurais with those, right?
Yeah.
It's just that if you're ahead, I wouldn't mind that at all, because then you're defending and you're killing, you know, Kashyyyks and Samurai. But when you're behind, you actually have to be the one to, you know, to be aggressive, and mounted Samurais are way better for that. It's more idle time over here. It's just getting worse and worse. The age up, by the way, is done for pink Japanese, and she's not making anything right now. She has upgraded Samurai. She's making Horseman now. Okay, to deal with the Onamushas. I like that. I mean, she could just go Samurai, Horseman, or something. Now look at that. I mean, those are gonna be... Oh, yeah.
Hey, no, I felt that. I felt that.
Damn.
But yeah, look at the
You know,
samurai, right? They're slow, but they are causing a lot of idle time and taking a lot of fire from the archers there as well.
Yeah, that move when you kill your own. Oof, when you kill your own cow like that, is like when you're kiting in feudal with like 70 longbows and they all shoot at like one deer, and I'm like, oh my god.
I mean, the good news is that's at least not where the Grand Filani would be placed.
But the good news is she has no cows to go for Grand Filani or economy, so it's not a problem.
Well, honestly,
now.
honestly, at this stage in the game, like where we are, I think the correct thing is to even just start like just chewing through your own food, right? Just like start eating cows.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what you go for. By the way, she doesn't have a second gold mine.
I mean, it's all the way in the
pit mine.
back.
Yeah,
It's
so-
kind of far out and you're under a lot of pressure here, especially when your teammate is as well, right? There's nothing to really take them down.
Yeah, the horsemen are here, by the way, for the Onamushas. The villagers are getting chased and butchered. And yeah, these Onamushas now, if you're not paying attention, if they're not gathered, they're going to be taking damage everywhere. And they become very hard to control. And this is why, you know, this map is hard to play, right? Because there's the water aspect. Then you got to know how to transition from water to land. And then there's like all the cavalry, but you can't really wall off, right? If you're blue, Malian, like where do you wall? You got to build like 500 wood of walls to even have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, at least the left side of their base is secured by both players, right? Even going as far as to even sneaking out on the board here and taking some relics.
Those are 3 villagers on the board. That's kind of sus. Because let me tell you, 3 villagers cannot kill a boar. So, you know,
They're strong.
something happened there.
Something happened. Cows going down as well. It's just gonna... I'm gonna look away from this, I'm sorry.
3 moose go down. And, Bella has enough food for age up, but not enough gold. But the moment she does age up, like Malin is nowhere near age up. You know, like she, Gaelyn is like so far away from it that it's gonna be like a 2v1 for a while, I think. She has Donzos and stuff, which is cool. Is that gonna finish? Oh, that's gonna.
Oh no, that
That's
goes
gonna
through,
finish.
doesn't it? Oh,
Oh my god.
that was unneeded.
I mean, even if that happened, you know, they're still struggling, but they're struggling a bit less.
Yes.
The Malian army is pretty big, which is nice. But again, they gotta do some counter damage with it. Like they gotta try to attack, get some idle time, attack the gold. You know, like do something with it. And luckily for them, I mean, this is mostly horsemen and Kashyyyks, right? There's some samurais, but there's enough Onamushas to kill those. So maybe they got it.
I mean, that's a great thing about Mali, right? Is they don't have a castle unit that gets unlocked for them, right? They don't have any crossbows, so all their tools to counter units already is available in the feudal age. Of course, not as strong, right? So even if it was like full samurai, you could do like a Musafati switch, for example, and actually do pretty well against it. But we do just have these constant rates for Nostromia. It is the correct unit again, right? It's the horseman against the Onimusha, and it's just so difficult for anybody to move out on the map.
1,000 gold? Damn, she just sent her 1,000 gold and another 500 food. She's like, here you go, age up. Age up's on me. And she is aging up, so.
And you see this, right? I mean, you see what is tankier and what is taking a lot of damage, just causing so much idle time. The Bannerman does go down, but honestly, we're just standing here just watching this, right?
Yeah. Yep. No trade, by the way, for Mongol. Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
I was about to say, right? It's like, I feel like when you are in this dominant position, like, it's 100 wood you just invest, and then you just like, if you're floating a little bit, just start adding a trader here and there, right?
Yeah, the thing about this map is the fishing is like really good, right? It's a lot of economy, you get a lot of food income, but over time, if you're not pushing your advantage, then the advantage of the fishes is not that much anymore. So you kind of want to, you know, get a second TC, or you want to start trading, or you want to get the relics to kind of extend that lead. And if we look, we see that one of the Japanese players does have a second TC, and one does not. So the longer this game goes, you know, unless they manage to push and win, they might slowly start coming back. I'm not actually sure who picked up all the relics.
I mean, Nostromia has picked up a bunch of relics. I think they're sitting at like 4 relics at this point. Something
You're
along
lying
those.
to me, where are they?
2 relics here. Oh, there's just 2 relics. Never mind.
Alright, can we check the other side?
Nah, there's just...
I mean, yeah, team.
Two relics, so...
2-2, yeah, so... You know, not bad for the, like, whenever you're obviously losing, getting any relics is good, and that's a 3rd TC. And once again, if this game doesn't, you know, get pushed for its advantage, or doesn't end anytime soon, then the advantage grows, and there are no Musafati warriors here, so this is going to be very, very hard. And that's a Farimba as well. The cow dream is gone.
Well, so is mine. I mean, this seems pretty done and dusted, to be honest.
You're giving up.
I mean, this Farimba is never going to go up, right? It's... There's no +2 on the Veteran Samurai, but honestly, with just the sheer amount of tankiness that we have, right? There's not the Musafati. I think you can just kind of tank this up. And now, as well, I mean, Bella joining in on the party here, just beating down the Molly.
Oh, the Donzos are turned away, so they get poked in the back, and that is going to be destruction. Those are castle, and this is Mean Gudai. Mean Gudai are coming in hot right there.
Oof.
Dabbing on the villagers right there. Jesus.
Ah, that should be game.
And yeah, what a...
Ay.
And again, I mean, it's a hard map to play. I wonder who picked that map. I wonder.
Let me double check.
I mean, I'm assuming it's Bella and Nostromia, since they did play it a lot better. Because I don't think you picked this and you're like, yeah, I'll just play Mali on there.
Yeah, it was Bella.
And that's kind of the importance of you know, picking the civs and pre-planning correctly. You know, one of the things in tournaments that gets overlooked, I feel like quite a lot, and maybe doesn't even get talked enough about, is making sure you plan out your series, making sure you have a civ for every map. So, you know, if they look back at this, you probably played Malian in one of the earlier maps, right? On like a land map, and then you play, you know, English or something else on this map, because Malian just ain't it.
Yeah, you kind of just got to be a little bit smart about it. And with the drafting and how it's done in this particular tournament, it's free pick. There's no bans whatsoever, so it's just pick your civ. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
All right, but that does mean that there is Nostrella versus Whalalia. It's going to be happening in the finals. Who are you rooting for? And I want a non-biased answer.
Non-biased answer?
Yes.
Lyralia and Whamen, they better win. They better win. I gave them a little bit of coaching. Hopefully I helped
I
them
said
enough to-
non-biased.
That's not biased. I want them to win.
Uh,
And I think they will win. I think it's going to be a destruction, if I may say so.
I mean,
We have
let's hope.
prepared the games. We have prepared the matchups. And you know what?
We prepared the script.
3-0.
We did prepare the script.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Well, why did you remove me?
Oh, you wanted to be there?
Yo, what the hell?
Okay, okay.
Put me back right there. I'm Joker.
Oh,
Go
oh
ahead.
right, oh right. The other.
I'm not
one.
a
Right,
river.
Right.
I'm waiting.
You're being so dramatic.
I'm waiting. Why don't you remove yourself? See how that feels. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Listen, biased is like wouldn't biased be like if I thought Marika would lose and I'm like, oh, Marika's gonna win. That's biased, right? But I actually think they will win. So is that biased or is that just a real answer? You know? What does biased mean? Let's go with that.
You want a non-biased answer on that?
Go ahead.
I don't really have any.
There you go. You're biased.
That's very true.
See
I mean,
what I did
obviously.
there?
Yeah.
Beastie being real as fuck right now. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Are you really biased if it's true? Speak up, Twitch chat.
Yeah, we're really running low on conversation topics.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
Go for it.
So you know how there's this Byzantine conspiracy that I hate Byzantines and all that?
That's not a conspiracy, though.
Right, but check this out. I found out how to do a checkmate.
Ooh.
I put up my flair on Reddit as Byzantine.
Ooh.
Do you know what I mean? So now my favorite civ is Byzantine. I'm the Byzantine main.
Ah.
So now I can say something bad about Byzantine because it's my civ. Why would I want my civ nerfed? Do you know what I mean?
That's very true.
I kind of cooked them up there, didn't I?
It's the amount of mental gymnastics that kind of impresses me, but it's it's the good kind of
Right.
good
That's
kind
the
of,
only That's the only gymnastics I do.
yeah, I can imagine that.
Yeah. Cow's getting cooked. Yeah, Cow hates me, so he doesn't. That's my unbiased opinion.
I wouldn't say hate.
Right.
It's a strong word. It has a lot of oomph to it,
Right. Right. Heavily dislikes.
Yes, that's
Okay,
more.
let's
Yeah,
go with
that's
that.
yeah, that's a lot
Let's
closer.
go with that. Yeah. He's pressing buttons in the back. He's like, oh,
It's-
probably chatting to someone, randomly. Asking devs to nerf JD as we speak.
I'm not sure how I feel about JD, to be honest. Right now, it's like, I mean, she's strong,
Go
but it's also like if you kill the unit, you lose your civ. So
Right. It's like if you lose trade as Mongol.
right.
It's like if you let me go deeper. It's like if you lose the long on the bows as English. Did you think about that? It's like if you lose king as English. Why did you go that landmark?
For the AoE healing that it has on the landmark, of course.
Right. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. I never actually see that properly being used, even when people do that.
Because you think because they're bad or?
No, I think just people don't play like it, they just don't do it. I think there's a lot of mechanics in games, like just in general, not just AoE 4, that's kind of just forgotten about. Right? It's the
Go
AoE...
ahead. I'm listening.
It's the AoE healing, for example, of
Mosques.
Yeah, for example. I mean that's a stupid example, but yeah, sure. And then I mean we see it more in team games. It's not as applicable in 1v1s. It feels like, but English and their what are they called, pikes, basically.
Mhm.
And especially English campfires, actually. That has never gotten used after it was removed.
But they suck.
They do suck. But here's a fun
Right.
fact, actually. Did you know that the campfire
ahead.
can actually block a French charge? Like a night
I
charge?
did not know that.
Yeah, so you can actually, if you time it correctly, you can like drop the campfire and then have a
Mhm.
night charge into it.
25 wood for that.
25 wood for that.
I can almost make another unit with that.
Yes, but that's not the point.
Right. Okay, did you know if you drop a stone wall, you
Well, honestly, okay,
can block a night?
honest opinion though, like, what do you feel about stone walls in feudal?
I mean, they're very expensive. Like, you're never gonna stonewall in feudal, but you can abuse it with English, though.
And China sushi.
Right. So I think like that's the problem, not like stonewalling around your base.
So if you remove the ability, like say hypothetically you remove, like, regardless of how it works, if you were to remove units going on top of stone walls in feudal,
Right.
and they could only do it in Castle and beyond, like, that would
Right.
be, that in your opinion would be more balanced than what it is now. Like,
Yeah,
it
but
would...
no one would make stone walls in feudal at the top level, at least.
No. I mean, still no, but like,
It's like so expensive to make it in feudal.
I mean, what is it
And
like?
it takes so long to build too.
What is it like? Each segment is 12?
No. Is it? Is it 12?
Oh no, it's actually 20.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah.
Also, Stonewall Towers. They'd be OP in feudal.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
I think it's just, that is actually just a bad mechanic. Unironically, I think Stonewall Towers is just a bad mechanic, but
They're OP actually.
they were
you
super
know that?
strong. I mean, they get boiling oil as well, right? So,
Yeah, the old boiling oil.
oh
Did you know that?
wait, not the nerfed one.
Not the nerf, they get the old boiling oil.
Oh,
Yeah.
so they actually get boiling oil and not lukewarm oil.
Right. Super boiling.
Mm.
Boiling plus. Did you also know that making that tower also blocks a night charge?
True. Never
Thank
thought
you.
about that.
Yeah. Going in a town center blocks the night charge sometimes. Unless you get hit as you're going in, then you still lose a villager.
I mean, at least we don't have JD like doing like spin jitsu and then just like killing vills instead of towers.
Mm.
That
I
was...
missed that.
Yeah, I missed that too. It was great times.
Wait, so this background, what civ is this? French?
No, it's Tommy.
Oh, that is French. What do you mean?
No.
Look at that tower. Look at that tower.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, true actually. Yeah. The one next to the Joker. Yeah, that's definitely
Is
French.
that Notre Dame?
I highly doubt it.
Look at it. Look at the towers, man. That's French.
Yeah,
right there.
that is a French tower. You are right.
What about that fishing boat? Can we zoom in on that?
No, not really.
Zoom in what language they speak. No. Okay.
No.
Enhance. Enhance. I see the flag on the third house from the left. Enhance.
Just
We need to see what it is.
be a blob of pixels.
Okay, let me ask you. Let me hit you with a hard-hitting question.
Ooh, I'm scared.
If we're in that era, that age of Age of Empires 4, what would you be doing in in the kingdom?
Probably an
Would you be like a
engineer.
farmer or
No,
like a
no.
clown?
I mean, I'm probably a clown. That would probably be the most useful thing I could.
Like a mime, maybe.
Yeah, that could be it.
You would
Actually.
probably be good at being a mime.
Yeah, if I just have to shut up, that would be nice.
You're one of those. Oh, you
Yeah.
can't see me. I wish you could. I just did insane miming.
Oh yeah, no, I saw it.
Not really, but
I saw it. It was close enough.
yeah, you'd be a jester.
A jester,
But not
ooh.
like a king's jester. You would be like merchant's jester.
It would be like
You need to work your way up.
and I would be like, could I be like the jester that if I get killed, everybody dies and you just lose?
Wait, what the hell?
Have you never played? You've never played like Among Us and Town of Salem and stuff like that?
No.
Okay, so they're actually really fun. Maybe we should do like an. Maybe we should do like an AoE4 Among Us game.
Hmm.
That would be so bad.
But it would be pretty unfair. Because, like, you ask Marine something and, like, nobody understands him. So it's like, I don't know what he said. Like, did he say that he was in the room or he was out of there? Like,
It's like,
you know?
it's with everybody. It's with everybody.
You
I was
ask
like-
him and he's just yapping and you're like, what
It's
does that
like,
even...
do we just vote him out so we make him shut up?
We just kill him. You just go for a start. You just vote Marine out and then you continue.
I mean,
I mean, I like that.
I actually wouldn't. Maybe we should set that up. Maybe we should set that up.
Hmm.
Anyway, it's updates from what's happening in the behind the scenes here. Draft is starting. We have Cliffside as the first map. Golden Heights and Migration has been banned, but that does mean we actually still have King of the Hill on the table.
Mm-hmm. They're going to win there. It's fine.
I mean, it's Bella who picked the King of the Hill.
It doesn't matter. We are prepared.
Hmm.
Cow has coached Team Nostrella. I have coached Team Whalalia.
No, it's Sass.
No. You and Sass, okay?
I haven't done.
No, but we're casting, so
Oh,
one has to be your team.
okay. Yeah, that's fine.
So Cow says Nostrella is going to win 3-0. I say no. I say we win 3-0.
No. Nostrella wins this 3-0.
Look at
Did you
it.
see how they looked and the creativity they had on Golden Heights last? Like, imagine that on King of
There's
the Hill.
no Golden Heights.
No, but King of the Hill. Hmm.
I was cooking earlier today.
Okay,
And I wasn't cooking food, I can tell you that.
that I know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what is that supposed to mean? Oh, chill. What is Cow's go-to make dish? You can't say peanut butter jelly.
Oh, that's disgusting. Actually, hate. I don't understand why people like peanut butter.
I don't like peanut butter either.
Thank you.
I don't get it. It's fucking weird. It's like eating mud.
And
It's a weird texture.
I literally have a bag of peanuts right here.
No, peanuts is great.
Peanuts is great.
Peanut butter, it's like the texture's so fucking weird. You know when you give dog food and then no, listen. I'm gonna get to the point. You know when you give dog food and then they get like food stuck in their teeth and then they're doing that movement like trying to get it off. That's how I feel when I eat peanut butter. It's all over my fucking mouth.
I just like Daughter or Gigi Dog just sitting there like with the snoot just
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, it's like it's inconvenient to eat.
Hella. And then it just gets stuck up, like it just gets stuck like
It just
on
gets
the,
stuck everywhere, and it's just like also putting it on bread as it wasn't hard enough to fucking eat. Now you put it on bread, and you're like trying to swallow a fucking brick. Give me a break. Get that shit out of here. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. I had a point somewhere, but I completely missed it. So, but yeah, go to dish.
Jam is better.
Jam. I mean, we actually make a lot of homemade jam.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, good times.
Not me, but in Serbia.
Yeah, no, like we do like at home. So I think like we actually have 3 freezers, Like my
Mhm.
grandma has one, we have one, and then there's one out in the garage.
Mhm.
And the freezer outside in the garage is just like stacked with just jam.
Wait, what jam? What type?
Blueberry, raspberry, strawberry, rhubarb jam as well, actually plum jam as well.
To plum and strawberries.
Together?
That's it. No, not together.
Ah, I was
I
about to
mean,
say.
those two are S tier. You know, like I don't know what they're called in English, but they're like the little strawberries. We call them like forest strawberries. Would be direct translation.
Is like the super tiny ones.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
love
yeah,
those.
dude,
Those are good.
Yeah.
Those are
I mean,
good.
we actually call them like dirt strawberries.
Damn, that's messed up.
I know.
You know you can wash them
I mean, why?
because of the dirt.
I mean, they're not dirty though.
Why do you call them dirt
I don't
strawberries?
know.
It's because they're eating the
I
dirt.
mean, markjordbær. I mean, so basically, like mark, we have like so many words for
No,
forest.
don't excuse it. Just
No,
wash them.
why would I wash them?
Because they're dirty.
TTT Duke. It's not smultron. It's not like shitty.
Smultron.
It's not shitty.
Swedish.
No.
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say
no,
it.
I'm trying to think. It's like not shitty raspberries. Where you find in like swamps and stuff. It's actually like teeny tiny strawberries.
Wow. Can't believe you just said that.
I'm sorry. I mean, have you had smultron? Like they actually like I
Go
generally
ahead.
thought something had died or something, like my mom was cleaning something when she was making jam out of them.
Mhm.
Because they just smell so terrible.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Rate these countries from 1 to 4. Norway.
1.
No, let me tell
No?
you the other ones.
Okay, yeah, keep going.
Sweden. Actually, rate them as you go. How about that? You said Norway 1, Sweden.
1 to 4.
Yeah.
Okay, Sweden 4.
Okay, Finland
2.
and Denmark.
3.
So you dislike Sweden more than Denmark.
Yeah.
I heard that the only common thing that Swedish and Norwegian people have is hating Denmark.
Yeah.
So why do you put Sweden 2? What the hell?
I don't know. Anyways.
Oh wait, 2 most liked. Oh yeah, you put Sweden second, so you like Sweden.
No. I
I'm
put
dead.
Sweden at 4. Like Norway, Finland, Denmark, Sweden. That's the ranking.
Oh wow. Damn. Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyways,
Why is that? Why is that? Let's go deeper.
No. We need to talk about the game. We are in the grand finals of the
Okay,
Whamen
let's
2v2.
focus. Let's focus. In the grand finals, we got purple team. We got orange team in the bottom. And when I say bottom, I mean the top side, just to troll Cow. It is going to be Bella playing as the purple French 4. We'll call them team 2. And then in the yellow, we have Queen. It is going to be Whamen playing for team 1. Number 1, because they're winning this one. Thank you very much. And then to the right, and then top left, we do have Nostromia playing as the Jushi Legacy. And in the top right, again, her ally is going to be Bella playing as the French. And then last but not least, Whamen in the yellow and her ally, Lyralia, who will be playing as the Orange Rus. Now,
My life.
I think Whamen and Lyralia are going to 3-0. Destruction.
No way. No. Bella and Nostromia 3-0 with this easily.
No way.
No. Suji. Strong.
Take it back.
No.
Okay. Okay, so tell me why you hate Sweden.
Shit country. People.
Damn. Damn.
They tried to be like, they never helped us during any wars. Nothing.
Uh-huh.
Just did nothing during any of the wars. And then it's just, they just exist, leeching off of us.
Oh.
Like the only good thing is the fact that their population density is so low that the oxygen output from them is pretty decent. The only reason Sweden exists is all the trees is producing oxygen for Norwegians to breathe, because we have all the beautiful mountains.
Right. And you do need like extra oxygen because all the oil you're putting into the world, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Right. So the Sweden has to like carry you and balance it out.
Yeah, they just. I mean, did you know? And this is a real fact. Norway
ahead.
sends
I feel like this is not a
trash.
real fact.
No, it genuinely is. Norway sends trash to Sweden so they can burn it. Like we
Damn.
transport trash. Like that's what we use them for.
Damn. Brutalized. I'm gonna have to talk to
What is
some
going
other
on?
people. Oh my god, there's all that's all four
That's all
scouts
four
right there
scouts.
fighting.
It's over, wolf
yeah.
guys.
Wait, I was like, wait, what are they? Oh, pink scout might be going down. Hold up, hold the phone.
Look at the Kremlin position though. This is actually
That's-
really nice.
And guys, that's what happens when cutie patootie. I said today we had a meeting, we had a coaching of some sort, and I said, Team Cutie, get her up. I said, don't be afraid with Kremlin. The reason why Rus is broken in team games is because you can just fling it onto a deer pack and you're chilling. But let's talk about the matchup, Cow. Let's stop your hatred towards Sweden. I love Sweden. For anyone there, you know, I just gotta balance it out because Cow is just, wow, I can't believe you said that, you know. We have Rus and English versus French and Jushi Legacy. Now, I personally like English Rus a lot more. I actually think this is the strongest team comp that exists in the game right now.
I think. Oh, actually, Song Dynasty.
Yeah, it's going to be 2TC from Jushi Legacy, and I don't think that's going to be going well because we kind of predicted this a little bit earlier, right? Because so when I was talking to them and they said they love to play Jushi Legacy and this and that, and I said if it's a Jushi, if they do a 2TC again, because they've done it in this tournament already, I said just beeline, do not let them boom, just go for it. Make them run out of food and just put a lot of pressure on them. So, hoping that's what they're gonna do. They do need some scouting on that. They need to confirm that that's what's actually happening. Look at that team play. Whamen's pushing away the scout. So Lyralia can get the deer. Let's guess the bounty. I'm gonna guess 285. Oh, it's 285. Look at that.
Oh shit.
Thank you. Thank you. Stop. Thank you.
Oh, you don't want to.
That's fine. And so she's gonna go on this gold, by the way, which is interesting because she could have gone on Whamen's gold because it's kind of protected, kind of.
I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate with how the dare was spread out. Ideally, what you could have done is actually moved the Kremlin either to here or maybe a little bit further up so you could protect this gold or this gold.
Yeah, maybe even like upwards towards that other deer pack. You know, just protect it.
I mean,
up there.
just even go here and then wall the rest.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the greedy
that kinda-
option, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's a good option. Yeah.
We'll see what they decide to do. So Bella right now is making knights. She is patrolling between the dudes. She needs to cover Nostromia going to town center and kind of wait for that to pay off. And I'm assuming this is going to be Zuganu plus knight. But I like that little wooden fortress. I hope it reaches the wood line for the. Oh, I don't know if it does. Probably not.
No,
Okay.
because then you would have the plus here. No.
Yeah. Should probably reposition maybe lumber camp a little bit.
Yeah, plus 10.
But she has only 5 on food right now, by the way, for Lyralia. So she needs a lot more food in order to be able to produce knights. And we'll see if they're going to decide to commit. A lot of longbows coming from Whamen, so they're going to be able to push that away. But so far, good opening for the purple team.
Yeah, and there was a lot of time wasted for Lyralia, actually, right? There was 4 villagers sent out to build a Kremlin, but there was no follow-up, right? There was nothing to actually gather from these stairs, so the idle time just walking back and forth there is pretty significant. And again, right, you have to be now running on sheep, and, well, the sheep count is not that high. It's about 7. And now as well, right, you have the Night Mass that you need to move out, but the Night Mass is 2 to 5. And this is a lot of longbows that you could reasonably take out, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm a bit worrying, like, the amount of knights from Lyralia. I think she's maybe... By the way, have in mind, this is the grand finals, right? They're probably nervous.
Yes.
They don't play tournaments too often, and, you know, this is a 2v2 tournament, so it's not like an FFA or goofing with something, right? So they're probably nervous. Lyralia, 12 on wood right now. I think she's rallying onto the wood, which at this point, maybe you need 5 on wood at the most. Just so you can make stables, blacksmiths, you know, stuff like that. So I think she has too many on wood, only 8 on food, so she's not able to produce the knights right now.
Yes,
Whamen's pushing in, but is that I mean, that tower's not going up.
That tower might... Yeah, okay, yeah, they can hit that. I was about to say, like, even with those walls... Like, with those walls, though, the tower just is too much. Like, it's too much wood investment, right?
Yeah, with nice little harass right there.
Not too... I mean, it's not the worst you could possibly have,
It's
but...
alright. By the way, this is the only gold.
This is... I mean, well... there is 3 on the screen.
They're all here, yeah, right there. And it do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that.
I mean, get forward gold, and they're all next to each other. Yeah, I mean, that's... She could go there, but that's pretty far.
Yeah, it's really greedy as well, right? Again, it's longbows, so it's really difficult to actually place... Like, you need to at least drop, like, 2 towers, plus get hour slits upgrades, just to, like, even be 100% safe to not get harassed. But even then, there's just longbows. You walk in, not have attention for a split second, and you have a villager dead, right?
Yeah, and 1 villager goes down, but it's a good harassment from Bella. She did lose 1 knight, and now Lyralia, she still has a lot of wood. She needs to fix that up a little bit. Whamen on the other side, 425 gold. And again, guys, this is one of those where they're probably very like steering, and they're nervous, and everything is on the line, you know? Games change quite a bit when you're playing a normal game and you're chilling, and then when you're playing a tournament, because you're like, oh my god, if I lose these units, you know, we're gonna lose the game. But if we lose the game, we lost this civ, and that's it. Good harassment over here. Couple of villagers. Oh, 1 villager goes down. Longbows. Oi, oi, oi. That's gonna be 4 more.
There's so many villagers going down, and that's even on 2TC, right? It's Song Dynasty Sushi, so it doesn't have the villager bonus speed, but still, it's pretty rough. And funnily enough, I mean, French still ahead of the 2TC civ.
Yeah, I mean, French also is producing faster, right? And they're only 7 villagers ahead, so... for Bella and Nostromia, they have to not only stabilize, but they gotta stop bleeding the villagers, because the longer this game goes, the English longbows are gonna be a lot better. Nostromia still has 2 horsemen, and that's about it, so... I guess she will go horseman too? No Zuginu, no spearman, nothing like that?
I mean, we have seen there's a couple of tries attempted at it, where you just like go Song Dynasty and then you just start spamming production buildings. Could be an option to get like a decent horseman mass and a Shuginu mass to start going. Right, we did talk about Shuginu in the last series on how strong they are if you actually get a proper mass of it, right? And like going Song as Sushi to mass up Shuginu, it does slow you down quite a bit. But going to TC and now starting to mass Shuginu, like...
Oh, there's knights in Whamen's base right now? Check those.
But yeah, going Song and then going Shuginu, it will take a little bit longer, but once you actually get to that point, it will be a lot scarier.
Yeah, I mean, this is now the game of can you punish the Jushi legacy going to TC? And if you don't, they're probably gonna outboom you in the long game, right? So they kind of have to. Yellow team has to kind of gather their forces and push together somewhere, like do a proper, ram push, not just poke around. Because poking around is good, you kill some villagers, but eventually you might start losing too many units. Like this, for example, getting caught off guard, and if these knights go down, then suddenly the game is a lot worse for them.
Yeah, so in addition to that, right, it's now that Bella is back on gold, the horseman counts didn't really go that high, ever. So, it's still a couple of knights behind, but Lyralia has lost a couple of knights, or just not managed to make a couple. And she has moved out to the there finally, but now it looks like it wants to be a little bit of a move here. However, they need to do this together and not alone.
Yeah, and Jushi Legacy right now is pretty much out of the game. I mean, just the few units she did have did go down, but this is a problem. You cannot get caught off guard like this. You need to be combined, because this is kind of why knights are good in 2v2s. You can basically flank one player and just completely overwhelm on the one side. And Lyralia, she is harassing, I think, in French base a little bit. There are some spearmen, which is maybe going to be a little bit helpful. The knights are chilling there, and all the longbows get completely picked off, and this is pretty big blow to them.
It's a huge issue, right? Resetting the longbow count when you already had such a big mass is brutal. Now we actually have to build it up from scratch again, and with Lyralia losing this many knights as well in this fight that we're not that's not being microed because she's busy raiding elsewhere. Yeah, she gets a lot of eco behind this, but it's so much more worth for Bella and Nostromia to actually just reset that longbow count because of the fact that it's Shugnu and knights.
Yeah, I think they did a good job. Yellow team harassing on start and killing villagers, but again, you can sometimes lose the game by overdoing it. And if they just gather their forces with all the longbows, I think they would be able to clean up that army. But because their army is so spread, Whamen loses all the longbows, resetting them, and obviously having, 10 longbows is way worse than having 30, 35, because then you almost one-shot the knights, which is really, really valuable in this case.
Yeah, and actually saving looks like, almost getting away, but being able to get away with this low HP on this many knights is super, super good, because you are able to get the, I can never actually remember what that upgrade is called. Oh, I already got it. Yeah, the healing one. So, getting healing on the French knights here, super, super strong.
Oh, whoa.
But this is painful,
not good. So if we look at the map, Cow, there is not a lot of food left. There's a deer pack between them and one berry patch. Oh, that one. And at that point, they're pretty much out, right? So as long as the yellow team keeps pushing, they will be running out of food first, most likely.
Yeah, and we do already see that Nostromia is starting to set up a granary transition behind this. It is rather safe, but it will slow down the push that they, or the Shugnu mass quite significantly.
Yeah, and Lyralia is now on 1.4k food. So she could transfer a lot of the villagers on gold and maybe go for an age up. Or she could just, double down on the knights. There's some harassment on the deer happening as well.
She never got the wood bonus.
Really?
Yeah. But yeah,
that is
not being able to...
I mean, luckily she's not going for wood base. She's not going for mass archer. So that's at least a good thing. Now these towers are upgraded everywhere, by the way, with the stone upgrade. So they're defending pretty well.
Yeah, and you can see Shugnus now just churning through these knights. It's just horrible to deal with, and the ramps is pretty much next on the chopping block as well, right? Just some spearmen, men-at-arms here just standing in the way.
Check the south a little bit. We have a big engagement right under. Yeah, right there. A lot of knights, and this is, again, it's not enough longbows. I feel like if Bella commits, she's going to probably be able to trade a lot better. And that is a lot of units. That is a lot of units.
And there's no front line, right? Even though there's the longbow mass it's a mass, it's not enough, right? There's no front line to actually be protecting against this, and a lot of these units from Nostromia as well, you gotta remember, is free, just because of the Song Dynasty, and now I think Bella and Nostromia has realized they can just commit to this fight and just win it super handily.
Yeah, and we see Lyralia is putting 20 villagers on gold, so she's trying to sort out her eco, and I think Whamen went for like the panic, like, oh, I should make spears. The problem is if you go spears, you're gonna have even less longbow. So now you're kind of countering yourself by making spearmen against Zuginu, and you don't have enough longbows to one-shot the knights, and they're just gonna tap out. They just surrender. They say, let's just go next.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a really good game to showcase how 2v2 and team games in general is not just about like micro and macro, but also a lot about army positioning and taking good fights.
Yeah.
Because I mean, look at that drop, right?
Yeah, I mean that was like the game ending, right? She lost 25 longbows and killed maybe 2 knights.
Yep.
And if you compare like where Orange army is, Orange basically, so Lyralia had as much army or even more army than both Bella and Nostromia, right? So if they were together, there's no chance they lose that fight. And that's the thing, like when you play 2v2, sometimes you do like you raid and everything's going great, and you just keep raiding, and then one of you gets caught off guard and you lose the whole army. So pretty unfortunate. Like it was a good opening, and they had food secured. They didn't need to build like towers anywhere or walls, so they could pump out all the units in the world. But yeah, getting caught off guard once like that, split up, is gonna cost you the game.
Yeah, and well, basically, Whamen's like she reached the peak of what she was with that longbow count, but it was so many spearmen and spearmen and man-at-arms that it doesn't have the same impact in a fight that, you know, a full longbow mass would have had. And, you know, the military numbers should have just kept on creeping up and up and up, but it just didn't.
Yeah, and initially they went on the in between the players, and they were doing damage on both sides. But at one point they decided to switch to the left side, which there was nothing there. Like there was gold being mined, but other than that, there was nothing there. So if they just stayed on the middle, they could have prevented the double deer pack. If they had a tower there, they could have gotten attack speed, less chance for you getting like, you know, flanked and stuff like that, because you're both there. So, you know, sometimes, like I said, you have a plan, but maybe you do one move wrong and you just get kind of caught off completely.
Yep. So game number 2 will be on Prairie, and we actually do see English on Prairie, which I always just go confusion on it. Mongols, Byzantines, like Mongols fine, you know, you go Keshik, that's fine, you go trade or something. But Byzantines and English, super heavy wood sieves.
Byzantine, not really though. You just use wood for farms, but you make limited they cost 10. Right? And then you make mercenaries, Varangian guards, stuff like that.
So what you're thinking is more like Byzantines play this. I don't want to say fast
you just
castle,
play like
but
one-on-one.
You play okay. So, but would you say Byzantines fast castle in this?
You don't need to. You can just stay feudal forever. I don't know if they're gonna go javelin throwers or longbows. I know that Whamen has less experience with javelin throwers, but javelin throwers would be better here. Like probably limited 8 javelin throwers, and then mass knights from JD would be really good. But the question is if they're gonna do that. I think English here is like you can play it, but you kind of have to do some variation of like rushing castle and then into knights, so that's really good. But if you're just making longbows, then getting the wood is going to be pretty hard.
Would you? I mean, as English here, do you just 1 TC fast castle, like King fast castle?
I mean, that depends what they would do, right? If I was playing, I would probably go Yeah, probably English king, and then some horsemen, and then fast castle, and you can even go white tower, or you can go king's palace, and then just spam knights. Would be pretty good because Mongol, obviously they're gonna have TC wherever they want, so they can't really die super early. You know, you can't really get tower rushed or something, and then you be pressured completely. So it depends what they want to do. I'm not sure if they're comfortable with that, but regarding the drafting rules, so once you win with a civ, you can't play it again, right?
Yes, so that is, as far as I understood it, that is how it works. And yeah, if you win with a civ, you can't pick it again. So again, if you lose, you actually can.
Okay, so that means that Bella and Nostromia cannot play Juicy Legacy in French anymore.
Yes.
Which I think both of those are one of their favorite civs, right? So they did beat English and Rus, and I would say that would be really bad in general. But yeah, if you win, you cannot play the civ again. But if you lose, you can replay those civs. And the reason for this, I think, is added because not all the players play like every single civ. So some of them play like 2-3 civs. So if they were forced to play 5 different ones, it would be not as fair, I guess. Oh.
Nope.
Is that gonna die?
Oh.
Nope, not quite.
So, bit of a weird, bit of a funky spawn. Just like for Lyralia and Whamen, it's actually both of them is back.
Yeah, both goals are back.
And for this is like straight to the left.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna push my glasses here and say, well, actually, the Mongol gold is in the back.
Yeah, actually, wait, where's the stone? Oh, the stone icon is removed.
Yeah, because his TC or her TC was where those trees were, right? So, I mean, all around, even if you look for Nostromia, like her gold is like side/back. So they all of them got pretty good goal spawns.
Yeah,
which they're probably happy about.
It's pretty solid. Again, I think this just plays a lot into the favor of just Lyralia and Whamen, right? Going with that night spam that we will be seeing.
Yeah, Whamen's bears are on the front though, and you definitely don't want that. As Bizza Chad.
So, is Hippodrome a possibility on Prairie? You think so?
No, it is, but she doesn't play. She doesn't play it, but it is a possibility, like in general, yeah.
Yeah.
In this match, I would say 0.
Oh, just in general against like.
Yeah, you can do that too. I mean, maybe not with JD because then you're both making same units. But if you were playing like Byzantine English, maybe then English can maybe go few longbows, rush castle, and then you go Hippodrome, something like that.
Right.
Could do. And I think Whamen just dropped off sheep, if I'm not mistaken. I just see the scout moving away. And the scout, I think, just ran into, what is that? That's spearman. Okay, so the tower rush is coming.
I'm not sure.
And we'll see how good Lyralia is at defending it.
The villager is actually quite delayed here, it feels like.
Ooh, if she pulls the boar. Wait, is she?
Oh yeah, come on.
Pull the boar.
Pull
the boar. If she pulls the boar, that's actually terrible for the tower rush. She's not doing it. That would be a distraction, though.
I mean, where's her? Okay, this is where her focus is at right now. So.
Yeah, she might lose the scout if she's not careful, though. Yeah, that scout is dead. Oh!
No, don't go for it, Nostromia.
Oh my god!
Don't go for it. Don't.
Oh no, that was close.
But yeah, we did see a reasonable response there from Lyralia. Was actually pulling a lot of elves onto the gold vein, just so you could get the gold in case there was a tower rush coming, or a good tower rush coming, I should say.
I mean, this villager is so low, you can just kill it. Like, this is one of those things where you just go kill the villager now. With JD, yeah. You don't even need to pull more. JD can just kill that villager.
she has more damage, no?
This should be well defended, I think.
Torch the tower so you get the XP for it, right?
Yeah. She should.
Yeah, so now
Gone.
no XP.
Yeah. All right. I mean, the tower rush gets defended. 2 spearmen die too, which is pretty big. And now you're kind of sitting as Mongol in this position where your age up is delayed. You didn't get the damage you wanted, and it's not the start you're looking for, right?
Yeah. I mean, your game plan has fell flat, right? Now you just delayed yourself for effectively no reasons. Like, yeah, you have the spearmen to defend against some early knights.
Yeah.
But other than that, not really. How do you feel about trade here, though? Like going to yourself...
this count is gonna go down. This
Goodbye,
count's dead. Oh, that's a 6 sheep donation right there. So they're gonna be very happy about that. Scout is like, come on. That's a lot of sheep, by the way. I want to note that both players, so both Nostromia and Whamen, gave sheep to Mongol and JD. Because neither of those civs, English and Biz, need too many sheep. So they both kind of gave them to them, which is obviously a very, very good choice. How many sheep is Bella on? Can we check?
Bella is on... Well, was on 16.
I think that Nostromia actually gave her the 6 sheep, so that is not good. And she doesn't look like she has a lot too. Oh, okay, that might be a problem.
It is a problem, and like this it comes into it comes back to the discussion we had of like what does English do, and it's worth noting none of us said play longbows in feudal, right? Because of the fact that like, hey, like this is your entire woodline, and what's the nearest woodline for you? It's this one all the way out here.
Yeah, and JD knights are stronger than Keshiks, right? So that's another bit of a problem, because in this case you would need your ally to kind of protect you. So now running out of food as English is not the worst thing. The problem is you won't even be able to produce longbow because you're going to need to have farms, and you make farms and you have even less wood for the longbows. You have less food, so it is good to give your ally the sheep, but you also don't want to run out too quick. So far, the way this game has started, it's definitely looking better for Lyralia and Whamen, but so did the previous game, right?
Yeah.
It looked quite a bit better, but Bella and Nostromia managed to come back, so... One villager down right there, killing the market villager. Good little pick off.
So how do you feel about trade though? Like, it's so hard to play trade on Prairie, and that is without taking knights into consideration.
I mean, if you like, for example, if Bella had a tower on Lyralia's gold, then that delays the knights and everything else, right? So then trade is pretty good. But in general, you need a lot of like teamwork to make the trade actually work, to make it consistent. You need to kind of play defensive, you know?
I mean,
so it depends what kind of style they want to do with it.
I wouldn't necessarily just say teamwork. You need a lot of attention as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's going to be knights everywhere. There's going to be limited A running in.
Wait.
And we do see javelin throwers, by the way.
Oh no. Trade was never scouted.
Oh no, they didn't check either of the.
I mean, they know
corners.
the corners here. Though.
Yeah. So that's going to be a long drive, by the way, to top left.
Yeah.
Like that's going to be a minute, if not more, just going there. Yeah, doesn't have the mobility. And they're deciding, let's put pressure on Mongol. So they're doing that very similar thing as last game. They're going between the 2 players, and we'll see if Bella and Nostromia can defend again. And longbows are, I think, coming from the back. We see the palisade, or whatever they're called, going down. Oh, that's the workers, right there.
Oh. I mean, the woodline's
yeah.
out. No, almost.
Almost out.
Whamen actually went for javelin throwers here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it makes sense because of the fact that like the English will not ideally have a longbow mass because of the fact that it is parry, right?
Yeah, she needs to be careful because if you lose the first 4 javelins, then the javelin mass becomes pretty like it's not impressive at all. And 1 javelin goes down to the spearman, so this is not the start you were looking for so far.
JD needs to run as well. I mean,
That's dead.
Oh, nice surround there.
Good
from Bella.
surround right there. JD goes down, and yeah, we need like what they need is they need knights to start harassing. A good transition from Whamen and Lyralia would be for Lyralia to go harass and Whamen to go and age up, because both of these players, like Spearman Longbow is not the best comp, but if you're making, you know, limit 10 javelin thrower and then knights and not managing to get a lot of raids, then it's pretty good. Can we check the upgrades on Whamen, because she has 700 gold, and I'm not sure if she's gotten any.
Got a
Eco
wheelbarrow.
upgrades.
Yeah.
She did get those. She just has, yeah, a little bit too much.
So, I mean, something that is a possibility for Whamen and Lyralia here, that we, you know, just briefly touched upon. I mean, it is going Castle Ender and just, like, start flooding Varangians into the bases.
Yeah.
Right, and just idle out the eco that way.
Ooh, is that the boar villagers? Might be going down.
I mean, just...
Oh, she's not paying attention, and she's gonna be losing. That's a good raid. 3 villagers, I think, go down right there.
Yeah, and just the idle
potentially
time
1
as
or
well.
2 more. Yeah. Okay, good raid.
And yeah, now just constantly moving just around, right? Just... I mean... Yes, you have Dare Stones and you have the Yam Aura, but these spares will never be able to catch. And, you know, just paying attention and having the micro to do this from Lyralia is really good, actually.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a good age up right there. So they didn't take a lot of damage, Bella and Nostromia. Okay, Bella took some villager losses for sure. She lost 6 villagers total. But Nostromia aging up this quickly, I don't think they're expecting it at all. Like, I think this is going to catch them off guard. Because if you know the player's aging up, you attack them, right? Like, immediately you go for them. But the fact that they're kind of focused on Bella, I don't think they're expecting this whatsoever.
I mean, that's the thing, right? They did see a pretty decent longbow mass, and look at Nostromia. Actually has 25 longbows out on the field right now.
Yeah, quite a lot, considering the age up too. She's doing pretty well. Keshik's not going to be able to get too much. And right now, how many Keshiks on the field? Just 3. So this is just Spearmen from Bella right now. 28 longbows, which once they get upgraded are going to become a real problem. Lyralia is also close to... I'm not sure if she's trying to age up or she's not able to spend the resources. And they do see the age up now happen in the game. So we'll see if they're going to go for English, if they're going to go for Mongol, or they're going to try to age up themselves.
Yeah, and now... I mean, Lyralia and Whamen is spending way too much time here on just taking down production and just buildings that really doesn't matter. You need to try to get something for the eco, because when the longbows now arrive, you can't do that anymore.
Yeah, and Whamen she's making limit 10A, and now she's made some horsemen, and now she's making archers too. So a little bit all over the place. I think she's making archers because of the all the spearmen. The knights get caught off in the back. And yeah, the longbows are just farming everything, and I think they're probably going to be upgraded.
No,
okay, the upgrade just started. Okay, that's very good for the yellow team, because if those were about to complete, that would be terrible for them.
Yeah, now I mean, knights should be getting in on the longbows, but once they were upgraded, well, shouldn't be much. And look at how quickly JD dies. 2 volleys, done.
Yeah, can we check the upgrade? Do they have +1 ranged armor on the yellow team? Oh, no +1 attack for the longbows, by the way.
Yeah, nothing is veteran now, though, so, I mean, pretty much nothing that Whamen really throws at them. The Varangian guards you could be throwing at them even is it's not going to be doing a whole lot unless you can get properly on top of them.
Yeah, and we do see age-ups might be coming in for Byzantine and JD somewhat soonish. I think Bella right now, I mean, she's been kind of taking the harassment from both, right? So her economy is not as good. But that's why Nostromia is on 2 TCs, and she only has 11 on food right now. So I'm not sure if she's moving around villagers or maybe making farms, but Once she gets that up and going, she's definitely going to have like super scary army. Even though they're mostly longbows, the upgraded longbows are going to do really well.
Yeah, and you can see Lyralia here trying to get in some. I mean,
yeah, that's what I mean.
it's
Castle longbows versus feudal knights. Not in those numbers, at least. Maybe if there was like another 20 knight or something, but the Royal Institute is going to be coming up. She has no gold right now, so she was not mining gold. She was aging up with the gold workers.
Yeah, that's something you don't want to do as French and JD when you actually age up with the Royal Institute. It's 615 gold that you need to spend immediately if you want to get royal bloodlines and veterancy on the knights. So you need those gold workers to actually be working overtime to actually be getting the immediate value that you need.
Okay, good little harass here. Gonna take a couple of units. Can't really kill any economy, but again, Bella is on berries. You know, whenever you're on berries, it's not a good look, right? Unless you're a berry civ. So she's on berries. She's got a lot of idle time. She's transitioning to pastures, but she is nowhere close to age up. So as long as they don't take like terrible fights against the mass longbow, if they manage to bully the Mongol player, or at least just kind of boom from here on out, they can recover from this. But in the current state, they don't want to do the main fighting because they're quite a bit behind, I think, in terms of tech.
Yeah, and honestly, as long as Bella doesn't take too much damage here, right, and Nostromia is able to help out properly, it is very scary to move around with the longbow mass and the mass that you have here without any front line.
Yeah.
But as long as Bella doesn't take too much damage and potentially just goes 2 TC even behind this, I mean, trade is not happening.
Yeah, not a single trader yet.
So yeah, there's no eco scaling. So Bella just needs something, a second TC, start trading, properly trading now, and I think Bella and Nostromia is in a perfectly fine position if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams can still win. Like the game is not over. I like the position a lot more for purple team, but they kind of haven't done anything with the age up tech that they have, the advantage. So now the knights are starting to get in, maybe cause some damage, and you know they're slowly gonna come back. Can we check Whamen's base, see how many farms and stuff? I mean, that's a good amount of farming going.
20 farms,
so, yeah, that's pretty good. You don't need crazy amount of food as Byzantine. And this might be the fight you do want to take. But JD just needs to come back.
She needs to come back.
And she's still not level 3, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, how close is she? I mean, maybe this fight, if it all goes well, should be able to get that, but not maybe able to trade so many units. And honestly, literally kind of just leaving Whamen for dead here.
Yeah, getting caught up. I think a lot of their engagements that we've seen, like Nostromia and Bella are avoiding engagements, right, the whole time, and then when they do, they win it. But I think Whamen and Lyralia, they're trying to take maybe too many fights. Like, look at that army. If that army was connected with the previous one, they would have won that fight. But they're maybe trying to like fight with 5 units at a time.
Oh,
too much.
Well, I was about to say wrong side of the wall, but apparently not.
Goes through. I think they gotta like gather their units a little bit because they're being aggressive, but they're like being too aggressive, you know, and they're just bleeding out units like this. So maybe a bit more of a focused attack would do a lot better. And we see Whamen is making everything. If you look at the line of units, she has camels, Limitanei, horsemen, crossbows, Limitanei, Varangian guards, archers, javelin throwers. So literally every unit. We just need cataphracts, I think.
Yeah, it's just cataphracts missing. Well, and siege, but disregarding siege, yeah, it's actually everything.
Do we have Limitanei? Or sorry, I'm sorry, biology. That's what I was going for.
Yes, we do.
We do, okay. So those knights are tanky as hell right now.
And also, but again, right, JD's not in on these fights, and it kind of hurts, right? Still not level 3. There we go, level 3, but she's all the way back at home as well. And well, Lyralia, just because I don't know what happened, but the amount of horsemen that's on the field right now just feels a little bit bad and feels wrong almost.
Yeah, they're again. You see, this is what I mean. Like they're taking a lot of fights, but there's a lot of like small parts of units just dying for free, and they're kind of struggling just picking up their army, gathering it together, and just saying, "Let's just go." They're maybe trying to like poke too much. You know, they're trying to harass everywhere, but it's not working out.
Yeah, and it is at some point, I almost want to say, you just select all army, choose a spot to group up on, and group up, and then attack.
Yeah, like I think here now, just try to like if you go for it, try to commit. But again, the army supply is the same, but the armies do not look the same. So I think
I mean, look at the
some
huge
army...
drop coming in, right?
Okay, there we go. More.
At the back, the javelin numbers feels like they're not high enough here to actually be able to deal with the crossbows and the longbows. Nostromia has, Bella is about to age up, and Kurultai could help this fight if it is moved out in time, but crossbows not being sniped out as they are able to just take out those Varangian guards, and well, I think JD, if she gets a couple of volleys on her, goodbye to her.
Yeah, I think the purple team is fighting like a lot better together, you know. I think for Whamen and Lyralia, like the plan is there, but they're just not playing together. Like they're there, but Lyralia, you saw she was on the right side killing the Keshiks, and Whamen was on the left killing the longbows. But you need to tank for the javelin throwers and stuff, so they can kind of overcome there. So there's a bit of a mismatch happening there, I would say, and now they're getting pushed back, and that is a big English army.
I mean, there is a lack of a front line here, though, and somebody needs to go siege here from Whamen or Lyralia. Who
Let's see, maybe overextending there with the longbows?
It is a bit of an overextension again, though. Keshiks are very close by, should be able to tank up a couple of charges here and actually get a little bit of a charge in them itself. And while Whamen's army is not looking very big here.
Yeah, I mean, again, they have a lot. Like the army is the same, but I'm not sure where that army is. Now they're gonna combine, and Lyralia needs to tank a lot more. Like she needs to get in there. She has the biology upgrade, and what you want to do in team games, you want to save all the ranged units and sacrifice the knights, because that's kind of their job. Like your job is to go in there and let the ranged units do everything. And I feel like this is the first fight they've had where they were together. You know, they attacked and they kind of stuck with it, and you see the first fight that they had like that, they won it.
Where's the closest
pretty
gate?
decisively.
Could have been behind the wall by now if there was a gate, but yeah, as you say, right, it is the first.
Oh, 36 idols? Whose is that?
I don't know. This is Lyralia's actually. All of our food is gone.
That is a lot of idol.
Yeah.
Jean returns like a demon.
As you said, right, I mean, you see this, the second they actually start fighting properly together, they start winning.
Yeah, now the problem is JD got no experience that fight. She is fresh level 3 JD, so that's pretty unfortunate, because I feel like she could have gotten more than half a level there in that fight. And Lyralia's eco kind of looking a bit in shambles, because I don't think she has farms yet, so she's still on the outside food sources, and she's got a lot of idle stuff going.
Yeah, not a single farm. I mean, Whamen doing Whamen things. She's gonna be doing the keep creep.
Yeah, no trade from Mongol, by the way. Still.
4.
So this
5.
is. No, that's Whamen's traders.
Oh wait, Whamen want trade?
Yeah.
Why?
She's like, I'll trade. Nobody wants to. I'll do it. I mean, French could also, by the way, go for like 4 markets and then just trade food. That's something you can do too, to kind of come back from this food deficit. But again, I think the Mongol eco, you can kind of, ooh, that's a good pickoff. If she manages to prevent that keep, that's a good amount of damage being done. Now she can't overextend. She just needs to go back. You're not winning this fight. Your units are shooting at the keep right now. And on the other side, Lyralia is going to dive through the Mongol base. Now, I'm not sure what Mongol has to defend, but that might be a good harassment coming up.
I mean, look at the army for Bella. It's not looking very good here. Especially when the Spears is going to be focusing the Wolf, but now the Keshik, some Spears going to be helping out. Just more raids, just multiple raid angles here for Lyralia, doing a really good job. That keep will go up. And Whamen has thrown a lot of units at this for pretty much no reason. Has to fall back now. And again, Lyralia finding more and more eco here.
Yeah, it's gonna get some villagers. Yeah, Whamen picked up some villagers there, but then maybe stayed a bit too long. This is something that is gonna be very annoying to deal with, by the way. These knights can just turn around and kill the Keshik. Ooh, there's more coming. If she now goes into Nostromia's base and farms and stuff like that, that is... Ooh, that would be really, really good. But we see Nostromia actually pushing Whamen, and this is very risky. Now, what Lyralia needs to do is re-rally knights to help Whamen, and they can kind of just crush the army completely. There's action happening everywhere. There's some units coming into Whamen's base right now. I'm not sure what they are. They're walking in.
I mean, it's a longbow raid. It's an interesting one. At least if you turn around and kill some builds here. Mangonel upgrades, actually.
The Mangonel tower as well.
And keep trying, like, second keep here. I mean, trying to secure some of the outside resources here. And I just can't help to think how different of a position this would have been if Bella, from basically minute 5, was actually properly trading here.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a huge difference in eco for sure. And I think Lyralia should probably start trading too. Like, they're in more than a good position to do so. Like, the enemy team has no chance of even getting to that back trade. So they are ahead in villagers. They got 171.
Ooh.
Wow, already aging up to imp. Okay.
I hate that I'm about to say it, but on Prairie, Imperial Mangodai is scary.
Yeah, it's really good. And she did go Mangodai earlier, right?
Yes.
So she probably likes going for that, but yeah, it is really good.
Meme unit, yes, but a good meme unit.
Okay, there's a lot of orange coming down the middle. Can we take a look at that? Ooh, double siege workshop. Again, they just gotta connect the armies now and do something together with it. Because I think their army together is a lot better. Like, the 21 spearmen is not an army you want like 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and
like, you kind of want crossbow, man-at-arm kind of thing, or knights, or something else.
Yeah, and also the fact that now Bella hitting Imperial for an engineering company coming through for Whamen as well. This should be such a clear sign that, hey, we should probably go.
Yeah, they should try to push together. This is gonna get cleaned up. These raids are not really doing too much. Like, they're forcing some idle time, but 10-15 units at the time gone. Yeah, not really accomplishing too much, I think.
Yeah, and again, right, it's for both of these teams, the longer the game goes, the better their eco and just, you know, in general compositions get. But I think you're more qualified to say who it is better for.
I mean, I think, like, right now they're pretty even. Like, I think Lyralia and Whamen definitely have the advantage because, that's not the spot you want to attack to. You know, like, this is probably the worst spot to attack into a keep.
I mean, it's literally...
There's no need for it. Like, just go through the gate and just go around. That has boiling oil, by the way.
Yeah.
So...
No, turn around.
You're not gaining anything by killing this. Like, absolutely nothing. So it's not the position you want to be in, for sure.
See, now I mean, we have a really nice staging ground for Whamen and Lyralia here, right? Which is this keep and the fortified position here. The thing that annoys me the most is just take the keep. Just take the sacred sites. Like, you're in a...
Did anyone take the relics? Can we check that? I see 2 relics there, 1 on the bottom.
So 3 relics.
Someone is taking relics, but I don't know who.
So let's just double check. 2 relics here. 2 relics for Whamen.
Okay, so 2. That's probably it.
Yep.
Yeah, 2, and then 3 on the map. The number checks out. The knights are going in. which is, again, this is really good. And now if they do the main push somewhere, like with some chiropractors or, you know, some bombards or whatever, that'd be really good. Because this amount of knights, you cannot commit like 10 spears. You need to commit an army to kind of deal with it. So I like the run by, but now you need the follow-up. It's like they need the 1-2 punch, and they'd be doing the one go-back punch, you know? And it just kind of happens over and over.
I mean, they are doing that now. A couple of chiropractors is moving in, but I think Nostromia's army should be able to take Whamen's army right there.
That's a lot of javelins, though.
It's a lot of javelins.
They're killing men-at-arms.
Yeah.
When there's that amount to kill men-at-arms, it's not looking good. And she's just gonna run through. And again, harassing is great, but once you commit to too much harassing, she just split off, I think, half of her army to go downwards into Bella's base. And while that might be good, there's no need for it. You can just fully commit to sticking your army together.
And also now Lyralia, last person. Imperial will be on the table. Red Palace could be really good here. I mean, Knights. I mean, they're just healing and causing Bella's army to Gaelyn. Oh my god. Trebuchets from both players here. And look at how unlucky. Oh, sorry, that is Whamen actually making it. I was about to say, look how unlucky Bella was with the landmarks, but no, Whamen has actually made a Hugo and a Clockwork Tower, or an SOB center.
Yeah, I mean, if this Red Palace goes up, they have they already had a point where they can attack from, but having Red Palace is like you can't fight there. Like, you're now immune to getting attacked. And Nostromia has really good micro, by the way. Not really ever losing the longbow crossbow mass, so it's always been going. And now the production is starting to go down, but the army count is dropping a lot for Team Yellow, right? Like, if you look at the army, it's 86, 85 versus 59 now, so they gotta be careful about that.
Yeah, and even though the raid and the distraction that Lyralia caused, the main issue that we've talked throughout the entire game is they're not attacking together, right? I mean, Whamen's army takes out Bella's army super easily, but now they're just falling back. They've reset once more the army. They have a really good staging point, and the Hugo Power is at least doing something.
Now, if she garrisons the Red Palace, that's going to be a destruction. Yeah, and she's going to do that. And now this Red Palace, is going to absolutely murder everything in this game. Oh my god. I don't know if you see the men-at-arms, like, as they show up, they just get one shot.
I mean, if you ever want to, like, laugh at how broken the Red Palace is?
Look at this. Just
take a Red Palace, and then put it next to another enemy keep, and then fully garrison the Red Palace.
It kills the keep.
It actually just... I think it's genuinely better and quicker than Trebuchets.
Yeah, I mean, it kills everything.
Yeah.
Like, there's no even point repairing the keep. That's how much DPS it does.
I learned that the hard way the other day.
Yeah. This keep will eventually go down. I'm not sure if the POW is... Oh no, the POW... there's 3 POWs. Wait, where are they?
I mean, one's here.
There's one.
I think they're just so slow moving across, right? They're like 0.72 movement speed.
Okay. Yeah, they're really good. With Red Palace combined, they're really, really good. So, again, I favored the position of Whamen and Lyralia compared to Bella and Nostromia, but they have a lot more trade. Like, Bella is trading a lot more, 16 traders right now. But this position is going to be very hard to break out of. And another thing is, Bella is kind of transitioning to Hand Cannoneers. So they don't have any raiding potential. So it's like they gotta win the main fight to do something. Oh, the crossbows, a little bit AFK. Spring notes are gonna go down. It's a destruction.
Yeah, and this situation we are in right now really kind of just shows how bad it is that sometimes you don't have tolerance.
Yeah. By the way, Moo, we have 50 gold for Lyralia. So she ran out of gold. I'm not sure where her I'm not sure where she's mining the gold, but I think I see markets on the minimap, so she will be... Yeah, there we go. She will be going for that as well.
But yeah, as well, Trebuchet is actually having the Greek Fire upgrade. Just
Yeah.
never properly seen that one.
Yeah, there used to be what was the bug at the start with them? If you got them, like all your units got torch damage or something. Can't remember.
That was...
But since then, that's been fixed. But we're kind of past the whole Trebuchet era, really.
Yeah.
So you don't see it too much. Like this is the first time I've seen that upgrade in God knows how long.
I mean, as Whamen gotten... She's actually gotten Geometry, which is just straight up bugged and doesn't give extra damage on buildings.
No, it does. But it does... No, it does. The basic attack. But it doesn't give the bonus damage to buildings. Which I'm not sure if that's intended or not.
Yeah, so basically, like, if you attack
Yeah,
a
you can
unit...
see it has plus 22 damage. If you
Yeah.
click. Yeah, but
But
not
that's-
versus buildings.
Yeah, that's like the entire point of the
Oi,
upgrade.
oi, oi! You don't want to lose those.
I mean, they're expensive. I mean, it is
A lot of
slow
ballers were
siege.
killed for that pow pow.
It's a really, really slow siege, and that's mostly due to the fact that the amount of keep landmarks in this game is way too high, but also the Hugo power just does not attack quickly. And the fights are again and again and again, just clashing each other one by one. They're not attacking properly together.
The Pringles are gonna take the pows down. There's some raiding in the top left from the Knights, but I feel like they gotta try to go for maybe like a ooh yo 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 yo. That's dead villagers right there.
I wonder where she got this from.
One of the ways you can win this is either team is break into the trade. So, like they got middle secured. So what they could do is they could just go to the bottom right and just try to make a keep there and try to block that. Because if there's no trade, then the purple team is going to run out of gold. Obviously, English is going to have some passive gold, but it's not going to be enough if they're making like Knight, 10 Cannoneer kind of army.
Yeah, and well, we do have... I mean, we have a little bit of a stone wall coming in here, right? It's clearly seeing this move coming in from Whamen a mile away.
Yeah,
Literally.
Whamen for some reason right there, just right there has 3 keeps. She loves her keeps.
She loves her keeps.
Another one. If Crackety was in this game, he'd pop like a vein on his forehead.
Oh yeah. But now, I mean, Siege Mass looking pretty good from Nostromia here, though. Do have to say, Royal Cannon's finally coming in a little bit, but surprisingly not from the French player this time around. And I actually don't think Lyralia is level 4 yet. I mean, not even close.
Oh wow, where's her hero? That is a bit... Oh no! Because I was about to say, the hero hasn't died in a while. How is she not level 4? I think she just forgot that he exists.
Well, I mean, when you're used to playing French and not JD.
It do be like that. And these pows are just kind of... They're just burning it up. Another keep. I need that soundbite from Crackety.
Yeah.
How many keeps does she have? Can we check? Yeah, that one.
That one.
Yeah. You can click on a villager or something.
Yeah. It is 8 keys.
8. Right now. She still has 2k stone, by the way. Where's Whamen's army?
I think it
She
just
has 23
exists of
Varangian
siege.
guards. I'm not sure where they are.
Oh wait, that was wrong. Kind of just
Oh,
surviving.
there they are. Okay, there they are. So yeah, Lyralia has a lot of cavalry, but you kind of want to run through and try to do some, some damage in the back with that. Now the siege wars have started.
Never really noticed the foreign engineering company position. It's
far.
it's literally as far away as you possibly could get.
Well, actually, she could put it all the way in the east. That'd be pretty far. I'm just saying. I gotta defend my Whamen here, my queen.
I'm actually genuinely surprised that Bella hasn't done a Mangudai transition.
I think they're like too stuck in trying not to die.
Yeah.
I think that's the.
I mean,
that's the thing that they're dealing with right now.
It is very hard, like, to when you are in this sort of position, which is just like, it's just a meat grinder, to actually like problem solve on the fly, to actually be like, okay, this is how we get out of the meat grinder situation.
Yeah, because she would need to make archer ranges, and then she would need to upgrade Mangudai and the horse upgrades, and so her ally would have to like be alone for a while. And that red palace, they're both repairing it, but how do you prevent the trebuchet from killing those?
Well, it is wood repairing, right? So you've at least got that going for you, but there's nothing here that realistically is able to properly defend this, it feels like. I mean, there's a nest of bees here, and there's not a lot of melee units left, actually, for Nostrella.
Oh, the pow-pows are going down one by one.
It's an expensive loss here, and actually maybe be the reason that actually Lyralia and Whamen loses. It's actually this position here, and look at where the keep is actually going up. Where did you come through? Here you... Whoa. Okay,
yeah, I mean, this is a thing that might help them come back, you know.
Yeah.
I hope they're not like, oh, we lost, it's over, they pushed through. Because now that the trade is stopped, then that means that Bella will not have any gold. So she will be able to make like archers and spearmen.
It needs to be a very calm response to this keep going up. Right, it can't be like a select all army and just panic click on the keep or something like that. Right, it needs to be.
Yeah.
And we can kind of see that happening here. It feels like just kind of just falling back. Right, you already have the trebuchets and the siege you actually use to take down the Red Palace, and you can reuse that. It will take a long time to actually get there, but at least it's not like an entire siege investment you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this map is so big that even if the enemy has like Springles and Mangonels and trebuchet, you can just go cavalry and just go somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know, like you don't need to engage with the siege at all. And Lyralia gotta stop making cavalry. She's making like some here and there, but she's very focused on making archers and crossbows. I'm not sure if I like that.
I mean, I don't think your trade is properly set up. I feel like at this point you should probably have around like... although as awkward as it might seem, you might want to have like 60, 70 traders at this point in the game. Because you are French and you just change... You try to roughly balance your macro with the traders.
Yeah.
Right, so if you go very gold heavy or food heavy...
I don't think she has a lot. I think she has like maybe 10. Because I think a lot of them are whammies.
I don't even think that's the case. No, she has 5 trade. 8 trade, sorry.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
And with the bombards on the side here.
The keep is still up though, and nothing is really being done. Like, now what you want to do is Whamen, like just plant down wood walls here or like stone walls. Just make it like super messy.
Just make it onion layers.
Yeah. Just make it super messy. Like even another keep, just whatever. Oh, there's trebuchets now. That's gonna go down. Oh no.
Is that cancelled? I don't think that was cancelled.
I don't think so. I think, yeah, the villagers are going back, so I think just maybe air sunning. She could have tried maybe torching those. Ooh, we got shot right there.
I mean, the Olympic has been on recently, and that might have been an Olympic shot, you know?
Right. That was, killing like 5-6 villagers right there. Oh, the JD woke up. She's like, oh my god, I'm back, level 3.
Well, the good news is that we do know for certain that Lyralia does not use the all-army hotkey.
True. Imagine if you had the ultimate ability with attack speed. How strong would that be?
Yeah, I think a lot of these fights would be very, very different, and especially when it came to that siege battle in the middle, to actually properly snipe the Springles, because they do, like, you one-shot these Springles at level 4, right?
Yeah.
Unless,
Yeah, that'd be really good.
Yeah, unless you actually get the upgrade.
Yeah. She's getting. I mean,
actually-
the good thing is, it's such a slugfest. She should level up really fast.
Yeah. Now this keep should be going down, and there's genuinely a full stone wall along the entirety of the map, except for at the very end here.
Yeah, and the problem is, the yellow-orange teams do not have that wall. By the way, they kind of don't even have a wall across the map that's wooden.
They haven't needed it, right? Which is why I'm like, we see this very clearly, of course, but again, if Bella moved out with just straight up just moved out with Mangodai and just saw that, there's basically, I don't think any of the keeps that Whamen has made is like even remotely in our base, right? There's a couple of towers here that is actually upgraded, but it's not a keep, and it's not in a defensive manner.
Yeah.
To the same extent, like.
By the way, this squirrel type fighting is just not working out for yellow and orange team, and they're just gonna tap out. I think this is one of those, like,
I mean, they
tapped out, which, yeah, I'm not sure why they tapped out. I think they're maybe like frustrated with the game.
It's
because that game wasn't over. Like, they can just go trade and play this forever.
Yeah, that wasn't.
Let me give them some encouraging words. Give me a moment.
Yeah,
I want to turn this series upside down.
Yeah, go. All right, I mean, bit anticlimactic, to be honest. But to be fair, the stalemate that you are in there just seems so hopeless, and with the fact that you're never able to make progress over like 15 minutes, it felt like that Imperial game just slugfested. You're kind of just bad, but the thing is as well, right? They don't feel like they're in that position that we know they are in. But yeah, we'll have to see. Hopefully, game number 3 will be a little bit quicker. So, game number 3 will be Dry Arabia, at least. So yeah, Twitch chat, how are you doing? What is everybody's dinner plans today? Let's put it that way. People at kebab, pizza, salmon fillet. Ooh. I don't think he sees this chat. No, I do. I absolutely do. I see all of the chats. But yeah, I think pizza with a glass of milk for vitamins. Good. So, give me a piece of that cow, please. 10 for Tim. You could have had it, but you're not coming to either Denver nor King of the North, so you're never getting a piece of this, my friend. I mean, I need the thing is I need dinner options here. That's why I'm asking Twitch chat. Normal lands confirmed? Well, it's because Tim is not coming to any of them. Tell your side, Cow, what do you think of the tourney? I think it's really great. players, like, in general, these, we would never see any of these. Like, we have seen a couple of times, like, Lyralia and Nostromia has played a little bit in the Warchief clubs and LEL. But I think it's really great, right? It's, I don't want to go like, hey, it's an underrepresented group, but it kind of is at the same time an underrepresented group that needs to have a little bit of a stage to play on. So I'm really happy Whamen is doing this. I think she enjoys it, and it really helps build the community, right? I know a lot of after the first Whamenqt we had, I know that a lot more of the women actually started playing together, more just as friends. Why is Faye not...
unreal.
Yeah. Why is Faye not playing? Can't really answer that. I don't really know. All right. Did you give them the prep talk, the inspirational?
Yes, but there might be an update after this game, no matter what the result will be. But I did. I told them, you know, maybe like try attacking together more. You know, stick together. Don't split as much. Get a goal and go for it instead of trying to go around. And I'm very hungry. I started shaking that last game, so I'm gonna snack a little bit. But you know, you can go on.
I mean,
I'd love to.
Do you want some of these?
Dude, yes. I got some meat, some cheese, and some like rice cakes, like just as a snack, to quickly get it down and not be starving anymore. Thank you.
So, we actually have a little bit of an interesting matchup here. We have Byzantines and Rus and Mali. Why am I playing comfort pick?
I wonder why they switched it up, because they played English Rus. Now they're going with Byzantine.
Comfort, like something?
Maybe it is. I don't know.
I mean,
I think it's just more comfortable in English, but
I mean, it played in their favor, though. To be said, right? Mali against Byzantines is not as good as Mali versus English.
yeah, true that.
So, but yeah, I am not sure. Did that game not properly start? Come on, game. So, but yeah, like, again, I think a little bit of the reason why they kind of just decided to GTFO out of that game is kind of just they can't be arsed playing that game anymore. Because I think me and you agree on this, but just because, like, it's how we play. But it's, you would either have a 20-minute feudal or a 50-minute imperial game. Like, if I could skip over castle, I would skip over castle. And, you know, maybe you don't like playing imperial that much, and also a little bit of the same, like, you never really you never really took down the trade was defended.
Yeah.
Can you go and knock on Whamen's room and say the game is not observable, by the way? Because I don't think it is.
What do I tell them to remake?
Yeah, remake.
Right. Did you reload the game?
Yes. They're just straight up not showing. So. But yeah, so guess it's me and you, Twitch chat again. Where can you see more info on the tourney? If you go to twitch.tv/Age of RTS, you will actually be able to see more information. As far as I know, the top 3 teams is going to be qualifying into Top Team Gamer, where the women will be paired up with the pro gamers that also will be qualifying. And yeah, finals is a best of 5. So
So these are kind of qualifiers for the main
Yeah.
event, if you will.
Yeah, that is
How many qualify? 4 or 8?
8, I think. I mean, from I think it's 3 or 4 teams from this when it is done. I'm not too sure. Whamen will probably say more at the end of the stream. So more information after that, because we do. I don't think either me or you have full control over what the hell is happening at times.
I know nothing. I'm Jon Snow.
Oh. He's a little bit more handsome.
Okay. I see how it is. But they are remaking, by the way, and I'm not having awkward silence. I'm just eating.
Yeah,
so
we're just vibing.
just giving everyone an update because you know maybe they can't see me, right? So
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well. So do you after your prep talk, after being in the players' room, what do you feel about the reverse sweep? How do you?
I don't think it's going to be happening because of the update after this game that you're going to hear about. So I do think they can win the next game, though, for sure. I mean, I basically told them, like, you guys should try attacking more together, you know, going together, like, do some harass, do the damage, and then gather up and go for it. Like, don't overdo it. And then I got to the fridge, and I was like, okay, what am I going to eat? So that was kind of it.
Thank you for explaining your thought process. It's greatly appreciated. All right, let's get into the game though. It is Bella actually playing the Byzantines. So I actually wait. Was the Bella? No, actually, neither of these players have any of the civs on their civ cards except Whamen has the scuffed Byzantine flag. I just noticed. Tommy. Anyways, game. Let's go.
Let's go, Cal. Introduce our players, please.
Wow! Alright, on the right side of the map, it is Nostromia playing as the Mali. Let's just flip this one around. And we have Bella playing as the Byzantines, actually going with a double scout as Byzantines. Interesting. We have Whamen playing as the other Byzantines, opening up with a farm and the standard Byzantine build, and finally we have Lyralia playing as the Rus.
Wait, I just saw this. Lyralia's opening second scout from TC. I do not like that.
So, okay, so how do you how like
Go ahead.
How do you feel about like pulling 4 villagers that we saw when the hunting cabin?
I pulled 6.
You pull all 6 just to build a hunting cabin and pull your sheep to it?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. There's a game from today I pulled 6. So I think that's the best way. You just pull 6 because they nerfed it, right? The build time.
Yeah, it's like 1 minute now or 35 seconds.
Yeah, like if you actually build it with 2 villagers, it comes so late that your opponent has 2 scouts and you have 1, and you can actually lose so much on the bounty. And bounty is not something you get back, right? Like you cannot catch up because you made a 3rd scout. You're going to be so far behind that if your opponent runs into deer somewhat quickly, then you're just out of luck. But yeah, she does have 3 fucking scouts.
Oh, whoa, language, sir. Language.
What, 3 freaking scouts?
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a Christian channel. We don't swear around here, brother.
And if we do, we have the censor button.
Okay, let's match it. You ready? She's gonna go with 3 Come on, that was so late.
That was so
Cal.
bad. I didn't have my. I didn't have my.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay.
So Whaмен's got 1 scout, and then Lyralia's gonna go with the 3. Fuck.
It's the Discord delay. It's the Discord delay. Don't worry.
I think it's a brain delay.
It's definitely the
So
brain
Cal
delay.
has the beat, and I go 3. Fuck. And that's literally what happens. I say, you know, and then I stop.
There.
I go with the 3.
No. Just no.
2 scouts. But anyway, he tried his best, guys. Come on. She's gonna find a lot of deer here. And let me tell you, that is not 80 Bunty. That's more than 80 just there.
Yeah, we'll be able to surpass that 250, right? Is like 100 is fine, 250 pretty okay, and then 500 if you're able to get that without going custom. You're pretty happy.
Yeah, 220 right now. Not going any further. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, I mean that's all you need, right?
Yep.
250. Obviously you want to get more, but that's good enough for now.
So, I mean, it's a little bit interesting here seeing that Whamen's berries is all the way in the back, right? And
yeah, all the way in the back, and that double deer pack in the back is
yeah,
juicy as hell.
As Roos here, you're pretty happy, right? The Kremlin here, it's not the best Kremlin. Kinda is out in the middle of nowhere, but you don't need the Kremlin to be in the back to actually be protecting the deer in the back, right? So
yeah, you don't need. I mean, she could have also gone on that gold, but I think it's fine. It's not a big deal. I think she's valuing like the Kremlin giving the buff maybe a little bit too much, because you can see she's trying to put Kremlin so it touches the wood line, but I would much more prefer if that Kremlin was like next to the gold, because that gold is in, or maybe even Kremlin to the left. On that left gold, maybe protect berries too.
oh, you actually just
That
put
could
it
be
here.
good.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
I actually
Yeah,
like that
that
much better, right? Because well, your first gold is pretty much always under TC range, and you can rather fall back to it.
Yeah, and then your second gold is technically your main gold, which is just pretty close to your base anyway.
Yeah, we do have though the scouts out here, just slowly but surely torching down the molly buildings, and you know you're kind of out of things to do with your scouts anyways, so might as well.
Oh. -1. So what do you think the Malian and Byzantine players are gonna go in this game? Go ahead. I want to hear your professional opinion.
In my opinion,
Professional opinion.
in my professional opinion, I actually think that just you go, you just go Limitane, Jav Thrower, and then the Byzantine kind of just goes, or sorry, the Mali kind of just cow booms, and you hope to defend it well enough. But then again, I also am a Warrior Scout memer.
Okay, I was fighting for my life there. I choked on the ST.
Look, my opinions are bad, I know, but come on, man. It's a little bit
Yeah, when I
offensive.
heard you say that, the iced tea went straight into my lungs. Okay, we do see some walling happening in the purple-pink base. They're doing some walling against the knights. Whamen going for longbows, and we see that on the other side, no mercenaries yet for Bella. I'm not sure what she's going to be going for. There's a mercenary house coming right up.
Okay, is this something you also struggle with? I generally sometimes can't see the difference between the mercenary house and the barracks.
I mean, it's the roof.
Yeah,
That kind of gets you, right?
it's the roof that gets you.
But when I'm like moving with the camera quickly, yeah, you can't really tell the difference. The double gold, by the way, right there is pretty nice. In between them, you know, so all you gotta do is just defend there. That's your main point of defense. So that's pretty good for them. I like that.
I mean, it makes it really hard to... It makes it hard to attack, but easy to know where to attack for Lyralia and Whamen, right? It's,
Yeah.
you know where to attack, but you can very easily just put all of your eggs in this one basket. and
Yeah.
defend this position, right? You have the berries that will naturally be turning into the farm setup, and then moving that over into the double gold that you have and the deer as well.
No mercenaries yet. Oh, that villager. Oh. Oh. 800 oil. No mercenaries yet. She didn't choose anything yet.
I wonder if she's waiting to see what Whamen is
You
going
think so?
for. I'm trying to come up with an explanation. That's definitely something they should add, though, is a way to scout what wing has been or what contract has been.
Bro, I agree. They just destroy like part of the roof. You know what I mean?
I mean, the technology is already there, right? I mean, as much as we meme on it, the technology is already there when you consider the House of Wisdom.
Right. Right. So you're saying they should like the mercenary house should like grow a wing on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, it's super simple to do, right? Eastern contract, east. Western
Ooh.
contract, west.
Okay, I did not expect that. That threw me in for a loop right there. And Whamen is going with longbows, by the way. So, oh my god, we see archers from Lyralia as well. Okay, I mean it's gonna turn out great in this game.
Yeah, that's
Maybe?
gonna be working heavily in their favor. I mean, the javelin mass from Nostromia will slowly but surely build. So I don't mind Keshiks that much. Honestly, like, do you go javelins into Byzantine? Do you go... Yeah, no, I think I actually like the Keshiks more the more I think about it.
I don't.
I mean, it
Because
is,
you lose to knights and you lose to longbows.
yes, but it is a way of putting pressure, right? We see immediately the Keshiks.
That's true.
We see the Keshiks moving out, right? And it is a way to actually be punishing the greed that Whamen and Lyralia will basically inevitably have because they feel so comfortable in their position.
Look at that. Look at that. I said go between them and just go for it. Just send it. And let's see if it works this time around. The first two games, you know, no bueno. But this is like the most convincing one they've had yet. Lyralia did a little bit of harassment. Now everything is walled, and now they're like, okay, let's go for it. Let's do it. And two chiropractors are coming.
Oh. And
Take it away, Cow.
Oh, thank you. And it makes it so easy to know where to attack, right? Look at the walls. They're creating a very natural funnel. To actually see if they can get something. And we do actually have a couple of Keshiks just moving out, picking up a couple of longbows here from Whamen. Rice Cake is being eaten by a Beastyqt, of course. Now, farm setup has been a little bit delayed here as well, right? Having to move the farms a little bit back. Actually, moving out to the second barriers in the back is a pretty decent option here for Bella as well. But I mean, again, look at this. This is why I like the Keshik and the Horseman. They're actually putting a lot of pressure and actually alleviating some of it as well, making sure they move back and getting him a little bit out here. But Javelin Throwers doing a pretty good job cleaning up the longbows, targeting them first. Not being able to clean up the chiropractors though.
Oh, the villagers are going down by under TC to limit the nade.
Oh,
Bella is not seeing it, and the knights are charging in. Archer's cleaning up, and those Keshiks, let me tell ya, they ain't doing the work, son.
They're not doing the work they should be doing. I mean, the clash now, going to be losing to those knights. What? Should be able to get on top of the archer and longbows here, though.
Oh, that's a lot of units. Limit the nade surrounding. The water is pouring out. Their water bill is going to be huge, I think. I mean, look at that. It's just a mess right there.
I mean,
Pouring
water
down
not putting out the fire?
I mean,
it's Greek fire. Greek fire.
True. I mean, actually true. Greek fire is can be on water as well. So very good. It's proof that it does work as intended.
But the damage.
Oh my god! And then more leaking. Oh, no more. Okay, the water ran out. Never mind.
Okay. But the damage that they didn't win here, right? They didn't do a lot of damage, but they still did a bunch of damage. Took some really good trades here, and in my opinion, that favors Lyralia and Whamen so much. Especially if this gets burnt down.
Oh, she's gonna see it, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, good defense. They're still holding on.
Strong defense is able to hold it for the time being. I mean, there is a lot of investment here actually into putting in the towers and all that, and I do think that Bella should be adding some towers for herself. Actually, with the stone float that Whamen is holding, do you think, because of the damage that you just did, that Whamen should go for 2 TC here?
She could. I feel like she's just had that one villager for a while, so that's probably why she's floating. But I mean, she could 273. She's almost there. She has enough wood. She is making a tower right there for them berries. And the longbow count is very much recent, by the way. 5 longbows only, but Lyralia has so many units. She's 16 longbows, 13 knights right now. And Bella and Nostromia are both close to age up right now.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a good timing. It's a very greedy timing. But actually, it is a way for them to come back into the game. Nostromia Cowboom has been fully completed, even with a farm setup to add to it. Grand Filani now coming up as well.
Yeah, I would put him in a really good spot right now. Like, Cowboom is worth more than the villager deficit that they're in, especially with the landmark going up. So I think they're in a lot better spot. Now, Lyralia and Whamen can age up pretty fast. They have 24 and 28 on 27 on food. So they could age up pretty fast if they wanted to.
Yeah, and Golden Horn Tower is not far away either. And I mean, the thing is as well, right, with the Keshik and with the Horseman, they're buying so much time. Look at how many units is chasing this around. And this could be units that could be raiding inside of their base instead.
Yeah,
but
I mean, that's the thing of like cavalry, right? It's, sometimes you get raided and you're trying to catch it, and by the time you catch it, the enemy ages up and you're like, oh no.
It's like, yeah.
What do I do now?
But it's also a skill, right? I mean, this amount of 10 knights chasing 3 Keshik. Like, yes, they're not all full HP, but you still need to do a little bit of a... You still can not have that many, but a fight's going to be happening here. Again, Whamen pushing out, trying to see if she can do something on her own, but too little.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of split off there. They do have more army, but again, they gotta go together, and losing another 5 longbows there just resets the longbow count furthermore. The knights are coming in, but this is only 2 knights. There's some units already. Nostromia is gonna defend that pretty well. Bella can... she needs gold. She has 2.2k food, so she just needs gold to actually age up. She only has 4 in gold right now. I'm not sure where she just spent it, because she had some in the bank. But yeah, she could also age up, and if she does, they're going to be in a really, really good spot. Whamen also aging up now with the golden horn tower. Very nice. So once she upgrades her units, that kind of puts them at a, more equal playing field.
I feel like I should know this. What's the second unit here? It's actually Gulon.
What's the third one?
Elephants? No.
Which one? I don't look!
Do you expect me to know this?
Come on, you're a Byzantine main.
Don't know how to play this, Civ.
I know.
That's fair enough.
Got him with that one.
Yeah.
Alright, you see that wall? That's the ally wall. It's pink and purple.
Oh, yeah, but it's, I mean, this is closed off though.
Mm-hmm.
But this
Sure, that is not.
This is
yeah,
not.
That,
yes.
Yeah, that is not. That yeah. That is definitely not told off. I think you can fit in Pow Pow there.
Maybe.
I keep calling it Pow Pow, but it's Hui Pow.
Hui Pow Pow.
Hui Pow. Right?
Farman knows how to say it because his wife is Vietnamese, Taiwanese.
Isn't it like Hugh?
It's Hui or something.
Hui.
It's something with the throat. And now we're just starting to sound racist, I feel like. Anyways.
Something with the what?
Nothing.
Alright, anyway. The engagement here, I don't know about this one for Nostromia. She's fighting alone versus 2 players. And she's trying to micro, but she loses all the donzos. And pretty good engagement. The door is open. But they're gonna. I
Guys.
mean, you might as well just
Yeah,
torch
guys.
this. Like it's gonna go in 1 second. Opens that up a little bit more. Lyralia ages up. Should queue up those upgrades immediately. That tower is upgraded 1. Javelins. They're getting caught off guard a little bit.
And where's Bella's
Here.
army? I mean, Javelin
I
numbers
think
looking pretty solid. Moving under the TC as well now. Cowboom is still online, so for the time being, that's nice.
Look at that. Look at those archers. I like that move. That's a good move. On the left.
Yeah.
You're fighting javelins, so instead of chasing javelins, just go and kill all the villagers. I like that. Limitane and knights are gonna be on the their javelins, and in the back, longbows against Limitane. This is a really good fight that they're taking. Good timing right there. Bella is also aging up, so it's like the worst time for her to get attacked.
Man, she's nothing. And behind us, right, it's
More like
Limitane.
Wolo no.
Oh, Limitane has been fighting archers for a while in the back here, right? And the fights that has been taken has been the complete wrong way around for Bella and Nostromia. They've not been able to fight the counters that they need to. And another Whalalia. This time actually might be. Actually, it does get through. Oh.
Ooh, the 2 knights. That's pretty big.
And the second TC. This is a brave second TC for Nostromia. It feels like.
She don't give no fudges.
Sorry, get a bit delayed.
Wait, why did you? What did you?
I misclick.
Why did you beat my fudges?
Fat finger.
Okay, let's try again. She gives no fudges. Wait, why did you do it again? We're gonna have to work on that, Cal.
We're gonna have to work on that.
You're gonna have to predict when I'm gonna say fudges and when I'm gonna say. You did it.
We did it once, Mom.
We did it once.
Mom.
Okay.
Right. But the push
Good
here,
pressure
though.
so far, by the way. Very action-packed game. And the good thing for Bella and Nostromia is they're both playing citizens that don't need food, so they're fine sitting in their base, right? They have cows, they have farms and stuff like that. So the whole map is open for Lyralia to take all the deer, all the boar, all the berries, whatever she wants.
Yeah, the only issue I see right now is the fact that they're splitting up again, right? Lyralia at least moving towards where the army for Whamen is, but they need to again fight together. Now, gold for Bella is soon running out. It does have one safe all the way in the corner, but other than that, all of their gold is outside of the walls that they have. Has been able to collect a lot of relics. Nostromia has behind all of this at least. But now the javelin numbers they have been climbing, but once again they're out of position and there's no front line, and they're straight up just tanking the knights.
Yeah, we do see some horsemen Keshik raiding coming on the left. There's a goal to the left that we were talking about earlier. Okay, speed building 2 towers. Chiropractor's melting that tower down, and Bella is left without any gold. Bella is down to 16 units right now, and I'm pretty sure like 12 of those are the horsemen and Keshik's raiding, right? So Bella is out of units. She's out of juice.
Yeah, she's nothing. I mean, like the only thing that feels like she's producing and having on the field is coming from 3 units from the Golden Rune Tower, right?
Right.
No, it's just the javelins. It feels like this game Bella and Nostromia never took the fights that they took the last couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Coach Cutie. I'm just saying, you know, the way I grabbed that ham out of the fridge, right? The way I grabbed that cheese, it worked out.
Worked out pretty well. Now, the entire eco for Bella is just in shambles, and Nostromia, I mean, trying her best to spend the resources she's accumulating, but I mean, this is.
It's a destruction.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
And yeah, game 1 and 2, Bella and Nostromia managed to defend and get the advantage long term. Kind of hold on with that 2 TC second game, and then the last game, the long one we've seen. But this one, Lyralia and Whamen not letting them get to that point, just punishing the moo boom, and slowly but surely Bella's production is all gone.
Yeah, and that's what you get for putting all of your production forward, right?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say all your eggs in one basket.
I already used that analogy once.
When?
Earlier.
Oh, I wasn't there, so you
No,
can
you
use
were.
it again.
It was literally this game.
Wait, really?
Yes.
I probably wasn't there. So.
Yeah, mentally no. So
If I was chewing, probably wasn't there.
I mean, yeah, you have that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was about to say something. I'll refrain from saying something, Dean.
Yeah, don't do it.
Yeah. Now,
You did that already once.
I know.
And I heard that.
Fair enough. So, I mean, now javelins. I mean, they're holding pretty well. They're all things considered. I mean, chiropractors, they are taking down the mine TC, and the main problem behind all of this is the fact that the entire food eco of Bella is just completely offline.
Yeah, Nostromia has a lot of eco. Like, she's kind of holding on, 1v2 right now, but there's just so many units coming from Lyralia and Whamen that it's going to be very hard. And I think, Whamen is on 2 TC, Lyralia is still on 1. So you can see the worker advantages. There's almost like 30 worker advantage at this point. Oi, oi, oi. Finds the villagers there too, and Bella's eco is pretty much almost all idle right now.
Yeah, and they're just kind of just vibing, making sure, and I mean, there's still a little bit of a reasonable way, right? I think the thought process for Bella and Nostromia at this point is kind of just like, hey, you might run out of fuel at some point, but the problem is that it's Byzantines and they don't really run out of fuel, especially not oil.
Yeah, right. Good one.
Thanks.
So yeah, I think they're maybe just, they're like trying to hold on, but the units are just non-stop streaming, by the way. Like yellow and orange is streaming through the map. There's more and more units coming. And I think this is gonna be it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No.
1.
No. So, I mean, relic count is looking pretty okay for Nostromia after all, right? I think she's on, I mean, she is on 5 relics right now. And it is a sizable with the pit mines. Actually, she's on 4 relics?
Watch me call it. Watch me call it.
Okay. I believe in you.
You can keep talking, I'm just gonna call it.
I took a sip on my milk. Sorry.
That's good.
I mean, so the saving grace for Bella and Nostromia here is actually just the fact that, like, hey, you haven't shut down most of my passive eco, right? Still has the cow boom.
They're still holding on, they don't want to give up.
Yeah, they still have the pit mines going, right? Actually, I think all of them is out of gold.
Yeah.
So no more active, and kind of just running through. Second TC has been going for quite a while, and I mean, there's no more resources in the back. Maybe like a keep could save them, but
No. Maybe like a nuclear bomb on the
wrong game.
their base or something. Yeah. Maybe that. But even that, I don't know.
Yeah. So now, I mean, chiropractors, just more and more coming in, just burning through.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is.
I don't think there is one, to be honest.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cow.
I mean, okay, this is a way to do it. Did work earlier. Actually gonna get 1 unit. I mean, gets 1 unit.
That's it. That's a comeback right there.
That's
You know
the
what I mean?
Yeah. Also, you're not going to call the game?
No, I had one. I called it. And there it is. Boom, right there. Just like that. I called the game and it just ends, really.
Mm.
And Whamen and Lyralia are going to be taking game number 3. Now, your favorite commentator, Cutie Patootie, I'm going to go get the update and see what's happening from here on out. So, Cal, take it away, girl.
Again? This is starting to be a familiar face around there, it feels like.
Hello.
Oh my
You're so
god.
binary then.
Oh, that's me. Wow. Did we end the stream already? No, Cal's not left alone. Cal, us person here. So I just I'm waiting for Cal to put it on the stream again.
Wait.
So we got time. We got time.
Why can I hear you twice?
I don't know. Oh, because of the. I fixed.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi guys. So.
Wait.
Oh, my face. Okay, my face is not there yet. Never
I need
mind.
to get your face.
No, my face.
Make sure I'm in there too.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe put me on the side so I lie down.
Yeah,
Something
I
like
got you.
that.
I got you. Don't worry.
Oh my god, this is funny. Oh god. Okay. Oh yeah, you can. There we go. Oh, nice. Thank you. There we go. All right, guys. Now that was fun. We were a little bit short on time, which means we had to cut the games right there. We were Monka steering a little bit for the time, and that kind of left us where we are, and that's okay. It was really fun playing with Lyra. I think the matches with her were awesome. It was just great. We fucked up, but it was okay. Our goal today was to get top 2 so that we could qualify for the next event. So it's all right. And I'm GG to Nostrella. I think they pumped really well. Good for the comeback. It was a little bit Monka-esque at the end there because they knew we were short on time and we were going to be able to do one more game, but we were kept there. But Bella, thank you very much for trying to make that fair. So, unfortunately, that brings us to the end of this. I really, really hope that we can do more of these. And guys, with that, I want to announce our next one. Now, I hope you guys are ready. We have an opening in a month and a half for another tournament. So, guys, we got a donation of $1,000 to host the next event. And Cal, please close your ears for this one. Because Cal is about to not like my next sentence. So, okay, the face. Okay, so Artemis, thank you very much for sponsoring our next female event. We really appreciate it. And the fact that we can keep getting donations from the community means that we can keep these things going. So I really appreciate it. And we will do some videos and stuff for that as well as some promotional content. And yes, I really hope that we can keep these things going and make sure that we keep the society afloat. So why does it not continue? We had to go. Lyra needs to go pick up from the airport and we can't continue. But guys, it was awesome. Thank you so much for everyone who played. I appreciate it. Every single one of you who participated, you made this an amazing time. And yeah, we'll see you guys next week for our final event or for our kickoff of our next event, the 2v2 COVID awareness. So we're going to do that with the female qualifiers. The top 2 teams from today qualified. So Nostromia, Bella, me, and Lyra will be seeded into the event already. So yes, I hope you guys are ready for the next event and we'll keep these things going. So GG to Nostromia and Bella. We'll see you guys in the top team gamer and hopefully we can absolutely destroy. So yes, that's it. Cal, you can go ahead and raid whoever you want. You are the boss.
I'm starting my own stream. Woo!
You're starting what?
No,
Really?
no.
Oh, I was going to say, aren't you dead?
Yeah, I'm very dead. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Eti bouti, eti, eti, eti bouti, eti. Eighty Bounty, 80!